Chapter 1 Perspective? A breeze blew gently, bringing a slight coolness. Gao Yang carefully put 2 tickets for Zhang Xiuhan's concert into his wallet. Then he took the customized cake and rode his second-hand electric scooter towards the rental house. Because today is his girlfriend Xiao Lily's birthday, he wants to celebrate Xiao Lily's birthday and give her a surprise at the same time. The two have been living together for 2 years and have already paid the down payment for a house. As long as the property certificate comes down, they can get married. In order to celebrate Xiao Lily's birthday, Gao Yang took half a day off today. It has to be said that Xiao Lily treated Gao Yang quite well, although she often disliked him for being poor and incompetent. Gao Yang didn't take it seriously. After all, which woman doesn't nag? He took the cake and rode his electric bike to the rental house as quickly as possible. Just as I picked up the key and was about to open the door, I heard someone talking in the rental house. "Lily, you are still so coquettish. Same as a year ago." Yao Yang's hand holding the key trembled a little. The voice was very familiar. It was his best friend in college, Zhang Jun. "Zhang Jun, I don't allow you to talk about others like that. I'm only flirting with you. Hurry up, Gao Yang will be off work soon." Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Gao Yang on the head. This is the girlfriend I have lived with for 2 years, and this is the woman I have decided to protect for the rest of my life. He was actually doing such a shameless thing with his best friend, and it has been going on for a year. In other words, the green hat has been put around his neck. Gao Yang's mind was in a mess at this moment, and countless sweet scenes from the past flashed through his mind one by one. If you can endure this, you are not worthy of being a man and will become a divine turtle. With a bang, Gao Yang kicked the door open. Suddenly, the dirty scene inside came into his sight. Gao Yang, why are you back? Let me explain." Xiao Lily quickly pushed Zhang Jun away and frantically began to look for her clothes. "Explain your mother." Gao Yang slapped Xiao Lily in the face, then took the electric bike helmet in his hand and hit Zhang Jun on the head. "Gao Yang, we are brothers. Listen to my explanation. Xiao Lily and I." Zhang Jun covered his head and tried to explain, but could he explain it clearly? "Brother? Brother, I'm going to kill you today." Gao Yang is 1.8 meters tall and strong. How could Zhang Jun be a match for Gao Yang? I could only squat on the ground and beg for mercy. "Gao Yang, stop fighting. If you continue, someone will die." Xiao Lily was frightened. Although Gao Yang was 1.8 meters tall, he usually acted like a grandson in front of her. But today Gao Yang made her feel scared and frightened. Maybe he was tired from fighting, or maybe Xiao Lily's last words worked. Gao Yang smashed the tattered helmet in his hand hard on Zhang Jun, and then looked at Xiao Lily with anger. He stretched out a finger and pointed at Xiao Lily a few times, wanting to say something, but looking at this familiar face, he said nothing in the end. Slamming the door hard, riding an electric bike. Ga, squeak. Bang. The harsh brake sound, huge inertia and impact force knocked Gao Yang and the electric bike away. Before his consciousness faded, Gao Yang was sure that he had been in a car accident, and that the car was red. As for the rest, I don't remember anything. It was not known how long it had been before Gao Yang slowly opened his eyes. The light in the room was so dazzling that he closed his eyes again. Then I started to think back and wonder what was going on. Memories flashed through his mind like a time machine. Gao Yang remembered that Xiao Lily had betrayed him and the man he considered his best friend. Then I rode my electric bike onto the road and got hit by a car. Then things turned out like this. Maybe it was the end of his memories, or maybe his eyes were gradually adjusting to the lights in the room. I slowly opened my eyes again and began to look around. This was a ward. There was a woman in the room, who was on the phone. That's not the point. The point is that the woman is not wearing any clothes. I have to say that this woman has a very good figure, especially a certain part, which is big and firm, much better looking than Xiao Lily's. Wrong. Gao Yang quickly shook his head and looked at the woman again. Clear and bright pupils, curved willow leaf eyebrows, and long eyelashes trembling slightly. Her flawless fair skin is faintly blushing, and her thin lips are as tender and juicy as rose petals. She has long curly hair and wears an all professional outfit that highlights her tall figure. The 7 or 8 centimeters high heels, under the control of their owner, kept kissing the ground. Well, I'll talk about other things when I get back tomorrow. Bye-bye. When Wanting hung up the phone, feeling a little unhappy. Why does all the bad luck happen to her? I went out to do something and bumped into someone, and ended up being trapped here. After hanging up the phone and looking up, Wanting saw a pair of big eyes looking at her. You're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere, or want to go to the bathroom? Gao Yang shook his head and stretched his body. Apart from some pain in his chest and head, he felt nothing serious. Since you are okay, let's talk about compensation. Wanting found a chair and sat down. Well, I don't think it's a big deal. Just pay my medical bills and forget about the compensation. Gao Yang felt that the other party did not do it on purpose, so he did not plan to ask for any compensation. Hey, you crossed the road and crashed my car. Do you want me to compensate you? Wanting's words made Gao Yang stunned. After all this time, the compensation the other party was talking about was actually compensation from himself. I was hit, and it was for nothing? Looking at Gao Yang with his mouth wide open, Wanting was a little amused. Forget it, forget it. I've seen your wallet. It's cleaner than your face. It's my bad luck. You only have 2 fractured ribs and a few scratches, but there's nothing serious else. I have already advanced 20,000 yuan for your medical expenses, which should be enough for you to see a doctor. We'll talk about the rest after you're well. This is my business card. Call me if you have anything. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I put your wallet and phone in the drawer. Wanting finished her words without any hesitation, then left the ward, twisting her hips. It was not until Wanting had left for a long time that Gao Yang reacted. He looked at the business card in his hand, which had the 3 words Wanting written on it. Gao Yang turned his face and prepared to pick up his mobile phone. At this moment, a magical scene appeared again. Because his eyes saw directly through the tabletop, his phone and wallet were just floating above it. And after looking at it for a long time, the mobile phone and wallet also start to become transparent. Is this perspective? Chapter 2, Being a Driver for a Beautiful CEO. If once is an illusion, then twice is not an illusion. Gao Yang didn't get his wallet and cell phone, he wanted to continue his experiment. So he fixed his eyes on the quilt covering himself and concentrated his mind. The sheets on my body slowly disappeared, followed by my pants and underwear. And then it's a big lump. Gao Yang wanted to shout excitedly, and he also wanted to share it with others. But he gradually calmed down, he had no one to share with. Best bro. My favorite woman. As for telling this to my parents and sister, forget it. By then it won't be a surprise, it will probably be a shock. Once his parents back home found out that he had been in a car accident and was in the hospital, they would probably be extremely worried. I have been thinking about it for a long time, but I still haven't figured out my future development direction. It is unrealistic to continue working. Even though you have the golden finger, why would you still work for others? Just chop off your fingers. After thinking about it, I couldn't think of a better way, and then I noticed the business card in my hand. So he prepared to make a call, opened the drawer, picked up his mobile phone, and just as he entered the number, he pressed the cancel button. At this moment, Gao Yang remembered that Wanting had said before that he had 2 fractured ribs, but why didn't he feel any obvious pain? Gao Yang lifted the quilt and put on his shoes, then paced back and forth in the ward. He felt that his physical condition was very good. Although there was still a little pain in his chest, there was no pain like broken ribs at all. Has my body also been transformed? Just then his cell phone rang. When he picked it up, his face changed. Because the caller ID on his phone showed Little Lazy Cat. Little Lazy Cat is the nickname Gao Yang gave to Chiu Lily. I pressed the hang up button casually, and the phone rang again. After hanging up 5 or 6 times, the phone stopped ringing. Then I opened WeChat. Wow. Chiu Lily sent him dozens of voice messages and ordinary text messages, but Gao Yang was too lazy to even read them and simply blocked them. Then he blocked her cell phone number. From then on, he once again lived the life of a single man. The next morning, Gao Yang felt that nothing serious was happening to him, and under the shocked looks of the doctors and nurses, he went through the discharge procedures. I also refunded more than 10,000 yuan. Gao Yang dialed the number on the business card without saying a word, but the other party hung up. Gao Yang shrugged, then noted the number and his name, and finally added the WeChat application. Wanting was discussing something with several department managers when her cell phone suddenly rang from an unfamiliar number. She hung up without a second thought, and by the time the meeting was over she had forgotten about it. I opened WeChat to see if there were any updates in the company group, and then I saw a WeChat application. Just click to confirm. Just after the confirmation, a transfer was received in his WeChat. More than 13,000 yuan. When Wanting was just about to send a message to ask what it meant, but then a message came in. Hello Miss Wan, I'm Cao Yang, the person who hit your car yesterday. I have been discharged from the hospital now, and I have already refunded the extra money to you. In addition, I will find a way to pay you back for my medical expenses and the money for repairing the car. Only then did Wen Wanting remember that there was another patient in the ward. Regardless of who was right or wrong in this matter, there is no denying that she was the one who hit the person. So I immediately sent a message. Gao Yang originally planned to try his luck after leaving the hospital. For example, he wanted to buy some scratch cards, but Wen Wanting asked him to wait at the hospital entrance, and he waited for more than an hour. Just when he was about to leave, a white car stopped beside him. The car window rolled down, and that exquisite face appeared in front of Gao Yang. Get in the car. Just two simple words, but they seemed to carry a hint of command. Gao Yang didn't like this feeling, because there were only 3 people in his life who dared to speak to him in this tone. One is his mother, one is his homeroom teacher, and the other is Chiu Lily. But since he owed someone something, Gao Yang didn't say anything. He sat directly in the passenger seat. Can you drive? Faced with this question, Gao Yang didn't understand what the other party meant, but he nodded anyway. From today on, you will be my driver for a 3-month probation period. I will pay for your 5 insurances in one fund, and give you half of your salary every month according to the standard. The rest will be used as compensation for the money I spent on repairing my car and the medical expenses I paid yesterday. Let's see how you perform in 3 months. By the way, do you have a job? Gao Yang was speechless. Logically, this last sentence should have been placed before the first sentence. Yes, but I don't plan to do it anymore. Gao Yang told the truth. Wen Wanting nodded, then left the driver's seat and motioned Gao Yang to drive. In fact, Wen Wanting knew that Gao Yang could drive. After all, she had checked his wallet yesterday. It was a bit exaggerated to say that it was cleaner than one licked by a dog. Anyway, there was only 200 yuan in total. So Wen Wanting guessed that Gao Yang's financial situation might not be very good, and it just so happened that she really needed a driver. Of course, the main reason was not because of these, but because Gao Yang transferred the medical expenses to her. If it were an ordinary person, he would have run away with the money long ago. Boss 1, where are we going? Gao Yang started the car and immediately got into his role. Jadeite Rough Stone Market. When Gao Yang heard the name, his eyes lit up. He had been thinking about the way to make money all night but couldn't think of it, but this woman reminded him of it with just one sentence. He has the ability to see through things. All he thinks about all night is buying scratch tickets, or going to the mahjong parlor to cheat. He even thought about peeking at beautiful women on the street. But I never thought of gambling on stones. Gao Yang had the urge to hug Wen Wanting and kiss her hard. Of course, this was just his own thought. If he really wanted to do this, he would have to eat free meals for at least half a month. Your injury healed so quickly? After the car started, Wen Wanting finally asked the question in her mind, although Gao Yang's injury yesterday was not very serious. But it is still necessary to at least rest for a few days. My family is from the countryside, so it's normal to get hurt a little bit. As for the fractured bone, I asked the doctor, and he said that as long as you don't do strenuous exercise, it will basically heal automatically after a while. Gao Yang's explanation was a bit far-fetched, but Wen Wanting didn't care too much. When we get to the raw stone market later, don't talk nonsense, understand? Gao Yang agreed. After all, being a driver was much better than screwing screws in a factory. Besides, there are 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and it is more pleasing to have a female boss. By the way, let me tell you something. Your phone rang yesterday. It was someone called Little Lazy Cat. I picked up the phone. Chapter 3, Fired just after starting work. Gao Yang didn't care about this. If before yesterday, a woman answered Chiu Lily's call with his mobile phone. Gao Yang must be very nervous because he is afraid that Chiu Lily will be jealous. Gao Yang didn't say anything, and Wen Wanting naturally didn't continue speaking. She just said what she needed to say. After all, just by hearing the name, you can guess that she should be Gao Yang's girlfriend. She was just explaining, or giving a reminder, to prevent any misunderstanding between the two of them. The so-called Jadeite raw stone market is actually a little exaggerated. One street, more than a dozen shops, it's such a large scale. Even though Gao Yang had never come into contact with this thing before, he knew where the largest jade market in China was. After getting off the car, Gao Yang followed Wen Wanting. Wen Wanting seemed to be very familiar with this place, or rather, he was very familiar with a certain store. After getting off the car, I walked straight towards a jadeite raw stone shop called Geniusure. Gao Yang didn't talk much, especially since he was not very familiar with Wen Wanting, so he basically didn't talk much along the way. He just needs to do his job well. The two entered the store, where several people were discussing a stone. Lao Zhang, I think this stone is okay, what do you think? The person who was speaking was in his 40s and wore glasses. He looked like a big boss. At this time, the man named Lao Zhang spoke. Oldly, judging from the appearance of this material, the quality is very good. I am sure it is from an old mine. Gao Yang doesn't know anything about materials or gambling on stones, but he has perspective. So I just threw a perspective over there, and slowly, this so-called old pit material began to become transparent. After a short while, Gao Yang had already figured out the condition of the stone. 2 words, white. White means there is nothing inside. Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence. Just then, Wen Wanting started to greet people. Hey, isn't this Miss Wanting? I'm here to shop again today. The person who spoke was old Zhang. Wen Wanting smiled and said, the company is running out of stock recently, so I just came to take a look. Of course, I will buy something good if it's good. I wonder what this piece of material is like. Lao Zhang and Lao Li heard that Wen Wanting was interested in this material. Wanting, this piece of material is very good in terms of both appearance and size. The chances of betting on an increase are very high. Are you interested? The one who spoke this time was Old Li. Wen Wanting was naturally interested, otherwise she wouldn't have come to ask. If it's good material, I'd like to sell it. 3 million is not expensive. After hearing this, Gao Yang was speechless. More than 3 million for a piece of material isn't expensive? Could you please not be so Versailles? At this time, the owner came running over. It turns out that it's President Wen who's here. How is it? Mr. Wen, do you like this stone? If Mr. Wen is interested in rounding off the decimal, just give me a whole number. Wen Wanting nodded and was about to speak when Gao Yang pulled her back. Boss Wen, we can't take this material. This is the first time the male protagonist has done something stupid. As a lesson for growth, he must suffer a loss once. Upon hearing this, Wen Wanting was very unhappy. She had told Gao Yang not to talk on the way here, but this guy just interrupted her as soon as he came. Wen Wanting decided to get rid of this guy when there was no one around. Wen Wanting didn't say anything, she decided to buy the stone. Boss Wen, listen to my advice. You can't buy this material. Wen Wanting can be considered a very cultured person, but being cultured does not mean she has no temper. Give me the keys, you can leave now. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, then he reacted. He smiled slightly and handed over the car keys. Thank you for your care, President Wen. I will pay you back the money I owe you. I'm sorry for saying too much today, but I still have one last thing to say. We can't use this material. After Gao Yang said this, he turned around and left. Wen Wanting frowned. She wanted to say something, but in the end. Why are young people nowadays like this? They don't know anything and just talk nonsense. Where can you buy such good material for 3 million yuan? Suddenly, some people in the raw stone shop started talking about it. Gao Yang left the store. He wanted to slap himself hard in the face. He was fired just after starting the job. I shouldn't say too much. Let alone 3 million, even if it's 30 million, what does it have to do with me? I took a deep breath and saw an ATM. There are still several $1,000s in his card, and there is no use keeping it, so we might as well take it out and give it a try. After withdrawing the money, Gao Yang went to a raw stone shop and looked at the materials casually. It's not that there is no jade among these materials, but they are rare. And there is basically a rule, if there are jadeite or stones of better quality, the price will generally be higher. But Gao Yang only has a few $1,000s now, and he can basically not afford these stones. Of course there are also small ones that are worth several $1,000s and look like black eggs, but there is nothing inside. It seems that making a fortune by gambling on stones is not that easy. You might as well go to the lottery station and buy a few scratch tickets to try. Just then, he noticed the sound of a cutting machine coming from the back door of the urban store. Looking along the way, I found that there was a site inside with a cutting machine and several people were cutting stones. Gao Yang had nothing to do anyway, so he went over to take a look. This is a piece of material the size of a millstone, but most of it has been unraveled. The scraps were scattered all over the floor, and only the area in the middle was the size of a basketball. The person who was cutting the stone was a young man who was about 30 years old. Judging from his dress, he should be a wealthy man. But this guy is destined to work in vain today. Fuck, it's white again. This is really weird. This is the third piece today. As the guy spoke, he kicked the cutter, as if all this was caused by the cutter. Mr. Wu, why don't we go to another one? Mr. Wu's fortune today must be in the east. Gao Yang quietly looked at the woman who was speaking. She was pretty and dressed very seductively. While acting coquettishly, she held Wu Xiao's arm and rubbed its plump breasts. Gao Yang could tell at just one glance that this woman was a mistress. Okay, let's go to another one. I can't believe I'm so unlucky today. After Master Wu finished speaking, he reached out and slapped the woman on the butt. You know what, it's quite loud. After Wu Xiao took the woman away, the others prepared to leave. Boss, are you selling the scraps here? Just as everyone was about to leave, a sudden voice rang out, causing them to stop. Then they all looked at Gao Yang with contempt. These people are all smart people. They can see that Gao Yang is trying to take advantage of the situation. It is not so easy to find a bargain. They have heard of jade being cut out from scraps, but they have never seen it before. The shop owner is a man in his 50s and not very tall. In fact, there were people who came to buy scraps before, but after a long time, no one bought them anymore. Young man, if you want 500 yuan a piece, you can choose whatever you want. Chapter 4: The First Pot of Gold. Gao Yang frowned when he heard the price was 500 yuan per piece. Then when I saw the people around me looking at me with joking eyes, I knew what these people's mentality was. The store owner is ripping him off, and the onlookers naturally know it, but they won't say it. Because they like to watch the show, otherwise they wouldn't be called spectators. Okay. I'll buy 3, but can I use the cutting machine? When the shop owner heard this, he thought there was really a fool out there and immediately agreed. 3 stones, that is 1,500 yuan. It's a waste not to make money. It's just using a cutting machine. The wear and tear of the grinding wheel plus the electricity bill cost less than $2. Gao Yang took out 1,500 yuan and handed it to the boss, then started to choose. In fact, there is something in only one piece. The reason why I bought 2 more pieces is purely to cover up the problem. Gao Yang first picked up the largest piece of scrap and cut it in half without hesitation. Don't bother yourself, young man. I couldn't cut anything out of a raw stone as big as a millstone, so it's strange that you can cut anything out of such a small scrap. The person who was speaking was quite old, about 50 years old. Gao Yang smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Continue to pick up the second piece of material and cut it in half in the same way. Then the same result, nothing. At this time, Gao Yang picked up the last piece of material. This time, he cut it very carefully just like before, which made the onlookers around him laugh at him. Gao Yang ignored the crowd's ridicule and continued with his work. In the end, only a piece of material the size of an adult's fist was left. He chose to skirt the line. This made the onlookers laugh even more, and they kept talking about it without any scruples. Gao Yang still didn't say a word and continued to do his own thing. Hey, it's green! Someone shouted, and the noisy discussions at the scene suddenly stopped. Then one by one they began to gather around. Fuck, this is such a lucky bastard, it actually came out green. You see, although this piece of jade is not big, its color is very bright, but it's a pity that it's a little small. Yes, but making a few ring faces and pendants is not a problem at all, and there will be some left over. For a moment, everyone began to talk, and most of them spoke with jealousy and envy. Especially the shop owner, he wanted to slap himself twice at this moment. After about a quarter of an hour, Gao Yang had basically polished the piece of jade. This jade is indeed not big, and its shape is a bit similar to a bar of Safeguard soap. It's actually pure green. Young man, I'll pay you 300,000 yuan. I want this jadeite. Finally someone realized the value of this jade and started bidding. This jade has a pure color without any impurities. I'll give it 400,000. I'm going to. Well, before Gao Yang could speak, these people started arguing. I want 1 million. Just then, a familiar female voice came. Gao Yang looked up and saw that the person was none other than Wen Wanting. This piece of jade is only worth this price. If you spend 5 or 600,000 to buy it, you will make a profit. But if you spend 1 million to buy it, even if you make some profit, it won't be much. After all, the size of the thing is here. It is said that after Gao Yang left, Wen Wanting spent 3 million to buy the stone. The result is naturally predictable. At this time she thought of Gao Yang, the person who had repeatedly stopped her from buying. Of course, there may be coincidences here, but it is more likely that Gao Yang understands jadeite raw stones. So, Wen Wanting felt a little regretful. Gao Yang reminded me with good intentions, but I not only didn't listen, I also fired the other party. But she remembered that Gao Yang reminded her before he left. Losing 3 million is nothing to her. When dealing with jadeite raw stones frequently, it is common to make profits and losses. It's like someone playing mahjong every day, losing today and winning tomorrow. If you win every day, who will play with you? So Wen Wanting called Gao Yang, but no one answered. In fact, the cutting machine was so loud at that time that it would be a miracle if you could hear it. No one answered the phone, so I could only try to find Gao Yang. Coincidentally, I heard the discussions and bids here. So he walked over to take a look, and just in time he saw Gao Yang taking out a piece of pure green jadeite. This made Wen Wanting even more certain that Gao Yang really knew about gambling on stones, which meant that the previous reminder was not just for show. Gao Yang didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. It turns out to be President 1. You must have made a lot of money from that stone just now. Wen Wanting was so angry that her teeth were itching. How could she not hear that Gao Yang was making fun of her? But there is no way around it, you have to bear the consequences yourself. Gao Yang, I want this jadeite. I believe no one here will offer a higher price than me. I also believe that you won't go against money, right? Gao Yang's weak spot was firmly grasped by Wen Wanting. In fact, Gao Yang really didn't care. He had no grudge against Wen Wanting. In a sense, it was all thanks to this woman that he was able to come here today and think about gambling on stones. Okay, just give me 900,000, and the extra money will be considered as compensation for repairing your car. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he handed the jadeite stone to Wen Wanting. Wen Wanting did not hesitate. After taking the jadeite raw stone, she started transferring money to Gao Yang. Gao Yang, give me your bank card number. Gao Yang didn't waste any words. He definitely couldn't remember the bank card number, and it was estimated that few people could remember their bank card numbers. So he took out his wallet and handed his agricultural bank card with 17 yuan in it to Wen Wanting. About 2 minutes later, the transfer message arrived. After reading the transfer message, Gao Yang was stunned. Didn't I say 900,000? Wen Wanting shrugged and said, my car can't be repaired for 100,000 yuan, and I have insurance. Gao Yang nodded. He was not a fool. It's obvious that this woman is very rich. She thinks 3 million is not expensive, so why would she care about 100,000 or 80,000? After packing up his bank cards and mobile phone, Gao Yang started his money-making business. Before it was because of lack of funds, but now it's different. He has 1 million, he can use 1 million to make 10 million, 100 million. Maybe it was because it was so exciting, or maybe it was because of time. The onlookers also left one after another, and suddenly the store owner, Gao Yang and Wen Wanting were the only ones left in the store. Wen Wanting didn't plan to leave because Gao Yang didn't plan to leave. Gao Yang doesn't quite understand the price of jadeite, but he knows some basic common sense. For example, first of all, the jade has to be big. Secondly, the color has to be bright. As the saying goes, green is the most precious color in jade, so the best ones are imperial green and emerald. However, the chance of finding imperial green in such a small place is no less than winning the Mark 6 lottery. Gao Yang began to circle around the jadeite raw stones on the shelves, and he would not stay at each stone for more than a minute. It is no exaggeration to describe it as a cursory tour. Suddenly, Gao Yang was attracted by a piece of material. Chapter 5 Cooperation. This piece of material is not big, but the stuff inside is very good, not only in size, but mainly in color. After scanning the code and paying 100,000 yuan, Gao Yang moved the stone to the stone cutting machine. If you buy jadeite raw stones in this store, you can use the cutting machine for free. Just as Gao Yang was about to press the switch to start cutting the stone, he saw a pair of feet, and then looked up along the feet. Hey, President 1, you're still here. Wen Wanting is so angry. She had been following Gao Yang for almost half an hour, and this guy only noticed her now. Could it be that a beauty like me cannot compare to a piece of stone? Wen Wanting took a deep breath and said to herself, "Don't get angry. If you get angry, no one will take your place. Don't worry about me, I'll just take a look." In the end, when Wanting said this, Gao Yang was speechless for a while, thinking, "Who cares about you?" As the cutting machine roared, Gao Yang started cutting directly. When Wanting just watched. Before others cut the stone, they would study it first to confirm the most likely location and size of the jade flesh. Then you have to draw lines to prevent yourself from cutting off the track or forgetting how to cut after a long time. But this guy was just good. He didn't do any preparation and just moved the stone up and started cutting. Is this what is called a master? Gao Yang naturally doesn't know how to break the stone, but this is not a difficult move either. As long as he didn't cut the jade flesh, he would cut directly from 1/3 of the stone. Then he changed the location and cut again. After several conversions, only a piece of jadeite slightly larger than the mouth of a bowl remained. Just when Wanting thought that this guy was doomed, Gao Yang started to get close. After wiping for about a few minutes, Gao Yang stopped, picked up the ladle beside him, scooped half a ladle of water, and started to wash the cut surface directly. When Wanting just watched it, and suddenly her eyes narrowed, and then she blurted out, "Red jade." "Gao Yang, it's Hong Fei." When Wanting's cold and indifferent expression disappeared, and she began to become a little excited, as if she had discovered the jade. Gao Yang was not excited because he had already seen it. But his calmness gave Wanting an illusion that the man in front of her was an expert in gambling on stones. Gao Yang took a look and was very satisfied, then continued polishing. "Gao Yang, sell this red jadeite to me, I'll give you 10 million. In fact, Gao Yang didn't know the value of this jadeite because he didn't understand it. He was not sure whether Wanting was deliberately trying to lower his price, or whether this piece of jade was really worth 10 million. So he decided to give it a try. "I'm sorry, I don't plan to. 15 million, no more, any more and I will lose money." Before Gao Yang could finish his words, Wanting offered a price of 15 million. Gao Yang felt that it was about time, so sell. Gao Yang simply threw his moral integrity to the ground. With 15 million yuan, he could buy a car, a house, and do business. There's no point in keeping a piece of broken stone like this. No matter how much the stone is ultimately worth, it doesn't matter whether Wanting took advantage of him or not. None of this matters because he has money. Even if we take a step back and say that this stone is sold at a low price, what does it matter? There are more than a dozen shops on this raw stone street. Isn't that enough for him to make a fortune? After completing the transfer transaction and everything else, Gao Yang prepared to take a break because he was hungry. "I didn't eat last night, and just after I left the hospital this morning, I was pulled over by this woman. It's almost 12 o'clock now and my stomach is already growling with hunger." After the transaction was completed, Gao Yang walked directly out of the store. Even if he was not going to eat, he did not plan to buy anything in this store. If you bet on the price of 1 or 2 stones going up, others won't doubt it. But if you bet on the price of 1 stone going up again and again, I'm afraid even you won't believe it. "Gao Yang, wait for me." Gao Yang stopped helplessly and looked at Wanting who was jogging towards him. "Boss Wen, do you have anything else to do for me?" Wanting felt a little embarrassed and said, "Well, I want to apologize to you for what happened before. Also, I want to treat you to a meal." Gao Yang smiled. "No need to apologize, the money isn't mine anyway. As for treating me to a meal, if Mr. Wen is willing to eat fast food with me, then let's go together." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he walked straight towards a fast food restaurant diagonally opposite. Wanting smiled slightly and hurriedly followed him. Gao Yang ordered a few dishes at random and ate them voraciously, not caring about his image at all. "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you." "Oh, Gao Yang. Let's work together." Gao Yang looked up and continued eating. Wanting just took a few bites casually, and when she saw Gao Yang ignoring her, she became a little anxious. "Gao Yang, I'll provide the funds, and you'll help us gamble on the stones. If we win, we'll split the profits 50-50, and if we lose, it'll all be mine. What do you think?" This is the most unreasonable cooperation agreement proposed by Wanting so far. Because they never had such an agreement. If she wins, it's 50-50, and if she loses, it's all hers. With such favorable conditions, she believed that no one in the world would refuse her. However, "Boss Wen, are you stupid or am I stupid? I can take it all myself, why should I share half with you?" This When Wanting was petrified for a moment. She had never thought about such a question, and felt that what Gao Yang said was both right and wrong. But she couldn't figure out what was wrong for a while. The main reason is that her thinking can't keep up with Gao Yang's pace. So even though she was so smart, she didn't know what to say for a moment when she was confronted. I don't need cooperation. If you want to cooperate with me, you just want to take advantage of me. If you want to buy jade, you can. When I gamble on the stone, you follow me and then give me a price that satisfies me. But let me make it clear first, I must be satisfied with the price, otherwise our cooperation will be cancelled. After saying this, Gao Yang stopped talking and continued eating the rice in the bowl because he was really hungry. When Wanting took a long time to finally sort out Gao Yang's words. First of all, Gao Yang said, I can take it all, why should I give you half? This statement is actually wrong, because gambling on stones is risky. Even if you are the best stone gambler in the world, it is impossible to ensure a 100% increase in value. So there is a logical error here. Then the second sentence is, cooperating with me is nothing more than trying to take advantage of me. This guy actually said that she was taking advantage of him. When Wanting was so angry. But when I think about it carefully, it seems that I do have some thoughts in this regard. It's just that this cheapness is not that cheapness. Okay, I promise you. Chapter 6 Nightmare. When Wanting missed one opportunity, and now there is no way she can miss a second chance. If he had believed Gao Yang at the beginning, Gao Yang would still be his employee at this time. In other words, she could use Gao Yang to help her gamble on stones, but it was no use thinking about it now. After lunch, the two left the small restaurant, and when Wanting naturally followed Gao Yang. Why are you still following me? Gao Yang found that when Wanting had been following him and asked in a bad mood. Aren't you talking about gambling on stones? Of course I'm watching you. When Wanting blinked her charming big eyes and still looked charming. Gambling on stones is just a hobby, how can you keep gambling? After Gao Yang finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Where are you going now? I can take you there. Gao Yang was stunned. Yes. Where should he go? He had no intention of going back to the rental house. Now that he had money, he no longer cared about his so-called belongings. So the most important thing for him now should be to have a place to live. He can't possibly sleep on the street at night. If he quit his job, he also needed to go through the resignation procedures, but he only had the hospital's hospitalization certificate. He is not afraid of delaying for 2 days, as others cannot count it as absenteeism. Besides, he does not care about being fired or having his salary deducted. He just wanted to finish what he had started. Looking at Gao Yang, who was standing there in a daze for a long time without saying anything, when Wanting seemed to have guessed something. When Wanting is very smart. Yesterday Gao Yang suddenly rushed up from a certain intersection on a bicycle. The electric car was going a bit fast at the time, and the most important thing was that the guy didn't even look at the road, which led to the car accident. According to reports, a woman named Little Lazy Cat made so many calls yesterday afternoon, and she even answered one of them. Although they didn't say much, as soon as the call was connected, the woman on the other end kept apologizing and begging Gao Yang to forgive her. From these few words, when Wanting could roughly guess the following content. First, this woman did something that was wrong to Gao Yang, and this thing may have violated Gao Yang's principles and bottom line. As for what it was, when Wanting didn't know, and she couldn't make any random guesses. Second, Gao Yang is a very capable man, but his life is so miserable. It may be related to this woman. Now he has broken up with this woman named Little Lazy Cat, so Gao Yang decided not to pretend anymore. Please take me to a hotel first. Gao Yang's words interrupted when Wanting's thoughts. Don't you have anywhere to live? Okay, when Wanting realized that she asked a nonsense question. Who would stay in a hotel when they have somewhere to stay? So she took Gao Yang into the car and headed towards a hotel. Come pick me up at 8 tomorrow morning, and then we'll go gambling on stones. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he went straight into the hotel. When Wanting was so angry. This guy was her driver in the morning, but now he turned the tables and asked her to pick him up tomorrow morning. But she endured it today. Who told her that she was in the wrong? The most important thing is that she still has to rely on this man who looks pretty good but has a sour face to gamble on stones. Gao Yang is not that kind of person, in fact he has always been quite easygoing. Sometimes there's even a little humor. It's just that too many things happened in the past 2 days, which had a big impact on him. Coupled with Xiao Lily's matter, he had some reasons to vent his anger on when Wanting. Lying on the big bed in the hotel, Gao Yang began to think about what to do next. He is rich now, more than 10 million. So the next thing to do is to buy a house. The house that I paid the down payment for together with Chiu Lily, the registration information is all in Chiu Lily's name. It seems like I can't get it back now, but his things are not so easy to take for free. I will get them back tenfold or 100-fold sooner or later, for sure. So I couldn't make up my mind where to buy a house or what kind of house to buy. So he decided to change the question and think about what to do next. It is impossible to gamble on stones every day. If you go too often, people will become suspicious. You will have to do other things. He now has a little less than 16 million. What business should he do? In the end, there was no solution to this problem. I was so confused as to fall asleep while thinking about it. Gao Yang was awakened by a nightmare. After waking up, I found myself breaking out in a cold sweat. Zhang Jun, I will make sure you die a miserable death. That's right, Gao Yang dreamed of what happened yesterday. In the dream, Zhang Jun was not as cowardly as he was yesterday. He was extremely arrogant and was actually having an affair with Chiu Lily in front of him. Especially Chiu Lily, she is as coquettish as she can be. Gao Yang rushed forward and tried to fight, but during the struggle, Chiu Lily suddenly took out a sharp knife and stabbed it directly into Gao Yang's abdomen. Because of this, Gao Yang was awakened. Gao Yang knew that Chiu Lily and Zhang Jun had become his nightmare. The main reason for this dream is that I think too much. As the saying goes, you dream about what you think about during the day. He originally thought that this matter was over, but now he can't get over it at all. The reason why Zhang Jun was not beaten to death yesterday was because he still had a trace of rationality left, and the most important thing was Chiu Lily's reminder. Gao Yang poured a glass of water and drank it all, then began to think about how to take revenge. He would never do such things as murder and arson. He will only go to extremes if he is pushed to the limit. There are actually many ways to take revenge, such as making the other party lose everything. Thinking of this, Gao Yang's eyes lit up. A plan was forming in his mind. But there is no rush for this matter, as the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Feeling a little hungry, Gao Yang picked up his phone and wallet and walked out of the hotel. As soon as he came out, he saw a person when wanting. In fact, Gao Yang had nothing against this woman. At least she gave him a good job at the beginning of the day. When Wanting thought about it for the whole afternoon, mainly about Gao Yang's matter. When Wanting's grandfather, the chairman of Wen's group, died in a car accident 2 years ago because of his son, When Wanting's father. And Wanting has no other brothers or sisters, so there is no doubt that she will become the only heir to the Wen family. So now she is the general manager of Wen's Jewelry, a branch of Wen's group. The simple understanding is that after the old man retires, she will take over the Wen's group. Wen's Jewelry naturally has its own channel for purchasing jadeite raw stones, mainly from Huaxia Ruicheng. I don't know what happened, but this year's purchase of jadeite raw stones not only failed to meet the requirements in quantity, but also failed to meet the standards in quality. Then Wen's Jewelry will face the dilemma of lack of jade raw materials. This is also the reason why Wen Wanting often goes to Raw Stone Street to look for jadeite. In fact, she doesn't gamble on stones often. Most of the time, like today, she spends money to buy them. Although the cost of purchasing jadeite is higher, the risk is relatively smaller. But there is no other way. We have to at least deal with this period of time before this year's rough stone auction begins. Even if she earns less or no money, she needs to do this. Until she discovered Gao Yang, a folk expert in gambling on gemstones, she wanted to establish a good relationship with him. So after get off work, I went straight to the small hotel where Gao Yang was staying. Just when I parked the car and was about to call Gao Yang came out. Hi, long time no see. Chapter 7 Concert. Gao Yang was speechless. Long time no see? Is this the right word? In a private room in a similar fast food restaurant. Gao Yang ate more politely this time, not as voraciously as he did at noon. Gao Yang, can you tell me about your story? Gao Yang's hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly, and this subtle movement was captured by Wen Wanting. Gao Yang slowly raised his head and looked at Wen Wanting, the girl in front of him who had a good figure, good looks, long legs, a slim waist, a perky butt, a chubby body, and was also rich. Then he put down his chopsticks. He needed to talk and he needed someone to listen. Maybe this way he would not feel so depressed. Because of this, Wen Wanting had the honor of becoming Gao Yang's first listener. Gao Yang began to tell the story of him and Chiu Lily, from their acquaintance, understanding, love to living together, all the way to the day of the car accident. Gao Yang, I don't think you need to be sad. She doesn't cherish you, that's her loss. When Wanting wanted to give some advice and persuasion, but was interrupted by Gao Yang halfway through her words. I'm telling you my story, not asking you to advise me. I've heard too much of what you've said, because it happens a lot in novels and movies. I'm telling you this not because we're familiar with each other, but on the contrary, because we're not familiar with each other. I just need someone to listen and I need to talk, it's that simple. I'm sorry, I'm a straight-talking person, but I've also let it go. A man must have money. Without money, he's nothing. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he continued to eat his meal, even though the food was already cold. Gao Yang, I actually think what you said is not right. Not every girl loves money. You can't reject all girls just because you met Xiao Lily. At least I think money is not the most important thing in the world. After hearing Wen Wanting's words, Gao Yang put down his chopsticks again. I think it's ridiculous for you to say that. First of all, you are a rich man, so you don't care about money. But you can't represent those women who don't have money and who will sell their bodies and even their souls for money or for something else. Of course, there's something you said that's true. Not all girls are like this, but the minority doesn't represent the mainstream. You said money is not important. Let me tell you, if a man has no money, all the women around him are chaste and virtuous. If you dare to touch them, you are a hooligan. If men have money, they are all charming. That big brother is short for big brother. I and big brother are really destined to be together. If you drive a 50,000 yuan car, you will be drunk without getting drunk. You will be ruined directly. If you drive $1 million car, no one will drink. Half a glass of red wine will make them drunk. When they get in your car, they will pretend to sleep, and then say, "Brother, I'm cold," and keep burrowing into your arms, looking innocent and helpless, just waiting for you to pity them. When Wanting opened her mouth wide and listened to Gao Yang talking. The key is that she can't refute it because this is the mainstream phenomenon in society now. When Wanting wanted to ease the atmosphere, but she was speechless for a moment. Is today Thursday? Suddenly Gao Yang asked this question. When Wanting nodded without comment. Do you want to go to the concert? When Wanting is not a fan, but she realized it. Yesterday she saw 2 concert tickets in Gao Yang's wallet. Okay, I wanted to go see it, but unfortunately the tickets are sold out. When Wanting cooperated with Gao Yang and told a lie. Come on, I'll take you to see it. There should still be enough time. So Gao Yang started the car again and drove towards the sports center. Zhang Xiaohan himself may not know that today at his concert, there will be 2 people who are not his fans at all, coming together to listen to his concert. There were so many people at the concert that it could be described as crowded. Gao Yang was afraid that Wen Wanting might have an accident or get lost, so he could only hold him tightly. This feeling of crowding only ended slightly when we entered the concert venue. Sometimes he really couldn't understand why anyone would spend thousands of dollars to listen to someone singing there. If you really want to listen to his songs, why not just download 2 songs online? The atmosphere of the concert was quite good. The concert had already started when the 2 of them arrived. We sang maybe 1 or 2 songs, and the fans were really crazy. Every time a song ended, the fans cheered and waved their glow sticks desperately. Words like "I love you" came one after another. However, it is worth mentioning that the atmosphere of the concert is really good, even if you don't like the song and are not his fan. As long as you enter this environment, you will unconsciously follow the people around you and shout and sway. Even when Wanting was holding Gao Yang's arm with one hand and waving with the other. In fact, after a day of buffering, Gao Yang's mentality and spirit have basically recovered. He no longer treated Wen Wanting with cold words as before. The concert ended at 11 p.m. Gao Yang drove and took Wen Wanting to a food stall. This is a place Gao Yang used to come here often. Every time there was something happy or he got his salary, he would come here to spend some money. Also coming were Zhang Jun and Xiao Lily. Wanting, let me tell you, this stir-fried snail is really delicious. Eating snails and drinking beer is so exciting. Wen Wanting just looked at Gao Yang with a smile. She felt that this Gao Yang should be the original Gao Yang. This is what a man should be like: eat when it's time to eat, drink when it's time to drink, and don't hesitate when it's time to be free and easy. Wen Wanting was a little uncomfortable with that kind of dull atmosphere. Gao Yang, are you familiar with this place? After 2 people become familiar with each other, although they cannot talk about everything, they can start communicating like friends. Well, it happens 2 or 3 times a month. The owner of this restaurant is from the same town as us. He is a very good cook. Try this pig intestine. It's very chewy. Wen Wanting usually doesn't eat this kind of food, but today, seeing Gao Yang happy, she picked up a piece of pig intestine with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. You know what, after she ate one piece, she wanted the second piece, and the third piece. Delicious, really delicious. Gao Yang, I've never eaten pig intestines before, but it turns out they're so delicious. Gao Yang found it quite funny when he saw Wen Wanting eating pig intestines and stir-fried snails one bite at a time without caring about her image. The first impression Wen Wanting gave her was that of a professional woman, and a very wealthy one, like a female CEO. But seeing her wolfing down the food, it didn't seem so out of reach. Gao Yang, it's really you. At this moment, a discordant voice came. Chapter 8 I slept with her? Gao Yang, who was originally talking excitedly, suddenly changed his expression when he heard this voice. Wen Wanting naturally noticed this. In other words, this woman is most likely. Gao Yang, who is she? Gao Yang slowly put down the chopsticks in his hand, then turned his head to look at Xiao Lily, and slowly uttered 4 words. None of your business. Then he picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of pig intestine, and put it directly to Wen Wanting's mouth. Bao, this is the last piece. Wen Wanting's pretty face turned slightly red. These chopsticks were the ones Gao Yang had just used to eat. In addition, this name. And the tone of voice. Of course, Wen Wanting naturally knew the reason why Gao Yang said that, so she cooperated and opened her cherry lips. Thanks. However, this is not over yet. Gao Yang picked up another napkin. Bao, let me wipe your mouth. Well, Wen Wanting could only cooperate passively, but she didn't seem to be too disgusted. Perhaps because she knew the story between Gao Yang and this woman, in some ways, she was willing to cooperate in this drama. Gao Yang, is it okay if I'm wrong? Can I talk to you in private? I'll explain this to you. Wen Wanting felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, or it was not appropriate for him to stay here, so she prepared to go to the bathroom or something. As a result, he just stood up and was pulled down by Gao Yang again. Xiao Lily, you don't need to explain to me, and I don't need your explanation. The matter has ended since yesterday. From now on, you are you and I am me. Xiao Lily bit her lip and said. Gao Yang, can't you forgive me just once? Our house will be down soon. As long as you pretend you didn't see what happened yesterday, I promise to listen to you from now on. I promise I will never contact Zhang Jun again. I just made a mistake that most women make. Can't you be more generous? Not only Gao Yang, but even Wen Wanting couldn't stand what Xiao Lily said. What does it mean to pretend that you didn't see what happened yesterday? What is the mistake most women make? And be more generous? Is this still what a human being would say? Bang! Gao Yang slammed his fist on the table, and the dishes and chopsticks on the table shook. Wen Wanting, who was standing by, was startled. If you weren't a woman, that punch wouldn't have hit the table. You can be shameless, but don't think of me the same way as you do. No matter how beautiful a bowl is, once it's filled with shit, it's still a shit bowl no matter how clean it is. Get out of here. Gao Yang was on the verge of going berserk. Wen Wanting quickly reached out a hand and pulled his arm, and Gao Yang slowly sat down. Gao Yang, don't forget, my name is on the property certificate. If you break up with me, you can't. Roll. The shout was so loud that even people in other positions turned their heads to look over. Gao Yang, don't regret it, and don't come to beg me when the time comes. Xiao Lily gritted her teeth, said something harsh and left. Because she had to leave, Gao Yang already had the urge to hit her. Gao Yang, are you okay? After Xiao Lily left, Wen Wanting asked in a low voice. The main reason was that she was shocked by Gao Yang's momentum just now. Fine. Boss, give me a case of beer. Gao Yang didn't drink at first because he was going to drive. But he wanted to drink now. Wen Wanting wanted to stop him, but finally gave up. Only you know your own suffering. There is a saying that goes, if you don't know their suffering, don't advise them to do good. Wen Wanting could understand Gao Yang's pain, but she could not empathize with it because it was not her personal experience. Gao Yang drank one cup after another, and the number of empty bottles under his feet increased, but Wen Wanting did not stop him. Sometimes when you are drunk, taking a nap is a relief. And she was also observing Gao Yang. This man was very handsome and capable. Although he has a somewhat strange temper, he can still control it with reason, which is very rare. If Xiao Lily just now was not a woman, Wen Wanting believed that Gao Yang's fist would have hit her long ago. Perhaps this is why Gao Yang feels pain. So for such a good man, is Xiao Lily blind or bewitched by a ghost? Gao Yang was undoubtedly drunk, and the bill was paid for by Wen Wanting. Wen Wanting was driving the car, and even when they got back to the hotel room, it was Wen Wanting who supported them. Just when Wen Wanting was sweating profusely, she put Gao Yang on the bed and was about to leave. A big hand grabbed her arm, and before Wen Wanting could react, she was pulled into the arms of the guy on the bed. Then there was a passionate kiss, and by the time Wen Wanting reacted, it was too late. The next part is not suitable for children. Wen Wanting woke up after a long time, and the previous scenes appeared before her eyes like a dream. She had an urge to kill the man in front of her, but when she saw Gao Yang's sleeping face, she kept frowning. Wen Wanting hesitated and picked up the phone to call the police, but she hung up as soon as she dialed the number. He glanced at the red mark on the bedsheet, and then looked at Gao Yang, who was still frowning. Wen Wanting wiped the corners of her eyes, then opened the door and left with a staggering step. Gao Yang was awakened by the urge to pee. When he opened his eyes, he saw the mess on the bed and he was stunned. Then he began to recall that he and Wen Wanting were having dinner, and then Xiao Lily came. Then she drank too much and Wen Wanting took her back. He was sure of this because no one except Wen Wanting would send her back. It's not that he forgot everything that happened afterwards, he still has some impression of it. In other words, I drank too much and then gave Wen Wanting to. Gao Yang slapped himself hard, then picked up his phone, found Wen Wanting's number, and dialed it directly. The call went through, then hung up. After this happened several times, the other party's phone was turned off. Gao Yang looked at the time. It was 3:30 in the morning. During this period of time, most people were asleep, but Gao Yang was getting dressed. Then I took my wallet, cell phone, and room card and left the hotel. Since things have already happened, there is no point in regretting. Instead of regretting, it is better to think about how to make up for it in the future. Chapter 9: Physical Mutation. Wen Wanting actually hadn't slept yet. The pain in some part of the body was not a big deal, even though Gao Yang was very rough at that time, but it got better after I got used to it. It's mostly psychological. She, the eldest daughter of the Wen family, was actually. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more aggrieved she felt, even when she was sober. When this thought appeared in Wen Wanting's mind, even she was shocked. Wen Wanting began to ponder over what happened last night. Gao Yang was drunk, and under the influence of alcohol, he probably didn't know what he was doing. This can be confirmed from Gao Yang's reaction at the time and what happened afterwards. So the question is, what to do next? Should we never contact each other again, or pretend nothing happened? Or let Gao Yang be responsible? It seems unrealistic to never contact each other again until death. Because Jiling City is so small, his family is in the jewelry business, and Gao Yang is an expert in gambling on stones. It's almost impossible to say no to meeting. As for pretending nothing happened, that doesn't seem to work. After all, there were traces at the scene and some scraps of cloth. As long as Gao Yang woke up, he would be able to guess what it was. Then there is only one last thing left, and that is to let Gao Yang be responsible. But Wen Wanting was unwilling to accept this. Why? She is a pure virgin. Gao Yang not only had a girlfriend, but also lived with her for 2 years. Why should I give him a bargain? Yesterday, not only did I lose my first kiss, I also lost. Wen Wanting's mood, which had finally calmed down, became irritable again. Just then, Gao Yang called. Wen Wanting hung up quickly, she didn't dare to answer. That's right, I just don't dare to answer it. Because she was not ready to deal with this matter, she needed to think about it. But Gao Yang called again and again. Wen Wanting wanted to block him, but finally chose to turn off his phone. Maybe he was tired from thinking, so he slowly fell asleep. On the other side, Gao Yang left the inn and came to the vicinity of Zhang Jun's home. Zhang Jun's family runs a car repair shop. Maybe because of this, the family has some money, so Xiao Lily. Gao Yang's revenge was simple. Aren't you a car mechanic? Then I will make you scrap one car after you repair it, and make you bankrupt due to the compensation. Gao Yang hadn't figured out how to cause the sabotage yet, so he wanted to come over and take a look. Gao Yang is not an unforgivable person, but he is not a pushover either, especially not for someone who has cuckolded him. If he doesn't even think about revenge, is he still a man? But he would not do things like murder and arson. After all, it is obviously a foolish act to spend his best years to take revenge on others. Gao Yang has parents and a younger sister. What will happen to his parents if something happens to him? Half an hour later, Gao Yang arrived near the repair shop of Zhang Jun's family. It must be closed now. Zhang Jun is most likely in the hospital because Gao Yang did not hold back yesterday and broke his head. This is a storefront with 4 interconnected rooms and a courtyard at the back. It is impossible to enter from the front, so the only possibility is to climb over the wall at the back. When we arrived at the back wall, we found that it was more than 2 meters high and there was no way to get in. He tried to jump, but this jump scared Gao Yang silly. With this jump, half of his body went over the courtyard wall. What on earth is going on? Is it because? Gao Yang did not continue to climb over the wall. He sat down on a big rock and began to organize his thoughts. Since he woke up, all he had been thinking about was how to make money, and he hadn't thought about the changes in his body at all. First of all, this perspective is definitely related to the car accident, there is no denying that. Then there is the body's ability to recover. He remembered when Wanting saying that he had 2 fractured ribs and multiple abrasions on his body, including a scar on his head. This can be proven from the medical records and the films taken. But after a night of rest, he felt as if the accident had never happened. Even my physical condition is better than before. Considering the previous jump, even a high jumper probably wouldn't be able to reach this height. This is a jump without a running start, just a straight jump on the ground. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He didn't know what had happened to his body. He only knew that his body might have mutated. As I was thinking about this, the day dawned. Gao Yang left here quickly. As the saying goes, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Of course, 10 years is impossible, but a few months is possible. Gao Yang returned to the hotel and wanted to take a shower, only to find that he had no change of clothes. I sniffed my body carefully and there was already a smell. After all, he hadn't taken a shower for 2 days. In this weather, he couldn't bear not taking a shower for 1 day, let alone 2 days. He turned back and went out again, ready to buy 2 sets of clothes first. As soon as I walked out of the hotel, I saw a car, a white car. Get in the car. Familiar voice, unfamiliar tone. Because he was in the wrong, Gao Yang sat in the passenger seat. As soon as she entered the passenger seat, when Wanting frowned. How many days have you not showered? Gao Yang felt a little embarrassed when asked. I haven't showered for 2 days. I was just about to go shopping for clothes, so I came back to shower. Before Gao Yang finished speaking, the car started and soon arrived at a clothing store. When Wanting didn't say anything, she entered the store and started looking for suitable clothes for Gao Yang. In no time, she had picked out 2 sets. What surprised Gao Yang was that when Wanting actually paid the bill. After returning to the inn and taking a shower, it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. When Wanting drove without saying a word, and Gao Yang wanted to break the awkward atmosphere. I'm sorry about last night. I will take responsibility. Squeak. There was a sound of brakes. If Gao Yang had not been wearing a seatbelt, he might have been rushed out of the windshield at this moment. When Wanting didn't say anything, just leaned on the steering wheel. From her slightly trembling body, it could be seen that she was crying. Wanting, I. When Wanting, who was crying, suddenly raised her head and turned to look at Gao Yang. The tears at the corners of her eyes were flowing down her cheeks. Gao Yang picked up the napkin on the table and wanted to help when Wanting wipe her tears, but was blocked by her with her hand. I don't need you to be responsible. From today on, we are in a cooperative relationship. You help me gamble on the stones, and I will buy them at a reasonable price. That's all. After saying this, when Wanting continued driving towards Yuanshu Street, Gao Yang didn't say anything else because he really didn't know what to say. Well, can you take me to the real estate agency? I want to buy a house, ready-made. Chapter 10 Help me cut out a piece of imperial green, and I will give you a house. In fact, Gao Yang couldn't hold it in any longer. He didn't like this suffocating feeling. He would rather when Wanting scold him, slap him twice, or even call the police to arrest him. Let us forget about this. Help me cut out a piece of imperial green, and I'll give you a house. This was the last sentence when Wanting said when she arrived at Yuanshu Street. Imperial green, the natural way of Gao Yang. But he didn't know what imperial green looked like, so he picked up his phone and started asking Baidu. After looking at it for a while, I finally had a general understanding. Finally, we got a rough idea. First of all, imperial green is very expensive, and the price is calculated by gram. Secondly, the imperial green that people talk about the most refers to a green that is very green, so green that it is almost oily. Gao Yang looked at a few pictures and found that they were indeed shiny, but pictures are just pictures after all. But he doesn't have to worry. After all, he has the ability to see through things. There are so many raw jade stones in the raw stone street. It shouldn't be difficult to find a piece of imperial green, right? Gao Yang thought so in his heart. The first thing he had to do now was to deal with Wen Wanting, because what happened last night had put him in a very passive position. You say you are willing to take responsibility, but the other party doesn't want to. I should just pack up and walk away, but I can't live with my conscience. It seems all women are equally unreasonable. Just when Gao Yang was daydreaming, the car stopped and Wen Wanting got out of the car on her own, so Gao Yang had no choice but to follow her. Neither of them spoke. Gao Yang started checking the jadeite raw stone shop. He left the shop half an hour later. Then I went to the second one, spent almost the same amount of time, and left again. Then came the third one, and the fourth one, and finally Wen Wanting couldn't help but ask. You've looked at 4 houses, but there's not a single piece you think is valuable? Gao Yang was stunned and said. Don't you want imperial green? Wen Wanting. At this moment, Wen Wanting didn't know whether to cry or laugh. I even regretted what I just said. She had always thought that Gao Yang didn't like any particular stone, but after all this time, it turned out that this guy was looking for imperial green. If imperial green were so easy to find, it wouldn't be sold at such a high price. This guy is honest. He is really honest. Gao Yang looked at Wanting without saying anything and ignored her, continuing to walk towards the 5th house. Starting from the first piece, he slowly looked back, and just when he saw that it was almost over, he stopped. You said if I cut a piece of imperial green for you, you would give me a house. Is that true? Wen Wanting was so angry at this guy that she was confused. She thought Gao Yang was persistent in looking for the imperial green jade in order to curry favor with her. Your mother has been thinking about the house for a long time. She is so angry. If you can really find a piece of imperial green, I will give you my villa. Gao Yang just snapped his fingers. You said it, we have a deal. This is the only piece we have. Let's go and cut the stone. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he took the jadeite stone which was slightly larger than a basketball and went to pay the bill. Wen Wanting was speechless. Just pick up any stone and it will be imperial green? But she didn't say anything. After all, it was almost the whole morning and she finally found a stone, so she hurriedly followed. There were already quite a few people in the gambling stone shop at this time. After Gao Yang paid the bill, the stone cutting machine was idle. Gao Yang rolled up his sleeves and began to cut the stone. Wen Wanting was watching from the side. She did the same thing without drawing any lines or even thinking. She just cut the stone in half with one stroke. Then switch positions and continue for 1 or 2 paragraphs. When the piece of raw stone was only the size of an adult's fist, Gao Yang's movements began to slow down. Then start sanding. Hey, it's green. After polishing for a while, someone who liked to watch the fun nearby discovered green. Then the others quickly gathered around. Wen Wanting was a little uneasy now. She was now certain that Gao Yang was definitely an expert in gambling on stones. Almost always successful. Just as she was thinking about these things, the people around her exclaimed. This green. Shit, this can't be imperial green. Imperial green, let me see. Yes, this is the imperial green. I was lucky enough to see it once when I went to Ruicheng last year. Yes, this is definitely imperial green. Suddenly the scene became noisy. Wen Wanting's eyelids twitched and the corners of her mouth twitched. Could it be that this guy really cut out a piece of imperial green? So he hurried forward to take a look and immediately gasped. If others might still have some doubts, then as the eldest daughter of the Wen family who made her fortune by selling jewelry and jadeite, how could she not know about imperial green? Not only did he know her, but he was also very familiar with her, because Wen Wanting was wearing a pendant around her neck, and this pendant was made of imperial green. Imperial green represents a symbol of status, and its price is calculated in grams. Take the pendant on her neck for example, 18 grams of imperial green was used. Just for these 18 grams, the cost price was 1.2 million. When Wanting was really excited, she found that she had picked up a treasure. Little brother, I want your imperial green jade. I'll give you 50 million. 50 million, this is imperial green, and you only gave me 50 million? Little brother, I want this imperial green for 80 million. For a while, bids were heard one after another, and some people even started attacking each other. Gao Yang's hand shook as he was polishing, and he almost rubbed off a piece of the imperial green. Even a casual rub could have lost several grams. It's not his fault that he was excited. He knew that imperial green was valuable, but he didn't expect it to be so valuable. Just when Gao Yang was about to say I'll sell it, Wen Wanting spoke. Excuse me, everyone. We don't sell this imperial green. At this time, everyone looked at Wen Wanting, and of course some people recognized her. So you are the eldest daughter of the Wen family. I wonder who you and this gentleman are. Wen Wanting also knew this person and smiled. It turns out to be Uncle Chen, his name is Gao Yang, and he's my boyfriend. Gao Yang almost bit his tongue. When did he become her boyfriend? Besides, even if he is your boyfriend, that is not okay. After all, the price has exceeded 100 million yuan now. As long as you buy this stone, what kind of villa can you not buy? Just when Gao Yang was about to say something, Wen Wanting took the imperial green jade directly from Gao Yang. Excuse me, everyone, please make way. We still have to go eat. I'll treat you all to tea some other day. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she quickly pulled Gao Yang, who was still in a daze, and quickly left the jadeite rough stone shop. Chapter 11 100 million received. This piece of jade. As soon as he got in the car, Gao Yang started to ask for the imperial green jade back, but was interrupted by Wen Wanting. Well, this material is good. I'll take you to see the villa. Gao Yang. Gao Yang had the urge to slap himself hard on the ears. If it wasn't for the fear of pain. Gao Yang didn't say anything along the way. Let's just consider this piece of jade as compensation for last night. But why does my heart hurt so much? Wen Wanting glanced at Gao Yang in the rearview mirror and saw Gao Yang's expression. How could she not guess what Gao Yang was thinking at the moment? But she did it on purpose, and it could be considered as a way to recover some interest for what happened last night. It's purely revenge. As for embezzling this piece of jade, how could Wen Wanting do that? Not to mention that she is not capable of doing this given her personality. Even if she could, she would not do it. If Gao Yang can cut out a piece of imperial green, then he can have a second piece and a third piece. This is a moving treasure. Fortunately, the car drove into a villa area after a while. Then it stopped in front of villa number 5. Gao Yang got out of the car and began to look around the villa. It looked very beautiful from the outside. When I got closer, I saw that it was still very beautiful. The final summary is just 2 words: so beautiful. The door of the villa opened, and Wen Wanting walked in with her bag in one hand and a piece of jade in the other. Gao Yang could only follow behind. How is it? Are you satisfied with this villa? Gao Yang took a look and nodded. This villa should probably cost at least 20 or 30 million, right? Then owning this villa won't be a big loss. Here is the key to the villa. From now on, that room belongs to you. Gao Yang glanced at the room and then at Wen Yating. Didn't you say you would give me a villa? Why only one room? Wen Wanting shrugged and said. You stay here first, and when I find a suitable one I'll buy it for you, okay? Also, don't go to the entire 2nd floor, you can go anywhere else. Here's the key. I need to go to the company. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she picked up her bag, took the jadeite, and walked out the door while shaking her hips. Gao Yang finally reacted after Wen Wanting left. It seems like I was tricked. This is what the so-called free villa means. Actually, it's better this way. At least he won't feel too guilty. So these women are all the same. They only care about money and not people. It seems that I don't have to feel guilty about what happened last night anymore. Thinking of this, Gao Yang left the villa, called a taxi and went straight back to the hotel. Just when he returned to the hotel, his cell phone beeped. When he opened it, he was stunned. There were 2 message prompts. The first one was that he returned the medical expenses to Wen Wanting yesterday, but Wen Wanting did not accept it. So it was automatically returned after 24 hours. This message had been received before, but Gao Yang did not read it at that time. What stunned Gao Yang was the message just now. It was a bank account arrival information 100 million. That's right, 100 million. No matter how much this piece of jade is worth, be it 100 million or 200 million, Gao Yang actually has no intention of taking it. After all, it is not difficult for him to get rich with his current ability. Since he can use a piece of jade to resolve the guilt of last night, at least he thinks it is worth it. It was with this thought in mind that Gao Yang returned here again, without even taking the key to the villa. To put it simply, Gao Yang had no intention of going back. From now on, I will have nothing to do with this woman. But it is obvious that he was a villain, judging others by his own standards. When Wanting had no intention of taking advantage of his imperial green jade at all, that was just what he thought. So in other words, all the problems are back to the starting point in the morning. So Gao Yang couldn't tell clearly whether this matter was good or bad. Gao Yang sat on the bed and looked at the message for a quarter of an hour, and finally decided to face it. So I packed my clothes, checked out of the room, and prepared to take a taxi. Damn, the key is still in the villa. Gao Yang felt really fucked up. In the end, I had no choice but to take out my cell phone and call Wanting. When Wanting arrived at the company, she handed the imperial green jade to the person in charge of the company, and then spent 100 million yuan to transfer it to Gao Yang. In other words, their company spent 100 million to buy this piece of imperial green from Gao Yang. After explaining this matter, when Wanting prepared to go to the repair shop to pick up her car that was damaged by Gao Yang. Just then, Gao Yang called. When Wanting raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and then answered the phone. Hello? Then wait for me to come right over. Gao Yang hung up the phone and waited for about 20 minutes, and when Wanting came. After getting in the car, Gao Yang wanted to say something, but when he saw Wanting's expression, he shut up. Only when they arrived did Gao Yang know why when Wanting came there. Because he had an impression of this car, and it was this car that gave him an opportunity. When Wanting threw the keys of the white car directly to Gao Yang. You drive this car first. The combination lock of the villa is. I'm going to work. Don't call me if you have nothing to do. Also, help me clean up the villa when you have time. When Wanting finished speaking, she drove away. Gao Yang didn't really like the way people spoke in a condescending manner, but it was all he could do for the time being. At least now that he has completed the compensation and doesn't feel guilty, he can stop caring. I drove back to the villa, entered the password and opened the door. Then he started to clean up, starting with the room that when Wanting assigned to him. Fortunately, he didn't have anything. His old things were all in the rental house and he had no plans to keep them. Now he only had 3 sets of clothes. I wore one of the 2 new sets, and there was one left, and the other set needed to be washed. Gao Yang put the dirty clothes into the washing machine to wash them. At this moment, he saw a pile of clothes in the corner of the bathroom. When I picked it up, I saw that this set of clothes was exactly the one when Wanting wore yesterday. However, the clothes were torn into tatters by him, and even the buckle on the back of the bra had broken off. Gao Yang looked at the size and decided to go out and help buy a set later. In addition, he also had to buy some daily necessities for himself. There is one more thing, he has to go to the company to complete the resignation procedures. After Gao Yang finished washing the clothes, he put Wanting's torn clothes into the garbage bag and mopped the floor. Feeling that it was about time, he picked up the garbage bag and took his keys and went out. On the other side, when Wanting was sitting in the office, looking at the screen on the computer. That's right, it's the surveillance camera inside the villa. Of course, this surveillance camera was definitely not installed to prevent Gao Yang. When Wanting was afraid that a thief would break into the house. So 2 hidden cameras were installed in key locations, and she just remembered this. So I opened it and took a look to see if Gao Yang was being honest. After she finished reading it, she was reluctant to comment. He is definitely very diligent. He keeps the house very clean. He must have done this a lot in the past. But an embarrassing scene occurred for when Wanting. It was the pile of clothes she had piled in the corner that she had forgotten to throw away in the morning. As a result, this guy picked it up and looked at it left and right, especially the extra large bra. This guy even turned it over and over to look at it a few times. When Wanting's face turned red all the way down to her neck. Chapter 12 Cooperation Agreement. Gao Yang went to eat a fast food first. It wasn't tea because he was stingy, it was just because it was convenient. He is now considered a rich man. No, in some ways, he is now considered a local tycoon. After all, he had more than 100 million yuan in his pocket. In an era when the average wage was less than 5,000 yuan, how long would it take to earn 100 million yuan? After lunch, Gao Yang went to the company to go through the resignation procedures. Because he had a certificate from the hospital and so on, the boss was eager to pay him the salary and let him leave quickly. After leaving the company, Gao Yang went to buy a few clothes, a few pairs of socks and 2 pairs of shoes, and then for some reason came to a women's clothing store. Based on his memory and colors, Gao Yang bought 2 sets of underwear for when wanting, including the coat that he had torn into strips. After finishing all the chores, Gao Yang went to buy some vegetables. He planned to cook for himself in the evening. Gao Yang can cook, but Xiao Lily can't. As for what to do next, Gao Yang plans to think about it carefully at night. He can't just learn to win without doing anything because he is rich. He is also an ambitious young man, and starting a business is the first thing he must do next. When I got home, it was almost evening. I went to the kitchen and took a look. I guess no one has ever cooked here. I opened the refrigerator and found nothing but some juice, drinks, milk, and so on. There was no salt, oil, sauce, vinegar, or anything like that. Fortunately, he bought all of these, otherwise he would have to go out again. Gao Yang was cooking, and when Wanting had finished her work. After looking at the time, she was ready to go off work. When I was about to turn off the computer, I somehow checked the surveillance camera at home. As a result, I saw Gao Yang cooking in the kitchen. When Wanting's eyes lit up, she turned off the computer, picked up her bag and left. She is a rich girl, how can she cook? Besides, I go home alone every day, and even if I can cook, I probably wouldn't want to do it. Gao Yang had just finished preparing the meal and before he could even start eating, when Wanting came back. You did it? When Wan heard the question being asked despite knowing the answer, so she just asked a nonsense question. Well, have you eaten? If not, then by the way. Good. Well, there is no need to say what Gao Yang said next. He took 2 bowls of rice and 2 pairs of chopsticks and brought them to the dining table. Dinner was simple, 3 dishes and 1 soup. One is stir-fried vegetables, one is shredded pork with green pepper, one is loofah and edamame, and the last one is tomato and egg soup. When Wanting was not sure whether Gao Yang's dishes were delicious at first, but after tasting every dish. In the end even the soup plate was empty. Not bad. After when Wanting said this, nothing happened next. Well, your clothes are broken, so I bought you 2 pieces. Speaking of this, Gao Yang felt a little embarrassed. However, there are people who are more embarrassed than him. When Wanting glanced at Gao Yang secretly. Then he took the handbag and went into the room. After entering the room, when Wanting locked the door and then quickly opened her handbag. This surprised her because the bra was exactly her size. And this coat and this skirt seemed to be tailor-made for her. Then, the thought from yesterday came back to her mind. This man is very attentive, good-looking, nice to his girlfriend, and can do housework. Why doesn't Xiao Lily know how to cherish such a good man? Is it because Gao Yang is not good enough to her, or is it because Gao Yang is too good to her? When Wanqing suddenly thought of a sentence. No one cares about a man who travels across mountains and rivers to come for her. What she cares about is the person he travels across mountains and rivers to see. Boom boom boom. Just when Wanting was daydreaming, there was a knock on the door. When Wanting quickly stuffed her underwear into the closet, then opened the door and looked at Gao Yang with a vigilant look. Gao Yang took 2 steps back and said, "Don't get me wrong, I just want to talk to you." When Wanting nodded and walked downstairs. When Wanting lives on the 2nd floor of the villa. This is an agreement I drafted. Take a look at it. If it's okay, we'll do it according to this. When Wanting took the agreement suspiciously. At first she thought it was a joint rental agreement or something. As a result, when Wanting picked up the agreement, she was a little confused and surprised, and then she started to read it. Protocol. From now on, Party A, when Wanting, will provide funds, and Party B, Gao Yang, will help purchase jadeite rough stones. After deducting the principal, all profits will be divided equally. Party A shall not force Party B to cooperate when Party B is unwilling or inconvenient. Party A shall not default or deduct Party B's share in any form. The contract period is 1 year and is effective immediately. When Wanting saw the contract, she immediately thought of the crux of the problem. Gao Yang was unwilling to cooperate before. In fact, based on his abilities, cooperation would not bring him any benefits. So he refused. But now he has taken the initiative to bring it up and even written an agreement. Why? The answer is obvious. Gao Yang felt guilty about what happened last night, so he wanted to make up for it in this way. When Wanting saw this, 2 lines of tears flowed down her face in grievance. Did he give me that just to get a 1-year agreement? When Wanting suddenly felt insulted. When Gao Yang saw When Wanting like this, he knew that something bad was going to happen. So he quickly explained. Don't get me wrong, this agreement has nothing to do with what happened last night. I've thought it over carefully. Now I have no job, no place to live, and nothing at all. Even if I have the ability to cut good jadeite, who can I sell it to? So it's good for me to cooperate with you. At least I don't have to take any risks, and I don't have to worry about sales. After hearing Gao Yang's words, When Wanting's mood suddenly improved a lot. You really think so? Gao Yang nodded as a response. When Wanting then stopped crying, picked up the contract, hugged her slender waist, and prepared to go upstairs. Well, if you want me to take responsibility for what happened last night, I will. When Wanting had just arrived at the door when she heard this sentence, then turned around and glared at Gao Yang. Bang! The door was closed. Gao Yang shrugged. This was the last time he said this and he would never say it again. After checking the time, cleaning up the dishes, picking up the keys, he prepared to go out. Where are you going so late? The moment Gao Yang opened the door, When Wanting's voice came over. I'll go out and think about it and see if there's anything I can do to make money. Also, we are in a cooperative relationship from now on, so please stop talking to me in such a condescending and bossy tone. I really don't like this feeling. Chapter 13 Another Car Accident. After hearing Gao Yang's words, When Wanting's mouth moved a few times. In the end, he didn't say anything. Just when Gao Yang was about to go out, she spoke. I'll go with you. When Wanting didn't drive. Gao Yang parked the car in a parking space, then got out and started walking casually. He came here to look for business opportunities, but he had no purpose. When Wanting followed Gao Yang and wanted to ask something, but then she remembered what Gao Yang had said before. So she shut up. What do you think can make money now? After walking around for a while, Gao Yang finally asked, because he had no idea what to do. In fact, this has something to do with a person's growth environment and height. Gao Yang's previous thoughts were whether he could find a better job and whether his salary could be increased a little bit. Now he suddenly has more than 100 million, which is just like a beggar suddenly becoming a millionaire. They don't know what to do with the money. When Wanting thought for a while and said, it depends on what kind of business you want to start. If you want to start a service business, you can open a restaurant, a hotel, a cafe, etc. If you want to invest, the market conditions in recent years have not been good and the investment risks are very high. As for running a physical business, the profits are not high now. The most important thing is to have stable orders. Gao Yang just listened and found that what When Wanting said made a lot of sense. But it's all bullshit. Tell me something useful. I have over 100 million yuan and want to start a business. I don't want to talk about how much money it will make, but at least it can be considered an industry. When Wanting was very dissatisfied with Gao Yang's tone of voice, but she still gave her own suggestions. The easiest way to make money so far is to open a franchise store. It's simple, hassle-free and worry-free. We also have many franchise stores under Wen's Jewelry. Why don't you consider opening a franchise store under our umbrella? As long as you have selected a site and it has passed the inspection, the company will be responsible for everything, such as decoration, employee training, etc. Of course, you have to pay for these expenses. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this was indeed a good idea. So what does your chain store mainly do? Do you only sell jewelry and jade? Or do you also sell gold and other things? So how much is the franchise fee? When Wanting is more professional on this issue. So she answered without thinking. First you have to have a store that is big enough, and then you have to pass our review. After the review, all the formalities and procedures will be handled by us, including the provision of goods and the pricing of goods. We will provide a standard. As for the stores, there are some that cost 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, some that cost 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, and some that cost over 1 million yuan. It all depends on the location. If we get everything done, it will probably cost around 3 to 4 million. For a city like Jilin, around 5 million would be enough. After hearing When Wanting's words, Gao Yang's eyes lit up. 5 million is not a problem for him now. The most important thing is that he finally has something to do. Okay, I've decided. Just join your Wen's Jewelry. When Wanting rolled her eyes at Gao Yang. Opening a franchise store is not something you can do whenever you want. First of all, you need to consider the location, the size of the store, and feasibility. If you fail these reviews, you will not be allowed to join. Gao Yang scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Aren't you in charge of this area? Based on our relationship, whether this will work or not is just a matter of your words." When Wanting was speechless for a while. It was the first time she realized that this man was quite shameless. As for our relationship? Thinking of this, when Wanting's pretty face turned red. It seemed that this relationship was really a bit weird. Even if you can use some backdoors, you still have to provide this store, right? You can't expect us to provide you with a store, right? Gao Yang understood that when Wanting could help, so the store was indeed a problem. How about I go tomorrow? Careful. Just then, a car suddenly rushed towards the side. When Wanting naturally saw it as well, but she had no time to react. At this moment, a big hand grabbed her by the waist and picked her up. Then she felt dizzy, and when her vision froze, she saw that a car where she had just stood had crashed into another car on the side of the road. And I was being held by a strong big hand, but the distance between us must be at least 6 or 7 meters. Are you okay? Gao Yang's voice brought Wen Wanting back to her senses. Just as she was about to say that everything was fine, she saw that Gao Yang's palms and elbows were covered in blood. Gao Yang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Wen Wanting was so scared that she was about to cry, and Gao Yang quickly waved his hands. It's okay, just a little scrape. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he helped Wen Wanting aside and then walked to the side of the car in a menacing manner. He pulled the cab door open with all his might, intending to drag the other person out and beat him up. As a result, when the car door was opened, a little woman was seen shivering in the driver's seat. Gao Yang's temper suddenly disappeared a lot, and it seemed that he was definitely a novice. Hey, are you okay? Ah. It would have been better if Gao Yang hadn't asked this question. When he did, the girl got so scared that she started screaming. It almost broke Gao Yang's eardrum. Susan? Just then, Wen Wanting recognized the girl. Do you know each other? This fool Gao Yang was confused again. An hour later, the girl named Susan's car was towed away and all the necessary procedures were completed. Gao Yang also got a general idea. The girl's name is Susan. The reason why she knows Wen Wanting is because Susan has an older sister who happens to be a high school classmate of Wen Wanting. The main reason why Susan had this car accident was because her headphones fell off. She picked it up, and when she picked it up, someone was crossing the road. So he quickly turned the steering wheel sideways and rushed directly onto the sidewalk. Fortunately, Gao Yang was agile, otherwise he and Wen Wanting would have to lie in the hospital ward tonight. Gao Yang, let me take you to the hospital. Looking at the multiple scratches on Gao Yang's arms, Wen Wanting was somewhat moved. She was terrified when the car came towards her. Fortunately, Gao Yang is here. It's okay, it's just a little scrape, just go back and apply some medicine. Gao Yang no longer had any interest in shopping, even though this injury wasn't serious and might heal overnight. But the burning pain is real now. After hearing something like this, who would still have the mood to go shopping? Sister Wanting and brother Gao Yang, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean it. Gao Yang waved his hand. There was nothing to say to such a little girl. You can't just beat him up. After separating from the girl named Susan, Gao Yang and Wen Wanting returned to the villa. Gao Yang, please sit down quickly. I'll give you some medicinal wine to rub on you. As soon as she got home, Wen Wanting found her first aid kit. Wait a minute, I'll take a shower first. By the way, you didn't get hurt? Chapter 14 Susan. Gao Yang went to take a shower, and Wen Wanting sat in the living room waiting. She frowned for a moment, then revealed a faint smile. It was obvious that she was thinking about it. If it weren't for Gao Yang today, she would definitely be lying in a hospital bed right now. He was injured so badly himself, yet he still cared about whether others were injured. After Gao Yang finished taking a shower, he saw Wen Wanting sitting there in a daze. Are you okay? Wen Wanting reacted immediately and shook her head quickly. Hurry up and sit down. I'll help you apply some medicine. Gao Yang didn't object. The scab had almost formed, but it melted again after he took a bath. It's still burning now. The scar was very long, probably caused by Gao Yang's arm rubbing against the concrete floor. It's definitely not serious, but the skin is rubbed off, so it looks a little scary. In addition, the palms are also worn out. Wen Wanting opened the iodine and used a small cotton swab to slowly apply the iodine to Gao Yang's injured area. As soon as the iodine touched the injured part, Gao Yang trembled reflexively. "Hold on, it will be fine soon." Wen Wanting applied the cream very carefully and gently, blowing on it with her mouth while applying it. "Thanks." After applying the iodine, Gao Yang said thank you and returned to his room. Wen Wanting frowned, then took her clothes and went to take a shower. This set of clothes was bought for her by Gao Yang in the afternoon. Gao Yang was lying on the bed. He didn't think about the past. It was useless to think about it too much. He was thinking about the future. Next, he will focus on two things. The first thing is naturally to help Wen Wanting gamble on stones. It was not only because he promised her, but mainly because Gao Yang also wanted to make money. The second thing, naturally, is to look at the jewelry store. This matter is also very important because it may be his first property. My sister is grown up now. It doesn't matter if I don't have the ability, but since I have the ability, I should at least leave a dowry for her. Then this jewelry store is the best. After the jewelry store opens, he will consider doing other things. Now that he has this ability now, he naturally needs to make good use of it. If you just use it to gamble on stones, it is obviously a waste. After all, this is not Ruiqing, and Yuanshi Street is only that big. I guess you won't be able to go there anymore after a few trips. It's like playing mahjong. If you win every time, who will play mahjong with you? So what else can perspective do? Buying scratch tickets or something like that is just a small thing. It's okay for you to believe in lottery, but don't take it seriously. If there were really that many jackpots, the lottery company would have gone bankrupt long ago. For a moment, Gao Yang was confused again. He didn't know what his X-ray eyes could do. Just then his WeChat notification sounded. He opened the phone and saw that it was a message from Susan, who had bumped into him before. "Because I added you as a friend before." "Gao Yang, is your arm okay?" Gao Yang glanced at his arm, which was beginning to scab over again. There was no doubt that his body must have mutated. So I quickly replied a message. "It's okay, just some scratches." Soon, Susan's message came back. "I'm glad you're okay. You scared me to death. I'll treat you to a meal some other day." The two chatted casually for a while. Through chatting, Gao Yang learned some basic information about Susan. Her grandfather runs an antique shop, and Susan is currently helping out in the shop, or rather, she just graduated and hasn't found a good job yet. After chatting for a few sentences, Gao Yang ended the topic. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other. Just when Gao Yang plugged in the charger and prepared to go to bed, his WeChat notification sound rang again. This time the message was not sent by Susan, but by Wen Wanting. Is Gao Yang still in pain? Could it be that this little girl cares about me? Gao Yang replied with two words casually, "It doesn't hurt." "Gao Yang, thank you today. Go to bed early, good night." After Wen Wanting sent two such messages, there was no further news. Gao Yang felt that this woman was sick. This is not without basis. Since yesterday morning, this woman has been feeling like she had her period. Somewhat capricious. Sometimes I speak in a bossy manner, and sometimes I speak in a gentle manner. Sometimes crying and sometimes laughing, sometimes saying he hates himself and sometimes saying thank you. If this is an illness, what is? Gao Yang didn't reply to the message. He threw his phone on the bedside table, closed his eyes and went to sleep. The next morning, when Wen Wanting came down from upstairs, Gao Yang had already prepared breakfast. In addition, the clothes that were placed in the washing machine last night were now hung on the balcony. Wen Wanting felt warm in her heart. She felt that sometimes it was nice to be cared for by a man like this. In fact, she was overthinking it. Gao Yang was really not preparing breakfast for Wen Wanting. It's just a habit of his, and he also needs to eat. You can move freely this morning, or you can visit our company. We're going to buy jadeite rough stones this afternoon. As for what you said about opening a jewelry franchise store, I'll keep an eye on it. But you need to prepare some of your information. Wen Wanting said this while eating breakfast. Well, I'll open a new account later and transfer the required funds to this card. Also, I'll look around to see if there's a suitable store. Gao Yang also said it casually. The main thing is that both of them feel a little awkward now, although there are some things that both of them are deliberately avoiding talking about. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. This requires some time to get used to it. After a long time, maybe you will forget it, or maybe you will become calm. Of course, it is also possible that feelings will develop. Don't worry about the store. I'll figure it out when the time comes. What you need to do now is to prepare the information. In addition, once the store is approved, you will need to recruit a group of employees. There is one more training before taking up the post. As for the rest, I will be responsible for it. It's getting late, I should go to the company. After Wanting finished speaking, she took her cell phone and bag and went out. Gao Yang looked at the dishes and chopsticks that Wanting had used for eating, and realized that he had become a dad. After cleaning up the kitchen and sweeping the place, Gao Yang went out. He first went to the bank to open a new account, and then transferred 5 million to this card. When the bank staff saw the amount in Gao Yang's card, their hands were shaking with nervousness. Finally, I left the bank under the escort of the manager. Gao Yang remembered that Susan mentioned her family's antique shop was not far away, so he drove over to take a look. At this moment, Susan was sitting on the counter, playing with her cell phone out of boredom. Just then a man came into his shop. "Welcome, feel free to look around." Susan didn't even raise her head and continued playing with her phone. With the way you run the store, it's a miracle that the store hasn't closed down. Hearing a familiar voice, Susan looked up and her eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 15 Another Ability. Gao Yang. Why are you here? Susan quickly put down her phone, with joy on her face. Who told her that she doesn't have many friends? In addition, after graduation, I hardly had any playmates. Only then did Gao Yang begin to look at the girl in front of him. Susan is about 1.6 meters tall. A girl with this head is not considered short. Her hair is neither long nor short, just reaching her neck. Her face is round and a little chubby. She seems to be the type of girl who doesn't like to wear makeup, because her entire face is very clean. She wore a yellow short-sleeved top, jeans, and a black bra. Don't get me wrong, because her straps were showing. Overall, she looks petite and cute, especially her lips, which are a little bit thick, which is the kind of lips men like most. Because it feels very fleshy when sucked. Also, Gao Yang heard that if the upper lips are a bit thick, then the lower lips. Didn't I hear you say yesterday that the store is right here? I happened to be passing by here, so I came to take a look. As soon as I came in, I saw you slacking off. Susan felt a little embarrassed by what Gao Yang said. How am I lazy? You have no idea how boring an antique shop is. If I had known, I wouldn't have come here. There are not many people coming in all day long. You are the second one to come in today. I am almost suffocating. Gao Yang smiled and said, if you don't open for business for 3 years, you can make a profit for 3 years after you open it. This is exactly what the antique industry is all about. To open an antique shop you must first have a good attitude, otherwise you will lose your mentality if no one comes to your shop for a few days. Susan, since you don't want to work here anymore, how about working for me? Gao Yang remembered that Wanting had said when she left in the morning that Gao Yang was not responsible for other matters, but he would have to find a way himself regarding the employees. In fact, this is the main reason why he came here today. Susan is a recent university graduate. She has the academic qualifications, so as long as she receives some training, she should have no problem managing a jewelry store of a moderate size. It would be more convenient to bring her sister over later. When Susan heard Gao Yang say that she wanted to work for him, she immediately became interested. In fact, the way a girl looks at a boy is the same as the way a boy looks at a girl in some ways. Boys like to chat up pretty girls. If the man is handsome, the girl is the same, because everyone loves beauty. Lust is human nature, regardless of gender. Okay, but you haven't told me what to do yet. Gao Yang was delighted when he heard Susan's agreement, and then he briefly told her about his plan to open a jewelry store. When Susan heard that Gao Yang was going to open a jewelry store, and that Wanting was helping him prepare, in a sense, Gao Yang's character became more credible. So when will your jewelry store open? Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, it will probably take some time before the store opens. After all, the store needs to be renovated after it's finished. But we need to recruit all the staff first, and they will probably need to undergo a few days of on-the-job training. Susan is really bored, and she doesn't have a good job. Now Gao Yang says he will give her the position of store manager. How can she not be happy? So I agreed immediately. As for salary and other benefits, Susan didn't ask and Gao Yang didn't say, but it wasn't important. After finishing the business, Gao Yang started to wander around the antique shop and picked up a vase to take a look at it. However, modern handicrafts, priceless. These words suddenly appeared in Gao Yang's mind, and he was almost scared to the point of dropping the vase on the ground. It took him a while to react. There was no doubt that this was definitely related to body mutation. So I quickly picked up a few other items to look at, and they were almost all like this. Gao Yang's eyes rolled around, and he finally thought of another way to make money, which was to pick up bargains. Susan, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Then let's put it this way. Also, see if you can invite a few classmates or something. Once the store is open, you can't be the only one running it, right? Susan naturally agreed, and Gao Yang did not linger any longer and went straight to an antique street. The so-called antique street is actually not as prosperous as imagined. It's just a piece of land, and some vendors set up stalls there. Most of the items on the street stalls are fake, but of course the prices of the real ones are definitely outrageously high. However, there are exceptions to everything. Among the pile of fake things, there will be some that are true, although this part is very small. But it does exist. That's why the term picking up a leak came into being. Gao Yang was searching on the stalls with excitement, but after half an hour, Gao Yang's excitement was gone. He has never seen this thing, or rather, he has never seen this valuable thing. For example, copper coins are definitely not fake, including their value. Just as Gao Yang was about to go back, a picture book caught his attention. Boss, how much is this? The stall owner was a man in his 50s, wearing a pair of glasses and with a dark skin. His most notable feature was his mustache. 20 yuan a copy. Gao Yang took a quick look and saw that there were about 10 picture books here. Boss, can you give me a discount? If it's cheaper, I'll take all of these. Gao Yang began to bargain tentatively. Hey boy, this thing isn't worth much. I can only make $3 or $5 from it. There are 12 books here in total. If you want, you can take all of them for 200 yuan. If you don't want, you can leave them here with me to make up the difference. What the stall owner said is very accurate. After all, this thing is only worth this price. If he asked for an exorbitant price, no one would buy it. After all, comic books are only available in modern times. It's just that it was not released later, so the market price of this kind of thing is indeed not expensive. Okay, I really liked this when I was a kid, let me buy it and play with it. While Gao Yang was talking nonsense, he took out 2 100 yuan bills and handed them to the stall owner, then picked up the picture books without leaving any trace. When he got in the car, he felt relieved. After all, this was his first time to get a bargain, so he must be a little excited. I looked at the time and it was almost 11 o'clock, so I drove back to the villa. He put the little man on the table and took out one of the books. He slowly opened the picture book and placed the 2 stamps in the middle of the picture book. That's right, Gao Yang's purpose in buying the comic book was not to get the 2 stamps. The mountains and rivers are all red, and the value is high. Gao Yang was ecstatic, thinking that these 2 stamps must be very valuable. Yeah, I'm rich. Because he was alone, his true nature was exposed at this moment. He was jumping and dancing in the living room of the villa, but what he didn't know was that someone was seeing it all clearly on the surveillance camera. Chapter 16 Song Huiyun. Looking at Gao Yang jumping and dancing in the villa, Wen Wanting's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a hint of arc. This was the first time she discovered that Gao Yang had such a lovely side. She herself didn't know why she was secretly paying attention to this man, the man who had hurt her. In the past, at most I would occasionally check the surveillance camera to see what was going on at home. Sometimes I only order it once every few days. But this morning, she has ordered 7 or 8 times. The last time I clicked on it, I naturally saw the scene of Gao Yang jumping and dancing. Just then there was a knock on her office. Come in. Wan turned off the surveillance camera while listening to what was said. The office door was pushed open and in came Song Huiyun, the marketing manager. Boss Wan, you're looking for me? Wen Wanting smiled, then pointed to the chair and motioned for the other person to sit down. Manager Song, I remember you said last month that we got another store. Is that true? Song Huiyun quickly agreed. Yes, we were planning to open a branch of that store, but due to the recent shortage of raw materials and other issues, we have put it on hold for the time being. But it will be open soon, please rest assured, President Wan. Wen Wanting knew that the other party might have misunderstood her meaning, but this was also normal. They took over the store but did not put it into operation in time, which was indeed their dereliction of duty. Manager Song, the reason I'm here to see you today is because I have a friend who plans to join our Win's jewelry store. I looked at our plan for the next quarter and we don't have any plans to open a branch in the short term. How about this? My friend wants to open a franchise store, but can't find a suitable store in a short period of time. Why not transfer this store to him? But let's settle the account as it should be. I'll ask him to come to the company tomorrow, and you can contact him then. Song Hui-yoon is certainly not a fool to be able to sit in this position. What Wen Wanting said was just a wording, and the real purpose was the friend she was talking about. Okay, I'll talk to him in detail then. Then how should we charge for this? After all, we have already renovated it, this. Song Hui-yoon stopped talking here. Her meaning was very simple. If the store could be transferred to the other party, then should the previous decoration costs also be passed on to someone else? If Wen Wanting said no, then Song Hui-yoon would know what to do. As a manager in the marketing department, his abilities must be outstanding. Wen Wanting thought about it and originally wanted to give it directly to the other party. But after thinking for a while, she felt that she couldn't do this. First of all, there would be some gossip in the company if she did so. And the most important point is that she didn't want Gao Yang to know that she was too licking. Gao Yang just told her not to speak in a commanding tone, but didn't ask her to lick it. Besides, he was still angry. Manager Song, I've said it before. We should settle the matter as it should be. We shouldn't take advantage of him. Of course, we can't suffer any loss either. Also, please notify the Human Resources Department and help train a few employees in a few days. Song Hui-yoon understood that this person should have some relationship with Wen Wanting, but the relationship was not that good. It's just like helping, so it's easier for her to do it. Okay, I know what to do. If everything is okay, I'll go back to work. After Song Hui-yoon left, Wen Wanting began to pack up her things. Another thing was that the surveillance cameras in her home had to be removed. If Gao Yang discovers the surveillance equipment, he would think that I was monitoring him. The most crucial point was that she had to go back and tell Gao Yang the news, and she herself did not realize how urgent it was. In order to celebrate his lucky break today, Gao Yang cooked 2 more dishes. As a result, just as I filled a bowl of rice and was about to eat, Wen Wanting came back. Gao Yang was speechless. How could the timing be so accurate? Wow, it smells so good. Wen Wanting didn't hesitate and ran to the kitchen to get a bowl of rice, then sat down. Gao Yang, did you cook every day before? Also, I don't like spicy food, and I don't eat much sweet food because it makes me fat. Also, this. Wen Wanting kept talking to herself, and Gao Yang's face almost turned dark. It seems that this woman treats herself as a servant? Miss Wen, President Wen. I eat the food I cook, and I don't mind if you eat it occasionally. After all, we are living together now. But now you're going too far. It's okay to eat for free, but you're also picky and have a lot of demands. I'm not a babysitter. Wen Wanting blushed, not because Gao Yang said he ate and drank for free, but mainly because of the previous sentence living together. In fact, in a sense, this is not wrong. Gao Yang, I've been busy with your affairs for the whole morning, and you still despise me when I come back to eat. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she put down her bowl and chopsticks and lowered her head. Gao Yang saw that he was at a loss. You can't just argue with a woman. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is a keyword. I was busy with his affairs for the whole morning. What could possibly happen to him? It's nothing more than a jewelry store. Thinking of this, Gao Yang's eyes lit up, and then... Okay, I was wrong, okay? I will try to use less chili and less sweet food in my cooking from now on. Is that right? You said this, I didn't force you. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she looked up, picked up the bowl, and ate, all in one go. How could she look aggrieved at all? Gao Yang curled his lips helplessly, then he remembered that Wen Wanting said she had been busy all morning. You just said you'd be busy with my affairs for the whole morning. How's it going? Wen Wanting knew that this guy had bad intentions, but since the food was delicious, she didn't bother with him. The thing is, our company previously. Wen Wanting briefly recounted what had happened. You mean now that we have a store and it's all decorated, we just need to go through the paperwork and then we can open for business, right? Gao Yang asked tentatively. It should be what you said. We are a store that mainly sells jewelry and jade, so all the items we sell are mainly of this type. Of course gold is also sold, but it is usually related products. Gao Yan nodded. He understood this point. The reason why it is called a jewelry store instead of a silver shop or a gold shop is that there must be a difference between them. That is to say, it mainly sells jewelry and jade, with gold and other items as supplementary items. For example, it will not simply sell a gold ring. First of all, this ring must have a piece of jade on it. Therefore, its price or profit is much higher than simply selling gold. So how much does it cost to open this store? Chapter 17, Pretending. When Wanting thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure about the details, but it's about what I said yesterday. You will come with me tomorrow morning, and remember to bring your ID with you. After lunch, the two came to Yuanshu Street again. As soon as Gao Yang arrived, he was recognized and people started whispering to each other. Gao Yang frowned, then looked at Wen Wanting. Similarly, Wen Wanting also frowned. What Gao Yang was most worried about finally happened. As the saying goes, people are afraid of becoming famous, just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. This is exactly what it means. It's usually fine, but yesterday I happened to solve the imperial green. Although this piece of imperial green is not big, it is still imperial green. Everyone who plays with jade knows what imperial green means. This is what Gao Yang is worried about. Once everyone knows him, then what to do? Gao Yang's words were nonsensical, but Wen Wanting still understood what he meant. Let's go to another store and pick out a few rough stones to solve later. Gao Yan nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. The two of them changed to another raw stone shop, but those people followed them again. There was nothing they could do as every shop was the same now. Since all the ones are the same, let us go with this one. After Gao Yang made his decision, he started picking stones. He was very fast and had picked 7 stones in a short while. Then, under everyone's expectant eyes, he paid the bill and prepared to leave. Little brother, why don't you just cut it here? I can even help you. Yes, we want to see it too. Don't worry, we won't steal it. At once, everyone started to persuade, and even the shop owner joined in. Okay, there's still a little time, so let's cut a piece. Let me show you what I can do. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he ignored Wen Wanting's wink and took a piece of the cheapest stone and walked to the stone crushing machine in a very high-profile manner. He did not cut the stone immediately, but whispered something in Wan's ear. Wen Wanting was stunned, as if she understood, but also as if she didn't understand. Everyone, this stone has a very high chance of producing high-quality jadeite. Look here, let me tell you. Gao Yang first boasted loudly, as if he was the most powerful person in the entire Jinling city. After he finished bragging and felt that he had finished bragging, Gao Yang started to solve the problem of stone breaking. With the roar of the stone cutting machine, the stone cutting officially began. The stone skin fell off piece by piece, and more people gathered to watch. They went from being expectant at the beginning to gradually becoming disappointed. In the end, the raw stone became a pile of waste. TSK, I thought it was so awesome. That's right, he boasts that he is the best in the world. Even my son can do this level of gambling on stones. There were many different opinions for a while, and some well-educated people just smiled and said nothing. But some people even began to make sarcastic remarks. Everyone, that was a mistake just now. I still have 6 stones, and I guarantee that all of them are top quality. I'll try again. Just when Gao Yang was getting angry and wanted to cut the second stone, his cell phone rang. Excuse me, my wife called again. I'll take the call. Gao Yang finished speaking and answered the call. Hello? When will I go back? Okay, I got it. I'll be right back. This woman is so annoying. I can't even leave her for a moment. Gao Yang hung up the phone, still complaining. Everyone, I'm sorry, I have something to do at home. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, I will come back to share some of my experiences in this regard with you at this time tomorrow. Under the contemptuous gaze of everyone, Gao Yang took Wen Wanting away. We found a small truck and transported the raw stones directly to the company. Wen Wanting was confused by Gao Yang's amazing operation. She guessed some of it, but she still couldn't figure out most of it. Gao Yang, what did you just do? Gao Yang naturally knew what Wen Wanting wanted to ask, so he began to explain. You can see what happened today. If we continue to produce high-quality jadeite, we may be classified as unwelcome customers tomorrow. It's even a question whether the shop owner will sell us the stones, so I deliberately put on a show today. Wan listened to Gao Yang's explanation and she finally understood. Gao Yang selected 7 stones in total, one of which, the one to be cut, was waste stone. He did this just to cut it for everyone to see. The purpose was to let everyone know that it was purely a coincidence that he cut out the imperial green yesterday. Obviously, the effect is very good. Thinking of this, When Wanting couldn't help but admire him. According to his original intention, he just wanted to leave and not cut it there. But that effect is obviously not as good as this one. It even has the side effect of appearing to be trying to cover up one's own faults. Then When Wanting thought of another problem. What if they didn't ask you to unlock the stone? Gao Yang looked at When Wanting as if she were an idiot. Does that mean the more beautiful a woman is, the lower her IQ is? When Wanting naturally caught Gao Yang's look, but she was very unconvinced. Is there no possibility? My lady, you should give some of your beauty to your brain. If no one asks me to solve the stone, can't I solve it myself? When Wanting. That's right, When Wanting was embarrassed. She really had never thought about such a question. Since no one asked her to solve it, could she not solve it herself? There is indeed something wrong with this. Also, was Gao Yang praising my beauty when he said that? Sometimes women's thoughts easily go off topic, just like When Wanting is like this now. Her thoughts have gone astray. The focus is no longer on the stone, but on whether Gao Yang is praising her beauty. The most important thing is that even when Gao Yang called her stupid, she was not angry at all, because it reflected that she was beautiful. Gao Yang naturally didn't know what When Wanting was thinking at this moment, because his car had already driven to the warehouse of Wen's jewelry company. Of course, this location was told to him by When Wanting. Just after getting off the car, the small truck following behind also came over. When Wanting quickly called 2 employees to help move the stones. Is there a cutting machine? The cutter that Gao Yang asked about is a larger desktop cutting machine. The so-called stone cutting machine is actually a cutting machine equipped with a grinding wheel. In fact, Gao Yang's question is also an idiotic one. As a company that started out with jadeite raw stones, how could Wen's jewelry not have a stone cutting machine? The staff pushed the jadeite raw stones in a cart and then came to the stone cutting machine together. This stone cutter is much larger than the one we had in the store before. The 2 employees turned on the stone cutting machine and moved the jadeite raw stone down. At this time, Gao Yang knew it was his turn to take action. Chapter 18 Qian Meili. Just as Gao Yang was about to cut the stone, When Wanting brought over a work suit. Without saying anything, he started helping Gao Yang put on his clothes. This work uniform is not the kind with buttons, it is similar to the kind used for haircuts in a barber shop. Block the front and there are 2 straps at the back, just tie them up. Then she took a hat and put it on Gao Yang, and also a mask, and she looked like a young wife throughout the whole process. Gao Yang just looked at her. When Wanting was really beautiful. He had an urge to kiss her. When Wanting naturally noticed that Gao Yang was looking at her, and her face blushed slightly. Gao Yang touched his nose and then began to cut the stone. The process of cutting stone is actually boring and tedious. Although stone is not as hard as steel, it is not as easy to cut as imagined. The most important thing is that there is dust when cutting this thing. Fortunately, there is a drainage hole on the cutting machine, which is specifically used to cool down and clean dust. As the stone skin fell off piece by piece, the stone, which was originally the size of a millstone, gradually became the size of a football. And then it was like a red brick. At this time, we need to be more careful. Gao Yang picked up the stone directly and rubbed it against the grinding wheel. Finally, a hint of green appeared in When Wanting's eyes. Gao Yang, it's green. Gao Yang turned off the cutting machine and took off his mask. You are the one who is green. When Wanting suddenly realized that what she had just said was indeed wrong. If it were someone else, they might not take it seriously, but Gao Yang was really cheated on a few days ago. So this sentence sounds particularly harsh. When Wanting was scolded by Gao Yang, stuck out her tongue, and stopped talking immediately. This left the 2 employees standing nearby dumbfounded. Is this still their domineering and beautiful CEO? Gao Yang put on his mask again and continued his work. After a while, a piece of green jade was taken out by him. The stone cutting technique is not professional, but the result is very good. This is an apple green jadeite with very high quality. He handed the jadeite to When Wanting. Gao Yang started to connect the second piece. As soon as the cutting machine was turned on, Gao Yang pressed the switch to stop it again. That piece of green jade just now should be enough to cover the cost, right? When Wanting was stunned for a moment, then reacted. That's enough. This is an apple green jadeite, and its value has exceeded the total price of buying jadeite rough stone today. Gao Yang nodded, and then continued cutting. When all 6 pieces of jadeite raw stones were unwrapped, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 6 pieces of rough stones, 6 pieces of jade. When Wanting was petrified. With this level of skill, even the king of gambling on stones would probably feel inferior to him. Moreover, the quality of each piece of jade is very high. I really found a treasure this time. Gao Yang took off his hat and mask, and Wen Wanting hurried over to help him take off his coat. Gao Yang, you are so awesome. Wen Wanting said this from the bottom of her heart. What do you mean? As soon as these words were spoken, Wen Wanting's pretty face turned red, and she immediately thought of what happened that night. Although I was passive that night, and also. But I have to say, it's really long-lasting. Wen Wanting pinched Gao Yang's waist hard, then walked away with her hips twisted. Also taken away were the 6 pieces of jade. Gao Yang just teased Wen Wanting just now. If Gao Yang didn't have any thoughts about such a beautiful woman, then he would be abnormal. Without paying any attention to Wen Wanting leaving with the jadeite, Gao Yang started to wander around the company. Wen's group occupies a very large area. Walking ahead of the warehouse is the office building. Gao Yang came here naturally to find Wen Wanting. Who are you? You don't seem to be from our company, how did you get in? Just as Gao Yang was looking around, a woman's voice came over. Gao Yang looked back and saw that the person was about 30 years old, with her hair tied up in a bun and a mature oval face, which greatly enhanced her appearance. The only pity is that a pair of rimmed glasses ruins its overall beauty. She has a hot body, or rather a plump one. They'll be trembling when they walk, and if they accidentally bury their heads in it, there's an 80% chance that they'll suffocate to death. Gao Yang planned to use his perspective to see, because he had never seen such a big. What are you looking at? I'm asking you a question. Xian Meili looked at the man in front of her with a lewd look in his eyes and immediately became alert. She is the purchasing manager and just received a call from Wen Wanting, so she has to rush over now. I didn't expect to meet this sneaky man in front of me. He looks okay, but he doesn't look like a good person at first glance. First of all, this guy was looking around as if he was looking for something. Based on her guess, this person is probably not a good person. Because the man was not wearing work clothes, but their company has a clear rule that work clothes must be worn at work. Even managers like them need to wear professional attire. The most important thing is that this guy was actually staring at him. Well, don't get me wrong. I'm your President Wen's friend, but I'm lost now, so don't worry about me. Gao Yang was about to leave after saying this. But he was caught by this woman. You said you are our President Wen's friend? That's perfect. I'm on my way to President Wen's office right now. Come with me. That's right, Xian Meili didn't believe Gao Yang's words at all, so she held on to Gao Yang tightly. If Gao Yang continued to resist, she would start calling security. Gao Yang had no choice but to follow the woman into the elevator and go upstairs. This woman was guarding against Gao Yang like a thief, and Gao Yang could only smile bitterly. He was too lazy to explain, and there was no need to explain. Because we'll know the answer soon. Boom boom boom. Wen Wanting was waiting for Xian Meili to come over. When she heard the knock on the door, she let her in. When she turned around, she saw that Xian Meili was indeed Xian Meili, but there was another person. This time, Wen Wanting was a little confused. Xian Meili saw this puzzled expression and immediately confirmed her guess. Boss Wen, this guy was sneaking around downstairs. After I caught him, he said he knew you, so? After hearing Xian Meili's explanation, Wen Wanting laughed so hard that tears almost came out of her eyes. Manager Qian, everything he said is true. Wen Wanting said this while trying not to laugh. Xian Meili was embarrassed now. Sorry. Gao Yang would definitely not mind. To be honest, he quite admired people like this. If you put yourself in Gao Yang's shoes, if he encountered this situation, he wouldn't bother to care. After the misunderstanding is resolved, we naturally get to the main topic of today. Boss Wen, I don't know, who are you looking for? Chapter 19 Massage and enjoy the scenery. Please sit down first. Since you two are here, I will just tell you about this matter together. Here are 6 pieces of jadeite, all of very good quality, from Mr. Gao Yang. Wen Wanting gave a brief account of what had happened. The general meaning is that these 6 pieces of jade were obtained in cooperation with Gao Yang in the name of the company. The final appraisal value of the company was 37 million, and after deducting the principal, there was 30 million left. When Wanting meant to let Qian Meili go through the procedures. Qian Meili belongs to the purchasing department, so naturally this matter is her responsibility. This time, Qian Meili was surprised. The slightly lustful man in front of me turned out to be an expert in gambling on stones, and this one move made the company earn 15 million. This had to shock her. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Mr. Gao, please provide your personal information and bank account number. Once I have completed all the procedures, I will deposit the funds into your account. Before Gao Yang finished speaking, Wen Wanting handed a folder to Qian Meili. Manager Qian, all his information is here. You can check it. If there is no problem, you can transfer the money. Oh, and get him a card. Whenever we need to make a purchase, we can transfer the funds directly to this card. Qian Meili took the folder. Actually, she had something to say, but was too embarrassed to do so. If I apply for a card and transfer the funds directly to Gao Yang's card, will there be any problems in the process? What if Gao Yang absconds with the money? What if the purchasing price is false? In the end, Qian Meili still didn't express this worry. Because with Gao Yang's ability, he should not do such a thing. Besides, the purchase price is supported by formal invoices. Of course, the most important reason is that Wen Wanting personally instructed this matter. Even if there is a problem, it has nothing to do with her. At most, she can just ask Wen Wanting to confirm every time she transfers the money. As the saying goes, the butt determines the head. If you break open the heads of those who can become senior executives of a company, you will find that their brains weigh 2 tails more than others. Qian Meili agreed, said hello to Gao Yang, and left. So next, Gao Yang and Wen Wanting were the only 2 people left in the office. Why are you looking at me like that? After Qian Meili left, Gao Yang did not choose to leave, and Wen Wanting did not let him leave either. So appreciating the beauty is what Gao Yang is doing now. Wen Wanting felt a little embarrassed when Gao Yang looked at her, so she asked. I think you're pretty, so I'll look at you. It's not against the law anyway. Wen Wanting rolled her eyes at Gao Yang, then thought about what she had said today. By the way, I'll help you with everything else, but you have to take care of the employees yourself. Since we're going to open a store, we have to do it quickly. We should take advantage of the good situation and make more money. A man must have his own career. Since you have chosen to open a franchise store, you must do it well. Wen Wanting started preaching again. Gao Yang hated being preached to the most. It was okay for him to be lectured by his mother at home, and he could endure it when being lectured by his teacher when he was in school. Now that he was being taught it by this woman, he felt a little impatient. Ms. Wen, first of all, I think your point of view is wrong. You can't be too hasty in doing anything. People who try too hard at the beginning won't go very far. Because if you focus too much on the results right from the start, every tiny obstacle will become a burden on your mind. It will constantly consume your body and mind, so you have to take your time and do it without rushing or getting impatient, which will make it easier to stick to it. We must devote ourselves to the game tactically, but remain aloof strategically. We must be practical in approach, but learn to step back and observe mentally. Remember that taking it slow is actually faster, because a steady pace is better than an impatient sprint. Wen Wanting just looked at Gao Yang. She was 100% sure that this guy was driving, and at a very fast speed. Because this guy had a dishonest look in his eyes, the corners of his mouth were raised, and most importantly, he was still licking his lips after he finished speaking. But she couldn't find any evidence. I was speechless because there was some truth in the way this car was driven. So Wen Wanting decided to ignore this guy. However, her ignoring Gao Yang does not mean that Gao Yang will be obedient. By the way, where is the office of Qian Meili? Gao Yang's question made Wen Wanting alert. Why are you asking that? Gao Yang touched his nose and said. I'm just bored. I plan to communicate with her and have a deeper exchange with her. Wen Wanting is so angry. The only thing about Qian Meili is that she has bigger breasts. How else can she compare to me? Such a beautiful woman is indifferent in front of him and still wants to communicate in depth with others? At this moment, Wen Wanting herself couldn't understand why she felt a little jealous. So he ignored Gao Yang and just went about his business. Maybe because I sat for too long, my neck felt a little sore, so I reached out and pinched it. At this moment, Gao Yang came behind her, stretched out his 2 big hands and began to massage her. This scared Wen Wanting. What are you doing? Gao Yang shrugged innocently and spread his hands. I see your neck is sore, isn't it? Usually a sore neck means sore shoulders. I happen to know some massage techniques, so I plan to give you a massage. I'm here to help you relieve your fatigue. Since you don't appreciate it, forget it. I'm going to find Xian Meili. Gao Yang was about to leave after saying this. Return. Gao Yang stopped. Can you really give a massage? Gao Yang shrugged again, which was considered an answer. Then you, try it. Gao Yang didn't act pretentiously. He came behind Wen Wanting and started to give her a massage. Wen Wanting was a little nervous at first, but to be honest, Gao Yang's massage technique was really good. At least better than her little secretary. Gradually, Wen Wanting's body began to relax. Gao Yang does know how to give massage. After all, he has been massaging Qiu Lily for 2 years. Even someone who doesn't know how to give massage has become an expert. However, at this time Gao Yang was not fully devoted to the massage, but was admiring the scenery along Wen Wanting's collar. The clothes Wen Wanting wore today were bought by Gao Yang last night. The neckline of this dress is not high, or rather a little low. Then standing in Gao Yang's position, you can have a panoramic view, especially. Wen Wanting had no idea that Gao Yang was taking advantage of her at this time. By the time she reacted, more than 10 minutes had passed. This was because she looked at the mirror on the table, otherwise she would not have noticed it at all. Who asked Gao Yang to stand behind her? Where are you looking? Do you believe me? I will dig your eyeballs out? Chapter 20. A warm scene. Gao Yang was embarrassed. He didn't expect that he was discovered by the other party when he was peeking. Now he hated the small mirror on Wen Wanting's desk. It seems I have to steal this mirror next time. But he wouldn't admit it. Don't talk nonsense. When did I peek? Then tell me, where did I see you? Wen Wanting is so angry. I didn't realize this guy was such a rogue. He peeked and refused to admit it. It would be fine if he didn't admit it, but he actually asked such a shameless question. Fortunately, it's time to get off work. I quickly turned off the computer and put my cell phone, mirror and other things into my bag. Gao Yang watched Wen Wanting leave the office with her hips twitched and hurriedly followed her. Mainly because he gets lost easily. As a result, Gao Yang had just sat in the driver's seat when Wen Wanting sat in. Don't you have a car yourself? Wen Wanting rolled her eyes at Gao Yang. She really wanted to say that the car was also hers, but she didn't say it in the end. Because as they got along, she got to know this man a little better. Although this guy has a tough personality and is quite chauvinistic, he is actually quite fragile inside. If Wen Wanting really said that, she was sure that this guy would definitely go to the 4S store tomorrow. But this is also normal. If Gao Yang didn't do this, she would look down on him. The price of gasoline has increased recently, so every penny saved counts. Wen Wanting just made up an excuse. Gao Yang was amused by this sentence. If someone else said this, Gao Yang would nod in agreement, but when it came to Wen Wanting, he could only laugh. What's going on with the oil price? It has increased several times in the past few years. Since the topic was brought up, Gao Yang just went along with it. After all, the relationship between the two is still very delicate, and there is some awkwardness in it. We almost never talk about personal topics, and every time we sit in a car together, the atmosphere always feels a little weird or dull. Isn't this promoting energy conservation and environmental protection? Besides, there are ups and downs. Wen Wanting might also like this way of chatting, so she also expressed her views. Gao Yang was a little disdainful and said, "Downward adjustment? Don't listen to the experts. Take the oil price for example. If it drops by 1 or 2 cents, they call it a big drop. An increase of 80 cents or 1 yuan is called fine-tuning. Anyway, just listen to it, don't take it too seriously." Wen Wanting looked at Gao Yang with curious eyes. She didn't expect that what this guy said sounded so reasonable. What are we going to eat tonight? Should we eat out or go home and cook for ourselves? Wen Wanting used us this time. Gao Yang glanced at Wen Wanting with disdain and said, "Can you cook? Go back and do it yourself. Just tell me you want to get it for free. I checked yesterday. Nothing in your kitchen was touched. The label on the wok was still there. And the chopsticks are unopened, and there's not even a dick hair in the fridge." Wen Wanting blushed when Gao Yang said that. She really can't cook and has never cooked. To be honest, given her family conditions, she doesn't really need to cook for herself. But now that Gao Yang dislikes me, I feel a little embarrassed. The most important thing is that this guy started talking nonsense and even said something ridiculous. What do you like to eat? I'll buy it and make it myself. Eating out is a waste of money and not cost-effective. I would rather eat whatever I want. Gao Yang expressed his views while driving. Actually, I don't really like meat, but we can buy some shrimps and clams, and it would be best if we could get a fish, and some pork rib soup, and that would be about it. Gao Yang was sweating profusely. Is this what you call someone who doesn't like meat? It was as if he didn't hear Sue. Are you saying the opposite on purpose? In fact, Gao Yang guessed right when Wanting said exactly the opposite. When Wanting is different from other girls. Other girls generally don't like to eat meaty things, but she is just the opposite. When Wanting likes to eat seafood, and basically she can't do without meat for every meal. But the strange thing is that she doesn't gain weight when eating meat. Even if she gains weight, it only grows in the right places. For example, the balls and the mountains on both sides of the crater. Gao Yang drove the car to the vicinity of the vegetable market and stopped, then took his wallet and cell phone and prepared to go buy vegetables. Just when I was about to ask when Wanting to wait here, she had already gotten out of the car. At this time, there are still quite a lot of people in the vegetable market, and it gets crowded when there are too many people. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but Wanting actually reached out and held Gao Yang's arm. It is not quite appropriate to say that she was holding his arm. It should be said that her hand was on Gao Yang's arm. After buying the dishes that Wanting had mentioned before, Gao Yang also bought some other dishes since there were no more dishes for tomorrow's lunch. In this day and age, not many people pay with cash, but Gao Yang pays with cash. In fact, he was to blame. He had withdrawn several $1,000s from the card, which he had originally intended to use to buy jadeite raw stones. In the end, he didn't spend it, so he still has a few $1,000s in his wallet. Gao Yang is not a stay-at-home guy. In fact, he used to like going out. He didn't know Cho Lily at that time. He and Zhang Jun each had a bottle of drink and could spend the entire afternoon shopping in the mall. They are the kind of people who wander around without buying anything, and their purpose is to enjoy the air conditioning in the mall because it is too hot outside. After meeting Cho Lily, Gao Yang reduced the frequency of shopping. Because shopping means spending money, especially when you take your girlfriend out shopping, the amount of money spent will be even more outrageous. 9 out of 10 women like shopping, but among 10 men, at most only 1 likes shopping. The two returned home, and this time Wanting did not slack off and started to help Gao Yang wash the vegetables. Looking at Gao Yang busying around in the kitchen wearing an apron, Wanting thought this was a good idea. We go to work together, go home together, buy groceries and cook together, if in the future. As Wanting thought about it, her thoughts went to a few years later. When Gao Yang got home from get off work, Wanting was at home playing with the child, and then she stood at the kitchen door holding the child and watched Gao Yang cook. Hey, can you hurry up? I've almost finished cooking the fish, and you haven't peeled the garlic yet. Gao Yang's voice came from the kitchen. Wanting reacted immediately and her pretty face blushed. What am I thinking about? He quickly placed the peeled garlic on the stove, and while Gao Yang was cooking, he removed the 2 cameras in the house. Gao Yang, after you go to the company tomorrow morning and get things done, your next plan is to recruit employees, you know. How about I send you a job posting? Chapter 21 Cho Lily's Past. I have already found a store manager, and he is helping me find a clerk now. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll have all the members recruited in 2 days. Upon hearing this, Wanting raised her eyebrows. Have you found it? Who is it? Gao Yang directly reported Susan's name. This surprised Wanting. This guy actually went to find Susan secretly. Could it be that this guy is? I don't know what is wrong, but Wanting felt a little uncomfortable. Susan doesn't know anything, how can she be a store manager? Besides, you're not familiar with her, why don't I help you find one? Gao Yang glanced at Wanting, shook his head and said. I think she's pretty good. If she doesn't understand something, she can be trained. Don't you arrange people to train the store employees? She is a college student after all, so her learning ability should be okay. As for whether we are familiar with each other or not, I don't think it matters. Sometimes being too familiar with each other is not necessarily a good thing. Wanting was speechless now, Gao Yang blocked her from saying anything. After dinner, Gao Yang took his clothes and went into the bathroom. when wanted to remind Gao Yang that there were 2 bathrooms in the villa. In the end, I thought about it and decided to give up, as it's not like I haven't washed it before. On the other side, Xiao Lily came to the hospital. She came to visit Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun was beaten badly by Gao Yang that day. There was an inch-long cut on his head and his face was covered with bruises. The most obvious thing is that there was a cut on the left corner of his eye caused by the electric bike helmet. The cut was as long as an index finger and had a curved arc. A total of more than 10 stitches were needed. At first glance, it looked like a centipede, very scary. Xiao Lily didn't want to come at first. To be honest, she and Gao Yang had feelings for each other. After all, they had known each other for so long and had already saved money for the down payment. If the plot develops normally, after getting the house, it will be simply decorated and then the certificate can be obtained. In this way, if the 2 of them work together, paying off the mortgage is not a problem at all, and they can even buy a car worth tens of thousands of dollars. But she took the wrong road. This story begins about a year ago, one night. Gao Yang was working overtime and had no time to pick up Xiao Lily, so he called Zhang Jun to help pick her up. After all, Gao Yang and Zhang Jun have a very good relationship, and Zhang Jun has a car. But the problem happened that night. Zhang Jun drove the car and picked up Xiao Lily, and casually mentioned Gao Yang. Xiao Lily was in a bad mood today because Gao Yang didn't come to pick her up. Of course, it wasn't a big deal if he didn't come to pick her up for one day. The main reason was that the 2 of them had a small conflict the day before. So Xiao Lily started complaining in the car, saying that Gao Yang had changed, and was like this before and like this now. Since Gao Yang and Zhang Jun have a very good relationship, it is normal for Xiao Lily to complain a few times, and there is also a reason why she deliberately let Zhang Jun tell Gao Yang. Zhang Jun naturally tried to persuade her, but women are like this, the more you persuade them, the more excited they become. He also said he didn't want to go back. So Zhang Jun took Xiao Lily out for a meal. They both drank some wine at the table, probably quite a lot. Xiao Lily is also good looking and has been drinking. So the 2 of them got along better and better as they talked, and then they had sex in the car without realizing it. After it was over, Xiao Lily regretted it. Although Xiao Lily and Zhang Jun discussed privately that this was an accident and it would never happen again. But that's just the way some things are. There are only 0 times and countless times a woman can cheat. Once again, Gao Yang and Xiao Lily had a conflict. Xiao Lily thought of Zhang Jun again, and Zhang Jun naturally had his own ideas, so the 2 had a second tryst. At the beginning, the 2 were not so blatant. Usually, Xiao Lily would take advantage of Gao Yang working overtime to have sex in Zhang Jun's car. Once the shackles of morality are broken, there will be nothing to worry about. The 2 of them had more and more trysts and were no longer satisfied with just meeting in the car, in the hotel, in the woods, and finally even directly to Gao Yang's rental house. At first Xiao Lily disagreed, but she couldn't resist Zhang Jun's nagging, so the rental house became the place for their affair. Fortunately, Xiao Lily is very careful and basically chooses Saturdays and Sundays. Because Xiao Lily had 2 days off a week, but Gao Yang did not, so they persisted for another half a year. Xiao Lily knew that Zhang Jun didn't love her. In Zhang Jun's words, this was excitement. Xiao Lily also doesn't love Zhang Jun because Zhang Jun is a man with too many shortcomings, such as eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. But she liked the thrill of sneaking around. How can I say this? It is said that domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers. The same is true for Xiao Lily. To her, Zhang Jun was just a wild flower. It didn't matter whether she had flaws or not. She would not marry and live with Zhang Jun anyway. That day happened to be Sunday, so Xiao Lily sent a message to Zhang Jun, and then Zhang Jun naturally went. Then Gao Yang came back and saw the 2 of them doing something nice. Xiao Lily knew it was over. At the same time, she was also afraid. In some ways, Gao Yang was definitely the best choice to be a husband. Even Xiao Lily's parents were very happy about Gao Yang. So Xiao Lily called Gao Yang and sent him a message, and even apologized to Zhang Yang in a tone that was more humble than ever before. Xiao Lily knew Gao Yang's personality. This person was easily coaxed and not provoked. The more you provoked him, the worse things would become. However, it was all in vain. When Xiao Lily saw Gao Yang's ruthless look, she understood. There is no possibility for her and Gao Yang anymore. Since being with Gao Yang is no longer possible, she has to choose a next partner, and Zhang Jun is naturally her next partner. So after get off work, Xiao Lily came to the hospital. Although Zhang Jun has many shortcomings and his face is now disfigured, he is rich. It would actually be nice as long as I could be with Zhang Jun. Although Zhang Jun's face looks ferocious and terrifying now, it doesn't matter. A man's appearance is generally not the most important thing. Zhang Jun, Gao Yang already knows about our relationship. I've played with him, so we can be together openly from now on. No more sneaking around. Listening to Qiu Lily's words, Zhang Jun sneered in his heart. Would he be interested in such a slut? But it's okay to have fun, and he also wants revenge. The other injuries can be healed, but the scar on his face will accompany him for the rest of his life. How can this be tolerated? Then this woman in front of him can still be used, because Zhang Jun knows that Gao Yang loves Qiu Lily very much. Just based on this point, you can use it in the future. He wants to kill Gao Yang. Lily, don't worry. Gao Yang doesn't want you, I want you. Look, it's dark now, and we've never tried in the ward, how about? How could Qiu Lily not know what Zhang Jun was thinking? In the past, she would never agree to be in such a place, but now she doesn't care. So he smiled, then stood up and locked the door of the ward. Zhang Jun, lying on the hospital bed, just looked at Qiu Lily with an evil smile on his face. Combined with his scar, he looks even more terrifying. Chapter 22: Negotiating the opening of a chain store. On the other side, Gao Yang studied the stamp for a while. He would take it to Grandpa Susan to have a look tomorrow. If the price was about right, he would sell it. There's no use keeping it in your hand, you might as well exchange it for money. He now has nearly 130 million in his bank account. He made 1 million from his first gambling on stones, then spent 100,000 to buy a piece of raw stone, and finally made another 15 million. Then there was the piece of imperial green. Gao Yang made 100 million yuan directly from this imperial green. Adding today's earnings of 15 million, the total is 130.9 million. Not to mention more than 130 million, even 13 million was something Gao Yang had never dared to think about before. And now it has become a reality. The more Gao Yang thought about it, the more excited he became. Any poor loser who suddenly became a multi-millionaire would probably be like Gao Yang now. Gao Yang really wanted to tell his parents that he had made a fortune, but he finally held back. Because he was afraid of scaring his parents. So he decided to wait. After the situation here is stable, he will go back and talk to his parents about these things in person. Just then, his cell phone rang again. I picked it up and saw that it was sent by Wen Wanting. Gao Yang, are you asleep? Gao Yang quickly sent her a message back. No. What about you? Gao Yang had just sent it when he realized he had said something nonsense. Just as he was about to withdraw his message, Wen Wanting sent him another emoticon. This expression is an angry expression. Then followed by another sentence. Can I still send you a message if I fall asleep? Gao Yang was embarrassed for a moment, then sent another message. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes, when people miss someone too much, they may subconsciously do something irrational in their sleep. After Xiao Wanting saw this message, she burst out laughing. Then another message was sent. Who misses you, you conceited person? After sending this message, Wen Wanting felt her face getting a little hot. She was sure that her face must be red at this moment. Just then, the message came again. That's good, I was scared to death. There is also an expression that says I'm so scared at the end. When Wen Wanting saw Gao Yang's message, she immediately became unhappy. She is so angry. Am I really that bad? So, sometimes women are very contradictory. So he sent another message to Gao Yang, but after this message was sent, it fell on deaf ears. In fact, it wasn't that Gao Yang didn't want to reply to Wen Wanting's message, it was mainly because he didn't have time. Because Susan sent him a voice or video chat. The conversation lasted for more than an hour, and the general idea was that 3 classmates were willing to come. If you ask Gao Yang if there are too many people, the answer is yes. A jewelry and jade store must have at least 7 or 8 people. But for now, even Susan and I are only 4 people. After all, the business hasn't opened yet. Even if there may not be that much business in the beginning, we can still recruit and train future employees at the same time. It was only after the voice call ended that Gao Yang saw the message Wen Wanting sent him. But an hour later, he didn't reply. Plug in the charger and go to sleep. The next morning, the same thing happened the day before, and Gao Yang drove Wen Wanting to her company. Soon after arriving at the company, Gao Yang was taken by the secretary to a small conference room where a woman was waiting for him. Gao Yang began to look at this person. She was about 30 years old, very tall and big. Gao Yang's first reaction was that she was a female man from northeast China. Anyway, Gao Yang was not sure that he could subdue such a woman. In fact, Gao Yang guessed it right. Song Huiyun is from northeast China. Hello, I'm Song Huiyun, the marketing manager. Please take a seat, Mr. Gao. Song Huiyun introduced herself very politely and then got straight to the point. Maybe this is the characteristic of people from northeast China, they are more generous. Mr. Gao, our president Wen has already told me about your situation. We have also reviewed the assets and found that they fully meet the requirements for our company to open a chain of stores. But there are some things I want to tell you. First of all, it's about this shop. We have rented this shop for 5 years, and the annual rent is 800,000. So you have to make up for this expense. In addition, there is the cost of renovation. The renovation of the store, including the counter, cash register, and everything else, cost us a total of 1 million yuan. The total is 5 million. In addition, we have to collect some franchise fees, which is 500,000, which is paid in one lump sum. Basically, this is the fee. In addition, we will come to your place for random inspection and audit once a month. The time is not fixed. Then we will give you a standard price for each product, and then give you an upper limit. Gao Yang understood that the store was worth 4 million for 5 years, so 800,000 a year was not a lot. Then there is the cost of decoration. There is nothing much to say about the cost of decoration. At least it can save you some trouble and time, especially time. As for the 500,000 franchise fee, it feels a bit too much, but it also depends on what kind of company it is. Wen's Group is one of the largest jewelry companies in the country, so they can accept so much. After all, the franchise fee is a one-time payment and does not need to be paid every year. As for the price, Gao Yang can accept it. For example, for a piece of jewelry, they price it at 30,000, which is the cost price. For example, if the upper limit is 40,000, then Gao Yang can sell this piece of jewelry for 30,000 to 40,000. As long as it is not lower than this price or not higher than this price, it is fine. In short, pricing is Gao Yang's own business. What makes Gao Yang frown is the irregular audits and spot checks every month. This is a very troublesome thing. Manager Song, I would like to ask what specific aspects of this random inspection and audit are covered? Who else will conduct random inspections? Song Huiyun thought for a moment and said, Let me tell you this. This random inspection is mainly to check your safety, hygiene, fire protection, pricing, service attitude, etc. We have a special audit department, but you don't have to worry, Mr. Gao. It's just a routine check. As long as there are no major problems, it's basically fine. Gao Yang could tell that this northeastern female man had deliberately emphasized the words routine inspection. The subconscious meaning is that this is just a formality, and as long as it is not too excessive, generally no trouble will be caused. In this way, Gao Yang felt relieved. After all, he has a strong background. That's fine, no problem. But I have 2 more questions. First, when will I provide training to my employees? Second, where is my store and when can I get my store? Chapter 23 Chen Kai. Song Huiyun opened a folder, took out an application form and handed it to Gao Yang. After all the procedures are completed, just fill out this application form and submit it. Then we will arrange a time, and you just need to send the employees who need training to us. This training is free. As for this new store, as long as Mr. Gao is willing to accept what I said above, I can take you to have a look at it at any time. After we have reviewed it and if there is no problem, we can come and sign the contract. Gao Yang nodded and said, Okay, let's go and see now. If there is no problem, you can sign the contract and transfer the money at any time. Song Huiyun nodded and smiled, then packed up her things and walked outside with Gao Yang. As soon as I came out, I saw Wen Wanting walking towards me. How about it? Wen Wanting's words seemed to be asking Song Huiyun, but in fact her eyes were looking at Gao Yang. Boss Wen, we have already discussed this. I will take Mr. Gao to see the store now. If there is no problem, we can sign the contract. Wen Wanting nodded. How about this, I just happened to be going over there to do something, give me the key over there and I'll take him over. Song Huiyun quickly agreed and handed the key to Wen Wanting. Then he said hello and left quickly. Do you like this type? After Song Huiyun left, Gao Yang took a casual glance and was seen by Wen Wanting. It's okay. A big but can give birth to a son. After Gao Yang said this, he ignored Wen Wanting and walked towards the elevator door. Wen Wanting smiled secretly. She understood what Gao Yang meant just now. In fact, it means that this woman is arrogant. Song Huiyun is from Northeast China. Not only are the men in Northeast China big, but the women are also big. Song Huiyun may be the best among them, with a big waist and thick arms. If Wen Wanting said that Gao Yang would like this type, she would never believe it. Song Huiyun watched the two of them leave with a suspicious look on her face. Or perhaps she began to doubt her previous guess. The relationship between the two was definitely not as simple as she had guessed yesterday. Wen Wanting would definitely not sit around doing nothing and take Gao Yang to visit some store. These two people must be very familiar with each other. They are probably going out now to ask about her previous conversation with Gao Yang. Song Huiyun thought about it and felt relieved after realizing that there was no problem in her previous conversation with Gao Yang. In fact, Song Huiyun's guess was correct. As soon as Gao Yang and Wen Wanting got in the car, they started chatting about this topic. I've told you everything I need to say. If you have any questions, you can ask me. While driving, Gao Yang asked himself some questions that were in his mind. This store has been renovated and is ready for business. Why would it be transferred to me? When Wen Wanting heard Gao Yang ask such a question, she became a little hesitant. Well, the main thing is, you just have to trust me. Gao Yang was speechless. It was useless to ask this question. Then why is the cost of this renovation 1 million, not 900,000, or 1.1 million? Wen Wanting felt that Gao Yang was a little weird today, and the questions he asked were not easy to answer. In the end, Wen Wanting did not answer such a question. Because this question is meaningless. The most important thing is, how would she know? About half an hour later, Gao Yang saw his shop, which was bigger than he had imagined. The overall decoration style is almost the same as that of other jewelry stores. Overall, I am very satisfied with it. If you think it's okay, then let's do it. Get the formalities done as soon as possible. I will arrange the products for you as soon as possible. The most important thing now is the staff. How about I change the store manager for you? Wen Wanting then talked about changing the store manager. No, besides, I've already told her, let's try it for a while first, and if it doesn't work, we can talk about it later. Wen Wanting curled her lips, but ultimately didn't dwell on this topic. I looked at the time and it was almost noon. Let's go have lunch first. It's my treat, just as a thank you for your help. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he took Wen Wanting into the car. When it comes to treating guests, Wen Wanting thought of that night. Gao Yang also said he would treat everyone to dinner that night, but in the end it was Wen Wanting who paid the bill, and she even ended up asking for herself to be included. The two sat opposite each other in a pretty good restaurant. We didn't go into the private room because Gao Yang didn't ask us to. Are you going to the jadeite roughstone market this afternoon? Gao Yang asked while eating. Tomorrow. I have to take care of your business this afternoon. Also, please fill out the training application form and submit it as soon as possible. I will arrange time for training then. Gao Yang nodded, and then thought of the most crucial thing. Well, give me an account number and I will transfer the funds to you. Wen Wanting glanced at Gao Yang at the beginning and said, let's put this matter aside for now. We'll settle it together tomorrow when we go to gamble on the stones. It saves me the trouble of going back and forth. Anyway. Wanting, what a coincidence. Just when Wen Wanting was halfway through her words, a voice interrupted her. Gao Yang turned his head and saw that it was a man about the same age as himself, or maybe a little older. This man is about 1.75 meters tall, wearing a white shirt, and looks a bit like Daniel Wu. Quite handsome. Chen Kai, what a coincidence. Wen Wanting quickly stood up and greeted them with a smile. Yeah, that's quite a coincidence. You're eating too. Chen Kai said some nonsense, but Gao Yang frowned. Because what this guy said was, you are eating too instead of saying you are eating. The literal meaning seems similar, but if you analyze it, you can realize some different meanings. Yeah, what are you doing? Wen Wanting answered casually and asked another question in return. I'm discussing a deal with a client of mine. He's in the jadeite rough stone business. We're in the box over there. Do you want to join us? By the way, let me introduce you to him. Maybe there is room for cooperation between you two. If it were any other time, upon hearing about the rough stone business and the room for cooperation, Wanting might have really chosen to go, but today. Oh no, I'm having dinner with a friend and I have to talk about something. Wanting considered this as a rejection. At this time, Chen Kai seemed to have just seen Gao Yang. He quickly smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Gao Yang. Hello, my name is Chen Kai, and I'm Wanting's friend. Nice to meet you. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Chen Kai deliberately paused in front of his friend. Chapter 24. What is wrong with pretending to be a country bumpkin? Gao Yang didn't care whether Chen Kai was really happy or just pretending to be happy. He also stood up, stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. Wanting, since Brother Chen sincerely invites us to have dinner together, why don't we go over? I just like making friends, don't you think? Wanting was a little confused now. She didn't know what Gao Yang was up to. Wanting knew Chen Kai, even though he looked gentle and elegant on the surface. In fact, this person is very scheming. Take the simple conversation just now for example, Wanting could hear something wrong, and she didn't believe that Gao Yang couldn't hear it. Since Gao Yang heard it, why? Yeah, why don't we have a meal together? Chen Kai ignored Gao Yang again and looked at Wanting with expectant eyes. Wanting glanced at Gao Yang, and seeing him nod slightly, she agreed. So they didn't eat here, and Gao Yang and Wanting followed Chen Kai directly to a private room. At this time, there was a man in the private room. He was in his 40s and a little bald. After some introduction, Gao Yang learned the man's name. His name is Wang Dacheng, and he mainly engages in the reselling business of jadeite raw stones. Simply put, it means a middleman. It is to buy the cheaper jadeite raw stones from Ruwaicheng, then transport them and sell them to some raw stone shops to make some profit from the difference. If this had happened decades ago, one would have been charged with speculation. Gao Yang seemed very enthusiastic and kept chatting with this guy. We talked about everything, but what we talked about the most was things in Ruwaicheng, as if he was a country bumpkin. Keep asking. This made Chen Kai look contemptuous. If Wanting was not here, his contempt would probably be even worse. Instead, Wanting seemed to understand Gao Yang's meaning. Then many of the previous unreasonable things can be explained. The lunch was quite pleasant, at least Gao Yang thought so. After lunch, Gao Yang took the initiative to add Wang Dacheng's contact information. After chatting with Chen Kai and becoming friends with him, he drove away with Wanting. Are you planning to go to Ruwaicheng? As soon as the car started on the road, Wanting blurted out these words out of the blue. How do you know? Wanting rolled her eyes at Gao Yang and said, I don't know you yet? If you had no purpose, would you be so friendly with Chen Kai? And the questions you asked, even though you acted like a country bumpkin, seemed to be just out of curiosity. But it seems to me that you are just asking for news from Ruwaicheng. Am I right? In fact, Wanting said something quite different here, which is, don't I know you yet? Maybe she herself didn't react. Gao Yang turned his head and glanced at Wanting, who was sitting in the passenger seat. I didn't realize it, but you really have a spiritual connection with me. Pooh. Wanting said pooh. So when are you going? Gao Yang shook his head and said, I can't say for now, but I plan to take some time to go there after the jewelry store opens. According to Wang Dacheng, there are raw stones everywhere over there, so I want to go and take a look. Wanting's eyes rolled around and she said, I'll go with you then. Gao Yang frowned. I only agreed to cooperate with you in Jinling City. I didn't say I would cooperate with you in Ruwaicheng. Wanting is so angry. How could she not understand what Gao Yang meant? Gao Yang's intention was simply to make a fortune in Ruwaicheng, and then he would split the profits 50-50 when he got there. In other words, he was afraid that Wanting would take advantage of him. Don't worry, I'll just go with you and take a look. Besides, I'm more familiar with that place than you are. After all, I've been there twice. At worst, I can buy the jade you unearthed at full market price, right? After hearing Wanting say this, Gao Yang finally felt relieved. It can't be blamed on him being stingy. The stones cut here are divided 50-50, so Gao Yang is already at a big disadvantage. After all, it's my fault. But it was different when he arrived in Ruwaicheng. With his ability, it was easy for him to make a fortune by gambling on stones. Another point is that there are benefits to bringing Wanting along. The first is the issue of funds. Although Gao Yang has more than 100 million yuan, it is not enough if he really wants to make a fortune. Moreover, I am unfamiliar with the place. Not to mention personal safety, even how to sell the cut jade is a problem. But it's different when wanting follows, these problems don't exist. At worst, the jadeite that is cut out will be cheaper. Gao Yang doesn't have a big plan because his horizons have not yet been broadened. Let us use the same analogy again. It's like a beggar suddenly gets 1 million and he doesn't know how to spend it. To put it bluntly, he didn't know how to make money. As for opening a jewelry store, it was because wanting reminded him. Besides, this chain store model is not the business that Gao Yang wants. He needs to have his own independent business, such as opening a jadeite raw stone shop here. In fact, I have to thank Chen Kai for this idea. When Chen Kai mentioned that there was a person who was doing raw stone business, Gao Yang thought of a solution. That is to go to Ruiqing and take the raw stones to Jinling City to sell, or you can even directly sell the finished jadeite. Who told him to have cheats? So this is a very good way to make money, which is why he knows that Chen Kai looks down on him, but still flatters him and calls him a brother. Even though he knew that Wang Duqing was annoyed by his questions, he still kept asking. Sometimes these so-called faces are really not very important. Faces earned by oneself, when one day he becomes rich and wealthy. These faces will naturally come back, and no one will remember what you were like. What's the point of thinking highly of yourself if you don't succeed? Others will still look down on you. This is an era where people laugh at poverty but not at prostitution. Those women can be shameless and flirt with each other on the live broadcast of a certain platform. Gao Yang thinks there is nothing wrong with pretending to be a country bumpkin occasionally to achieve his desired goals. To be high profile, you need the strength to control it. If you don't have this strength, it's called pretending. What's more, he was originally from the countryside, so he was a country bumpkin. Before Zhu Yuanzhang became emperor, he was a monk. After Gao Yang sent wanting to the company, he drove towards Susan's grandfather's antique shop. That's right, he came to sell stamps. Those 2 stamps were a burden to him because there was no point in keeping them. It would be more economical to exchange it for money. Gao Yang was slightly stunned when he entered the store. Because Susan was not there were 2 old men chatting in the store. One of the old men looked to be in his 60s or 70s. Looks full of energy. Judging from his clothes, he should be the owner of this store and Susan's grandfather. The other old man had a square face and looked wealthy. When the 2 saw Gao Yang come in, they stopped chatting and looked towards Gao Yang. Chapter 25 Su Zhangping. Little brother, what can I do for you? Gao Yang guessed correctly, the person who spoke was Susan's grandfather Su Zhangping. Do you accept stamps here? Gao Yang went straight into the mountain and explained his purpose. He doesn't know the rules of the antique business, so he doesn't want to follow the rules. Give something to someone, sell it if the price is right, forget it if the price is not right, it's that simple. This is the advantage of not being in the circle. When Su Zhangping heard about stamps, he was not very interested. After all, these stamps were too ordinary. Almost every year he would meet many people who would come to him with stamps. They are all ordinary stuff, and very few of them are truly valuable. However, when it comes to business, you will never refuse something before you see it. Yes, but we need to see the value of the stamps. Gao Yang nodded, took out the picture book and put it on the counter. Signaled Su Zhangping to check. Su Zhangping looked at Gao Yang suspiciously, then opened the picture book. Suddenly 2 stamps came into view. Su Zhangping didn't take it seriously at first, but suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, picked up the magnifying glass beside him and started to check. He picked up the tweezers next to him, picked up the corner of a stamp, and looked at it over and over again. Lao Su, let me see. At this time, another old man nearby also discovered the unusualness of these 2 stamps. He quickly snatched the magnifying glass from Su Zhangping's hand and began to check. It was amazing at first sight and I fell in love with it instantly. It was like when he was 18 or 19 and saw the first girl who made his heart beat. After a long time. Little brother, how much do you plan to do? Gao Yang glanced at Su Zhangping and confirmed that the other party knew the value of the 2 stamps. Boss, just give me a reasonable price. I will sell these 2 stamps as long as they are worth the money. As Gao Yang spoke, he closed the picture book without leaving a trace and picked it up. His meaning was very clear: I would sell if the price was right, and I would leave if the price was low. There is another meaning. He is afraid that the other party will cheat and refuse to pay the debt if he takes the picture book. Or it is possible that they might rob him. Gao Yang really had no choice. These 2 stamps are indeed good, but you should know that stamps are mainly modern commodities. So this value. Su Zhangping said this, glanced at Gao Yang, and then stretched out 2 fingers. 1 index finger and 1 thumb, which makes an 8. In fact, this is the most deceptive part of the antique industry. You can understand this gesture as 800, or you can understand it as 80,000 or even 8 million or 80 million. But don't get it wrong, this is what you think, and it is never what the other person thinks. If you say it is 800, then it is 800. If you think it is 8 million, he will tell you that actually I gave you 80,000. To put it bluntly, Su Zhangping wanted to use this gesture to trick Gao Yang. If Gao Yang said 80,000, he would say 8,000, and then the two of them would bargain together. The final transaction amount depended entirely on who gave in first. But Su Zhangping miscalculated one thing, that is Gao Yang, he is not in this industry at all. So this approach is useless to him. Boss, just tell me straight, how much will you charge for these 2 stamps? I have something else to do. If you don't want it, I'll try another one. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute, young man. Just then, another old man spoke. Gao Yang stopped. Young man, where did you get these 2 stamps? Gao Yang frowned. Old man, has selling things become so complicated now? The boss smiled and said. Little brother, don't misunderstand me, I'm just asking casually. My name is Ma Jiangmo. My dear brother, these 2 stamps are very well preserved. I am very interested. How about this, little brother, name a price and I will never bargain. Gao Yang looked at the man named Ma Jiangmo for 3 seconds, and finally stretched out 2 fingers as well. Exactly the same as Su Zhangping. 8 million. If you give me this amount, I can give you this picture book as well. Gao Yang's words amused Ma Jiangmo. Why does he want this picture book? Okay, I'll take 8 million. Old Ma, you. Su Zhangping on the side was a little nervous, or rather, a little unhappy. After all, he knew the value of the 2 stamps. Originally, he intended to bid 80,000, even though Gao Yang knew that the stamps were very valuable. After some bargaining, I could get it for about a few 100,000. As a result, Ma Jiangwo directly offered 8 million to snatch the deal. Ma Jiangwo also knew that he might have broken the rules, so he smiled apologetically at Su Zhangping and said, Lao Su, if you want to buy it, I'll buy it for you first. Well, Su Zhangping was speechless. 8 million, where can he draw so much money at once? So I just shook my head, smiled bitterly, and stopped talking. Then things will be much easier, including transactions, transfers, and writing a transfer contract. At this point, the transaction is complete. After Gao Yang completed the transaction, he left here directly. He didn't want to wait for Susan to come back and be embarrassed, so he picked up his phone and checked the time. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. So he went straight to the bank, got a cash check for 5 million, and then drove directly to Wen's jewelry company. Gao Yang had just parked his car and came to the office building when he met an acquaintance. A half-baked person, Qian Meili. Qian Meili can be described as mature. Around 30 is the most mature age for women. It is not as green as a green apple, nor as ripe as a banana. At this age, it is a red Fuji that has just been put on the market. It looks beautiful, and if you eat it, the taste is absolutely the best. Especially that pair of proud bulges, Gao Yang would feel like drooling every time he saw them. It's a pity that she has a pair of rimmed glasses on her nose, which really ruins her image. Gao Yang even had the urge to go up, take off his glasses, and stomp them to pieces. Qian Meili was also stunned when she saw Gao Yang, and then felt a little embarrassed. After all, I mistook the other person for a thief yesterday. It turned out to be Mr. Gao. I'm so sorry for misunderstanding you yesterday. Gao Yang smiled and waved his hand, saying, It's okay. It's mainly because I look a bit wretched by nature, so some people often think I'm a bad person. I'm used to it. After hearing this, Qian Meili burst into laughter. Well, this laugh was a bit exaggerated, so exaggerated that a certain part of my body was shaking constantly. Gao Yang had the urge to reach out and help drag the thing. He swears that this was definitely not an attempt to take advantage of others. He was just afraid that this thing would fall. What if you fall and hit your feet? Chapter 26. A little jealous. When Wanting had just finished dealing with Gao Yang's matters and returned to the office, I felt my neck a little sore, so I stretched and twisted my neck. He picked up a watering can and walked to the windowsill, ready to water the 2 pots of orchids on the windowsill. Just then, she saw 2 people chatting outside, downstairs in the office building. One is Gao Yang and the other is Qian Meili. The 2 of them were chatting happily, and Qian Meili was laughing the whole time. It was obvious that Gao Yang was telling some jokes. Wen Wanqing was so angry. I have been busy with Gao Yang's affairs for most of the afternoon, but this guy is so idle that he is here to chat with beautiful women. Suddenly, the office was filled with a sour smell. Mr. Gao is so humorous. By the way, you are looking for President Wen, right? I just saw President Wen enter the office, go find her. I have some other things to deal with, let's talk some other time. After Qian Meili left, Gao Yang entered the elevator of the office building. When Wen Wanting saw Gao Yang enter the office building, she hurried back to her seat. Then I opened the computer game and played it there. Wen Wanting accidentally glanced at her small mirror and for some reason put it into her bag. Just as I finished these actions, the office door rang. With a "come in," the office door opened, and there was no doubt that the person who came in was Gao Yang. Wen Wanting looked up, glanced, and then continued playing the game. Gao Yang took out a cash check from his wallet and placed it directly on Wen Wanting's desk. Wen Wanting glanced at the check and immediately understood what Gao Yang meant. Suddenly, there was an unknown fire in my heart. I said I would advance the money, but this guy still sent the check over. Am I really like this? This is my latest earnings, so I'm using it to pay for the rent and renovation costs of the store. Gao Yang's explanation, which wasn't really an explanation, made Wanting feel a little better. But another question arises: how much money is earned? Are you gambling on stones again? This was Wen Wanting's first thought, because it seemed that this guy didn't know how to do anything other than gambling on stones. Besides, earning 5 million is not something that can be earned easily. Gao Yang shook his head and said, "Didn't you go to see Susan yesterday?" Later, I found a bargain on the antique street. Gao Yang gave a brief account of the situation. Wen Wanqing suddenly remembered that she saw this guy jumping and dancing on the surveillance camera yesterday, and kissing a picture book hard. At that time, I thought this guy had a mental problem. It turns out this guy got a bargain. So for many things, you can't just look at the surface. Only a deep understanding can determine the truth of the facts. You also know about antiques? Wen Wanting was a little shocked. She just picked up a bargain and made millions. If someone said it was luck, she would never believe it. I understand a little bit, Gao Yang said casually, and then saw Wen Wanting hitting his shoulder with her little fist again. So he quickly ran behind Wen Wanting and started to massage her. "What are you doing?" Wen Wanting asked 3 words even though she knew the answer. But why did these 3 words sound a bit like coquettishness? After saying this, he did not refuse or resist, and continued to ask the doubts in his heart. "So, which one are you better at, antiques or gambling on stones?" Gao Yang thought about it and realized that he was not proficient in either of them. If he didn't have the ability to see through things, he would be just an ordinary person. So I made up a random sentence. I feel about the same. Actually, I'm not very professional. This is definitely showing off. Wen Wanting was 100% sure. Gao Yang was behind him and he wanted to peek again, but he didn't dare today because yesterday. Just then, Gao Yang discovered that the mirror on the desk was gone, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In fact, Wen Wanting's head never turned while she was playing games and enjoying the massage. But she knew that there was a guy looking at her there with a pair of lustful eyes. This is an intuition, which can also be called a woman's sixth sense. In fact, Gao Yang can be viewed openly because it has perspective. But men all have one thing in common, which is that they like excitement. Zhang Jun was the same, so he went to the rental house to have sex with Qiu Lily. Fortunately, Gao Yang was only cuckolded for 1 year. If not for this, Gao Yang would not know when he would know the truth, and it is possible that he would never know it in his entire life. There are many people like this, and some of them don't even know that their women are cheating on them in their entire lives. Some people even help raise other people's children for their entire lives. If Gao Yang didn't know, and continued to be on good terms with Zhang Jun, then the green hat would be pulled from the neck to the chest, and finally to the feet. Wen Wanting felt that it was enough to let this guy take advantage of her. Sometimes you can't let others take too much advantage. Taking up too much will not achieve better results. Okay, I feel my shoulders aren't sore anymore, sit down and I'll tell you something. Gao Yang said oh and then sat down on the sofa beside him. Everything on your side has been completed. The business license and some related items will be issued in the next few days. That means you can arrange for people to come to the company for training at any time. Our branches usually have one store manager and 10 employees. Gao Yang frowned. So many people? When Wanting knew at once that this guy didn't understand. The 11 people depends on the size of the store. I mean the minimum configuration for your store. The store manager works the long day shift. Generally, our branch's business hours are from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. The total business hours are 16 hours, divided into 2 shifts, namely the morning shift and the afternoon shift, with 5 sales staff in each shift. 2 more security guards are needed. Gao Yang thought about it and felt that it made sense. After all, he would be divided into classes. That means he is short of people. I'm going to go out for a while. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he was about to get up and leave. He wanted to discuss this matter with Susan. After all, Susan was the store manager now, and such a headache as finding employees should naturally be left to Susan. Wait, are you going to look for Susan? After when Wanting said this, she felt that it was a bit inappropriate, so she quickly added another sentence. What I mean is that we can open this store first, and then recruit people while operating it. Also, we can hold a promotion during the first 3 days of opening, and I can transfer a group of staff from the company to help. As for the later employees, I can help you recruit some online in the name of our company. Gao Yang sat down again and looked at Wen Wanting with curiosity. This woman was quite smart and thoughtful. He could think of such ideas. Wen Wanting also noticed that Gao Yang was looking at her, and she felt a little uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 27 Vicious Words. Nothing, I was just wondering, how come you are so smart? If I were you, I would have posted a job ad if you thought of something like this. Wen Wanting felt a little happy when she heard Gao Yang praising her. However, Gao Yang's next words made her laugh out of anger. Well, you bring some people to help. You don't need to pay for this, right? In the end, Gao Yang was kicked out of the office by Wen Wanting. Gao Yang was about to go out for a walk, but when he looked at the time, he found that Wen Wanting would be off work in half an hour. Just wait for her to come together. Who doesn't tea like beautiful women? Besides, the two of them had that kind of relationship. If Gao Yang said that he didn't have any such ulterior motives, he would be lying. It's just that he has a bad temper. To put it simply, I have a strong sense of self-esteem and don't like being scolded by others. Of course, Xiao Lily doesn't tea count. It wasn't like this when Xiao Lily first met him. But as the two of them spend more time together, there will always be some minor frictions when they are together every day. Women are more or less unreasonable, and Gao Yang is a man, so he is more or less humble. The most important thing is that he loved Xiao Lily at that time, at least he thought Xiao Lily also loved him. For Wen Wanting, it's not called love, at most you can only say that she likes him a little bit. And this liking is mostly because the other person is beautiful. Many things may feel embarrassing once or twice, but when they happen more often, they become the norm. Simply understand it as a habit. For example, after Gao Yang took Wen Wanting into the vegetable market, Wen Wanting's little hand naturally held Gao Yang's arm. Gao Yang bought 2 kilograms of lobster. In fact, Gao Yang likes eating lobster very much, especially garlic lobster. Gao Yang? Just then, a woman's voice came. Gao Yang looked up and his face darkened. Then turned and left. Gao Yang, I'm going to ask you one last time, are you really going to be so heartless? As long as you come back, I will obey you in everything from now on, and I will also add your name to the property certificate. Gao Yang was so angry that he laughed. Then he looked at Xiao Lily with contempt. Xiao Lily, I never noticed that you were so disgusting. It's okay to be disgusting, but the most important thing is that you are shameless. I don't know how you have the nerve to say these things. When I look at you now, it's like seeing a bowl filled with shit. The most important thing is that there's a green-headed fly crawling on top of the shit. I originally thought someone like you was a gift from God, but in the end I discovered that you are God's failure. Puff. Wen Wanting on the side finally couldn't hold it back anymore and burst out laughing. Gao Yang's words were extremely harsh. Shamelessness? That was child's play. The most important thing is the shit and green-headed flies and stuff like that, it's pretty disgusting. You, just wait for me. Sooner or later you will come back to beg me. Gao Yang glanced at what was in Xiao Lily's hand and said. Pork kidney, black fish, pork rib soup. I remember that these things don't seem to be what you like to eat, so that means you made them for Zhang Jun, right? After hearing what Gao Yang said, Xiao Lily felt that there was no way back, so she just let it go. So what? Zhang Jun is at least more capable than you. I stayed in the hospital last night, and I was on his bed. Xiao Lily has completely broken off relations with Gao Yang. She just wants to anger him. Gao Yang smiled and said, Xiao Lily, I really don't want to scold you, but I have to say that you are really cheap. Those prostitutes on the street sell their bodies for a little money, or to make a living, but what about you? You are not even as good as them, and you are still trying to get close to them. This reminds me of the old sow that my family raised when I was a child. They dragged the sows to someone else's pig pen and asked the boars to breed with them. In the end, the sow's owner had to pay them money. How shameless you are. When Wanting couldn't stand it anymore. She covered her mouth with her hands and laughed secretly, then reached out and tugged at Gao Yang's clothes. What's up, baby? You don't have to be angry. I don't like this kind of bus. Let's go. I'll make your favorite garlic lobster when we get back. When Wanting's pretty face turned slightly red, but she still cooperated and said Looking at Gao Yang being left with Wen Wanting's arm around his, Xiao Lily trembled with anger. But she was powerless to refute. Just as Gao Yang said, he is actually paying for it. Wen Wanting held Gao Yang's arm like this, and she didn't let go even when they walked far away from the vegetable market. Until the car. Gao Yang, you have such a vicious mouth. But it sounds quite satisfying, that rural sow breeding. Gao Yang was speechless. Wen Wanting actually cared about this matter. After returning home, Gao Yang first steamed the rice and then began to process the lobster. Lobster is delicious and can be cooked in many ways. However, this thing is very troublesome to clean, which is mainly related to its living environment. Lobsters generally like to stay in water plants or in the mud on the shore. This results in many things like rust on their bodies, and even many unknown things. So first you have to use scissors to cut all his little claws, and then use a toothbrush to clean them. After cleaning, you also need to cut off the lobster's head because there are some things similar to internal organs in it, which are quite dirty. After processing the head, there is still an intestine at the tail, which goes directly to the brain. The intestine is like a line, and it is all black inside. That thing is feces. It took about half an hour to clean 2 pounds of lobster. During this half hour, Wen Wanting peeled a few garlic cloves. Gao Yang, my hands hurt from peeling this thing. Wen Wanting's tone of voice is becoming softer and softer, sometimes even with a hint of coquettishness. Maybe she herself is not aware of this change. I don't mind the pain in my hands when I eat. You take a break, I'll do it. Wen Wanting stuck out her tongue playfully, then quickly moved aside. She had been waiting for this sentence. It is not as troublesome for Gao Yang to peel garlic as it is for Wen Wanting. Just take the knife and cut the root of the garlic, then do some random work and the bunch of garlic will be ready. Wen Wanting was stunned. It turned out that this is how you could peel garlic? Actually, this can't be blamed on her. Wen Wanting has never cooked before. Gao Yang didn't buy much vegetables tonight because there were still a lot of vegetables in the refrigerator from yesterday. By the time all the dishes were ready, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Beer and lobster, so refreshing. Wanting, how about we drink some beer? Gao Yang was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized what was happening and felt extremely embarrassed. Not only Gao Yang reacted, but Wen Wanting also realized something. That's right, it was the beer that caused the trouble that night, and the two of them suddenly became awkward. There's beer in the fridge, take it if you want to drink, but don't drink too much, 2 bottles at most. Chapter 28, Fell. In the end, Gao Yang didn't have the courage to get the wine. But what was strange was that Wen Wanting ran over and took 2 bottles of beer, and then used a screwdriver to pry open one of the bottles. Just 2 bottles. From now on, you can only drink 2 bottles at a time. Otherwise, you will. Having said that, Wen Wanting stopped talking. Gao Yang didn't care. He picked up 2 disposable cups, poured one for himself and one for Wen Wanting. Then he picked up 1 cup and clinked it with the other cup. Wen Wanting rolled her eyes at Gao Yang. It seemed that this guy had drunk a lot in the past. Judging from his skillful movements, he must have eaten skewers a lot. Just then Gao Yang's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his mother calling. Gao Yang took his cell phone and went into the room. Wen Wanting became very curious, so she quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks and went to the door to eavesdrop. Mom, I'm fine. Yes, I will be back soon, don't worry. Okay, I get it, just let her come over. When Wanting only heard these few words and then hurried back to the dinner table. Gao Yang hung up the phone and came back, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Just tell me what you think. It's really painful to watch, When Wanting said. Isn't my sister on summer vacation? She wants to come over to my place and do a summer job or something. What I mean is. When Wanting heard it. There are many rooms here, anyone will do. After When Wanting finished speaking, she put down her bowl and chopsticks. She was full. Gao Yang only drank one bottle of wine and put the other one back. Then he started to clean up the mess. He had to go out later as he had to deal with the clerk's matter. Oops. Just then, When Wanting screamed from the bathroom. Gao Yang ran over quickly and saw When Wanting lying on the ground. The scene was very tempting. It turned out that When Wanting had just finished taking a shower and was preparing to put on her clothes, that is, her panties. As a result, one foot is standing on the ground and the other foot is lifted up. This is the action that more than 99% of humans use to put on clothes. However, it was this one action that caused When Wanting to fall flat on her face. The main problem was that one of his feet was not stable, and the other foot was in the air, resulting in his foot slipping, and his butt sat on the ground and his whole body fell down. He was dizzy from the fall. It's definitely not serious, but the blow to his butt was probably pretty hard. Gao Yang hurried forward and picked up When Wanting. Are you okay? Gao Yang asked, without waiting for When Wanting to speak, and then carried her out of the bathroom. Just like that, When Wanting was naked, with a pair of panties hanging on one leg. When Wanting is now feeling both pain and shame. My butt hurts, but my face is embarrassed. But she couldn't say anything yet, because at the moment she was being held by Gao Yang, and she was taking advantage of him for free. The most important thing was that she had no place to complain. Gao Yang carried When Wanting to the second floor, which was When Wanting's room. Then put When Wanting on the bed. Logically speaking, this part should have ended here, but Gao Yang had no awareness of this at all. Even watching openly. Still looking? Get out now. When Wanting really couldn't stand Gao Yang's gaze. It felt like a wolf staring at its prey. It's mainly because of shyness, but the resistance is not strong. How about I take a look at your butt, I can rub it for you. Before Gao Yang could finish his words, a pillow flew towards him. Well, my kindness was taken for granted. Gao Yang shrugged and left the room. When Wanting was both embarrassed and annoyed. She was seen naked by this guy today. After all, that day, this guy was in a confused state, but today. Just watch it, it's not the first time anyway. When Wanting comforted herself like this, and then got up to find clothes to wear. After all, my spare clothes were placed on the floor in the bathroom. Wouldn't it be so embarrassing if that guy saw them? As a result, as soon as he exerted force, a pain swept through his buttocks and spread throughout his body. Hiss. When Wanting took a deep breath and it took her a long time to recover. Then he slowly moved his body, picked up a piece of pajamas on the mattress and put it on, then began to limp around the room. After a long while, I felt a little better. Then she slowly opened the door and prepared to go downstairs to pack her underwear and other things. As a result, when the door opened, I saw Gao Yang holding his underwear. Don't get me wrong, Gao Yang is hanging out clothes to dry. However, after Gao Yang finished drying the clothes, he still stared at them. It's not that he has never seen underwear before, it's mainly because the proportions are not right. The bra on top is surprisingly large, and the underwear on the bottom has surprisingly little fabric. No matter how you look at it, this is disproportionate. After looking at it for about a minute, he turned around and prepared to put the basin in his hand back into the bathroom. However, he saw When Wanting standing at the stairs looking at him. How embarrassing. I said I was daydreaming, do you believe me? When Wanting rolled her eyes at Gao Yang, then turned around and went back into the house. She originally planned to pack clothes, and now the clothes have been hung out to dry, which means she has seen everything she needed to see. After finishing all the work, Gao Yang looked at the time and it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Just as I was about to go out, my cell phone beeped. I picked it up and saw it was from When Wanting. It was still a voice message, but the voice was very soft and a bit hesitant. Gao Yang, I'm in so much pain there. How about you help me get some safflower oil? There was nothing he could do. He didn't plan to go out. Compared with helping When Wanting apply safflower oil, other things were simply not worth mentioning. Gao Yang put his phone away. He remembered where When Wanting had taken the small first aid kit the night before. I quickly opened the cabinet and found a first aid kit, with the bottle of safflower oil on top. I picked it up and went to the second floor. As soon as I turned on the light, I heard When Wanting's voice. "Don't turn on the lights." "Well, the patient is the most important," Gao Yang comforted himself and turned off the light casually. When Wanting's heart was pounding at this moment. She was afraid that Gao Yang would suddenly go beastly, just like that day. So should I resist? But it seems like I can't resist now, right? Just as When Wanting was daydreaming, Gao Yang had already come to the bedside. When Wanting was wearing pajamas and lying on her stomach at this time. So if you want to use safflower oil to apply on her, there are only two ways. The first way is to take off your pajamas. The second method is to lift up the pajamas from the bottom. Either way, it's definitely a little awkward. But there is a saying that goes, as long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. That's what Gao Yang thought. Not only was he not embarrassed, he even felt a little bit expectant. So he stretched out his dirty hands. Chapter 29. When Wanting is very good at pretending. When Gao Yang's hand touched When Wanting's body, she clearly felt her body become stiff. However, Gao Yang was only stunned for a few seconds, then he picked up the iodine, poured a little on the palm of his hand, and began to help apply it. The right half is indeed a little blue, but fortunately this is the buttocks and there is more flesh. At most it would just hurt, he wouldn't be seriously injured. When Gao Yang's big hand pressed on When Wanting, her body felt like it was electrocuted. "My whole body is tense and there is some burning pain." Fortunately, this tense mood did not last for a minute, and When Wanting relaxed quietly. Because the burning feeling disappeared, and it was replaced by a cool feeling. This feeling is very comfortable, just like eating a piece of snow in the hot summer. Just when When Wanting was enjoying this massage, Gao Yang stopped. This made When Wanting nervous again. Could this guy have any new ideas while pressing her? In fact, Gao Yang really didn't have any ideas at this time. Although the feel of this position was indeed good, he dared to swear that he was stunned at this moment, and it was definitely not because of this. Just now, he didn't know why, but he felt a cold breath in his body extending along his arms to his hands. Then it flowed to When Wanting. "What's wrong?" Fortunately, When Wanting's question interrupted Gao Yang's thoughts. "Fine." Gao Yang said this casually, and then continued massaging and rubbing. "I was thinking about what happened just now, and at this moment, that feeling came back." Gao Yang clearly felt a stream of energy flowing through his hands and towards When Wanting's body. At this time, When Wanting was no longer shy, after all, she had passed the shy stage. Another reason was that the lights in the room were not on at that time. And her mind was now completely focused on the comfortable feeling brought by the coolness. You know what, it's really comfortable. I don't know how long it took, but When Wanting fell asleep. Gao Yang was also very tired. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained. So she closed the lid of the safflower oil and then pulled down the hem of her pajamas. He picked up the remote control and raised the temperature in the room by 2 degrees, then closed the door and slowly went downstairs. Not long after Gao Yang left, When Wanting woke up. There was a slight curve at the corner of her mouth. At least tonight she verified one thing: even though Gao Yang sometimes talks nonsense, he is actually a gentleman. If Gao Yang really wanted to do something to her just now, she would probably have to accept it passively. But this guy was just lingering on a certain injured part from beginning to end. Before leaving, he carefully pulled down the hem of her pajamas and raised the air conditioner temperature by 2 degrees. This is a careful man. In other words, what happened that night was definitely an accident. Most of it was caused by alcohol, and a small part of it might be because he was mentally unstable at the time. When a person is stimulated or depressed, his heart is relatively fragile, especially if alcohol is involved. It is very normal to do things that you would not normally do or would not dare to do. When Wanting slowly climbed up. When Wanting was delighted because her buttocks didn't hurt anymore, she didn't feel any pain at all. She even stood up and twisted it a bit, and finally made sure that it didn't hurt anymore. So he quickly turned on the light in the room and looked at himself in the mirror. The redness has definitely subsided a lot. However, when Wanting thought about how Gao Yang had been rubbing this place for almost an hour, her face turned red. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, when Wanting limped down the stairs, Gao Yang quickly put down the plate in his hand and ran over to help. "How do you feel?" When Wanting nodded slightly. "Much better." It still hurts a bit though. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she secretly glanced at Gao Yang. Why don't you just not go to work today and rest at home for a day, and then I'll give you a massage in the afternoon, and you'll basically be fine. Wen Wanting shook her head and said, No, the company is short of jade raw materials recently. We must go get a batch this afternoon. Wen Wanting said this as she walked towards the bathroom. Gao Yang went into the bathroom first, then picked up Wen Wanting's toothbrush and squeezed some toothpaste. Then he filled a cup with water and placed it on the table, then motioned to Wen Wanting to brush her teeth. In fact, Wen Wanting was really touched. Whether a man is good enough depends first on whether he pays attention to details. Through these 2 days of observation, Wen Wanting felt that Gao Yang was definitely qualified, or even above the passing level. After she washed her face and brushed her teeth and went to the toilet, she found breakfast already on the table. What are you going to do today? Wen Wanting asked casually while eating breakfast. Let me take you to the company first. You probably can't drive when you look like this. Then I'll go pick up Susan. They'll come to the company for training. By the way, how will I handle the HR and finance aspects of my business? This is what Gao Yang thought about last night. You can ask Susan to do the daily attendance record, or if that doesn't work, buy a fingerprint time clock. But someone has to prepare the monthly reports, calculate salaries and other things, right? He himself doesn't have the time, and even if he did, he wouldn't do such boring things. Wen Wanting thought about it and it made sense. How about this, I'll ask Sun Yan to come over once a week, and at the end of the month, I'll ask her to help you calculate your salary and make reports. The Sun Yan that Wen Wanting was talking about was her secretary. Sun Yan is not tall, and it is more appropriate to describe her as petite and exquisite. She wears a pair of glasses and looks gentle and refined. Gao Yang thought it was okay, so let us do it this way for now. I'll wait until I find the right person later. After breakfast, Gao Yang sent Wen Wanting to the company and then drove away. As soon as Wen Wanting saw Gao Yang leave, she started walking normally again. The limping look from before suddenly disappeared. Gao Yang did not go to Susan's grandfather's antique shop, but called to meet in a cafe. In a private room, Gao Yang saw 3 other girls. One is called Zhang Zhouyi, one is called Fan Yulian, and the last one is named Gao Yang. Then an embarrassing scene occurred, as they had the same name as each other. Fortunately, the pronunciation is the same but the characters are different. In fact, it's not just Gao Yang who was embarrassed, but also the woman Gao Yang. Chapter 30 Secretary Sun Yan. The 3 girls were secretly looking at Gao Yang, and Gao Yang was also observing the 3 girls. Fan Yulian is a little taller, about 1.65 meters. Long hair, oval face, double eyelids, and red lips indicate that lipstick has been applied. She wore a black short-sleeved shirt with a slightly raised crotch that was barely visible, and a pair of jeans and sandals. Zhang Zhouyi is of medium height, and her hair is similar to Susan's, but brown. Her eyebrows were trimmed, and she had lipstick on her lips and foundation on her face. A shoulder-bearing top and a hip skirt. Judging from his dress, he should be an extrovert or cheerful person. As for the last person, it is naturally Gao Yang. There is only one character difference between her name and Gao Yang, but this girl is the most quiet. They also wear glasses. Overall, all 3 girls are good and are quite suitable for sales jobs in jewelry stores. After all, a salesperson is a profession in the service industry. It may be a bit of an exaggeration to say that appearance is very important, but it does play a very important role. People always like to judge people by their appearance. When someone comes to your store to shop, if you arrange for him to have an ugly person, the effect will definitely not be as good as having a beautiful woman. After a brief introduction, Gao Yang began his first interview since he grew up. You 3 are classmates with Susan, so I'll just tell you something. My store has just been renovated and is expected to open in a few days. Of course, there are definitely not enough people, so you are just the first batch. If you are willing to do it, I will take you to Wen's jewelry company and arrange for someone to train you. In other words, you will start working from today. We'll discuss the specific working hours after you've completed your training. I think your biggest concern is probably the salary. I have consulted with them. Since they are chain stores, their business models are the same, so this aspect is also the same, and they are all in accordance with national standards. The other thing is commission. In the service sales industry, performance is what matters the most. Whether you are pretty or not, your ability to sell things is your real strength. Specific salary and other details will be mentioned during the training. As for the salary payment date, I have tentatively scheduled it for the 5th. Of course, there may be delays if there are special circumstances, such as weekends, holidays, etc. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. If you don't have any questions, I will take you there for training and help you with the onboarding procedures. The three girls looked at each other and finally shook their heads. In fact, in today's era, let alone ordinary college students, even for those from some famous universities, it is really difficult to find an easy job with high salary after graduation. Unless you are from 985 or 211. Of course, what we are talking about here is a general phenomenon and cannot represent all. Some people with general academic qualifications can find good jobs, while some graduate students are still delivering food. And this phenomenon is gradually becoming the norm. Since there was no problem, Gao Yang paid the bill, then drove the four women directly to Wen's jewelry company. Wen Wanting had just finished her daily work and was about to go to the production workshop to take a look. As soon as I walked out of the office, I saw Gao Yang leading four girls out of the elevator. She used to walk normally, but suddenly she started to limp. If you have trouble walking, just walk less. Gao Yang complained, then prepared to help Wen Wanting back to the office. Sister Wanting, what's wrong with your leg? Susan thought Wen Wanting had sprained her ankle or something. It's okay. She last night. Ahem. Gao Yang wanted to explain, but suddenly heard Wen Wanting coughing and quickly closed his mouth. Susan, these are your classmates, right? Well, Gao Yang, take them to the training room first. I will notify the Human Resources Department to arrange for trainers to go there later. Also, come over here later. I have something to tell you. Gao Yang nodded, then helped Wen Wanting into the office first, and then took Susan and others to the training room. The so-called training room is where new employees generally come in for training. The main thing is to explain the company's rules and regulations and so on. Not long after entering, Wen Wanting's secretary Sun Yan and a trainer came over. After some introduction, the training began. Gao Yang and Sun Yan also left. Mr. Gao, congratulations. The secretary knew that Gao Yang opened a store, and she also knew that Gao Yang's relationship with Wen Wanting was definitely not simple. Therefore, the smart girl naturally wanted to have a good relationship with Gao Yang. As for Mr. Gao, after all, Gao Yang is now a boss, so there is nothing wrong with this title. Secretary Sun, just call me Gao Yang. I'll have to trouble you more in the future. Sun Yan naturally knew what trouble Gao Yang was talking about. It was to help him with attendance and salary settlement. These are child's play for her. The two of them chatted as they arrived at Wen Wanting's office. Sun Yan has a small office next to Wen Wanting's office. Gao Yang didn't knock on the door, but opened it and walked into the office. However, as soon as he entered the office, he saw an erotic scene. It turned out that Wen Wanting remembered that there was a large bruise on her but last night. Although it didn't hurt now, she just wanted to see if the bruise was still there. So she held the mirror in one hand and pulled her skirt down with the other. Mainly, I wanted to use a mirror to see if the bruise was still there. Just after confirming that the bruise was gone, the office door was pushed open. Then Gao Yang was seen staring at her but without blinking. Wen Wanting's pretty face turned red and she quickly pulled up her skirt. Actually, it's not her fault. No matter who enters her office, they have to knock on the door, but she didn't expect that Gao Yang would come. This guy actually opened the door and rushed in. Have you seen enough? Gao Yang reacted quickly and nodded seriously. Yeah, it's pretty white. Wen Wanting is so angry. You'll die if you don't tell me. Wen Wanting blushed and glared at Gao Yang fiercely. Then return to your seat and sit down. Gao Yang nodded seriously and said, I am a very honest person and I always like to tell the truth. I feel bad if I don't say it out loud. Wen Wanting ignored this guy. She came to the conclusion that as long as she didn't dwell on this topic, everything would be fine. This is your stuff, keep it. It will be very troublesome to get a replacement if it is lost. Wen Wanting said this as she handed Gao Yang a file bag. Gao Yang took it casually, opened it and took a look, then handed it to Wen Wanting. Please help me keep it, I have no place to put it. Wen Wanting rolled her eyes at Gao Yang, but still reached out to take it and put it in her bag. What the company needs most right now is red jadeite. Are you sure? Chapter 31 How did you do it? Upon hearing this, Gao Yang frowned. When gambling on jadeite, it is already difficult to get high-quality jadeite, and it is almost impossible to specify a certain type of jadeite. Although he has the ability to see through things, the prerequisite is that you must have red jadeite. Just like the imperial green last time. I searched through so many pieces of material before I finally found this not too big piece of imperial green. Now I want red jadeite, which is quite difficult. I'm not sure about this, I can only try my best. Gao Yang finally said this. When Wanting nodded. In fact, she just said it casually. In fact, she is not only short of red jadeite, but all kinds of jadeite. The conversation ended here. When Wanting was working while Gao Yang was lying on the sofa playing with his mobile phone. One foot was still on the coffee table, shaking constantly. When Wanting was speechless. So I started looking for topics. Gao Yang, do you think there is love in this world? Gao Yang was having fun when he heard these words, so he quit the game. Love should exist, but its shelf life is not long enough. In addition, we also need to add the skill of money as an auxiliary. When Wanting nodded without comment. I'm going to say something, don't be upset, you just broke up not long ago, and I saw you weren't in good shape just a few days ago. But these past 2 days I've noticed that you don't look like you've been heartbroken at all. Gao Yang was silent for about a minute before he spoke. That's not called a broken heart, that's called dying once. When you knocked me away, I didn't have time to think about anything. Maybe you can't understand that feeling. When it comes to choosing between love and bread, some people choose bread, some choose love, and those who choose love will eventually starve to death. And the one who chooses bread can wait until the one who chooses love starves to death, and then kill 2 birds with 1 stone. When Wanting was stunned. Although this was a bit nonsense and sounded quite novel, she had to admit that it made a lot of sense. When I thought I was dead, I was alive again. This is why life is impermanent, and this is what we call family, love, and friendship. Family affection is giving and taking, love is coffee with rock sugar, and as for friendship. In short, just look at it positively. Life has tortured me thousands of times, but I still treat life like my first love. Even if you are a pile of shit, you will always meet a dung beetle. When Wanting just listened. She felt that what Gao Yang said might not be entirely right, but it definitely made sense. It's just that this guy has his old habit again, and he ends his speech with something annoying. Okay, stop sighing. I have to treat them to a meal. Do you want to join us? The people Gao Yang was referring to as treating dinner must be those 4 women. Will When Wanting go? Cut. Because there were so many people, one car couldn't accommodate them all. 4 women plus Gao Yang and When Wanting, plus a little secretary. In the end, I had no choice but to drive 2 cars. It was still the same restaurant as before, but this time Gao Yang asked for a private room. When Wanting not only went, but also sat next to Gao Yang. Because there were too many women at the table, Gao Yang basically didn't say much. The 3 new employees didn't say much because Gao Yang was here. After all, Gao Yang is their boss. Gao Yang doesn't talk much, so naturally they don't talk much either. The one who really talks the most is Susan. After lunch, those who need to go back to the company for training have to go back to the company for training. As for Gao Yang, he was going to Jade Street. Originally he planned to go alone. Didn't he When Wanting want Hong Fei? He would go and take a look, and if there was one, he would buy it, if not, he would just forget it. As a result, When Wanting insisted on going with them, which caused a headache. Because When Wanting had some difficulty walking, Gao Yang had to support her. This will attract a lot of people's attention. This does not fit in with Gao Yang's original intention of making money in a low-key manner. Fortunately, because of what happened yesterday morning, no one takes Gao Yang seriously now. Gao Yang did not choose a specific stone like he did last time. But his standards were a bit high today, and he only picked those stones that could make money. So basically he would only pick 1 or 2 stones in each store. When Gao Yang arrived at the 4th store, he smiled. Wanting, why don't you be my girlfriend? This nonsensical sentence made When Wanting have no idea what this guy was trying to do. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I will give you any stone you want, how about that? Upon hearing this, When Wanting, who was as smart as water, knew what Gao Yang meant. Because she remembered the incident with the imperial green. You wish. Unless you can give me a basketball-sized piece of imperial green, forget it. After When Wanting finished speaking, she suddenly felt that this was a bit difficult, so even if there's no basketball, it should at least be as big as a bowl. Gao Yang touched his nose and asked casually. Okay, I'll get you one next time I go to Ruicheng. When Wanting naturally wouldn't take it seriously. Imperial green itself is rare, let alone imperial green the size of a bull. Gao Yang casually moved the jadeite stone in front of him onto the trailer, and then took one wanting to check out. After paying the bill, Gao Yang didn't plan to buy anything else because it was enough for today. I found a car and a small truck to transport it back to the company, and today's task was completed. Gao Yang, are you sure this piece is red jadeite? After the two returned to the company, they came to the warehouse where they had previously cut the stones. There were a total of 6 stones placed in front of them, one of which was naturally the one with red jadeite that Gao Yang mentioned. Gao Yang is not a fool, will he say yes? I can only say that this rough stone, looking from the outside upward, has the potential to produce red jadeite. Look, there are scattered red spots on the surface of this rough stone, so the chance of it being red is quite high. Gao Yang is talking nonsense here. When Wanting really leaned forward to take a look, and there were indeed 2 things that looked like red spots. But what she didn't know was, where is the erythema? If you look closely, you can see other rough stones as well. However, a woman's IQ in some aspects can drop infinitely, and sometimes it can even drop to 0. Gao Yang naturally wouldn't explain anymore, because the more he explained, the more loopholes there would be. So he just cut it. With the roar of the cutting machine, Gao Yang's mission for the day officially began. Half an hour later, when Wanting saw the red jadeite weighing more than 2 kilograms, her mouth opened wide. It's fine to stuff 2 eggs in at the same time. It's not that this red jadeite is very valuable. Compared with other jadeite, the price of red jadeite is not as high as that of green jadeite. What shocked Wanting was that Gao Yang was too perverted. She was just saying it casually today, but in fact, it was mostly meant to make things difficult for Gao Yang. Or maybe he had no topic, so he tried to find one on purpose, and as a result, this guy really cut out a piece of red jadeite. Even the quality of this red color is not the best, but this cannot change Wanting's shock. Gao Yang, how did you do it? Chapter 32 Suli. Gao Yang naturally wouldn't tell the truth, but sometimes it was necessary to brag and pretend to be cool. Let me tell you this, gambling on stones is all about talent. Some people are born to do this, like me. Based on my more than 30 years of experience in gambling on gemstones. Okay, this is a bit exaggerated, but the effect is just right. Because it just happened to cover up the doubts in Wanting's heart. Gao Yang then began to cut the second piece of jadeite rough stone. This time Gao Yang cut directly with one cut, then started polishing with a small polishing machine. After a while, the jade inside the raw stone appeared. Looking at the delicate polished surface with a hint of amber in the middle of the jade, Wanting's eyes lit up. Gao Yang, look, this is ice type, we got it. Wanting was indeed a little excited, and it was not her fault. Judging from this cut, the size of this piece of jade is not small, and it is also ice type, which means that its value may exceed that of the imperial green piece last time. After all, the last piece of imperial green was too small. Is ice type valuable? Gao Yang's sudden words made Wanting stunned. She didn't understand what Gao Yang meant by asking this question. Didn't Gao Yang know the value of jade? You know what, Wanting guessed right. Gao Yang only knows a rough idea, such as which jade is more valuable, but he has no idea how much it is worth exactly. Let me tell you this, the value of ice jade is second only to imperial green. Based on this cut, the size of this jade is definitely not small, so its value is quite high. Gao Yang nodded. He had learned something new today. Next we will continue to cut the stone. When this piece of ice water was taken out, Wanting's eyes narrowed into slits. Gao Yang, you are so awesome. This is the second time Wanting has said the same thing. I was just about to tease her again and ask her what she was referring to. Finally thought about it and gave up. What he wants now is money. With money, he can have everything. After all 6 pieces of raw stones were unlocked, Wanting was already numb. This guy is definitely a pervert. Gao Yang, how about we go tomorrow? According to your level, we will be able to make a fortune soon. Gao Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. How can things be that simple? Gao Yang also wants to do this, but it is unrealistic. There are only a few raw stone shops here, and he has picked out all the better ones, so the only way is to win by quantity. That would be too tiring, so Gao Yang urgently needed to go to Ruachin. However, he would not tell Wanting about these things, because she would not understand even if he told her. Anyway, he didn't plan to gamble on stones in the next few days. After the stone was cut, Wanting left. Gao Yang planned to go back first, if for no other reason than to take a shower. After all, it's covered in dust. When he came back after taking a shower, he met a woman who looked 50% similar to Susan. The woman was slightly taller than Susan, wore a pair of glasses on her nose, and had light makeup on. She has jet black hair that falls all the way to her back, thin eyebrows, big, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and sexy red lips. There is a small black mole the size of a sesame seed on the chin, which is the legendary beauty mole. She was wearing a professional suit, similar to When Wanting. She was wearing a leather skirt that reached above her knees and black stockings on her legs. It was exactly the one Gao Yang liked the most, with a pair of high heels on her feet. This woman is better than Susan in temperament, figure, and appearance. It has a mature taste. That is right, she is When Wanting's classmate, Susan's sister, Suli. Suli was also looking at Gao Yang at this moment. This man is about 1.8 meters tall and can be described as burly. If he were to go to the gym, with this physique, he would definitely charm a group of rich and beautiful young women. He's not too handsome, but definitely good looking. Suli naturally knew about Susan's work. Not only did Susan tell her, but When Wanting also mentioned it to her. So I had nothing to do in the afternoon, so I decided to come over and take a look. Suli opened her own live broadcast company, which is also a new emerging industry in recent years. To put it simply, they are equivalent to a shell company, and then they find some sources of goods. Then find some internet anchors, the more popular ones, and sign sales agreements with them. Of course, my company has also cultivated a group of internet celebrities. Overall, business is pretty good. Suli's family background can only be considered acceptable, but compared with When Wanting, it is far inferior. Suli is 1 year older than When Wanting. She got married 2 years ago and divorced half a year ago. She can be considered a strong woman. It's not easy anyway. However, she was born strong-willed and managed to pull the live broadcast company back from bankruptcy. Among them, When Wanting also helped a lot. In addition to financial support, another one is the source of goods. Almost half of Suli's monthly supply now comes from One's jewelry products, and the profit is extremely high. I happen to have nothing to do today, so I took the time to come and visit. First, to see When Wanting, and second, to see how my sister is doing at work. As for the third one, she was a little curious about what kind of man When Wanting liked. Although When Wanting didn't say anything explicitly to her, she had some understanding of this man named Gao Yang from the fragments of conversation they had with her and from asking Susan. After some introductions, the two of them got to know each other. The training has not yet ended, so Gao Yang and Suli are chatting outside. Miss Su, you said you sell goods through live streaming. Have you ever considered live streaming stone cutting? What I mean is that there are a bunch of jadeite rough stones on site, and then there will be a live broadcast explanation, and you can also open the rough stones on site. Once the rough stone is opened, we can use it to attract orders, make it into the gold and silver jewelry that the other party wants, and then sell it to them. Of course, I'm just talking nonsense, because I don't understand the live broadcast industry, and I only see it occasionally when watching short videos, so this is just my suggestion. Suli fell into deep thought. It must be said that Gao Yang's idea was very creative. First of all, this can increase popularity. With more popularity, more people will give rewards in proportion. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that once the jade is unwrapped, the order can be placed directly. After the customer places the order and receives the payment, it can be made according to the drawing. The effect of this is indeed much better than selling products directly, and the profit is also higher. It can be said that this is a very good idea, but the problem arises again. She and When Wanting have known each other for a long time and have some understanding of gambling on stones. He had also accompanied When Wanting to the jadeite raw stone market several times, so she also understood the risks of gambling on jadeite. If you cut several pieces in a row in the live broadcast room, let alone live broadcast sales, I am afraid that the capital will be lost. Mr. Gao, your proposal is very innovative, but it is also very risky. The main risk is gambling on stones, a risk I cannot afford at the moment. Chapter 033 Gao Yang's thoughts. Gao Yang shrugged. He had said it before that he didn't understand and was just talking casually. Since the other party is unwilling, there is nothing more for him to say. I think so. Just then, a woman's voice came. The two turned around and saw that it was When Wanting. Wanting, I know this is a great idea, but you also know the risk is too great. When Wanting did not speak immediately, but glanced at Gao Yang before speaking. Whether the risk is big or not depends on who you cooperate with. If you do it yourself, the risk is just like what you said, it's very high, but if you cooperate with him, then it's basically a guaranteed profit. When these words came out, Suli was stunned. What does it mean to make a profit without loss? Seeing Suli's confusion, Wanting began to explain Gao Yang's glorious history. This explanation made Suli even more shocked. There actually was someone so amazing that he could even solve the Imperial Green problem. Mr. Gao, I have a question to ask. I wonder if you can answer it at your convenience. Gao Yang nodded and motioned for Suli to ask questions. Mr. Gao, since you have such high skills in gambling on stones and such a good idea, why don't you do it yourself instead of telling me? I was thinking, Susan doesn't have that much face, right? As soon as Suli said this, Wanting became alert, as she had forgotten about this. You have to know that Suli is not inferior to you in both figure and appearance. My only advantage may be that I am still a little girl. Of course it is not the case now, but for Gao Yang it is. After all, it was this guy who broke the thing. Another point is that his family background is better than Suli's. But after a few days of getting to know each other, Gao Yang doesn't care too much about these things. This is also easy to understand because Gao Yang has the ability to make money. As for divorced girls, some men like divorced girls. So it is necessary for Wanting to be nervous now. Fortunately, Gao Yang's explanation made him very satisfied. Miss Su, I'm afraid you've run into a dead end. Let me give you an example. Take a certain brand of bean paste. Whether it's quality or taste, it's impeccable. But why couldn't he become famous? Until someone took a fancy to his product and invested in it and promoted it, etc. That's how we got the product that became a household name. I am like the person who makes bean paste. I know a lot about gambling on stones. So how can I promote it? You don't expect me to watch short videos and make jokes on short platforms and then slowly accumulate popularity, and then start a sales company like you? As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise. I can't invest in a field I'm not good at, or invest blindly. Then finding someone to cooperate with is the best option. There is no end to making money, and it is not something that one person can make. Do you think I am right? After Gao Yang's explanation, not only Suli understood, but Wanting also understood. Just as he said, it is true that he knows how to gamble on stones, but he doesn't understand the field of live streaming on the internet. If he starts from scratch, it is hard to say whether he can do it. Even if he has the ability to do it, how long will it take? 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years? At least Wanting believed that Gao Yang would never waste so much time on this matter. Because the cost outweighs the gain. So the best thing is the investment I just mentioned. To put it simply, it is to use chickens to lay eggs, which is also the most mainstream method in the market. This is also called a win-win strategy. Don't think that it sounds a bit harsh to say borrowing chickens to lay eggs. In fact, this is the way to survive. Hello, I'm fine, everyone is fine. As long as we can make money, let alone borrowing chickens to lay eggs, we can even borrow people to lay eggs. Mr. Gao, can you tell me the specific details? You know what, Suli was moved. Or maybe she wanted to take a gamble. After all, who doesn't want to develop better? If it was just an idea, Suli would not be so impulsive or stupid to do it. But it's different if you cooperate. You, Gao Yang, must first raise funds, right? Once financing is obtained, everyone's interests are tied together, unless you are crazy and want to spend money on it for fun. Gao Yang looked at the time and said, Not today, there's no time. How about this? I'll take some time to visit you tomorrow and get to know you better. After all, I only have a vague understanding of this live broadcast model. First, I need to confirm its feasibility. After I understand it, I will come up with a detailed plan. Then we can discuss cooperation and investment in this plan. What do you think? Suli thought about it and it made sense. After all, we don't know anything about each other right now, so we can't rush this cooperation, we have to do it step by step. Okay, it's almost time now, why don't we go have dinner together? Suli agreed and also offered to treat them to a meal. In fact, this is normal. The first step for Chinese people to do business is to eat. No, Wanting is not feeling well. I have to send her back to rest. As for dinner, I'll treat you another day. When Suli heard that Wanting was not feeling well, she quickly turned her head suspiciously and looked over. Then she saw Wanting winking at her. As someone who had experienced this before, she naturally understood what was going on. Wanting and Gao Yang are definitely in love. As for feeling uncomfortable, it must be Wanting pretending. After she figured it out, she smiled knowingly. Okay, let's add each other's contact information, and I'll wait for you at the company tomorrow morning. Suli left, taking Susan and others with him. Then Gao Yang will naturally have to go off work next. No, he has no job. Because I bought groceries yesterday and I didn't go home to cook at noon, I don't need to buy groceries tonight. Gao Yang, are you really planning to cooperate with this Suli? After returning home, one picked vegetables while the other cooked, and then they started chatting. This scene is very much like a couple doing housework together after get off work. Not necessarily. I'll just go and have a look tomorrow. As you said before, there are fewer and fewer industries to invest in, and the most popular emerging industry is live streaming. I think so. In fact, once we start, we will only make money and not lose money. The first thing is to cut the stone. If someone places an order, it's not just the live streaming company that will make money, Wynn's Jewelry will also make money. Every time we place an order, your company will have one more order. Even if the order is small, we can still use the jade we cut for ourselves. This will benefit 3 people, you, me, and Suli. This is called win-win cooperation. If I had my own platform, I would do this business alone and would not have to share the profits, but obviously I don't. Then cooperation is the best way at the moment. The most important thing is that I don't have to get involved in management. When Wanting nodded. She indeed understood business more thoroughly than Gao Yang. So what do you think of Su Li's appearance? Is she pretty? Chapter 34 almost. Gao Yang was sure this was a brainless question. There are only 2 people here now. Anyone who is not a fool or an idiot knows how to answer this question. So what is the point of asking this question? Of course, this is what Gao Yang thought in his heart, and he could never replace When Wanting's thoughts. Wanting, I want to criticize you about this. When Wanting was waiting for Gao Yang's answer, and even expected that Gao Yang would praise her. But in the end, he said something like this without any reason, criticizing himself? Looking at When Wanting, who was somewhat suspicious, Gao Yang was ready to fool her. Wanting, I have to criticize you. You are too proud. Although I really don't want to tell the truth, my conscience won't allow me to lie. You know I'm an honest person and I don't like to beat around the bush. That's exactly what I want to criticize you for. Don't always compare the brightness of diamonds with that of gold. You're bullying others, don't you know? Just like some people always say they are rich, in fact, in my opinion, money is like underwear. You have to have it, but you don't have to prove it to everyone you meet. So I'm seriously warning you. Don't use your stupid thinking to mislead my aesthetic vision. Can't I tell which is better, diamond or gold? Cut. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he turned around and went back into the kitchen. When Wanting's face was full of smiles, and her eyes were almost narrowed into slits. At first glance, it seems that Gao Yang is criticizing her, but in fact he is saying that When Wanting is a diamond and Su Li is gold. Is there any need to compare their values? Although this statement is not very credible, it doesn't matter. When Wanting was happy to hear it. At this moment, Gao Yang felt very proud. As the saying goes, a man's mouth is full of lies. As an outstanding young man of the new era, this is not difficult at all for him. Anyway, Su Li is not here, so at worst I can just say the opposite next time. Gao Yang, should we speed up our pace? After all, time waits for no one. The sooner you succeed in your career, the sooner you will benefit, especially in the live broadcast industry, which I think has huge room for development. How about I go with you tomorrow, and maybe bring the marketing manager with me? As When Wanting spoke, she took the vegetables she had picked to the sink and prepared to wash them. Gao Yang put down the kitchen knife in his hand and just looked at When Wanting beside him. When Wanting's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this guy wanted to do something to her? But I'm not ready yet. If he kisses me, should I agree or not? At this moment, When Wanting's thoughts have begun to wander. Result. Wanting, we should not act on impulse and do something risky without any preparation. Because many times, accidents always come quietly and are hard to guard against. So we have to be careful and take every step carefully. We need to first understand each other, then have in-depth communication, and finally decide how long to cooperate and how much to invest based on the actual situation. We must not invest blindly. Sometimes, once the money is invested, it cannot be withdrawn. After all, this process is not only pleasant but also tiring. Doing business is like being pregnant. You can't be impatient, and you can't be careless, otherwise you'll easily miscarry. Wen Wanting was stunned when she heard this. She felt that Gao Yang was driving, but she had no evidence. After dinner, as usual, Gao Yang was washing the pots and dishes while Wen Wanting limped into the bathroom holding her clothes. Then he limped back to his room. As for clothes and other things, she didn't pick them up and just threw them on the ground casually. After Gao Yang finished cleaning up everything, he started to take a shower and then did the laundry. Just then, the door to the second floor opened and Wen Wanting was standing at the door still wearing the same pajamas as yesterday. Gao Yang, it still hurts there, why don't you apply some safflower oil on me? After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she turned around and walked into the room with a red face without waiting for Gao Yang to agree or refuse. When Gao Yang thought of the beautiful scene last night, he suddenly felt like he was injected with chicken blood. He just threw the mop in his hand to the ground and went upstairs. The lights in the room were still off, but that didn't matter to Gao Yang. Today was not as awkward as yesterday. Gao Yang was simple and straightforward and started directly from yesterday's steps. Just like yesterday, when Wanting was wearing pajamas. Gao Yang poured some iodine and started massaging. That cool feeling once again entered Wen Wanting's body. It was really comfortable. Just when Wen Wanting was enjoying it, she found that Gao Yang had one hand on her other side. Wen Wanting's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She had already said yesterday that only half of her body was hurting, and Gao Yang also knew it. So the current situation means that Gao Yang did it on purpose. Wen Wanting's face turned red, but she pretended not to know. Gao Yang is just taking advantage, and his eyes are very dishonest. Gao Yang suddenly remembered a sentence, harmony. Wen Wanting's heart beat faster and faster. She knew what Gao Yang's hand was trying to do. But I don't have the courage to refuse and... Just then, Gao Yang's cell phone rang, so he picked up the phone and left the room. As soon as Gao Yang left, Wen Wanting suddenly got up and patted her chest hard with one hand. You old pervert, you were so close to. But why do I still feel a little lost? If it weren't for that phone call. Wen Wanting suddenly thought of the phone call. Who called? Why did Gao Yang avoid answering the call? Thinking of this, Wen Wanting quietly opened the door and prepared to eavesdrop. Gao Yang was making a phone call in the living room downstairs, and was pouring water into a teacup while he was on the phone. Okay, I got it. But I have to tell you first, when you come here you have to work hard for me, otherwise I will beat you up. Okay, just tell me when the time comes and I'll pick you up. Hearing this, Wen Wanting quickly and quietly closed the door. She could tell that the call was most likely from Gao Yang's sister. In fact, Wen Wanting really guessed it right. Gao Yang felt a headache after hanging up the phone. My sister is coming here to work during the summer vacation. What should I do with her? Where do you live? How can I explain my affairs to her then? Gao Yang no longer had the heart to continue massaging Wen Wanting, so he began to calculate his income. The previous funds, plus the money earned today, are already over 200 million. Is it time to consider buying a house? Chapter 35, on acquisition issues. The issue of buying a house has been on Gao Yang's mind for several days. As the saying goes, there is no place like home. It's not that it's bad to live here, in fact, it's quite nice to live here. There is no need to pay rent or utility bills, but as a man, you must have your own home. Even if it's just buying a 3-bedroom apartment, he doesn't need the money now. He had also thought about buying a villa, but this matter could be postponed for a while. So Gao Yang decided to go to a real estate agency or a sales office tomorrow afternoon to have a look. He remembered that the real estate agency he and Xiao Lily had visited a few months ago was very good and they had several residential communities. One of the communities is a high-end residential area, and Gao Yang also went to see the house. It was a standard 3-bedroom house with an area of 147 square meters. It's just that I didn't have the money before, so I finally chose a 2-bedroom apartment. Looks like I have to go and see. As I was thinking about this, I gradually fell asleep. As soon as he fell asleep, his body began to change unconsciously, as if an electric current was flowing through his body. The next morning, Wen Wanting repeated the daily breakfast task. Her butt was much better and she only limped slightly when walking. After breakfast, Gao Yang sent Wen Wanting to the company, and then followed the navigation directly to Su Li's so-called company. When Su Li took Gao Yang to visit her company, she was actually a little embarrassed. It is called a company, but in fact it is just a rented and renovated factory with about a dozen live broadcast rooms. Needless to say, these are the rooms where the anchors live stream and sell goods. In fact, Gao Yang doesn't care about these things. Every entrepreneur is worthy of respect, even if he is selling pancakes on the street. There is nothing to be embarrassed about earning money with your own hands. It is much better than those women who dress nicely but make money by selling their bodies. How much is your total assets? I'm talking about the factory equipment plus the virtual industry. What's the estimated value? After looking around, Suli brought Gao Yang to her office. Suli made a cup of tea for Gao Yang, and Gao Yang went straight to the point and asked what he wanted to ask. The rent and equipment won't cost much. As you know, our industry is mainly virtual. So this value cannot be estimated because there is no standard for measuring it. If we really want to measure it, we can only calculate it based on annual profits. For example, some influencers can sell hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of goods a day, but some may only sell a few thousand yuan worth of goods a day. So the value ultimately depends on the number of fans and fan groups of these anchors, as well as their usual sales performance. After Suli's explanation, Gao Yang had a general understanding of it. The simple meaning is, I don't know how much it is worth. So how many fans do you have? Suli opened the laptop, then opened her own account and motioned Gao Yang to look at it himself. Gao Yang took a glance and was shocked. How did you get more than 10 million followers? Suli smiled and said, when I was in college, I liked to publish some works and post some jokes. These fans were accumulated slowly. Later, I also started selling products, which was pretty good, and I made some money. Then I met my ex-husband. He was also a live streamer who sold goods. I later partnered with him to start a company like this. As for the reason, I won't tell you. He eventually left. I gave him all my money and kept the company. At that time, I could hardly support myself. Fortunately, Wanting helped me. Gao Yang nodded. He was not interested in Suli's private life. He was interested in the future cooperation. Miss Su, how do you think about this? I want to buy 60% of your company's shares. How much do you think I should pay? Suli was shocked when he heard this. Gao Yang didn't mean to cooperate, but to acquire the company. This company is her hard work, how could it be acquired by someone else? Her original bottom line was to sell 30% of the shares at most, but this guy went for 60% right away. In other words, once the acquisition is agreed, Gao Yang will be the boss of this company in the future, and as for himself, he can only be regarded as the second boss. Mr. Gao, there is no way I can sell such a high stake. This company is my hard work. Gao Yang waved his hand and said, just listen to what I have to say first. I bought 60% of the company's shares, but I will not interfere with the company's business model, including management. We can write this into the contract, of course, provided that you have the ability to do so. If you don't have the ability to expand this company, then what I said before that time will be negated. To put it simply, I only want performance, and you have the final say on the rest. Also, after the acquisition, I will do live broadcasts with you. I can guarantee that within a month, our company's output value will triple. I'm talking about real money, not your so-called virtual numbers. Sometimes we can stick to the principles we should stick to and give up some unnecessary things. Besides, we are a partnership. The more I invest, the more I will value this company. In other words, if my investment cannot change and expand the company, then what is the purpose of my investment? So, I said, you can calculate how much 60% of the shares are worth and then tell me. I won't have much time, 3 days at most. Suli was silent. In fact, she felt very conflicted. The company she had founded with great effort was now going to be acquired by someone else. It would be a lie to say I'm not sad. But what Gao Yang said is very right. If this company allows her to develop, it will always be like this. It should be no problem to make a little money, but it is almost impossible to make a lot of money. Here comes the question of whether to persist or give up. The most crucial thing is the conditions offered by Gao Yang. She will still be in charge of the company, and will increase the company's profits several times. Who doesn't want to make money? In fact, the balance in her heart had already begun to tilt, but she just refused to admit it. This is like planting a tree with great effort, and it is already bearing fruit. Suddenly one day a man came and told her, I have a way to make your fruit trees grow quickly. You can only pick 100 kilograms of fruit a year now, but I can let you pick 300 kilograms or 400 kilograms of fruit a year. But from now on, most of the ownership of these fruit trees will belong to me, the principle is the same. Mr. Gao, I need to think about it. No matter what, I will give you an answer within 3 days. What do you think? Chapter 36. Even if I give you the chance, you can't do anything about it. Gao Yang declined Su Li's invitation to have lunch and drove away. In fact, what Gao Yang said was not nonsense. He really has the ability to build up this live broadcast company. He gets millions of jadeite rough stones every day, and then uses Su Li's fanbase to cut the stones on the spot. First of all, this is a very eye-catching idea, as short videos will exist for a long time. A large number of netizens are already accustomed to the kind of twisting and dancing, and they prefer to see something different. At least gambling on stones and cutting them is a very creative thing. If some more high-quality jadeite is discovered, then the popularity may suddenly explode. If the quality of the jadeite is really good, someone will naturally place an order. In this way, not only their company can make money, but Wen's jewelry can also make money. This is a win-win strategy. Moreover, after the jade is cut, even if it cannot be used up, it can be sold to Wen's jewelry. Because they need it too. In short, it is impossible to make a loss. Now it depends on whether Su Li is willing to cooperate. If you are willing to cooperate, that's great. If you are not willing to cooperate, that's fine. At worst, I can find other ways. Anyway, it is impossible for Gao Yang to set up such a company again by himself. He now has a total of 200 million in his bank card, and from his last gambling on stones, he got a total of more than 60 million. With this money, I will go to Ruiqing to make some money first. I'll consider doing business after I come back. There is another thing he needs to deal with, which is revenge. It's not that he didn't gain anything in the past few days. At least Gao Yang had roughly figured out the situation of the mutation in his body. His current abilities are mainly reflected in 3 aspects. First, it's perspective. The second is his physical fitness, which is also the biggest benefit, such as strength, speed, and recovery ability. Especially this recovery ability, which can be described as abnormal. Third, it is the spiritual energy in the body. As time went on, he felt the spiritual energy in his body growing stronger and stronger. Gao Yang still doesn't quite understand what the specific functions of spiritual energy are, but he knows that it can be used for some auxiliary purposes. For example, giving when wanting a massage also has the effect of healing wounds. As for the origin of this spiritual energy, Gao Yang has also studied it. The more times he comes into contact with jade and the longer the time, the more spiritual energy will be in his body. Even if he didn't come into contact with these things, even if he was just sleeping at home, he could feel that his spiritual energy was growing, just slower. This is also one of the main reasons why he is eager to go to Ruiqing. Another thing is that his relationship with Wen Wanting is a little vague now. It doesn't seem like they are in a relationship, but it doesn't seem like they are not in a relationship yet they live together. Another thing is buying a house. It seems I have to talk to Wen Wanting about it. So he turned the steering wheel and drove towards Wen Wanting's company. Wen Wanting was working when the office door suddenly opened. She didn't even need to look up to know that it must be Gao Yang who came, because apart from him, no one else would not knock on the door. So Wen Wanting ignored him and just went about her own business. He just laid the small mirror on her desk flat. This time, Gao Yang came directly behind Wen Wanting and started to massage her. Wanting, there is something I want to discuss with you. Wen Wanting looked back at Gao Yang. Tell me, what's the matter? Gao Yang organized his words and said. My sister is coming over tomorrow. Which room do you think is more suitable? Also, I plan to buy a house. After all, it's not very convenient for us to live here. As soon as these words were spoken, Wen Wanting's face turned grim. What's the inconvenience? My place is so big, and there are so many rooms. I'm afraid your sister won't have a place to stay when she comes. Wen Wanting still didn't understand what Gao Yang meant. Gao Yang had no choice but to explain. It's like this, I broke up with Chiu Lily, and they didn't know about it. If my sister comes and finds out that I live with you, it will be hard to explain. Gao Yang's words I will live with you immediately made Wen Wanting's pretty face blush. Then why don't you explain it to her clearly? If it doesn't work, I'll be your girlfriend. The fake kind. Gao Yang was just about to be happy, but Wen Wanting said this afterwards. Alright then. But I still have to buy this house. After all, I'm a grown man, and I have to have my own house. Gao Yang stopped talking after saying this. Wen Wanting could see that Gao Yang was a little disappointed. She didn't know why she added that sentence at the end, mainly because Gao Yang didn't formally pursue her. If Gao Yang was a little thicker-skinned, he could have sent her flowers and asked her out for a date in the evening, and Wen Wanting would have agreed reluctantly. But this guy is very talkative and has lustful eyes, but he never takes any real action. For example, when I fell and injured myself, I had massage for 2 days in a row. What a great opportunity. This reminded Wen Wanting of a sentence on the internet: even if I give you a chance, you can't use it. As for what Gao Yang said, that men always have sweets, Wen Wanting still agreed with this. However, in order to buy a house, Wen Wanting must first be satisfied with it. When will your sister come tomorrow? And how was your talk with Suli today? Wen Wanting put down the work at hand and concentrated on enjoying the massage Gao Yang gave her. You know what, this massage technique is really good. It's about 10 o'clock. It will take her 2 hours to get there by car. As for Suli, Gao Yang briefly talked about the content of the negotiations this morning. Gao Yang, I'll take your sister out for lunch tomorrow at noon. I'll go with you to pick her up then. As for Suli's matter, I can't really say anything. Her husband embezzled all the company's funds. When Suli took over, the company couldn't even pay salaries. She has had a hard life, actually. Her family is actually quite well off. Her grandfather runs an antique shop, you know that. But Suli is married after all. As the saying goes, a daughter who is married off is like spilled water. Suli is very aware of this. So even when she was in the most difficult time, she didn't ask her family for money. Of course, there were conflicts with her family. Later, I asked her to bring goods to our company and gave her a large profit margin, and things gradually got better. I'm not telling you all this to make you sympathize with her. What I mean is that if the situation allows, it's okay to give her more benefits. Gao Yang no longer had the heart to listen to Wen Wanting talking about these things, because Wen Wanting was actually wearing a bra without shoulder straps today. Because there are no shoulder straps to restrain you, some parts of your body will naturally open more outwards. Gao Yang is now enjoying this scenery. But if you just want to appreciate it, you can't stop. When you stop your hand, aren't you telling others that you are concentrating on doing something? Chapter 37. Remember to find a lawyer for me. After lunch, Gao Yang went to the sales office of the community. His decision to buy a house would not change just because of Wen Wanting's words. You have to buy a house, you're just considering what kind of house to buy. So Wen Wanting had no choice but to go with them. The person who received Gao Yang was a good-looking salesperson wearing light makeup. Gao Yang was listening to her explanation and then looking at the brochure in his hand. Just then, an annoying voice sounded again. Gao Yang. Gao turned his head and saw who else it could be but Qiu Lily? Not only Qiu Lily, but also Zhang Jun. When Gao Yang saw Zhang Jun, his face changed and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Wen Wanting naturally didn't know Zhang Jun, but she could guess it when she saw Qiu Lily holding his arm and Gao Yang's reaction. So he quickly pulled Gao Yang's clothes, signaling him to calm down. When Zhang Jun saw Gao Yang, he was also extremely angry. But he was more afraid. After all, Gao Yang was taller and more muscular than him. If we fight, we will definitely lose. Gao Yang, you are penniless now, how dare you come here to look at houses? Could it be that he was acting as a gigolo for some people? As Qiu Lily spoke, she glanced at Wen Wanting meaningfully. To be honest, Qiu Lily is jealous. Wen Wanting is prettier than her and has a better figure than her, it would be strange if she wasn't jealous. Qiu Lily even believed that the reason why Gao Yang chose not to forgive herself was probably because of this woman. None of your business. Gao Yang was too lazy to explain, so what about fighting? He won't be so impulsive again. The last fight was different from now. Last time, even if he called the police, it wouldn't be a big deal for him. But if we fight now, the meaning will be different. Unless the other party takes the initiative to attack first. As for Qiu Lily's comment that he was being kept by someone, Gao Yang simply didn't bother to answer this question. Gao Yang's disdain only made Qiu Lily even more aggressive. Oh, some people just like to show off. Don't you see where this is? Do you think the housing prices here are affordable for some people? Oh. You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Gao Yang never paid any attention to this lunatic, but instead took a fancy to a 3-bedroom apartment. Wanting, what do you think of this apartment? It has 3 large bedrooms. Gao Yang pointed to one of the houses as he spoke. Wen Wanting was just about to express her opinion when Qiu Lily started talking again. Hey, a 3rd bedroom? You were so stingy when you had to pay the down payment for a 2-bedroom apartment, and now you're showing off by buying a 3-bedroom apartment? If you can buy a 3-bedroom apartment, I'll eat shit live. Gao Yang couldn't bear it any longer. Xiao Lily was like a fly at this moment. Just ignore it, it will keep buzzing in your ears and it's very annoying. The most important thing is, this is a shit fly, if you try to hit it you might end up getting shit on your hands. Xiao Lily, why didn't I realize you were so disgusting before? I don't care about you, you're not done yet, are you? Look at yourself now. What's the difference between you and a clown? To put it nicely, you're like a shrew. To put it bluntly, you're like an ugly duckling. I feel sick every time I see you. Xiao Lily's face changed again and again, and she pushed Zhang Jun beside her hard. Zhang Jun, he called me a clown and an ugly duckling, did you hear that? However, Zhang Jun did hear it, but he pretended not to hear it. This made Xiao Lily very angry. Gao Yang was looking at the two of them with a playful look, and a hint of contempt in his eyes. Xiao Lily, do you know why the ugly duckling can become a white swan but you can't? Because the ugly duckling is actually a white swan, and you are always the ugly duckling. Whether I can afford a house is none of your business. Anyway, it's better than some people who just like to wear other people's worn-out shoes. When Wanting knew that Gao Yang had a vicious tongue, but she didn't expect that he always cursed people in different ways. I don't know where I learned these swear words. Last time he called me an old sow, this time he called me an ugly duckling. And this woman is the same. She knows she can't beat Gao Yang in a scolding, but she still comes to get scolded every time. Xiao Lily's face turned pale, and Zhang Jun's face wasn't much better, both of them looked exhausted. Gao Yang, be careful with your words. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Facing Zhang Jun's threats and warnings, Gao Yang let out a light poo. Who do you think you are? You picked up a pair of broken shoes and are still so proud of yourself. I'd like you to go to the hospital for a checkup to see if you have athlete's foot first. After all, these shoes are not clean. At this time, quite a few people had gathered here, and those onlookers seemed to have guessed something. Some people have started pointing and talking, and some have even realized what Gao Yang meant by this sentence. Started laughing. Zhang Jun's face had become as black as the bottom of a pot. Zhang Jun, are you still a man? You've been scolded like this, and you still want to endure it? So the kind of woman a man meets determines his fate. The reason why Zhang Jun swallowed his anger was simply because he was afraid of Gao Yang. Now people around were pointing fingers and saying nasty things, and after Xiao Lily said that, he immediately stopped caring. He swung his fist and punched Gao Yang. Gao Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He said so much nonsense just to irritate the other party. When it comes to fighting, there is always a difference between the one who strikes first and the one who strikes later. There will be a difference after you are taken to the police station. Gao Yang pushed Wen Wanting aside and was then hit hard by Zhang Jun. His body retreated repeatedly, and finally crashed into the bar behind him. This made Wen Wanting very nervous, but of course Xiao Lily was quite proud. But the pride lasted only 3 seconds. Gao Yang seemed very angry, and then rushed directly towards Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun was immediately like a sandbag and was knocked down by Gao Yang in a few strokes. Gao Yang was merciless in his attack. He had finally caught this opportunity today. There are cameras here, and there are so many people testifying, and I was the one who was knocked down by the other party first. Then this is a counterattack. It can be said that all of this had been predicted before Gao Yang said those words. What he feared most was that Zhang Jun would not take action, but fortunately this guy was particularly powerful today. Stop fighting, I've called the police. At this moment, the person in charge of the property department hurriedly took 2 security guards and pulled Zhang Gaoyang up. At this time, Zhang Jun's head was already bleeding. The wound on his face, which had not yet had its stitches removed, was broken open again. Gao Yang, are you okay? Wen Wanting had never seen people fighting before, so she was really scared at first. Especially when Gao Yang was ambushed by Zhang Jun, Wen Wanting was extremely nervous. Fortunately, Gao Yang finally activated his Super Saiyan bloodline and knocked Zhang Jun to the ground. I'm fine, don't worry. Just remember to find a lawyer for me. Chapter 38 Captain Haiyao. Gao Yang's premonition was accurate. After a while, a police car came over. Gao Yang was taken away without a doubt, along with the surveillance video in the store and the videos of the onlookers at the scene. In short, one was sent to the hospital and the other was taken to the police station. Wen Wanting also wanted to go, but was stopped by Gao Yang. It would be useless for her to go. It would be better for her to stay outside. After all, this kind of fight is not a big deal. The most important thing is that all the evidence is in his favor. The worst that can happen is that he will be criticized and educated, and then detained. Another thing is compensation for medical expenses. Of course, this depends on how the case is judged. In the interrogation room, Gao Yang was being questioned by 2 police officers. The 2 police officers were a man and a woman. The woman was questioning while the man was taking notes. Gao Yang just glanced at the male police officer and lost interest in him. He was interested in the female police officer in front of him. With short hair and wearing a uniform, she looks very heroic. The eyebrows have been trimmed, and judging by the looks of it, they must have been tweezed by herself, as they are a little asymmetrical on the left and right. Eyes, double eyelids, big eyeballs. She has a high nose, a small mouth, and a very small mole at the corner of her mouth. Some people say that this is a beauty mole, but Gao Yang thinks that this mole is called a gluttonous mole. I was wearing a uniform, but it seemed like it didn't fit me well because the 2 buttons on the chest were too tight. With a quick look using X-ray vision, it was exactly the shape that Gao Yang liked. In short, Gao Yang likes all beautiful women, especially those with good figures. Name. Age. After some routine inquiries, we finally got to the point. Why are you fighting? Faced with this boring question, Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Didn't you watch the surveillance video? He hit me first, and then I fought back. I called this self-defense." The policewoman was speechless for a moment. "We did watch the surveillance video, and as you said, the other party was the first to attack. However, your counterattack was too violent, so the other party is still in the hospital for treatment. Your behavior is excessive self-defense, so you must bear some responsibility." In fact, there is basically nothing wrong with what he said, but Gao Yang definitely cannot accept it. Beauty. You can call me Officer. My last name is Hai. You can call me Officer Hai or Captain Hai. Gao Yang nodded and said, "Beautiful officer, I went there to buy a house, and the 2 of them provoked me for no reason and insulted me. In the end, they were the first to attack me. I'm not a Ninja Turtle. I can't just stand there and take a beating, right?" Puff. Hayao burst out laughing when Gao Yang said Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Sorry, please continue. Gao Yang spread his hands and said, "I'm done." Hayao was stunned. It seemed that this guy had really finished speaking. But something felt wrong. "You said they took the initiative to pick a fight. Do you have a grudge against them?" Hayao finally remembered a question. There must be a reason for the fight. In fact, this cannot be blamed on her. Hayao was promoted to captain only last month. Before this, she assisted others in interrogation. In addition, Gao Yang's speech was a bit erratic. So her questioning process was disrupted for a while. I almost forgot to ask such a basic question. Now that this issue has been mentioned, there is no need for Gao Yang to hide it. So he began to tell his story. As a person, I always sympathize with the weak, just like now. This couple is really a piece of shit. You should beat him up again. Ahem, let's move on to the next question. Hayao almost said the wrong thing, but luckily she reacted quickly. Then he asked a few trivial questions, and that was basically the end of the interrogation. This is your interrogation record. Take a look at it and sign it if it's okay. After Hayao finished speaking, she handed the interrogation record to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took a quick look at it and found that it was basically the same as what he said. Then he picked up a pen and signed his name. You are not the main cause of this incident, but the other party is admitted to the hospital after all, so we have the right to detain you. Just then, a police officer came in and said something into Hayao's ear. Hayao nodded, then looked at Gao Yang again. You are not primarily responsible for this matter. Considering that the other party is still in the hospital, you need to keep the phone open. You need to cooperate with our investigation at any time. Whether you need to compensate for medical expenses or whether the other party will appeal is a matter for the future. You are now on bail. If there is nothing wrong, you can go. Gao Yang smiled. This result was almost exactly what he expected. This is a simple case of fighting. No, it can't be called a brawl, it can only be called a fight. At most, it can only be considered as disturbing public order, and it does not constitute a crime. As for compensation, Gao Yang really doesn't care about it. Of course, if it weren't for wanting, Gao Yang would probably have been detained for 24 hours, or even 48 hours. Beautiful police officer, what's your name? Haiyao rolled her eyes at Gao Yang and ignored him. Beautiful police officer, this is a bit against the rules. I asked for your name because if I want to file a complaint against you and someone asks me your name, I won't know how to file a complaint against you. Haiyao was speechless. It was the first time she met such a strange person who actually had this method to ask for the other person's name. My name is Haiyao, and my police number is. Gao Yang quickly reached out to stop Haiyao from speaking. I suddenly remembered that I think you are fair and just, so I won't complain about you. So there's no need for this police number. Looking at Gao Yang's departing back, Haiyao's mouth twitched, feeling that this guy was a bit like a little hooligan. With her many years of? Well, just 3 years. Based on her 3 years of work experience, it was clear that the guy in the video was using words to provoke the other person. This causes the other party to strike first, and then you take the opportunity to retaliate. This can be seen from the first punch he received. There was a beautiful woman next to him at the time, so he should have been able to dodge that punch. But he didn't. Instead, he reached out and pushed the girl next to him away, which was a sign of preparing for a fight. But there is no point in saying all this. After all, this is just a simple case of two people fighting. First of all, it was not illegal to verbally attack him, and the other party did attack first and even knocked him back several steps. These are enough to prove that he was fighting back in self-defense. This is also legally tenable. On the other side, Gao Yang swaggered out of the police station. As soon as he came out, he saw Wanting and a man in his 40s standing and talking together. Seeing Gao Yang coming out, Wanting hurriedly went to greet him. Gao Yang, are you okay? They didn't torture you or anything? Chapter 39, Just Black Straps. Gao Yang was amused by this sentence. You think too much. I'm just going to have a fight, and you're talking about torture? This isn't ancient times. First, you give me 50 lashes, and then you use clamps, soldering irons, etc. Wanting felt a little embarrassed, mainly because she was too nervous, which was why she asked this question. Then he introduced the lawyer to Gao Yang. Gao Yang planned to treat the lawyer to a meal, but was naturally declined. Just like that, Gao Yang's plan to buy a house failed. He was very depressed, but Wanting was laughing secretly. It was time for lunch, so the two found a restaurant to have lunch. Gao Yang, you look pretty handsome when you fight. Wanting was talking while eating. Gao Yang shook his hair cooperatively and said, I'm handsome. Let me tell you, when I was in school, I didn't dare to leave the school gate every day. Once I left the school gate, I would go to. Gao Yang simply put down his chopsticks and started gesticulating while describing the scene. But this is just bragging. All men love to brag, no matter whether it is true or not, and it doesn't matter whether others believe it or not. The important thing is that bragging can increase a man's self-confidence, just like Gao Yang now, who is radiant with confidence. This kind of self-confidence is definitely a killer for girls, although Wanting can no longer be considered a girl now. But it is also very lethal to her. Gao Yang, I have 2 potted plants in my office, and I'm not feeling well because they're not blooming. Actually, I still prefer talking. Gao Yang was stunned. He didn't understand why Wanting suddenly brought up this matter. Wanting, your 2 potted plants won't bloom at all. Let me tell you, there are some skills to growing potted plants. If you like potted plants with flowers, you can buy roses, azaleas. Wanting is so angry. Is that what she meant? I was clearly reminding Gao Yang that you should send flowers. Why are you talking to me about potted plants? Duan, you are so ugly. Duan, you are so ugly. How did I meet such a straight man? Wanting is so angry. So she stopped talking and decided to be angry for 2 hours. So in the following time, Wanting really didn't speak. It was not until after lunch when the two returned to the company and Gao Yang was about to go see Susan and the others that Wanting finally couldn't help it. Gao Yang, my neck hurts. Well, Wanting meant that Gao Yang wanted her to give her a massage. Wanting, how about I sleep in your room tonight? Gao Yang's sudden words surprised Wanting, and her heart began to beat faster. Don't get me wrong, that's what I think. My sister is coming tomorrow, isn't she? Since you said you'd be my girlfriend, it wouldn't be right for us to sleep separately. So what I mean is, of course, I can sleep on the floor. I guarantee on my own that I will never do anything out of line. But if you take the initiative. Go to hell. Gao Yang's words became more and more outrageous. Wen Wanting couldn't stand it anymore and directly kicked this guy out of the office. Gao Yang touched his nose and felt that he had said nothing wrong. Just then, the secretary Sun Yan happened to pass by. And as luck would have it, he saw Gao Yang being pushed out by Wen Wanting, and he immediately understood what was going on. It must be that Gao Yang is taking advantage of Wen Wanting again. Brother Yang, are you taking advantage of me again? When Gao Yang saw that it was Sun Yan, he immediately became embarrassed. Student Sun Yan, please be careful with your words next time. Eat tofu if you want, why add the word again? Do I often take advantage of others? Sun Yan covered her mouth and laughed secretly. This Gao Yang always made her feel that he was a little slick. The most important thing is not to hate it. Maybe girls all like this kind of playboy men. Student Yan Yan, let me give you a suggestion. Sun Yan was laughing when she suddenly heard these words. She raised her head and looked at Gao Yang with suspicion. Student Yan Yan, with your skin color, you shouldn't wear a black bra. You should wear. Sun Yan was stunned at first, then her pretty face turned red and she glared at Gao Yang fiercely. I'm not going to pay any attention to you, you old rascal, old pervert, and voyeur. But having said that, it was clear that he had no intention of leaving immediately. Gao Yang shrugged, spread his hands and said, Student Yan Yan, how am I a hooligan? And where did I peek? Aren't your shoulder straps sticking out? Sun Yan looked down and found that it was true. I was wearing a low-cut t-shirt, and a black shoulder strap was indeed visible on my chest. It was mainly because I had just jogged, so it might have run crookedly. After realizing what was happening, he quickly rearranged it with his hands. In fact, how did she know that Gao Yang could see through things? Gao Yang has basically seen all the beautiful women in this company. To put it bluntly, he knows who has their period. Gao Yang had nothing to do again this afternoon, mainly because he didn't know what to do. I want to go gambling on stones, but there really aren't any good stones there. So he walked around the office again. The staff also knew that Gao Yang had a close relationship with their boss, and it was very likely that the two of them were in that kind of relationship. So no one stopped Gao Yang wherever he went, and some people even greeted him politely. As he was turning around, he came to Qian Meili. Gao Yang could swear to God that he really came here out of nowhere. Qian Meili felt a little itchy on her back, so she rubbed it on the chair. Just then, Gao Yang entered the office. A beauty is a beauty, even the way she tickles is unique. Qian Meili's pretty face turned red. Her indecent behavior just now was actually seen by this guy. So he rolled his eyes at Gao Yang and said, My back is so itchy and I can't reach it. Come and help me scratch it. Qian Meili meant for Gao Yang to help him scratch his itch through his clothes, but Gao Yang might have misunderstood. He came behind Qian Meili and lifted her clothes directly. Before Qian Meili could react, his dirty hands had already reached inside. Qian Meili's pretty face suddenly turned red. Just as she was about to say something, she felt that Gao Yang had grabbed the right spot, and suddenly an indescribable feeling was transmitted to her brain nerves. So I didn't say anything. Sister Meili, there's a pimple on your back. How about I help you squeeze it out? Qian Meili was enjoying this comfortable feeling and hummed casually. Gao Yang was actually a person who was very willing to help others, so he lifted Qian Meili's shirt higher. Then both hands began to squeeze that thing. But his eyes weren't on Daodu. Sister Meili, you have such a great figure. Chapter 40 Sending Flowers. When Qian Meili heard Gao Yang praising her good figure, she was naturally very happy. Which woman doesn't like being praised for her beauty? Unless the woman is extremely beautiful and is tired of hearing so much praise from others, it is possible. I'm old, why am I still beautiful? Gao Yang couldn't just follow Qian Meili's words. If he did business with Wen's jewelry in the future, he would have to deal with this woman. After all, this woman is the purchasing manager. If he has overproduction in the future, he can still count on her. Sister Meili, from your appearance, you look like you are in your early 20s at most. When I first saw you that day, I thought you were some little girl from some family. Cack, clack. Qian Meili was amused by Gao Yang's words. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it sounded good. But when she smiled, a certain part of her body shook so violently that Gao Yang's eyes almost popped out. You only know how to talk with your mouth, as if you were covered in honey. No wonder our president won. Qian Meili stopped talking halfway because the topic was quite sensitive. Sister Meili, what I said is true, but your eyes don't match your temperament. A face shape like yours should. Gao Yang left Chen Meili's office at 2 o'clock because she had to go to work. There was another thing that Gao Yang couldn't stand. It was mainly because Chen Meili loved to laugh too much, and when she laughed she trembled violently. Gao Yang felt like he was about to have a nosebleed. So we must take down Wen Wanting as soon as possible, otherwise how uncomfortable it will be. How about sending flowers? And then ask her out for a candlelight dinner or something? But what if the flowers you send are rejected? That would be so embarrassing. After much thought, Gao Yang decided to give it a try. As a man, he could sacrifice his reputation for his own happiness and physical needs. Gao Yang just did what he wanted to do and drove out of Wen's group. I found a flower shop, bought a bunch of roses, and then returned to Wen Wanting's office. As usual, he didn't knock and just walked in. Wen Wanting knew who was coming without even looking up. Because I was still angry, I pretended not to know. Just then, a bouquet of roses appeared in front of her. Wen Wanting looked up and was immediately delighted. Wanting, this is for you. Wanting suppressed the joy in her heart and said calmly, "Why did you send me flowers for no reason?" After asking this question, he reached out to take it, then took the artificial flowers from the vase in the office and put the roses in it. At this moment, Gao Yang slowly walked over, stretched out his hands, and hugged Wen Wanting. The movements are very gentle. Wen Wanting's body trembled and her pretty face turned red, but she did not resist, or rather, she only moved twice symbolically. Gao Yang was delighted, then he stuck out his tongue and licked Wen Wanting's earlobe. Suddenly, a tingling sensation spread throughout Wen Wanting's body. Perhaps this was her sensitive spot. This is not the end yet. Gao Yang's hands start to get naughty. Wen Wanting's heart was beating like a deer. I kept repeating in my mind, should I agree or not? Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Fuck. Gao Yang cursed directly. Wen Wanting also reacted and quickly pushed Gao Yang away. Then she glared at Gao Yang fiercely before returning to her seat. Come in. As the words "come in" were spoken, the office door was pushed open, and the young secretary Sun Yan came in with a man. Gao Yang knew this person. It was Chen Kai whom he met at dinner that day. I immediately cursed this guy's ancestors for 18 generations in my heart. Boss 1, Mr. Chen wants to see you for something. As Sun Yan spoke, she winked at Gao Yang. Well, go down. Chen Kai, how come you have time to come to my place? Wen Wanting's first sentence was addressed to Sun Yan, and the second sentence was naturally addressed to Chen Kai. Wanting, our company recently got a batch of top quality pearls, and I thought you might need them, so I came to ask you. That is right, Chen Kai's family runs a breeding company, mainly raising pearls, and has a lot of business dealings with Wen's group. Chen Kai's father and Wen Wanting's father have been friends for many years, so the name has always been maintained. Instead of calling them Mr. Chan or Mr. Wen. Really? That's a good feeling. Wen Wanting's face lit up with joy. The three main raw materials for making jewelry and jade are pearls, gold, and jade. Among them, gold is the simplest. You can just purchase it according to the market price, and it will basically not be out of stock. The second is pearls. This thing is actually not difficult to purchase, but the difficulty lies in the price and quality. You should know that good pearls play a vital role in a piece of jewelry. The third one is jade, which is also the most important. If you simply sell pearls, the profit margin is not big, it is only slightly higher than selling gold. Only jadeite has a particularly large profit margin. You can say a piece of jade is worth 10,000 yuan or 100,000 yuan. It mainly depends on the grade and workmanship of the jade. This is why some jade is worthless while some is priceless. Chen Kai was also happy. He had been pursuing Wen Wanting for a long time. Although it was a secret love, any discerning person should be able to see it. That's why he always left the best pearls for Wen Wanting. Wanting, are you free tonight? I want to invite you to dinner. Chen Kai finally stated the main purpose of his visit today. Wen Wanting was in a dilemma. She didn't want to go at all. She naturally knew that Chen Kai was interested in her. The key is that I am boring. But how to refuse? Suddenly she saw the heartless Gao Yang, sitting on a chair and playing with his cell phone. Chen Kai, I can't do that today. I have a date. Some other time. I'll treat you some other time. Chen Kai heard a key word, date. Wen Wanting was not talking about a dinner party in the evening, but a date. Only then did he remember that there was another Gao Yang beside him. So I turned my head and looked over, and then I saw the bunch of very dazzling roses. Wen Wanting just happened to catch the gloom in his eyes, and she sighed inwardly. It seems that Chen Kai is holding a grudge against Gao Yang again. So it's Mr. Gao here too. Sorry I didn't notice him just now. The gloom on Chen Kai's face disappeared and he smiled. It's Mr. Chen. Oh, look at me, I didn't notice. Wen Wanting's mouth twitched. These two people are the same, so hypocritical. There was such a loud knock on the door just now, how dare you say you didn't know? Wen Wanting was speechless for a while. It turned out that all men are bad. Chapter 041 Good things come with time. I wonder what Mr. Gao does for a living. After the two exchanged greetings for a while, Chen Kai began to ask questions. Driver. Gao Yang just said 2 words. Chen Kai frowned. Driver? Gao Yang nodded seriously and said. Yes, President Wen said that I have good driving skills, so she begged me to drive for her, and she would give me 5 insurances and 1 fun plus salary. Sometimes I can make some extra money by refueling or something like that. When Wanting's mouth twitched, she was so angry. What does it mean to beg someone to drive you? Also, is it appropriate for you to say in front of her that you want to make some extra money? When Chen Kai heard that Gao Yang was a driver, he felt relieved. It seems that these flowers were not sent by Gao Yang, and this guy is definitely not the one for the date tonight. Hello, driver. There is a future ahead, work hard. After Chen Kai said this, he no longer had any interest in continuing to talk to Gao Yang. I originally thought he was a love rival, so I came over to test his background, but after all this time I found out he was actually a driver? It seemed that I did see the day that this guy was driving for Wen Wanting. Wanting, then tomorrow at noon. Chen Kai returned to his desk, but was interrupted by Wen Wanting before he could finish his words. Not tomorrow. My sister is coming over and I want to welcome her. Chen Kai was about to nod when he suddenly realized something. Your sister? Where did you get your sister from? Chen Kai knows Wen Wanting's family background very clearly. Not only her sister, but she even knows her cousin. Oh, it's like this, it should be my boyfriend's sister, she's coming over to play tomorrow, so I have to pick her up. Chen Kai's expression turned strange. Boyfriend, what a harsh name. Wanting, how come I don't know that you have a boyfriend? Wen Wanting was a little impatient. Isn't Chen Kai too tactless? Why should I tell you if I have a boyfriend? Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. At this moment, Gao Yang suddenly burst into laughter and slapped his thigh while laughing, it was so exaggerated. Chen Kai's face darkened? Wen Wanting asked cooperatively. Gao Yang, what's so funny? Gao Yang laughed for a long time before gradually stopping. Wanting, you don't know, I just saw a short video. There was a scoundrel dog whose owner didn't want him anymore and didn't want to pay attention to him, but he kept following his owner. Wen Wanting burst out laughing. Chen Kai was a little confused. He didn't understand what was so funny about it. As a result, one of them burst out laughing, while the other one was laughing so hard that he slapped his thigh in the table. Isn't it just a scoundrel? Suddenly Chen Kai realized that Gao Yang was mocking him and calling him a scoundrel. Chen Kai's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The most important thing was that he had no evidence. Okay, you better stop playing with your phone during work hours, or I'll deduct your salary. Wen Wanting felt that she couldn't go too far, otherwise she would offend people. Although the joke just now was indeed quite satisfying, it would be too obvious if I laughed again. In the end, Chen Kai left with a dark face. Gao Yang, I didn't realize you were such a bad person. He has a very poisonous tongue, and he curses more fiercely than women when he quarrels. Now he has started to upgrade his skills and has even learned to make sarcastic remarks. Wen Wanting returned to her seat while speaking. Gao Yang quickly came forward and lay face to face with them. Wanting, you said my version is the latest, how about you give me a chance to try it out? Wen Wanting looked at the face so close to her, feeling a little nervous and guilty. How do you experience it? As soon as Wen Wanting finished speaking, Gao Yang began to teach actively. He slowly moved his face towards Wen Wanting's face, and Wen Wanting just waited there stupidly. Her face felt a little hot, and she knew what Gao Yang meant by experience. She was a little expectant and slowly closed her eyes. Gao Yang was also very nervous at this time. He was afraid that Wen Wanting would slap him in the face. Fortunately, when his lips touched Wen Wanting's rosy little mouth, his heart began to bloom. Very fragrant, very sweet, and very fucking. Because the phone rang. Fuck. The call was from Su Li. Wen Wanting looked at Gao Yang's back as he left, her pretty face flushed and full of smiles. This straight man had a sex change today. Sending flowers and other things. The most infuriating thing was that phone call. Wen Wanting also scolded Su Li. The content of Su Li's phone call was to talk to Gao Yang again. How could Gao Yang be in the mood to talk about this right now? His good thing was ruined by someone else, and he now wants to pin Su Li to the ground and do that to her 100 times. As a result, Wen Wanting kicked me out twice today. Just when he was about to go out for a walk, his cell phone rang again. He originally thought it was Su Li calling again, but it turned out to be an unfamiliar number, a local one. Hello, hello. Oh, it's the beautiful police officer. Do you want to invite me to dinner? I'm free. Compensation? Okay, I'll go there tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yang smiled. Since Zhang Jun wanted compensation now, it meant that the matter was basically resolved. But is it so easy to get his money? He would rather give the money to the lawyer than to Zhang Jun. Thinking of this, Gao Yang returned to the office. Wen Wanting's complexion had just recovered when Gao Yang came in again. Now she was a little scared. The main thing is that Gao Yang is too dishonest. I was seduced by him several times a day. Who can stand it? Wanting, Zhang Jun is asking for compensation now. Gao Yang briefly recounted the content of the phone call. 100,000 yuan is not a lot, just give it to him. This is what Wen Wanting meant. Xiao Yang shook his head and said, I would rather pay 1 million for the lawsuit than give him 100,000. How about you help me with this matter? Wen Wanting understood what Gao Yang meant, which was to find a lawyer. Gao Yang, once a lawyer gets involved, will have to sue, and the matter will get out of hand. Do you really want to do that? Gao Yang touched it and thought. Wanting, I have nothing to do recently, so why not file a lawsuit? It's actually quite fun. I paid a down payment of 150,000 yuan for the house I bought before. I originally didn't plan to take it, but now, I have a good idea. This property certificate is indeed not mine, but I have the bank transfer record and payment receipt. Then can we sue Qiu Lily and Zhang Jun in court on the grounds that they deliberately embezzled my property? Wen Wanting's eyes lit up. What Gao Yang said is definitely feasible. As he said before, he didn't want to get entangled in this matter. Besides, Gao Yang really doesn't care about hundreds of thousands of yuan with his current net worth, but it's different now. As he said before, he would rather spend 1 million on a lawsuit than pay the other party 100,000 yuan in compensation. Sometimes, all people want is face and a sense of dignity. Wait a minute, I'll call lawyer Lu to come over so we can have a face-to-face consultation. Chapter 42, Create a Good Atmosphere. Lu Xiangdong is the lawyer that Wen Wanting mentioned. That is, the legal advisor of Wen's group. About half an hour later, Lu Xiangdong came over. After some explanation and understanding, Lu Xiangdong basically understood the feasibility of the matter. Mr. Gao, there is absolutely no problem with your property. First of all, you have a transfer record, so there is indeed a subjective fact of defrauding a large amount of money. Also, regarding the assault, we can actually treat these two incidents as one. We can say that you came to ask for the money, but not only did they not give it to you, they also verbally provoked and beat you. In the end, you fought back passively, and the amount of money you were defrauded of was quite large, which led to your emotional loss and excessive defense. We can use the video from that day as evidence. In this way, our chances of winning the case will be at least 90%, and Lu Xiangdong talked incessantly and Gao Yan was stunned by what he heard. It turns out that language skills are so important. The same thing can have a completely different meaning if you use a different way of saying it. It seems that the saying knowledge is power is indeed true. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to lawyer Lu. Gao Yan finally chose to take the initiative. Didn't the other party want compensation? Now we must make sure that the other party loses more than they gain. And that disgusting Qiu Lily, isn't she showing off? Then let her lose both her money and her life. After seeing Lu Xiangdong off, it was almost time to get off work. After Gao Yang went out for another walk, he took Wanting and left the company. Instead of going to the vegetable market, they went to a restaurant for dinner. In a private room, the two sat opposite each other, and the dishes ordered by Gao Yang were almost all Wen Wanting's favorites. Wen Wanting was happy from beginning to end. This guy finally got it and knew to send her flowers and take her to dinner. Wanting, look at us now, we are already like this, and we have already done that. Although there is a misunderstanding here, the fact is the fact. Why don't you just be my girlfriend? Gao Yang's expression was simple and direct. There were no vows of eternal love, nor any flowers or diamond rings. Gao Yang, let me think about it again. Wen Wanting did not give a clear answer. As a girl, she always has to be reserved. People will not cherish things that are too easy to get, at least that's what Wen Wanting thinks. In fact, Gao Yang was already very happy when he heard Wen Wanting say that she would consider it. As a girl, Gao Yang understood this. If you say you'll consider it today, maybe you'll agree tomorrow. So should I buy a diamond ring? How about just getting a piece of imperial green and digging a hole in it, then making it into a circle and putting it around Wen Wanting's neck as a necklace? Well, Gao Yang has let his thoughts run wild. Because Wen Wanting's legs were still a little uncomfortable, Gao Yang had no choice but to take her home after dinner. Otherwise, you can go to the cinema or stay in the pavilion in the park for a while. Then, touching and grabbing in the dark is the best way to warm up the relationship. In fact, Wen Wanting also wanted to go, but she had already pretended to be unwell. If she suddenly got better, Gao Yang would definitely suspect her. Wouldn't it be embarrassing by then? As usual, Wen Wanting took a shower first. Gao Yang wanted to go upstairs, but he felt embarrassed because Wen Wanting didn't send him a message. Finally, I had no choice but to go back to my room to sleep. Just then, the door to the second floor opened. Gao Yang, come upstairs and sleep. After hearing this, Gao Yang opened his mouth so wide that a red Fuji apple could fit in it. Well, don't misunderstand me. Isn't your sister coming tomorrow? We are just acting. You sleep on the floor. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she turned around and left. Her heart was pounding at this moment. Gao Yang didn't care about that. He slept downstairs yesterday and upstairs today. Maybe he could sleep upstairs tomorrow. Thinking of this, Gao Yang quickly turned off all the lights downstairs, and then ran up to the second floor at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. When I arrived at the room, I saw a small mat on the floor, a pillow, and a thin quilt. Wen Wanting slept on her side, which means her butt was facing this way. Gao Yang decided to be a gentleman first, and the rest can be done step by step. So I turned off the lights and slept on the floor. Wen Wanting is so angry. This guy is indeed a straight man, so he kept tossing and turning in bed, making some noise. Gao Yang raised his head. Wanting, what's wrong? Does it still hurt there? Wen Wanting said Gao Yang quickly got up and went straight to the bed. Wen Wanting moved her body inside intentionally or unintentionally. This was done intentionally to make room for Gao Yang. Gao Yang just lay beside Wanting, then stretched out a hand and began to rub the area where Wen Wanting had fallen. The vacuum has always left Gao Yang's big hand with no hindrance at all. In the past, Gao Yang would sit beside the bed to massage her, but today he was lying down. Then his nose smelled the unique fragrance on Wen Wanting. As he smelled it, he became a little fascinated. He slowly moved closer to Wen Wanting, but Wen Wanting did not react. This made him bolder, and he moved over there again. This is equivalent to Wen Wanting's back being against Gao Yang's chest. Wen Wanting could clearly feel the beating sound coming from Gao Yang's heart. She was very familiar with this sound because her own heart was beating like this at the moment. Gao Yang put his head on Wen Wanting's shoulder, then stuck out his tongue and began to lick Wen Wanting's earlobe, occasionally exhaling hot air. The hand that had just been there was now placed on her belly, stroking and rotating it slowly. The movement was very gentle, and Wen Wanting's breathing began to speed up. First she felt her ears were itchy, and then her lower abdomen was itchy. Then, she felt Gao Yang's big hand moving up along her belly. Wen Wanting was excited, nervous, and a little scared. In short, she is feeling very conflicted right now. About 2 minutes later, Gao Yang's big hand finally covered the pot like a pot lid. It's just that this pot is placed upside down. Wen Wanting's body trembled slightly, and at this moment her face looked like she had drunk 2 kilograms of white liquor. She gritted her teeth but still persisted. Because only in this way one tea you feel embarrassed. But how could Wen Wanting be a match for Gao Yang? Her only experience was that night when Gao Yang was drunk and forced himself on her. Gao Yang is different, after all, he has been with Qiu Lily for 2 years. No matter which aspect, Wen Wanting was completely defeated. Finally, Wen Wanting couldn't stand it anymore, so she turned over gently and lay down flat. Then Gao Yang took advantage of the opportunity to put his other hand under Wen Wanting's head to serve as a pillow for her. Some things don't need to be said. At a certain point, everyone knows what to do and what will happen. Finally, Gao Yang began to reach out and unbutton Wen Wanting's pajamas. Chapter 43 Sister Gao Xiaoya. Suddenly, Gao Yang's big hand was held down by Wen Wanting. Gao Yang feels so miserable. I want to get off the bus and refund the ticket at this critical moment. Gao Yang, there are some things I need to make clear to you. I am not a casual girl. You know what happened that day. Don't think I am. Gao Yang understood what Wen Wanting was worried about. Gao Yang put his mouth close to Wen Wanting's ear and whispered a few words, and Wen Wanting's face blushed. However, she slowly let go of Gao Yang's big hand, and then took the initiative to give him a kiss. Things went much more smoothly after that, but I don't know if this was the first or second time for the two of them. Needless to say, it was a passionate night. Anyway, the two of them made a breakthrough. The next morning, Wen Wanting opened her eyes and Gao Yang had already gotten up. Recalling the erotic scene last night, Wen Wanting couldn't help but blush. By the time she got dressed and went downstairs, Gao Yang had already prepared breakfast. Baby, wash your face, brush your teeth, and have a loving breakfast. Wen Wanting quenched her thirst and said, "Who is your baby, shameless?" After saying this, he went into the bathroom with a red face. Because Gao Yang's sister was coming today, Wen Wanting came to the company and finished her work as quickly as possible. Then he took Gao Yang's arm and left the office. Just this action of linking arms is enough to show the changes in a woman. At least a few people were shocked when they saw this scene. Is this beautiful CEO of ours in love? Such a good cabbage was eaten by a pig? Wen Wanting didn't care about this and didn't let go of Gao Yang's arm until they reached the car. Gao Yang, is your sister easy to get along with? Also, what kind of food does she like to eat? What are her hobbies? Along the way, Wen Wanting kept asking these related questions. Gao Yang laughed and made a joke. It's rare for a CEO to be nervous. Wen Wanting reacted immediately, stretched out her little fist and hit Gao Yang directly on the arm. Damn, who's nervous? I just think that it's best for everyone to leave a good impression on each other when they meet for the first time. Gao Yang didn't expose it either. It was normal to be nervous. After all, the female president is also a woman. Gao Xiaoya is very happy today because it is summer vacation. So she wanted to come visit her brother and work a summer job to earn some extra money. Gao Xiaoya is different from her brother. Gao Yang is tall and strong and looks like his father, while she is a little petite. With mother. She had already seen the sign of Jinling bus station and reached out to tighten her luggage bag because there were 10,000 yuan in it. This was given to her by her mother to bring to her brother Gao Yang when she was born. My brother bought a house, but our family didn't help, which made my sister-in-law Chiu Lily unhappy. Well, it just so happened that the wheat was on the market this year, so I sold it and then I scraped together the 10,000 yuan. My mother has told me that the 10,000 yuan should be given to my brother privately and not in front of my sister-in-law. Speaking of her sister-in-law, Gao Xiaoya doesn't like her very much. She is too domineering. As a younger sister, she certainly doesn't like her brother being bullied by her sister-in-law, but she has no choice because her brother is willing. Also, I don't know if my sister-in-law will be unhappy about coming here this time. Just as she was daydreaming, the car arrived at the station. After getting off the bus, I followed the crowd out. As soon as I reached the exit, I saw my brother Gao Yang, whom I hadn't seen for half a year, his looks that could charm even a superstar. Just as he was about to shout, he saw a beautiful woman holding his brother's arm. This beauty is very beautiful and tall, which is exactly the figure I dream of having. She is plump where she should be plump, and slim where she should be slim. She is simply the best. So who is this woman? Gao Xiaoya was 100% sure that she was not Chiu Lily. Chiu Lily was not as pretty as her, nor did she have the same temperament as her. Just then, Gao Yang saw her. Xiaoya, this way. Gao Xiaoya quickly put away her thoughts and ran over quickly. Brother, I miss you so much. Gao Xiaoya did not avoid Wen Wanting, who was beside Gao Yang, and hugged Gao Yang right away. You are already so old, aren't you ashamed? Xiaoya, let me introduce her to you. Her name is Wen Wanting. You have to call her sister-in-law. Wanting, this is my sister Gao Xiaoya. Gao Xiaoya was stunned for a moment. Sister-in-law? Hello, Xiaoya. When Wanting greeted them generously, Gao Xiaoya reacted quickly. No matter what the situation was, since her brother called her that, it must be correct. So he quickly called out sister-in-law. It's almost time, let's go eat first, and then I'll take you around the company. As Gao Yang spoke, he took the bag from Gao Xiaoya's hand and walked towards the parking lot first. Who is Wen Wanting? How could she not see the doubts in Gao Xiaoya's heart, but Gao Yang must explain this matter. She was just her sister-in-law, so as a sister-in-law, she had to be more enthusiastic and quickly pulled Gao Xiaoya to walk together. While walking, he asked about the situation on the road. In short, he just expressed some concern. The place they had dinner was not a high-end hotel, but a restaurant that Gao Yang and Wen Wanting often visited. Gao Yang, I'm going to order some food and use the restroom. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she winked at Gao Yang, then turned and left. Ordering food was real, going to the bathroom was fake, and the main purpose was to give the two siblings a chance to talk. Brother, what's going on? Why do I have another sister-in-law? Does sister-in-law Qiu Lily know about this? Gao Yang poured Gao Xiaoya a glass of water, and then began to talk about him and Qiu Lily. Gao Xiaoya is 18 years old this year, and she understands everything she should understand. When she heard that Qiu Lily had done such a disgusting thing, she was very angry. But after calming down a little, Gao Xiaoya smiled. Brother, this is a good thing. Qiu Lily is not as pretty as this sister-in-law, and she is also a CEO beauty. Brother, you made a fortune. Gao Yang was amused by Gao Xiaoya's words, but when he thought about it again, it seemed true and he really made a lot of money. Don't tell our parents about this for now. I'll tell them next time I have a chance. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Gao Xiaoya quickly stood up and gave a not-so-standard military salute. Okay, stop talking nonsense. It makes me uncomfortable. Gao Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and then remembered the second thing her brother said. Brother, you said you've made a fortune and are planning to open a jewelry store? Gao Yang nodded and said. I'll tell you the details later. After dinner, I'll take you to my sister-in-law's company for training. You come here to help this summer, it's a good opportunity for you to get some training. If you listen to me, I'll give you this shop. Gao Yang suddenly stopped talking when he got to this point. Because talking about this kind of thing now will not do Gao Xiaoya any good. Chapter 44 Happy Cooperation. Brother, what do you think will happen to this store in the future? Gao Yan was about to speak when Wen Wanting came back. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. With your figure, your temperament, and your looks, I'm afraid there's no one else in this world who can match you except my brother. Gao Xiaoya is a very lively and clever girl. If she were asked to choose a sister-in-law, she would naturally choose Wen Wanting. There is another reason, this sister-in-law is rich. As long as you hold on to your sister-in-law and flatter her more, won't you be able to take off in the future? Wen Wanting felt a little embarrassed when Gao Xiaoya praised her, but she was Wanting after all. Xiaoya is also very beautiful, petite, and delicate. Just one glance at her makes people want to protect her. Women are the easiest to communicate with, and they can become close friends in no time. After lunch, Gao Yang and the other two came to Wen Wanting's company. Gao Yang naturally would not take the 10,000 yuan that Gao Xiaoya brought. Just think of it as giving her some pocket money. Gao Xiaoya was unlucky. She was taken away for training before she had even had a rest. Gao Yang is now in high spirits and he is riding high on his horse. Now he doesn't have to watch secretly. While massaging Wen Wanting's shoulders, he openly enjoyed the scenery. Wanting, I plan to buy a house. Wen Wanting was stunned for a moment, then reacted. She is so angry. This guy has hid in a hole in the wall, and one of his 3 sentences is about buying a house. Wanting, this is what I think. It wasn't easy for my parents to raise us 2 siblings. We didn't have the ability before, there was nothing we could do. Now that I have the ability and money, I want to buy a house for them to live in so that it will be convenient for us to take care of them. If we have children in the future, they can help take care of them, as well as Xiaoya. She will go to school here in the future, so she will definitely come back to live here on weekends and holidays. After hearing what Gao Yang said, Wen Wanting was no longer angry. What Gao Yang said was reasonable. The main reason was that the conditions were in place now. Besides, from Wen Wanting's own perspective, it would not be very convenient for her parents to come and squeeze together. Gao Yang, buy a villa. There are a few villas in my neighborhood that are about the same size as mine, and they cost about 30 to 40 million yuan. It's better to buy a well-decorated villa than an apartment, which is not only small but also inconvenient to live in. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. Only those who have lived in a villa know the benefits of living in a villa. Okay, then you help take care of this matter, and I'll go and earn back the money for the villa. Gao Yang was about to leave after he finished speaking, but was grabbed by one wanting. Why are you in such a hurry? The villa is just there and it won't be sold in a day or two. Are you afraid that he won't be able to run away? You forgot, Suli will be here soon. Gao Yang really forgot about it. Mainly because there were too many things going on these past 2 days, he gave Suli two. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Suli arrived at Wen Wanting's office on time. After the three of them greeted each other, they sat down and started to get down to business. Mr. Gao, I agree with your plan. I don't want much either. If you give me 10 million, I will transfer 60% of the company's shares to you. Gao Yang snapped his fingers directly. No problem, deal. Suli didn't expect that their conversation would end so simply. She even thought of various excuses at home, but to her surprise, none of them came in handy. This made her wonder if Gao Yang was acquiring a company for fun? Mr. Gao, Gao Yang interrupted Suli and said. Just call me Gao Yang. Also, you want to know why I agreed so readily, right? Suli nodded. Gao Yang smiled and said. First of all, I am a trouble-shy person. I don't want to discuss trivial matters over and over again. If it's okay, it's okay. If it's not okay, it's not okay. Cooperation is about win-win. If you haggle over every little bit before you start cooperating, how can you cooperate in the future? Since I want to invest and you are willing to raise funds, then first of all this cooperation is pleasant. Since it is pleasant, why don't we just be direct? Suli didn't know what to say after hearing what Gao Yang said. Another point is that since we have already cooperated with them, we must sign an agreement and contract next. That's what I think. You need to set up a live broadcast room first. It needs to be big and bright. You also need to buy some equipment. We'll talk about this later. Let's get the contract done tomorrow. As for the specific details of the cooperation, you will draft them. After my jewelry store opens, I will be the first to do a live broadcast with you. Do you think there are any other problems? In fact, Suli's mind was still in a dizzy state, and her thoughts could not keep up with Gao Yang's words. It took her a long time to sort it out. I don't have anything to add for now. I just want to ask when your jewelry store will be open. Gao Yang himself didn't know the answer to this question, and then he looked at Wen Wanting. Our jewelry store is expected to open on July 8th, or the 10th at the latest. That means there are still 5 or 6 days left. After all, the new staff needs to be trained, and there is also some advertising to be done, plus the replenishment of goods and so on. After hearing what Wen Wanting said, Suli nodded, which meant that it would take at most a week or so. There is definitely time for this. Okay then. I'll go back and deal with the contract and agreement. It should be ready by tomorrow afternoon or the morning after tomorrow at the latest. It's a pleasure to work with you. Gao Yang stood up and stretched out his right hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. After the two people shook hands, the matter was basically settled. Then we started chatting. Gao Yang, I invited you to dinner twice, and you refused each time. Today we have reached a cooperation agreement. You will not refuse this dinner again tonight, right? There was a hint of sarcasm in Suli's words. Gao Yang smiled and said. Not tonight, because I have a treat. But you are also invited. Suli didn't quite understand, so Wen Wanting began to explain. To put it simply, Gao Yang is treating everyone to dinner tonight, and first of all, his sister is coming. Next are the 4 women including Susan and Suli. Suli did not refuse. It was just a dinner treat, it was the same any day. After Gao Yang finished discussing the matter, he left the office. After all, Wen Wanting and Suli are classmates, and they are both girls, so it is normal for them to chat together. It is not appropriate for him, a grown man, to be caught in the middle. If you were to ask Gao Yang where he likes to go most when he comes to Wen's group, the first place would definitely be Wen Wanting's office. The second choice is to find Xian Meili, mainly because this woman has a mature beauty, and this kind of beauty is very attractive to people of Gao Yang's age. Chapter 45 Retribution. Gao Yang staggered into Qian Mei's office and was stunned as soon as he came in. Because of this money, Mei actually changed her glasses. A very nice pair of eyes. Qian Mei saw that it was Gao Yang who came and smiled slightly. She also discovered a problem with Gao Yang, which was that this guy never knocked on the door. It's over, Sister Mei, you stole my most important thing. When Qian Mei heard Gao Yang's words, she was confused. Gao Yang, what do you mean I'm finished? And what did I steal from you? Gao Yang covered his heart with one hand and said, Sister Mei, you have seduced my soul and stolen my heart. Puff. Qian Mei started laughing again. Gao Yang was laughing so happily, his eyes fixed on the trembling places. Gao Yang, your mouth has annoyed so many people. And where are you looking at with those lustful eyes of yours? You can't eat it even if you look at it again. Qian Mei is not a young girl. She is already 30 years old. She is an expert at driving and telling jokes. Sister Mei, whether I can eat it or not is just a matter of one sentence from you. If you feel sorry for me and give me a sip of milk, I won't refuse it, right? Qian Mei slapped Gao Yang's big hand and said angrily. You are still young and you don't learn your lesson, but you still want to take advantage of me. Believe it or not, I will kill you with this. Gao Yang quickly took a step back, looking terrified. Why, are you scared? Qian Mei felt a little strange. This guy's behavior was a little abnormal. Sister Mei, I'm just afraid of hurting you. I won't be able to afford the compensation then. While Gao Yang was flirting with Qian Mei, Zhang Jun at the hospital was stunned. Just now, he received a court summons and was sued. After the court accepts a case, it will generally notify the other party within 5 working days. But I don't know why the speed is so fast this time. What happened the day before? He received a court summons the next afternoon. He became the defendant and the plaintiff was Gao Yang. The general content of the case was that he and Xiao Lili conspired to embezzle Gao Yang's property. He also took the initiative to provoke, intimidate, and beat the other party, causing Gao Yang to become mentally ill and unable to work. Demand compensation of 1 million for various expenses. Zhang Jun was shocked. 1 million, where did he get so much money? Just then, Xiao Lili hurried into the ward. Zhang Jun, I've been sued, look. Xiao Lili was even more scared than Zhang Jun. She didn't understand anything about these things. Let alone going to court, she would probably be a little scared even if she was asked to go to the police station for questioning. It's all your fault. I was fine, but I had to provoke him. Now I'm lying in the hospital and I'm involved in a lawsuit. When Xiao Lili heard what Zhang Jun said, she also got angry. You are the one who caused this. If you had listened to me and not come to my place that day, wouldn't all these things have happened? Also, if you hadn't had sex with me, would I have ended up like this? Snap. Zhang Jun slapped Xiao Lili hard on the face. If he can't beat Gao Yang, then beating Xiao Lili shouldn't be a piece of cake, right? You bitch, I don't know who took the initiative to get into my car, and I don't know who wanted to take revenge on Gao Yang. Now you come to blame me? Look at your behavior, you slut. Do you think I would really marry a woman like you? I'm just playing around. It doesn't cost any money anyway. Why do you take it seriously? Get out of here. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. How could I have met a jinx like you, a plague god? Xiao Lili couldn't believe that Zhang Jun, who always spoke sweet words to her, would actually say such a thing. Am I really as despicable as Gao Yang said? Gao Yang never wanted to hit her, but today. Zhang Jun, you bastard. Now you've taken advantage of me and refused to admit it, and you're even hitting me. Gao Yang is absolutely right. You are a coward who only knows how to bully women. Believe it or not, I'll call the police to arrest you. Snap. Zhang Jun slapped him again. Gao Yang, are you thinking about Gao Yang now? What were you doing earlier? How come you couldn't think of him when you were doing it with me in the car, in the rental house in the woods? You dare to call the police to arrest me? Think about how to fight this lawsuit first. Bitch, get out of here. Xiao Lili didn't even know how she left the hospital. She is now in a state of confusion. Gao Yang is gone, Zhang Jun has revealed his true nature, and he is also involved in a lawsuit. The next step is a huge compensation. 1 million. How to file a lawsuit. She has never fought. Gao Yang, yes, go to Gao Yang to admit your mistake and ask him to withdraw the lawsuit. But where is Gao Yang? At this moment, Xiao Lily was like a ship in the deep sea. She had lost her direction, there was a hurricane, and darkness all around her. Gao Yang didn't know this, and even if he did, he would just shrug his shoulders. At this moment, he was having dinner in a restaurant with a group of women. He is treating us tonight. The first purpose is to welcome her sister, and the second purpose is to celebrate the successful cooperation. The last purpose is that Susan and others will be his employees in the future, so as a boss, it is only right for him to treat them to a meal before the opening. Gao Yang originally didn't plan to drink, but for some reason, when Wanting insisted that he drink tonight. And I drank a lot. When Gao Yang got home, he was staggering as he walked. Wow! Sister-in-law, is this the villa? It's so big. As soon as Gao Xiaoya entered the villa, she was just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, touching here and looking there. Actually, this is very normal. Haven tea, you've seen it before? Gao Yang's first time here wasn't tea much better, if it weren't for the unhappy things that happened between him and Wen Wanting at that time. I guess he would also take a look and be amazed. Xiaoya, you will live here from now on. That room was where your brother lived before, so it will be yours from now on. As Wen Wanting spoke, she pointed to the room where Gao Yang had lived before. Finally, Gao Yang was helped to sit on the sofa and a cup of tea was made for him. Wanting, I told you not to drink, but you forced me to drink. Gao Yang now feels a little dizzy. He can't drink much to begin with. Although he was drinking beer, he couldn't stay still for long. It's okay, just drink and go to sleep, I'll serve you. Wen Wanting whispered this in Gao Yang's ear. The reason why she persuaded Gao Yang to drink today was that she wanted to recall the feeling of that night. So, women are strange creatures. Before, Wen Wanting thought it was a nightmare, but now she thinks it is a very beautiful memory. Just then, Gao Yang's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Chapter 46, Wen Wanting's Plan. Gao Yang frowned, he didn't recognize this number. So he signaled Wen Wanting to help answer the phone, and Wen Wanting directly pressed the speakerphone. Hey, Gao Yang, I was wrong, please forgive me. I know you love me. Let's get back together. The house will be in your name. I'll listen to you from now on. Wen Wanting and Gao Yang looked at each other and realized that the person was Xiao Lily. Gao Yang was about to hang up the phone but was stopped by Wen Wanting. Miss Xiao, Gao Yang is my boyfriend now. Please don't harass him anymore. Also, everyone is responsible for their own actions. You know what you have done. As a woman, I didn't want to say anything, but I couldn't help it. You really don't deserve Gao Yang. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Lily was dazed. In order to contact Gao Yang, she specially bought a new number. Because her cell phone number could no longer be dialed through to Gao Yang, she knew without a doubt that she had been blocked by Gao Yang. That's why I applied for a new mobile phone number, but I never expected that the person who answered the call would be that woman. Gao Yang, why don't we withdraw the lawsuit? Maybe she will change in the future. After hanging up the phone, Wen Wanting put it down. Then he said this. Wanting, don't use your so-called sympathy to pity a snake that is about to freeze to death. If you save it, it might turn around and bite you back. Don't try to use your kindness to awaken other people's conscience. Mr. Chen Paisai once said that conscience is something that is innate. If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. There is no such thing as awakening it. I know Xiao Lily, at least I know her personality. The person she hates the most right now is not me, but you. A woman who is always self-centered will always attribute all problems to others and never find her own mistakes. Believe it or not, if this era were the Song dynasty, I might be the second Wu Dalong. That was all Gao Yang said. He then went to the balcony and picked up 2 sets of clothes, one for himself and one for Wanting. Then he pulled Wen Wanting, who was still in a daze, towards the bathroom. Wen Wanting came to the bathroom, and only reacted after Gao Yang closed the door. Gao Yang, what are you doing? Gao Yang laughed hee. Take a bath. Wen Wanting rolled her eyes at Gao Yang. Of course she knew he was going to take a shower. If he didn't take a shower in the bathroom, would he go to sleep? But the question is, why did you drag her along to take a shower? After giving Gao Yang a cold look, Wen Wanting was about to go out, but the bathroom door was blocked by Gao Yang. Look, we are already an old married couple, so why should we be embarrassed? It just so happens that I can rub your back, and you can rub mine too, how nice. Wen Wating naturally knew that Gao Yang was both lustful and a hooligan, but the problem was that there was also Gao Xiaoya at home. Gao Yang, your sister is still here, it would be bad if she sees it. But all of Wen Wanting's words and resistance were in vain. It took Gao Yang less than a minute for Wen Wanting to agree with a blushing face. After taking a shower, it is natural to rest and go to bed, but for some people, some exercise before going to bed is essential. Gao Yang, tell me what you are going to do next. After the interactive game, Wen Wanting lay in Gao Yang's arms like a kitten. Her back was pressed against Gao Yang's chest, which had an advantage, and that was that it made it easier for Gao Yang to move his hands. My plan is very simple. The first step is definitely to open this jewelry store. Now I just have to wait for them to finish their training, and for you to arrange the goods. This matter is basically no longer a big problem, so I will go to the raw stone market to buy some rough materials tomorrow. Although there aren't many good raw materials there, it's still no problem to make money. The problem lies in this point. Should this raw material be counted as belonging to Wen's group or to me and Su Li? Wen Wanting understood what Gao Yang meant. Because this involves the issue of cooperation between the two parties. If the raw materials are counted as Wen's jewelry, then Su Li's company is simply helping them take orders by bringing goods. In other words, whether the stone cut in the end makes a profit or a loss has nothing to do with the live broadcast company, and all belongs to Wen's jewelry company. The second method of cooperation is that Gao Yang and his colleagues spend money to buy stones themselves, and then sell them through live streaming. As a result, the mode of cooperation has changed from mainly providing goods to processing on behalf of others. In other words, the platform takes orders, negotiates business, and even provides the jadeite itself. Wen's group only needs to be responsible for processing and providing jewelry. In short, both types of cooperation have their pros and cons, and it depends on a trade-off. Gao Yang, outsourcing processing is quite risky. Let me give you an example. If you cut a piece of jade, and the order may only need 1/3 or even 1/10 of the jade, then what should you do with the rest of the jade? You know, once the jade is cut, the price of the remaining jade will be greatly discounted. By then, even if Wen's group is willing to buy it, the price. So the most conservative way is to buy jadeite raw stones in the name of our company as before, and then let the live broadcast room promote the products. In this way, you have almost no risk. Of course, we can adjust the profit margin. Who would I let suffer a loss? How could I let you suffer a loss? Although the Wen family is the largest shareholder of Wen's jewelry, it is not exclusive. Besides, everything that belongs to me will be yours in the future. Can you keep your hands still? Wen Wanting was talking about serious matters, but Gao Yang's dirty hands never stopped. It would be fine if it just never stopped, but he was still pulling and tugging at me. Okay, keep talking. Wen Wanting felt that Gao Yang had become much more honest, so she started. After all, the live streaming company is just a small company. No matter how big or how many products it sells, it will never become mainstream. So you can never focus on this. At most, you can only boost this industry, and then you must withdraw. If you spend every day selling products in a live broadcast room, you can only become an internet celebrity, but not a qualified boss. So my plan is, after everything is settled here, I will accompany you to Ruwaicheng, and we will buy a batch of jade in our names, and then we will open a jade store. Open it on Jade Street, the biggest one. I've done the math for you. You have 200 million on you. I'll find a way to get a few hundred million when the time comes. In this way, our future leading industries will emerge because we have inherent advantages. You know what I mean. Chapter 47 Su Li's ex-husband. Gao Yang's eyes lit up when Wanting's idea coincided with his. The jadeite raw stones in Ruwaicheng are definitely cheap. With your own skills, if you can get the raw stones back, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to open a store? Even though the public auction in Ruwaicheng has not started yet, the raw stones are definitely not comparable to those here. Of course, Gao Yang also thought about buying it himself and solving the problem himself. But human energy is limited. How many stones can he solve? Even if you can solve 3 pieces in an hour, how many can you solve in a day? Repeating the same action every day, regardless of whether you are tired or not, it is definitely boring. Besides, others would definitely be suspicious, and if he hired someone else to help him solve the problem, that would be even worse. What would happen if the price of every jadeite raw stone could increase? I guess my secret will be discovered in a few days. Then it will be different if you open your own jadeite raw stone shop. He can buy some of the raw stones that have increased in value and cut them himself, and sell the rest in the store. We can open branches in the future and so on. Gao Yang has a characteristic: once he concentrates, he forgets to do other things. For example, at this moment, he fell into deep thought, so his hands naturally stopped moving. This made Wen Wanting very dissatisfied. Gao Yang, let's talk about tomorrow's matter tomorrow, or we. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she reached behind her with one hand, looking for the culprit. No words were spoken all night, and the next morning. After Wen Wanting finished her work, she followed Gao Yang to the Jade Rough Stone Street. They came here today for two purposes. The first purpose was naturally to find jadeite raw stones, and the second purpose was to find a suitable store. That's right, they're starting to prepare for the store. Because of what happened before in the passage of time, no one remembered that Gao Yang had cut out a piece of imperial green. Or maybe the topic is no longer fresh, and with so many people coming and going here, no one still remembers him. Yao Yang came here today to find some jadeite that is suitable for consumption by middle-class people. When selling goods through live streaming, if the quality of the jade you cut is too good, others will not be able to afford it even if they want it. He came today to find jadeite that is affordable to the general public. In addition, bring a small amount of high-end jadeite. This is in line with the purpose of selling goods in the live broadcast room. So there is a premise here. First of all, the jade purchased cannot be at a loss, and Gao Yang can guarantee this. Secondly, Wen's jewelry must also make some profit, because a win-win situation is most in line with the purpose of cooperation. However, in this jadeite raw stone street, good quality jadeite raw stones are becoming less and less. There weren't many to begin with, and Gao Yang picked away some of them. Wen Wanting didn't say a word, she just held Gao Yang's arm. She followed Gao Yang wherever he went, and when Gao Yang took a fancy to a piece of material, she would quickly drag the small trailer over. Today, I bought 11 pieces of materials in total. The prices are not expensive. In order to expand the market, Gao Yang planned to sell some low and mid-range products at the beginning. Then mix in some high-end products, the effect will be even better. The total cost of the 11 pieces of jadeite raw stones was less than 10 million, which is certainly not a big deal. Then the two of them went and bought a stonecutter. Because Wen Wanting still had to go to work, she drove to the company. Gao Yang followed the delivery truck driver to Suli. Suli sorted out some information and contract planning in the morning. She looked at the time and it was already past 10 o'clock, so she prepared to do some aerobics. Yes, this is something Suli does every day. The reason why she can maintain such a good figure is related to her daily exercise. But she doesn't do aerobics anywhere else, only in her office. I had just finished warming up and Han Ti started the main show when I heard a knock on the door. When she opened the door, she found it was Gao Yang. This surprised her a little. Gao Yang usually doesn't like knocking on the door, but then he remembered that he and Suli weren't very familiar with each other. Gao Yang, why are you here? Suli turned off the music as she spoke. I bought a batch of raw stones and I don't know where to put them. Suli's eyes lit up. Is it starting now? It seems that Gao Yang is exactly as he says he is, a man of action. Then it is definitely right to cooperate with such people. Half an hour later, 11 pieces of raw stones were placed in the live broadcast room. The so-called live broadcast room was still being cleaned. This live broadcast room is used by Suli herself, and she basically sells goods once a day. But we have to clean up today because this place will soon become a jadeite special event. After finishing everything, the two returned to the office. It was not until this time that Gao Yang began to pay attention to what Suli was wearing today. Because I want to do aerobics, I have to wear aerobics clothes. One characteristic of bodybuilding clothes is that they are tight. Now Suli's body was tightened by the tights. Her curvy figure is even more obvious in the bodybuilding clothes. Gao Yang, how about we try it tonight and see how it works? As Suli spoke, she made a cup of tea for Gao Yang. What she meant was that the raw stones had been purchased and the equipment was available, so the next step would naturally be to start live streaming and selling the goods. You can't blame her for being impatient. Who doesn't want to open the business earlier and make money earlier? Gao Yang touched his chin. Actually, this thing was not impossible. The main problem was that there were still many procedures to go through. At least one thing is that the contract has not been signed yet. How about tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon? Because we don't have any samples yet. First we have to go to Wen's Jewelry to get some samples. Also, if you can get the contract done as soon as possible, I will transfer the money to you. Suli thought about it and it made sense that things should not be rushed. Suli, where did you buy this dress? Suli didn't know what Gao Yang meant by asking this question, but when she saw Gao Yang's eyes fixed on her chest, she immediately reacted. It really seems a bit inappropriate for me to chat and discuss things with Gao Yang wearing this outfit. Well, I was doing aerobics before you came, so I was wearing my aerobics clothes and I didn't have time to change. As for this dress, it's available online. Gao Yang nodded. He planned to buy 2 sets and let Wen Wanting wear them for fitness as well. Well, sit down first. I'm going to change my clothes. After Suli finished speaking, she prepared to go to the locker room. No, it looks pretty good. A nice sentence came out of her mouth and Suli's pretty face turned red. What Gao Yang said about being very beautiful must be referring to a certain part. But she couldn't change it anymore. Get out of my way. Believe it or not, I'll let Suli fire you. Just then, there was a noise outside, and then the office door was forced open. Gao Yang looked back and saw a man who was about 30 years old. He was very handsome, only slightly younger than himself. Of course, this is what Gao Yang himself thinks. Sister Suli, I can't stop you. The person who spoke was Suli's assistant. Suli waved her hand, signaling the assistant to leave first. Xiao Mingwen, what are you doing here? We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Chapter 48. Do you believe me when I say my hands are in the wrong place? Suli, let's remarry. Hey, who are you? It was at this moment that Xiao Mingwen discovered that there was another person in Suli's office, a man. Who he is none of your business. You are not welcome here. Suli's face was full of nervousness at the moment. She was nervous because she was afraid that if this matter became a problem, Gao Yang would no longer cooperate with her. By then all our efforts will have been wasted. Suli, I know I was wrong. I came here to ask for your forgiveness. I will definitely change. Let's remarry. Xiao Mingwen ignored Gao Yang, but pretended to be aggrieved and began to beg Suli. Suli sneered and said, You're wrong? You think I'll believe you? Think about it yourself. How many times have you said this? I'm afraid you don't even believe yourself. Look at my company. You forced it into debt. Now my account has been blocked and I've cheated you out of all my money. Now you want to cheat me again? Do you think I'll believe that? It turned out that this was not the first or second time that Xiao Mingwen came to Suli to remarry. Almost 2 months ago, Xiao Mingwen was reported for spreading some inappropriate remarks during a live broadcast. Then, his platform account was blocked. In fact, this is a very fatal problem. If a relatively good account is blocked, you will have to start from scratch. If an account is blocked due to negative status, then this negative news will spread. Not only will others not buy it, but you will also be criticized. This is the case with Xiao Mingwen. So it is impossible for him to be a host now. He originally had some savings, but due to eating, drinking, having fun, and being cheated, he ended up like this. Just then he thought of Suli. In fact, Xiao Mingwen didn't want to divorce originally. After all, Suli's family, figure, appearance, etc. were all very good. At least she is better than Xiao Mingwen. If he hadn't been caught cheating by Suli, he wouldn't have divorced her. A lot of money was indeed divided during the divorce. It should be said that he took away almost all the funds in the company, leaving only an empty shell that couldn't even pay salaries. As a result, after the divorce, Suli's company gradually recovered and became profitable, but the money she had prepared to start a new company was defrauded again. The most important thing is that his account has been blocked again, so remarrying Suli now is the best solution. This way he doesn't have to do anything and just wait to spend the money. Anyway, he has let it go. He can't do live broadcasting anymore, so he might as well take good care of Suli. Then, he can. As a result, Suli rejected him again and again. Xiao Mingwen, get out of here, or I'll call the police. Suli saw that Gao Yang's face looked bad, so she immediately ordered him to leave. Suli, you don't want to remarry me, is it because of this pretty boy? Suli was shaking with anger. Xiao Mingwen was like a mad dog biting people indiscriminately again. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not as dirty as you. Xiao Mingwen didn't care about all that. If he didn't have a good life, he wouldn't let others have an easy life. So he sneered. I'm talking nonsense? Look at you dressed like this. If I hadn't come by chance, I'm afraid you two would be doing something shameless right now. Suli was shaking with anger, then she looked at her own clothes and didn't know how to refute for a moment. How she wished someone could protect her. At this moment, Gao Yang came to Su Li and suddenly grabbed Su Li's hand, saying affectionately, "Su Li, actually I have liked you for a long time. Ever since we first met 3 months ago, I have been deeply fascinated by you. Your every move, every frown, and every smile have been deeply engraved in my mind. The way you wrinkled your nose, the way you blushed when you acted coquettishly, and especially when you did aerobics, every move of yours touched my heart deeply. Since we've talked about this today, I have nothing to hide anymore. Su Li, will you agree to be my girlfriend? I will take care of you for the rest of my life. I will give you every penny I earn. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Okay?" After Gao Yang finished speaking, he looked at Su Li affectionately. Su Li was really distracted for a moment just now, and she even believed that what Gao Yang said was true. If it really should. Well, I promise you. Su Li also knew that Gao Yang was helping her, and nodded obediently and meekly. Gao Yang took Su Li in his arms. He liked the comfortable feeling brought by the squeezing. But just because he likes it doesn't mean others will like it. You too, I guessed you right, you bastard. Snap. Gao Yang slapped Xiao Mingwen hard on the face with his backhand. Keep your mouth clean, or I'll tear it apart. Su Li is my girlfriend now. If I see you coming here again, I will kill you. Gao Yang is 1.8 meters tall and a big guy. There is a sense of hostility on his face when he speaks, which looks really scary. Xiao Mingwen is an anchor who makes a living by his looks, and he was frightened by Gao Yang. He was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly, which made Su Li despise him. How could I be so blind as to fall in love with such a thing? You. Gao Yang raised his hand again to hit Xiao Mingwen, who was so frightened that he crawled out of the office. Su Li, just wait for me. After saying this, the figure disappeared. It seems that he was really scared. Okay, the trouble is solved. You have to be ruthless to deal with people like this. You can't do it like this. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he returned to Su Li again. In fact, he still wanted to hug Su Li. After all, the feeling just now was really good. Result? Su Li really threw herself into his arms. Su Li hugged Gao Yang tightly and sobbed desperately. She had too many grievances in her heart and didn't know who to talk to. No one could help her, she could only hold it in and bear it by herself. She didn't expect that today, Gao Yang, whom she had only known for 2 days, would stand up for her. She immediately felt a sense of security. It took a long time before Su Li stopped sobbing. Gao Yang, thank you. But can you please take your hands away? Gao Yang was so embarrassed that he unknowingly put one of his hands away. This was actually an instinctive reaction and very normal. Sorry, I put my hand in the wrong place just now. I was going to pat you on the back. Gao Yang explained randomly, thinking that he was not embarrassed, but others were. What's more, he is already embarrassed now, so he must make others more embarrassed. With a poochie, Su Li burst out laughing. She would never believe that a person couldn't even tell the difference between the back and the chest. You'd say it's okay for a man, but based on her figure, how could you make a mistake? Chapter 49 Preparation before bringing goods. Well, even if you put it in the wrong place, what does it mean if you pinched it a few times? But Su Li didn't care about it. It was normal for men to like this, and she didn't suffer any loss. Okay, thank you anyway. Please sit down for a moment. The contract and other things will be ready soon. Gao Yang nodded, and he sat there, drinking tea and enjoying the scenery. Actually, it's really good to have perspective. How about going to the swimming pool to check it out some other day? Su Li said it would only take a moment, but Gao Yang ended up waiting for 2 hours. There was really no other way but to send a message to Wanting and tell her about what was happening here. The general meaning is that Wanting should take a few people to have dinner, and she will definitely not be able to come back in a short time. Wanting is not an unreasonable person. She knew that Gao Yang came here today to sign the contract, which was a big deal and could not be delayed. By the time the contract was completed, the agreement was read and signed. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The next step is naturally to transfer money. However, this matter is now under the charge of Wanting, so the two of them plan to go to Wen's jewelry company. Gao Yang, let's go eat first. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting until now. I'll treat you at noon today. This is the 4th time I've invited you, you can't refuse. Gao Yang nodded. In fact, he was really hungry. Then sit here and wait for me. I'll go change my clothes. Suli finished speaking and went straight into the locker room, which was actually her lounge. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. So I just threw it through perspective, and then, okay, let's go eat. It was a pretty good restaurant and the two of them asked for a private room. In fact, there are very few people eating at this time, and even if you sit in the hall, you probably won't meet many people. Gao Yang, I heard from wanting that you two met because of a car accident? It is always necessary to chat while eating, especially when two people are sitting facing each other. A handsome guy and a beautiful girl, it's natural for them to find some topics to chat about. Otherwise it would be somewhat embarrassing. Gao Yang nodded and gave a brief account of what had happened. Gao Yang, with all your abilities, why did you live in a rental house before, and why did you? Suli felt that asking these questions was a bit impolite. Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, in fact, I am a very low-key person, and I don't care much about money. I think it's nice to live an ordinary life with the one I love, so I hide my talent. I would rather run to the factory to screw in screws. It was not until I lay in the hospital that I truly understood that love is not equal to bread. Love can only be built on bread. So I decided not to continue living this way. I want to rise up and become a rich man. A man can get everything with money. Power, beauty, and so on. As long as you have money, everything will be within your reach. Nothing Gao Yang said was true, but to Suli, it sounded like the truth. With Gao Yang's abilities, it was too easy for him to get rich, so he was willing to accompany a girl to the factory to screw screws. So if this isn't love, then what is? It's just that the girl named Xiao Lily didn't know how to cherish it. As for Gao Yang's talents, Suli felt that this guy was very talented. At least he came up with an idea, which is absolutely very credible. Another thing is gambling on stones, which she naturally admires. Suli knew when wanting. If Gao Yang was not very outstanding, when wanting would never have been interested in him. As for Gao Yang saying that he didn't care about money, she also believed it. Because when the price of 10 million was discussed yesterday afternoon, Gao Yang agreed without any hesitation. As for what Gao Yang said later, although Suli didn't quite agree with it, she could understand it. A man loves a woman so deeply that he is willing to give up wealth and glory for her, but in the end he is betrayed. So it is normal for his personality to change because he has let it go. Which talented and romantic man has never encountered setbacks? So Suli didn't feel strange at all when Gao Yang had made sexual advances towards her before. On the contrary, Suli herself was a little complacent. After all, she was still charming. Gao Yang, I heard from wanting that you are planning to go to Ruicheng? Then can you take me with you? Gao Yang looked at Suli with suspicion and said, take you there? What about the company? Besides, what can you do if you go there? Suli thought for a moment and said, there is a person in charge here at the company now. If it is just normal delivery, there will be no problem. As for our live streaming of selling goods, this is what I think. First of all, we can shoot a lot of short videos in Ruicheng to promote jadeite raw stones. We can shoot some clips during the day, and also live broadcast the stone cutting process. This way, we can not only increase the number of fans, but also get some rewards. Then we can also go to Jiesher to sell goods in the evening. In fact, this is much better than sitting in the live broadcast room to sell goods. In addition, we can also promote your account and post more short videos. Over time, the traffic will naturally increase, and you will naturally have more fans. When we broadcast live to sell goods, it will be like having two live broadcast rooms going on at the same time. Gao Yang put down his chopsticks and began to think. What Suli said is very interesting. Let me talk about my own account first. Since Gao Yang registered the short video account, he has not had a single fan. Oh, no, there is a Xiao Lily. Xiao Lily once followed me, so she could be considered a fan. Then as long as you shoot more good videos, people will pay attention. When I go to Ruicheng, there are so many short videos I can shoot. Maybe I can become famous. Of course, this is not the point. The point is still Suli, who already has more than 10 million fans. Then the trip to Ruicheng will definitely bring her number of fans to a higher level, allowing her to sell products while the market is at its hottest. The effect is indeed much better than selling goods in the live broadcast room. I think this method is feasible. We will try live broadcast starting tonight. After dinner, we'll go find wanting. Also, tell me some precautions for live streaming. Also, we need Hearing Gao Yang's words, Su Li's eyes lit up. In fact, she had been looking forward to it for a long time. Gao Yang is not a fool. The two have already signed the contract and it is already July, which means that the company will be a joint venture starting from July 1st. For every extra dollar earned, Gao Yang would take 60 cents, which was also part of his motivation. Chapter 50: The Temptation of Money and Beauty. After lunch, when the two arrived at Wen Wanting's place, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Wen Wanting was not surprised at all to see the two of them coming together, because Gao Yang had already told her in advance. After a brief greeting, we got down to business. The first thing is to transfer money. Because the contract has been signed, the transfer is necessary. Su Li, these are some of the jewelry I specially picked out today. They are also the most cost-effective ones. There are 3 necklace pendants, 2 earrings, and rings, bracelets, etc. You just said that we would start a live broadcast tonight. I think that's fine. Let's build up the popularity first, so we will try to lower the price tonight. Although the profit is less, it can achieve a publicity effect, and besides. The three of them discussed this in the office, and the discussion lasted for more than 2 hours. These mainly include commodities and some operating models. What Gao Yang cares most about is how to use language skills to highlight this product. In the end, I found that I was not good at it, so I simply handed these things over to Su Li. He is only responsible for cutting the stone and giving some simple explanations of the jadeite raw stone. As for the cut jadeite, Wen Wanting and Su Li will be responsible for explaining it for the time being. By the time we finished discussing everything, it was already past 4 p.m. Gao Yang walked out of the office. He planned to go and see how his sister was doing. As a result, for some unknown reason, he came to Qian Meili again. When Qian Meili saw Gao Yang coming, she carefully adjusted her clothes, especially the collar. Because Gao Yang always peeked every time she came, but there was another possibility: she did it on purpose. Sister Meili, I feel like you're on guard against me. You're making me sad, you know? As Gao Yang spoke, he came behind Qian Meili again, this time to help her with the massage. Qian Meili did not refuse. Gao Yang, I have to be on guard against you. It's mainly because you have such lustful eyes that I accidentally let you take advantage of me. Qian Meili said, although she said that, her hand on her collar loosened unconsciously. In fact, Gao Yang really wanted to say, if I look at you openly, it would be useless even if you are wearing a t-shirt or a piece of iron. Sister Meili, this woman is dressed up beautifully, isn't it just for us men to see? Believe it or not, if there were no men in this world, you women would shave your heads and only wear comfortable clothes instead of nice-looking or expensive ones. Because no matter how well you dress up, no one will appreciate it, especially your hair. Cutting it all off will make it more convenient for work and study. So, if a man is lusty towards a woman, the woman should feel honored and should actively cooperate. Gao Yang is talking nonsense, but there is some truth in what he said. There are no men in this world, why do women still dress up? Why do you need a good figure? I wish everyone could become Princess Taiping, that would be much more convenient. They don't need sunscreen in the hot summer, and it's okay to get tanned. They are even too lazy to wear clothes. You are the only one who can come up with heresy. I don't mind. I'll let you take advantage of me. I won't suffer any loss. But you can only look at it and not eat it. I'm afraid you'll get sick from holding it in. Qian Meili is Qian Meili, and a married woman speaks boldly. Sister Meili, I have been practicing a martial art recently. The prerequisite for this martial art is to have enough concentration. I just can't concentrate on this right now. How about you touch me and I'll see how concentrated I am. Qian Meili started to giggle again. That guy was shaking like 2 rattles. Gao Yang, they say men's words are lies. I think this is absolutely true. If you want to take advantage of me, that's fine. I heard you're going to Ruicheng. Can you take me with you? Look, I'm the person in charge of the purchasing department, so I'll follow you throughout the process, and if I come across good jade, I'll go and buy it. Isn't that reasonable? As long as you are willing to take me there, it's up to you whether you can take advantage of this or not. Gao Yang heard it and understood it. He actually just wanted to take advantage, pass the boring and monotonous life, and find some spice. But he would never do anything that would betray his principles. Qian Meili may want to use this opportunity to make some extra money. After all, this kind of thing is very normal. The purchasing department itself is very lucrative, but they have a principle, which is that the first is not to harm the interests of the company. For example, For example, if a company purchases a batch of computers, the original supplier charges $5,000 for each computer. Now another supplier has found the head of the purchasing department. Under the condition of same quality, the other party only charged $4,900 and also gave some benefits to the person in charge. Then it can make some money, and even if the boss knows about it, he won't say anything. For example, if we change the supplier of this computer and the supplier quotes 5,200 yuan, then the extra 200 yuan will all be given to the person in charge. Things like this should not be done, because you are enriching yourself and abusing your power for personal gain. Pursuing personal gain at the expense of the interests of the company is not permitted under any circumstances. But Gao Yang didn't think it was right. Almost all the top executives in the company now knew about the relationship between him and Wen Wanting. It stands to reason that Qian Meili couldn't be so stupid, so what was her purpose in going there this time? Is it just for the benefit of the company? This doesn't seem to fit the bill, because everyone is working, and Qian Meili's awareness is not that high. So there is no problem in taking this woman with him, as she can also help Gao Yang deal with the jadeite in his hands. But you must first figure out this woman's purpose. No matter how bad Gao Yang is, he can never harm Wen Wanting's interests. Sister Meili, it's not impossible for me to take you there, but you have to tell me why I want to go. Don't tell me you're doing this for the company. Maybe there are reasons like this, and I don't deny that. But this is definitely not the key reason, am I right? Qian Meili turned her head and glanced at Gao Yang, ignoring the guy's gaze looking down at her collar. Then explained. I want to go there with you for 3 main reasons. The first purpose is, as you said, for the company's procurement. But that's not the main purpose. The main purpose is the second one. I want to go and relax. Some things happened in my family recently, which made me feel dizzy. This last reason is just a side note. I know your abilities, and my requirements are not high. If you just tell me to buy 1 or 2 pieces of jadeite, I can make a profit of 1 or 200,000. Don't think that this 1.8 million yuan is not worth mentioning to you, but for office workers like us, it is very difficult to save this money. As long as you promise to take me there, I will listen to you until I come back. How about that? Chapter 51 Live Streaming. Now Gao Yang finally understood. He still believed what Qian Meili said. For a company executive like Qian Meili, the monthly salary plus bonus is only 20,000 yuan. After deducting some insurance, personal tax, and so on, I guess it's still not enough. Of course, with some gray income, there should be about 20,000 yuan. So 20,000 a month is 240,000 a year, and a total of 250,000. You also have to eat, drink, defecate, urinate, buy clothes, cosmetics, maintain your car, buy insurance, and refuel. There are also household expenses and so on. She estimates that at most she would have 100,000 yuan left a year. Of course, we are talking about her personal income here. 100,000 a year, that's only 1 million in 10 years. The most important thing is that this money is depreciating. The 1 million you have now and 1 million 10 years later are not the same concept at all. So this time, if she follows Gao Yang and asks him to help her choose a similar piece of jadeite raw stone, she can easily earn 1 or 2 million. In other words, he could work less for at least 10 years. Anyone who is not a fool will choose to do this. As for those suggestive words Qian Meili said, they were naturally true. After all, this is a money-oriented society, and nothing is more important than money. Besides, it is probably a question of mutual needs. Men need it, and sometimes women also need it. Gao Yang did not agree immediately. It was true that he was lustful and liked to take advantage of others. But that doesn't mean he wants to have that kind of relationship with others. Women are sometimes very troublesome. Once you are infected, it is impossible to get rid of them. When you are bored, being a little ambiguous and taking advantage of others can bring some fun to your boring life and work. It can be called seasoning. There are so many beautiful women in the world. If you fall in love with everyone you see, wouldn't that be exhausting? Sister Meili, I have no say in this matter. As long as President Wen agrees, it'll be fine. If President Wen agrees, I can help out a little bit then, that's fine. Gao Yang finally pushed the problem to Wen Wanting. What he lacks now is not a woman, he already has a woman, what he lacks is a career. Start a business now and enjoy it later. Any material enjoyment is based on money. Qian Meili naturally knew what it meant, so she smiled, then stretched out a hand, took Gao Yang's hand, and slowly placed it on her collar. The meaning is very clear. Gao Yang was shocked. He didn't really think. Anyway, when Gao Yang left Xian Mei's office, he left with a small tent on his head. It looks like Wen Wanting is going to enjoy herself tonight. Considering the live broadcast tonight, the few of them just had a casual dinner and then came to Suli together. Gao Xiaoya is here too. She also had a task tonight, which was to use Gao Yang's account to shoot some good videos and then upload them. The purpose is naturally to attract popularity and find ways to make his account popular. For this purpose, Wen Wanting even dressed him up carefully. Then I took a few photos and put them in the album, intentionally for people to see. People who often watch videos know that most of the fans of beautiful anchors are men, and conversely, most of the fans of men are women. The scheduled start time is 7 o'clock, and there is still some time, so everyone is starting to prepare. Taking advantage of this gap, Gao Yang began to select stones. He placed the stones aside in order. This will be helpful for the subsequent live broadcast. So the first stone must be a good start, so the quality of the jade cannot be too good. Because the better the jade, the higher its value. The higher the value, the more unaffordable it may be for most consumers. So it would be best to find some ordinary jade and make some popular jewelry. Finally, when everything was ready, Suli started broadcasting. As soon as the broadcast started, the number of viewers in her live broadcast room began to grow, from a few, to dozens, to hundreds, and soon exceeded 10,000. Suli often does live broadcasts, so she knows how to interact and how to liven up the atmosphere. When the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 50,000, Suli began to gradually lead the topic to this. The first thing was to introduce the purpose of this broadcast, and then Wen Wanting and Gao Yang were introduced again. The purpose of this is actually to create an atmosphere and prove that they are all formal. Another purpose is to help promote Wen Wanting and Gao Yang. Mainly Gao Yang. Naturally, there were many women watching the live broadcast. When they saw how handsome Gao Yang was, they would naturally pay attention to him. In less than half an hour, Gao Yang's fans exceeded 1,000. Family, let's not waste any more time. As I mentioned before, today we are mainly going to bring you the latest jade jewelry from Wen's Jewelry Company. And today we are cutting the jade on site, and then we will make corresponding jewelry based on the jade we cut. Because today is the first time, the first 100 families who place orders can enjoy our 20% discount. Remember, it's the top 100. Suli was interacting here. Of course, these people were not fools. After all, the cheapest of these jewelry and jadeite pieces were only 1 or 2,000 yuan. Although there are various certificates, it is not easy to convince others to place an order directly. The most important thing is to inspect the goods. So, Suli pointed his camera at a cutting machine, and then it was Gao Yang's turn to cut the stone. Gao Yang was not careless today. Instead, he was very professional in drawing lines with the brush and even pretended to smear it on purpose. In short, we must create a good atmosphere. Just when the people watching the live broadcast were getting a little impatient, Gao Yang began to solve the stone. It can be said that many people have heard of the analysis of jadeite raw stone, but they have never seen it in person. So at once many people started giving gifts, which is also a feature of the live broadcast room. Whenever the host performs some skills, such as singing, telling jokes, playing interactive games, etc., there are usually rewards. As the raw stone was slowly opened, a piece of not too pure light green jadeite was taken out by Gao Yang. There was an uproar on the screen. Wow, this is the first time I've seen a stone being cut. I finally understand how jade is cut. Me too, this jade is so good, I must place an order. For a moment, many people began to type subtitles non-stop. In fact, these people are all water armies, which can be simply understood as agents. If you open a live broadcast room without delay, everyone will die. Not only are these agents the ones who speak, but often the first and second people to place an order are also agents. For example, as Suli said before, only the top 100 are included, but in fact there is no such restriction at all. She can find endless reasons, such as, oh, the number of fans purchased is too large, never mind, at worst I will lose money today, and so on. These are their usual tactics. To put it bluntly, no one who does live streaming is a normal person. Either they use their looks to speak, or they use their eloquence to speak. Anyway, their purpose is to trick those fans into emptying their wallets. It sounds harsh, but it is the truth. What old friends, what family members, as soon as the live broadcast room is closed, the first thing they say is idiot. A bunch of idiots. Family members, let me tell you, this piece of jade can be used as a pendant, earrings, or a ring. Even if it's just a pure jade pendant, it's absolutely amazing. Did you see this? This is what I'm wearing around my neck. I bought it last year. It cost me more than 20,000 yuan. I want to throw it away now. It's better to cut this today. So this opportunity is now or never. Because today is the first time we bring this kind of merchandise, we will sell this jade necklace first. We don't want 9,900 yuan, nor 8,800 yuan. Today's first 100 friends, I will lower the price all at once to 1,999 yuan, and you can take a jade necklace home. Chapter 52. The conspiracy begins. Su Li is not a very talkative person, at least he is definitely not as good as Gao Yang in terms of talking. But it depends on what the matter is. For example, when it comes to promoting products, as soon as she gets into the role, she comes up with a lot of professional terms. At least Gao Yang was stunned when he heard it. Gao Yang guessed that the reason why Su Li was so eloquent was that he must have received training. Because he has also watched other people's live broadcasts, and it feels like these people all speak in the same pattern. Once the atmosphere was created and those shills started placing orders, finally other people also started placing orders. As the popularity of the live broadcast room grew, orders came in one after another. Family members, no more orders can be placed. This type of jade can only be used to make 20 pieces of jewelry at most, so this quantity. Oh my god, we're running out of raw materials. Su Li directed and acted in the live broadcast room, and Gao Yang felt a little embarrassed standing aside. Family, we are now opening the second rough stone. Please support us with small gifts, because opening the rough stone is very hard work. Su Li didn't know whether it was hard to explain or not, but he could see that the gift was given. The live broadcast ended around 11 p.m. Yeah. As soon as Su Li finished the live broadcast, she started cheering. He also high-fived when wanting Gao Yang and others to celebrate. Yes, the effect of the first broadcast is much better than we expected. We just need to keep it up. It's getting late now, let's go get a midnight snack. Su Li was indeed very happy. A preliminary estimate of the profit he made tonight was that it was more than what he would make in a week of live streaming. Even though he can only get 40% of the total profit now, it is much better than before. The most important thing is that today is only the first day, many people don't know yet, and most people are still waiting and watching. Just waiting for feedback from the first batch of buyers. And tonight, his number of fans increased by more than 100,000. This is a great start. Even Gao Yang's number of fans has exceeded 10,000. Gao Xiaoya shot some videos and uploaded them, which will be seen by other people in the next period of time. Then those who are interested will naturally click to follow, and in this way, Gao Yang's fan base will increase. After the midnight snack, it was almost past 12 o'clock. But everyone was not sleepy and continued to discuss the matter after returning to the villa. But considering that I had to go to work the next day, I just took a shower and went to bed. Gao Yang and Wen Wanting had just broken through that kind of relationship, so it was normal for them to do some embarrassing things before going to bed. Gao Yang, why are you so powerful tonight? It's even worse than yesterday. I almost couldn't stand it. Gao Yang laughed, but he would never say that he was stimulated by Qian Meili today. Wanting, this is all your fault. You are so beautiful. Wen Wanting's pretty face turned red and she punched Gao Yang's chest with her little fist. How dare you say that? If you hadn't been drunk and treated me like that, I wouldn't have let you off. The two of them flirted like this, and gradually the topic turned to Su Li and Qian Meili. The main thing was that before getting off work, Qian Meili found Wen Wanting and talked about that incident. Wen Wanting still agreed. First of all, she definitely wanted to go, but she couldn't leave the company. After all, this was not a matter of 1 or 2 days, or 3 or 5 days. It is very likely to be 10 days or half a month, so it is definitely unrealistic for her to be away for such a long time. As for Qian Meili and Su Li going with them, it's actually a good thing. The main thing is to have one more person to look after all, Ruiqing may not be safe. If only Gao Yang and Su Li went there, Wen Wanting might not feel reassured. After all, they are a single man and a single woman, and they are in a foreign place. If something happens, it would be normal. But it would be different if Qian Meili went along, as they could also serve as a means of mutual supervision. Since Wen Wanting had already made the arrangements, Gao Yang stopped talking. The next morning, Gao Yang had just left Wen Wanting's company when he received a call. The call was from Qiu Lily's father. Gao Yang hung up the phone and drove to the rental house he hadn't been to for several days. The purpose of Qiu Lily's father's call was to talk to Gao Yang. Gao Yang originally wanted to refuse, but considering some things, he finally decided to meet her. The simple way to understand it is fear of trouble. Litigation is actually a very tedious matter. If the other party appeals during the first trial, there will be a second hearing. Maybe there will be a third time. Gao Yang couldn't waste too much time on this. The most important thing was that it wouldn't cause much damage to the other party in the end. Don't even think about paying $1 million in compensation. So he decided to reconcile. In addition, he thought of a better way. As soon as he entered the rental house, Gao Yang saw Qiu Lily's family of 4, her parents, and her sister. Gao Yang, my uncle knows the situation. To be honest, I am too embarrassed to see you. Lily is ignorant and did such a shameful thing. Gao Yang didn't come here to listen to these things today. Although the old couple treated him well, it was useless to talk about these things now. Uncle, Auntie, Yuan, this is the last time I will call you like this. To be honest, I am very grateful to you because you are really nice to me. Since Qiu Lily has already told you, I won't repeat it. I just want to know why you came to me today. Xiu Yongquan, Qiu Lily's father, glanced at Gao Yang, then looked at Qiu Lily, who lowered her head and dared not look up. He sighed heavily. Gao Yang, I will let Lily return the house you bought to you. In addition, we have collected 50,000 yuan as compensation. Why don't you just forget about this lawsuit? Even if you win the lawsuit, we don't have the money to compensate you. It's useless even if you force us to death. Gao Yang just listened, and he knew that Qiu Yongquan was telling the truth. Another thing is that he really doesn't care about the money, he just wants to discuss them. Well, I want to talk to Qiu Lily alone, is that okay? Gao Yang's sudden request surprised the family of 4. Especially Qiu Lily, there was a light in her eyes. Could it be that Gao Yang still has feelings for her? Qiu Yongquan and the others looked at each other and then walked out of the room. Gao Yang, I know you love me, right? As long as you forgive me, I'm willing to do anything you want me to do. You've always wanted to go to the back, right? I promise you. And that's fine too. As Qiu Lily spoke, she came in front of Gao Yang, squatted down, and reached out to unbuckle Gao Yang's belt. Gao Yang felt nauseous and pushed Qiu Lily away. Qiu Lily, listen carefully, I can withdraw the lawsuit and not even ask for compensation. I can even give you the house. But you have to promise me one thing. If you promise me this, not only will I give up the house, I will also give you another 100,000 yuan. What do you think? Chapter 53, Finding a Store. Whatever you say, I'm willing to do it. Gao Yang smiled, slowly squatted down, and stretched out his hand quickly to grab Qiu Lily's neck. Just when Qiu Lily panicked and thought Gao Yang was going to kill her, Gao Yang slowly let go of her hand. Then he pinched her breast hard. Qiu Lily was in so much pain that tears came out of her eyes, but she didn't dare to scream, for fear that Gao Yang would change his mind and sue her again. I'll only say this once, so remember it. Gao Yang put his mouth close to Qiu Lily's ear and began to speak. Qiu Lily's expression kept changing. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, I promise you, but you must keep your word and you can't go back on your word when the time comes. Gao Yang smiled and nodded. Don't worry. As the saying goes, don't judge by the monk, judge by the Buddha. Just because your parents are so good to me, I have to give them some face. 3 days at most. If I don't see the result I want, then we'll see you in court. If the results satisfy me, I will definitely fulfill my promise and give you another 100,000 yuan. Remember, don't play tricks on me, or there won't be a next time. My lawyer is the legal advisor of Wen's group. Not to mention the small amount of compensation, it's possible that he can make you work for 3 or 5 years. Gao Yang was simply trying to scare Qiu Lily because he knew that Qiu Lily was illiterate about the law. It should be said that many girls are illiterate about the law. Gao Yang left. After Qiu Lily comforted her family, she sent them away. Then she dressed up carefully and went to the hospital again. Zhang Jun actually regretted what he said yesterday. After all, he and Qiu Lily are now in the same boat. If there's another internal conflict and it goes to court, this woman will talk nonsense and things will be even worse. Besides, he really couldn't bear to part with Qiu Lily because Qiu Lily was very open-minded. So when Qiu Lily came today, he was a little surprised. And then there's the apology and stuff. In short, Qiu Lily finally forgave him, and the two of them made an appointment to go to a hotel tomorrow afternoon. Going to a hotel was something that the two of them had done many times before, so Zhang Jun naturally understood it immediately. If you want to win the lawsuit, you must first stabilize this woman. Zhang Jun, do you still have the medicine you gave me last time? Bring some more tomorrow. It would be best if the quantity is larger. We want to have more fun, so that we can. You know what I mean. As Qiu Lily spoke, her face flushed and she looked shy. Don't worry, I will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow morning. We will meet at the hotel then. On the other side, Gao Yang had just left when he received a call from one wanting. Mainly, the company arranged some items, which have been prepared and have been delivered. So Gao Yang drove to his jewelry store. By the time he arrived at the jewelry store, the delivery people had already left. Actually, we are not here to store jewelry today, but to store some display cabinets and other things. Another thing is to tidy up. Susan and others also came because their training was over. Each person was also given 2 sets of work clothes. Susan is the store manager and is working with 4 people. Simple cleaning, mopping the floor, placing display cabinets, etc. As soon as Gao Xiaoya saw Gao Yang coming, she quickly dropped the mop and ran over. Brother, do you think I look good in my work clothes? Gao Yang gave Gao Xiaoya a slap on the head. From now on, you have to call me boss in the store, okay? Gao Xiaoya stuck out her tongue, then glanced at Wen Wanting who was covering her mouth and laughing, and said, Then what should I call my sister-in-law from now on? Should I call her sister-in-law? Or President Wan? Or the boss lady? Wen Wanting blushed. She didn't expect that she would be teased by this little girl. Cough cough cough. It's up to you. Gao Yang felt a little embarrassed, and after saying something casually, he found Susan. You will be in charge of this place from now on. I guess we don't have enough manpower, so go print out a job opening notice and post it at the door of the store. About 4 more salespeople and 2 security guards. At that time, for trainees will lead 4 new people and divide them into 2 shifts. We will operate the business for a few days and try it out. If we are short of manpower, we will recruit more. Susan nodded quickly. In fact, she attached great importance to this job. It can be said that working in a jewelry store is really easy. What's more, he is the store manager, maybe he can become a manager or something in the future. After all, there is no manager in this store. In addition, her sister is also working with Gao Yang now, so Susan has no reason not to be attentive. Boss, rest assured, I will do it well. Gao Yang was very satisfied, and then he looked around. Basically, everything here was ready and could open at any time. The opening date is just set on July 8th, and we don't mind waiting for 2 days. After all, it is the opening of a business and it is Gao Yang's first industry, so we have to find an auspicious day, either the 6th or the 8th. After watching for a while, Gao Yang left again. He came back to the raw stone street, not to gamble on stones, but to find a shop. I came here in a hurry yesterday, so I just took a quick look. Today, I decided to take another look while I have some time. He was sure that the profit from running a jewelry store would never be as great as that from running a jadeite raw stone store. Arriving at this street, Gao Yang found a parking space, parked the car, and then began to look around. In fact, there are only a dozen shops selling jadeite raw stones on this street. There are some others, such as fast food restaurants, potted plant shops, and other shops. There are indeed some stores that are for transfer. A fast food restaurant was being transferred. Gao Yang took a look and felt it was not a good deal. The main problem is that the store is too small. It's not as big as the other original stores, which is definitely not acceptable. If he wants to open a raw stone shop, it must be bigger than other shops, this is a must. Just when he was about to reach the end, he saw a convenience store with a sign saying store for lease or transfer on the door. This convenience store is not small, almost twice the size of other raw stone stores. This means that this store fully meets Gao Yang's requirements. Gao Yang knew that he was not suitable for talking about such things. Talking about business and doing business were things that professionals did. So he has to look for help, who is the most suitable. Suli. After all, Suli is doing live streaming to sell goods, so at least she should be good at bargaining. So Gao Yang called Suli directly, and about half an hour later, Suli came over. Gao Yang, is this the only one? Gao Yang nodded and said, I just checked. The reason why this convenience store is being sold is because a supermarket opened across the street. I stood here for almost an hour, and 5 customers came in. 3 of them bought cigarettes, and 2 bought 2 bottles of water. That means that if this store is opened here, it may not be able to pay for electricity and rent every day. That's why he's in such a hurry to transfer it. Chapter 54, Renting a Store. Suli looked at Gao Yang with curiosity. Gao Yang was a little confused. Why are you looking at me like that? I know I'm handsome, but I'm the man you can't have. Suli snorted and said. I found you to be quite attentive. You can clearly see how many people came in and what they bought. Then tell me what you want. Also, this shop says it's for sale, not for rent. That means you might have to take over everything in this store. Gao Yang naturally thought about this question as well. After thinking for a moment, he said, ask the landlord if he is the store owner. If he is the same person, ask him if he is willing to sell the house. If he is willing to sell, it would be fine if I took over all of it. If he just wants to rent it out, then it would not be cost effective to take it over. If you can handle this for me, I'll treat you to a meal. You decide what to eat. Suli made an okay gesture and walked into the convenience store. In fact, Gao Yang just wanted to buy it. He didn't care whether it was a little more or a little less. After all, he has the ability to earn more, and he may make it back by just solving a stone. Gao Yang also has a way to deal with the goods here. At most, he can arrange 2 employees here to clear out the warehouse. Buy one get one free on all items, so you won't lose much. After all, it's just a convenience store, how much money can it have in terms of goods? About half an hour later, Suli came out. How about it? Gao Yang was a little anxious. It's only for rent, not for sale, and it's also for transfer. The owner is the landlord himself. Gao Yang frowned and said, how much is the transfer fee? How much is the rent per year? Gao Yang was actually a little disappointed. Gao Yang, let's change to another one. This place is too expensive. The rent is 200,000 a year, and the transfer fee is 1 million. I did a preliminary calculation and it's probably less than half the value. The owner is still thinking of making a profit in the end. Gao Yang nodded. Actually, this is very normal. Many stores are like this. They want to earn a transfer fee when they leave. Sometimes people are in urgent need of a store and are willing to pay the transfer fee. But your convenience store definitely won't work here, and it's a bit unreasonable that you still want to make a profit. If he is willing to sell it, he would take 1 million. He would not mind losing a few 100,000 at most. Forget it, I'll go around again. Gao Yang said and walked to the other side. Suli's speechless expression means that he has used her up and no longer cares about her. After rolling his eyes, he followed. In fact, most of the stores here are occupied with business, so it is impossible to have an empty store. There are a few properties that have been transferred, but either the area is too small or the price-performance ratio is too low. There is no suitable place anyway. Gao Yang, you don't have to open your store here. Can't you find another place? Gao Yang was a little amused. So, I started to explain it briefly. In fact, Suli understood it after just a simple explanation. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and this is true when doing business. If a certain street sells building materials, then most of the conditions are basically for selling building materials. For example, if you find one of the national banks, basically all the other banks are nearby. The same is true for opening a restaurant. Basically, wherever there is food, there will be many restaurants and eateries on that street. The same goes for opening an antique shop. If it is not centralized, who would rush over to buy things for no reason? To put it bluntly, the so-called market is a gathering of people. When there are many of them together, it becomes a market. If you run to a corner store, who will know what you are selling? Just like a vegetable market, basically, in addition to selling vegetables and meat, a vegetable market also sells some agricultural and sideline products. This is a rule. It seems that the saying good things take time is true, but Gao Yang is not in a hurry, even if he goes to Ruiqing and brings back a cartload of stones. At worst, you can just put it in a warehouse. How much does it cost to build a warehouse in a year? 200,000 or 300,000 is the maximum. Gao Yang, why don't you go to the antique street and take a look? I remember there are also people selling raw stones in the antique street, but there are not as many as here. Gao Yang was stunned. He had been to the antique street that day, but didn't find anyone selling raw stones? Suli knew it as soon as she saw Gao Yang's expression. Maybe you are not familiar with Antique Street. Antique Street is divided into Front Street and Second Street. Erdeo Street is a little off the beaten track, so it's not as popular as Chien Street, but I think it should be fine for you to open a jadeite rough stone store. First of all, there's an empty store over there. Second, the rent over there is cheap and the place is big enough. Gao Yang was moved and took Suli away. Let's go and take a look. Suli was pulled by Gao Yang like a puppet, and Gao Yang didn't let her go until they reached the car. Get in the car, why are you standing there like an idiot? Suli is so angry. This is your car, my car is over there. You pulled me over here, and I still have to run over to drive. Gao Yang slapped his forehead, he actually forgot about this matter. But will he admit his mistakes? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up and get in the car. I can just go that way. Suli was speechless and could only sit in the passenger seat. It didn't seem to be far, just over 100 meters. After the two of them got back on the road, they drove towards the antique street one after the other. When we arrived at the so-called Erdeo Street, we found that this place is indeed large and open. The simple understanding is that there is less traffic, and even less traffic. There are also antique shops here. Just as Suli said, there are indeed 2 or 3 jade night market shops. Gao Yang guessed that these people had no place to open a store over there, so they came here. After coming to the first one, there will be a second one, then a third one. If Gao Yang comes again, then it will be the fourth one. The area here is larger than that over there. Once a market is formed here, the jade raw stone shop over there will probably die. Gao Yang, I think this store is great, come and take a look. Suli had sharp eyes and saw a store for rent as soon as she got off the car. Gao Yang looked up and saw that these were 2 connected storefronts with 2 floors in total, and the entrance was right in the center. But the door was closed. There was a piece of paper on the door with the words for rent and sale written on it, plus a phone number. As soon as Gao Yang saw the word for sale, his eyes lit up. Suli, please make a phone call for me and ask the landlord to come over. I'll call wanting. Suli nodded, but she was a little confused. Isn't it just renting a house? Why call when wanting? But she didn't ask too many questions. She took out her cell phone and dialed the number on the door. Chapter 55 Suli's Bargaining Skills. The landlord is a fat man, his surname is Zhu and his name is Dafu. A very tacky name. When he received a call saying that someone wanted to rent his store, he rushed over. You guys want to rent my store? As soon as Zhu Dafu arrived at the door of his store, he saw a man and a woman. Gao Yang looked at the fat man in front of him who was wearing slippers and riding an electric bike. He thought he looked like Mr. Gua, the crosstalk performer. Yes, can we go in and take a look? Zhu Dafu nodded, took out the key and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a musty smell hit me, and there were some miscellaneous things inside. It's estimated that no one has lived there for at least a few months. Even Zhu Dafu himself covered his nose. Gao Yang didn't care. He was looking around the shop. This shop consists of 2 open rooms with a very large area, which is enough for him to open a shop. The shop is divided into 2 floors, one upstairs is an office and the other is a room, but it is divided into 2 rooms. What Gao Yang was interested in was that there was a back door. As soon as the back door was opened, Gao Yang's eyes lit up. What a big place. This is a yard with a few houses in it. I took a casual glance and saw that the bathroom, kitchen, and other things were all here. Landlord, other people's houses don't have yards, why do you have a yard here? Gao Yang asked curiously. Originally there was no yard. This was built later and cost me more than 200,000 yuan. I regret it now. Gao Yang was so happy, it was built well. Landlord, I don't know how you rent this house. If you sell it, how much do you plan to sell it for? Zhu Dafu was stunned at first, then he heard a keyword sell. In fact, he bought this house more than 10 years ago. At that time, he thought that there was an antique street in front of it, and this side would be driven sooner or later. Who would have thought that the antique industry itself is so lukewarm? It would be more reliable to expect a widow to give birth to a son than to expect it to boost popularity. So buying this house is like throwing money at it. There were people renting it a few years ago, but later the owner didn't even want the deposit and just ran away. The last time I rented out my house was in the second half of last year. We agreed to rent it for a year, but the owner left after only half a year. Likewise, no deposit was required. Because it is impossible for them to pay you a year's rent, here the rent is basically paid every 3 months. Because every household on this street is like this: if you pay annually, no one else will rent it. I can only pay once every 3 months, but at least I can earn 3 months' rent, and if I'm lucky, I can even earn a deposit. He also wanted to sell it, but he had been trying to sell it for 5 years and still couldn't find any sales. The bottom line was that there was no popularity here. As for buying it for living, who would be willing to live in this place? The first street isn't very popular, let alone the second street. So these 2 rows of houses here are basically unsaleable. Little brother, I bought this house 10 years ago, and you can basically see the situation. The property certificate and other documents are all complete. How about this? 3 million. I'll sell you the front lot, the parking lot, the yard in the back, and the upstairs and downstairs. I only want 3 million. When Gao Yang heard the 3 million, he was overjoyed. 3 million to buy 2 shops, plus the upstairs, the backyard, and the front. This was definitely a big profit. Just when I was about to agree, I suddenly remembered that I was not good at this, so I tried a color on Su Li. Su Li understood immediately. Landlord, may I ask your name? Gao Yang was speechless. He didn't even know such a simple social etiquette. After talking for a long time, he still didn't know the other person's name. So he shook his head and smiled bitterly, then walked outside. He was not interested in negotiating the price of these things. Since he had handed it over to Su Li, he had to trust her 100%. As soon as I came outside, I saw Wan Wanting looking around, and then I saw Gao Yang's car. So he hurried to meet him. Gao Yang, are you planning to open a jadeite rough stone shop here? Gao Yang nodded and began to explain. There is no place over there. After searching around, this is the most suitable place. Although the market here is not as good as there, it doesn't matter as long as the business is going well. Wan Wanting frowned and said, it's probably not that easy to open up the market. People are already used to gambling on stones there, so it's probably going to be hard to attract people over there in a short period of time. You can tell by looking at the 2 shops over there. I've been to this place before, but it's really not popular, so I stopped coming here later. Gao Yang smiled mysteriously and said, Wanting, I'm not as good as you at doing business, but I'm definitely better at coming up with crooked ideas than you. Look at this shop. We can do raw stone business downstairs, and we can use the backyard as a warehouse to store raw stones. I've looked upstairs. 2 of the rooms are habitable. The remaining office is also quite bright and has the same area as the one downstairs. Which room should we keep? We can also tidy up the yard. As for the other one, we can turn it into a live broadcast room, and then we can live broadcast and sell goods directly in the store. As long as our live broadcast room becomes popular, this store will naturally become popular, and it will attract countless people. The more Wan Wanting listened, the brighter her eyes became. She has already started to imagine. People who gamble on stones actually have one thing in common with people who gamble on money, and that is superstition. They believe in luck and good fortune. Once this live broadcast room becomes popular, as Gao Yang said, the store will also become popular. At that time, people will naturally come here to visit. If the quality of the jadeite raw stones here is better, word will spread and more people will come. It took Wan Wanting less than 2 minutes to think through the entire business model. So how much is this shop? Gao Yang pointed inside the store. Su Li is talking about this, I don't understand this. Wan Wanting nodded and walked into the house. Gao Yang naturally followed in. Mr. Zhu, you know the condition of your house very well. 2 million is definitely not a small amount. To be honest, if you didn't have a cross yard behind you, I would give you at most 1.8 million. There are many stores around here. If it could be sold, it would have been sold long ago. We are the only ones willing to offer this price. If you want to sell it, we can go sign the contract right now. If you don't want to sell it, there's no need to bother talking anymore. I'll go take a look next door. Zhu Dafu was so conflicted. He bought this house 10 years ago and spent 2 million yuan on it. It cost almost 500,000 yuan to build a cross courtyard and do some simple renovations. Not only has it not appreciated in value so far, it has actually depreciated. But as Su Li said, I'm afraid no one else will buy this house except them. Even if someone else comes to buy it, the price will probably be lower than theirs. Okay. I'm selling this house. Chapter 56, Projects to Earn Small Amounts of Money. Selling a house, handling the formalities, and transferring ownership are not something that can be completed in just a few minutes. Sometimes it even takes a day or two, and that's all fast. Of course, if you have money, it can be faster. However, such a transfer of ownership cannot be done today as there is not enough time. Gao Yang gave the other party 100,000 yuan, and then the two simply signed an agreement. Finally, we agreed to sign the contract tomorrow morning and then prepare for the transfer of ownership. Logically speaking, this matter has basically been settled and they can go back. But Gao Yang did not leave. He touched his chin and thought. Gao Yang, do you have any ideas? When Wanting knew something about Gao Yang, so she asked a question. Wanting, Su Li, do you want to make a small fortune? After these words were spoken, the two of them were completely confused. Tell me quickly, what is this little fortune? Su Li spoke, but Gao Yang didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Wen Wanting. Wen Wanting knew what Gao Yang meant, and her pretty face immediately turned red. This talk started from last night. Gao Yang's dirty hands last night made Wen Wanting so horny that she was burning with desire. Just when Wen Wanting wanted that the most, Gao Yang stopped moving. Wen Wanting had to beg him. This was originally some friendly interaction between the couple in bed. It was a harmless thing. Although Wen Wanting was a little embarrassed, she still acted coquettishly and begged, and finally did it. Of course, as I said, the couple was deliberately flirting to create an atmosphere. But now this guy wants her to do this, how can Wen Wanting feel embarrassed? After getting to know Gao Yang over this period of time, Wen Wanting has actually found Gao Yang's pattern. This guy is soft-hearted and has a bit of a male chauvinism. If you are gentle and follow him, then you are his treasure. In fact, Wen Wanting also likes to be this kind of little woman. When you get home, you can act coquettishly and be cute. Not only do you not have to do anything, but you can also be treated like a queen. But looking at Gao Yang's current state, I have no choice but to show off a little. Gao Yang, come on and tell me. I really want to know. Wen Wanting, in a voice that even she felt shy about, pulled Gao Yang's arm and started to act coquettishly. This time, the one who was most surprised was Su Li. She and Wen Wanting have known each other for such a long time, and this is the first time she discovered that Wen Wanting has such a side to her. What is the charm of Gao Yang? Gao Yang nodded with satisfaction and then spoke. The three of us will buy out all the shops on this street. We will buy as many as we can. I dare say that within 2 months, the value of the houses here will at least triple. This is a great opportunity to make money. I wonder if you dare to invest. When these words came out, the two girls opened their mouths wide. First of all, this is indeed a very good investment project if it is implemented according to Gao Yang's previous plan. Soon, this street will be driven forward, and by then it will certainly not be a problem for the housing prices to double or triple. But there is another risk here. If the plan fails, all the houses here will rot in their hands. These two streets are neither long nor short, and there are at least 100 stores. Let's assume that 50 companies were acquired, 2 million for each, 20 million for 10, and 100 million for 50. If the plan fails, the 100 million may be lost. There are huge risks involved. The most important thing is that Gao Yang was talking about small amounts of money. It's already over 100 million, and it's still a small amount of money. At least that's what Su Li thought. As for Wen Wanting, she didn't care. 100 million yuan was no big deal even if she paid for it alone. The key is that she must learn to be a little woman, because little women are pampered, but few men will like strong women. Gao Yang, is this plan too risky? If we fail, this is hundreds of millions of dollars. Su Li was the first to put forward his opinion. Gao Yang nodded and said, there are risks, but the higher the risk, the higher the reward. Good things have to be snatched, only the weak will sit and wait for distribution. We don't need to buy too much, half is enough. Anyway, I've already made up my mind. I'm definitely going to invest. As for whether you guys want to buy in, that's up to you. Don't wait until I count money until my hands cramp and you drool over it. Wen Wanting gently punched Gao Yang's chest with her little fist. You decide how much you want to invest, and I'll pay for it. Seeing that Wen Wanting had expressed her opinion, Su Li gritted her teeth and said, I just happen to have 10 million in my account. I can only invest this much. I can't take out more. I'm going to take a gamble with you this time. If I lose, I'll be unlucky. So the three of them drove to Wen Wanting's office. An acquisition plan was quickly formulated through discussions among the three people. The shop that Gao Yang bought before does not count, because he wanted to use that shop himself. The next step is to invest and hold shares. Su Li contributed 10 million, Gao Yang contributed 50 million, Wen Wanting contributed 40 million, and the total capital was 100 million. In the end, this matter was left to Su Li and Wen Wanting. As for Gao Yang, he was not willing to do such a thing, and he was not good at it anyway. In his own words, he only uses his brain, and other things are done by others. Gao Yang likes his current life very much, especially he is very satisfied with Wen Wanting. She is like a beautiful CEO at work, a young wife at home, and in short, Wen Wanting can almost meet all of Gao Yang's requirements for women by herself. At least after discussing the matter, Gao Yang did not go looking for Chen Meili. If it were any other time, he would definitely take advantage of her. Because he has the ability to see through things, he can watch it openly or secretly, but now he finds it boring. All women are the same. Once they get into bed and turn off the lights, every function is the same. The only difference is performance. The next morning, Gao Yang began to tidy up his store. He first went to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, the second floor is much cleaner. At least the 2 compartments were clean, and even had beds, so they just needed a little cleaning before they could be used. As for the office, even the furniture is kept here. These things are not valuable and may not be sold. After a simple tidying up, he came to the backyard. What makes him most satisfied is this yard, as it can be used to store jadeite raw stones in the future. Buy a big wolf dog to guard your house and basically nothing will happen. There is a bathroom, a kitchen, a small dining room and 2 warehouses. With this configuration, I'm afraid that even if I design it myself, I can only achieve this effect. As for the parking lot, it sounds nice, but it is actually just the open space in front of your store. The vacant space in front of someone's store belongs to the owner, and there is no dispute about that. Chapter 57, Plans Can't Keep Up with Changes. While Gao Yang was cleaning up here, Su Li had a hard time. She had been making phone calls to look at houses and negotiate prices the whole morning. My throat is almost dry from talking, but okay, the effect is very good. At least I have successfully bought 3 houses. It was soon time for lunch. On the other side, Xiao Lily was dressed very beautifully today. Zhang Jun came to the appointment, and the 2 did not choose to meet in the private room, but in the hall. Lily, you look great in this dress today, so sexy. Zhang Jun looked at Xiao Lily, whose chest was almost half exposed, and licked his lips constantly. Xiao Lily pretended to be shy. Oh, don't say that. It's so embarrassing. By the way, did you bring that thing? Zhang Jun nodded and gave Xiao Lily a look that said you understand. Okay, I'll go to the bathroom first, we'll eat later, and you can do whatever you want after dinner. After Xiao Lily finished speaking, she went towards the bathroom. Just as Xiao Lily left, Zhang Jun couldn't wait to take out 2 pills and put them into Xiao Lily's wine glass. It also shook a few times. You little slut, you'll be in trouble later. Xiao Lily was watching this scene from a corner not far away. Yes, all of this was planned by her. She had taken that pill many times before, and it had only one effect, which was to act as an aphrodisiac. All of Xiao Lily's actions today were part of a plan, using herself as bait. She had finally come to terms with it. It was impossible for Gao Yang to want him, and Zhang Jun was even less reliable. He remembered every scene of the day before yesterday clearly. To put it bluntly, he was just a plaything. Zhang Jun didn't take him seriously at all. In that case, I might as well get some benefits. Feeling that the time was about right, Xiao Lily returned to the table and the 2 of them began to eat. While eating, he drank red wine from the glass. Oh, why do I feel a little dizzy today? Zhang Jun laughed twice and said. Maybe the medicine is starting to take effect. Let's eat quickly. I've already booked a room. Xiao Lily nodded cooperatively. He had no appetite and continued to drink red wine. When he felt it was almost done, he gave Zhang Jun a hint. So Zhang Jun helped Xiao Lily, who had some problems walking, out of the restaurant and walked towards the elevator. Zhang Jun, I still like the excitement. Wait, let's do some role-playing, okay? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun's eyes lit up. He knew very well what Xiao Lily meant by role-playing. The earliest proposal was made by Zhang Jun. To put it simply, Zhang Jun plays the big bad wolf and Xiao Lily is the little lamb. Some people just like to play with this kind of sentiment. The access card opened the door and the 2 walked directly into the room. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Jun wanted to rape Xiao Lily, and Xiao Lily naturally resisted desperately. Then, Xiu Lily's clothes were torn into strips, and with the effect of the medicine, she soon. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Yang was called over by Haiyao. As soon as he came over, Gao Yang saw a man with disheveled hair and a bruise at the corner of his mouth and a bruise on his forehead. His clothes were tattered and he was wearing a coat that belonged to someone unknown. Crying and sobbing. Gao Yang, Zhang Jun is a beast. He drugged me, beat me, and raped me. Xiu Lily was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, she was so sad. It took a long time for 2 policemen to persuade them to leave. Mr. Gao, let me tell you the details. This Miss Xiu Lily was having dinner with that Zhang Jun in the hotel. While Xiu Lily was in the bathroom, Zhang Jun. Haiyao briefly recounted the whole incident. Gao Yang had understood the general meaning, which was that Zhang Jun put drugs into Xiu Lily's wine glass while she was in the toilet. Later, while the effect of Xiu Lily's medicine was taking effect, she took him to a hotel. Maybe Xiu Lily was still somewhat sober after that. She started to resist, but was beaten up by Zhang Jun and eventually had sex with him. After checking the hotel's surveillance cameras, there were signs of a fight in the room, as well as the injuries and torn clothes on Xiu Lily's body. This incident can be characterized as drugging and rape. Because all the evidence is sufficient to prove it. Beautiful police officer, this matter has nothing to do with me. I broke up with this couple a long time ago. Haiyao nodded. This matter really has nothing to do with you, but the victim asked us to inform you, so, you understand. After saying this, Haiyao shrugged, as if to say that this matter had nothing to do with him. Gao Yang touched his nose and said, Sister Haiyao, let me invite you to dinner tonight. I don't know much about this matter, and I want to learn more about it. Haiyao rolled her eyes at Gao Yang and ignored him. You can talk to the victim for a while now, and the case will be transferred up the chain of command later. Gao Yang nodded. This was the police station, and generally serious cases like this would be transferred to the bureau. Gao Yang met Xiu Lily in a lounge. As soon as Gao Yang entered the room, the first thing he did was to observe whether there were any surveillance devices in it. Fortunately, he was overthinking it, this was just a simple lounge. What do you want from me? Gao Yang was very angry. He didn't want to be involved in this matter the most, but he was dragged into it by this stupid woman. Gao Yang, now that we have done this, we must do it thoroughly. Don't you know that lawyer? Let him help me with the lawsuit. Not only do I want him to go to jail, I also want to apply for compensation. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows, and he remembered a sentence he had heard when he was a child. The sword in the mouth of a green snake, the sting behind the tail of a wasp, neither of them is poisonous, but the heart of a woman is the most poisonous. As expected, when this woman becomes cruel, she is even more cruel than a man. No wonder Wu Dalong died so miserably. Fortunately, I discovered it early, otherwise, sooner or later, I might become Wu Dalong. I can help you with this matter, but you have to remember this, you must not look for me unless I look for you in the future. Otherwise, I will make your end even more miserable than that of Zhang Jun. Xiu Lily nodded quickly. She was really scared now. A lawyer will be here later. He will say what needs to be said and not a single word that shouldn't be said. Also, I will give you some money after the matter is settled. Gao Yang left after he finished speaking. Gao Yang left and went directly to Wen Wanting's office. Wen Wanting was about to call Gao Yang when she saw. Gao Yang, I was just about to call you. Seeing Gao Yang coming, Wen Wanting hurriedly got up and made a glass of water for Gao Yang. Wanting, please help me contact Lawyer Lu. I have something to ask him. Wen Wanting thought Gao Yang was still thinking about that matter, so she handed the tea to Gao Yang and asked him about it. This matter has already been settled, and all we have to do next is wait for the court session. Chapter 58, The Land of Rise. Some other things, please help me contact someone, wait. Wait, you come with me. Wen Wanting nodded in agreement, then picked up her phone to make a call. In fact, Gao Yang didn't want Wen Wanting to know about this, but he was not stupid. So I changed my mind temporarily. Lawyer Lu is the legal advisor of Wen's group. How can this matter be kept secret? Rather than acting like a mean person, it is better to speak out openly. Otherwise, Wen Wanting would think that he and Xiu Lily were doing something shameful in private. Because the topic is sensitive, I will just briefly mention it here. When Gao Yang and Wen Wanting returned to the company, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. In short, Zhang Jun has solid evidence, and Lawyer Lu is 100% sure of winning this case. In short, it's certain that Zhang Jun won't be able to escape this time. Looking at Wen Wanting, who was hesitant to speak, Gao Yang pulled her into his arms and then sat her on his lap. Wen Wanting was startled. After all, this was an office. But Gao Yang was holding her with his two big hands. How could she break free? Wanting, I know you are very confused, and even suspect that I still have feelings for Qiu Lily, right? Wen Wanting wanted to deny it, but Gao Yang stopped her from speaking. Let me tell you this, from looks to knowledge, from upbringing to family background, you are miles ahead of her. It is said that a gentleman's revenge is never too late, but I am not a gentleman, so I cannot wait, because I do not have the long lifespan of a tortoise. I can't waste too much time on this matter, and I won't break the law because it's not worth it. This time it's Zhang Jun, next time it's Qiu Lily. I want to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Do you understand? Gao Yang told him everything about the phone call Qiu Lily's father made yesterday and everything that happened. Wen Wanting just looked at Gao Yang. In fact, she did have some thoughts like that at the beginning. The so-called rekindled love is not uncommon, so it is normal for Wen Wanting to be suspicious. But she didn't feel like it. I always feel that this matter is too strange. But she couldn't ask in front of outsiders, but now that Gao Yang explained it, she understood. This was a trap set up by Gao Yang and Qiu Lily, or rather, Gao Yang used this lawsuit to make Qiu Lily compromise. Qiu Lily finally agreed and implemented the plan, and it was obviously a success. Gao Yang, what if this matter is exposed? Facing Wen Wanting's concerns, Gao Yang smiled and said, I had no involvement in this matter from beginning to end. Even if it's like what you said, it's Qiu Lily who is unlucky. I have nothing to do with it. This is a society based on law, and evidence is important. This is a fucked up society, we just have to be worse than the bad guys. Okay, this matter is over. Anyway, I won't get involved. But what should I do if I'm hungry? I haven't eaten since noon. Then I'll order takeout for you. Wen Wanting said this as she reached for her cell phone. As a result, Gao Yang opened his mouth wide and bit the bun directly. Wen Wanting didn't expect Gao Yang to be so bold. This was in the office. The key is that you won't feel hungry even if you eat this. In the end, Gao Yang could only suck twice, but nothing came out. After leaving the company, I went directly to the antique street. Because I was delayed for an entire afternoon, the transfer of ownership was also delayed. But there is no rush, they can just do it together next time. He believes that Su Li and Wen Wanting will handle it. Su Li was exhausted after a long day and was out of breath. When she saw Gao Yang coming, she rolled her eyes. How about it? Gao Yang handed Su Li a bottle of Pocari Sweat and opened one for himself. Not bad. We have acquired 7 companies today. The rest is just a matter of time. Gao Yang nodded. This was a good start. Gao Yang, I finally understand why housing prices in our country are so high. It's black-hearted businessmen like you who drive up housing prices. Faced with this question, Gao Yang shrugged. He didn't explain, and he didn't need to explain. First of all, he is not engaged in real estate investment. Besides, just one street cannot affect the housing prices of a country or even a city. Secondly, even if he doesn't buy it, the housing prices will still go up. Once his store becomes popular, the prices of houses here will also skyrocket, or even increase even more. What's more, the situation is that even when the price goes up, you still can't buy a house. Because some people are better at speculating in real estate than them, and they just want to make a profit from the price difference, while some people do it purely for speculation. In the end, of course, it's all about making money. If you put yourself in his shoes and imagine that this house is bought by someone else and he wants to rent it out or buy it back, he will also need a large sum of money. For example, in the convenience store mentioned earlier, why did the owner ask for 1 million for goods worth less than 500,000? Even more expensive than what he sold it for? Because it is located in that area, Gao Yang believes that he is not the first person to inquire about the house, nor will he be the last. In other words, even if Gao Yang did not take action, others would do the same. At the very least, he will sell it at a higher price. If it is taken away by some unscrupulous people, you may not be able to buy it even if you want to. Even if you can buy it, it will be extremely expensive. Sometimes we have to admit the reality that it is better to put resources on one person than on 10 people. If it happens to one person, he can make 10 people make money. If it happens to 10 people, at least 100 people will be in trouble. Just like the housing prices in some cities, you can't sell it even if you want to, and you can't buy it even if you want to. This phenomenon has become mainstream. Buying an existing house is too expensive, and buying a pre-sale house is not safe. You might lose half your life savings and not even get a house. Gao Yang will buy these houses and sell them when he can make a maximum of twice the profit. If the business here is good and develops, people can accept the price of housing being 2 or 3 times more expensive. But if a store here and a store there can't sell anything they want to sell, and a store can't buy anything they want to buy, then the popularity of the street will be dragged down. It is always better to have resources in your own hands than in the hands of others. Gao Yang had also thought about it. His original plan was to go to Ruicheng after his jade jewelry store opened. It is estimated that it will be postponed for a few days, at least until it is ready here. I looked at the time and saw that Wen Wanting and the others were about to get off work. Let's go, you've worked hard today, I'll treat you to a meal. Then we'll discuss something while we eat. Su Li then nodded with satisfaction. You still have a conscience. Look at you, the big boss, who is idle all day long, while I, the smallest shareholder, am busy as a dog. Gao Yang smiled but didn't say anything. He had a feeling that this was the place where he would rise. He drove Su Li to Wen Wanting's company. Chapter 59, Trip to Ruicheng, Part 1. In the next few days, the three of them were busy buying houses during the day and doing live broadcasts at night. It's amazing how effective this live broadcast is. Some customers who have already received the products have started to help promote the product. Some even started placing new orders to buy other jewelry. But today is a special day, July 8th, the opening day of Gaoyang Jewelry Store. Susan has been cleaning up and organizing the store these days. She has also hired a few new employees and 2 security guards. The people recruited later did not go to the company for training, it was Susan and others who helped them with the training. Because the country now controls fireworks, you are no longer allowed to set them off when a business opens. Instead, it was replaced by something else, that is, ribbons. Early in the morning, an arched balloon appeared in front of Gao Yang's store, with some auspicious slogans written on it. Gao Yang didn't have many relatives or friends, so Wen Wanting sent a few flower baskets in the name of Wen's jewelry. Su Li also sent a few flower baskets and placed a few ribbons, which basically marked the opening of the business. There are always a lot of customers when a new store opens, especially a gold jewelry store like this one. These days, Susan and others have been arranging people to distribute flyers every afternoon, mainly talking about some preferential activities. For example, if you spend over 1,000, you will get 88, if you spend over 2,000, you will get 188, and so on. However, there is a very deceptive part here, and even many shopping malls or other commodities have such a deceptive part. For example, a piece of jewelry can be priced at 1,000 yuan, but he chooses to price it at 999. It could have been priced at 2,000 yuan, but he chose to price it at 1,999. It seems like only $1, but in fact, if you want to reach the threshold of $2,000, you have to buy another cheap thing to add it to it. Otherwise, it would never be able to reach that kind of preferential conditions. Gao Yang didn't understand it before, but now that he started to set the prices himself, he understood it. Because someone will teach you. Therefore, buyers can never beat sellers. As the saying goes, there are only wrong purchases, no wrong sales. There is another point, for example, if you buy 1,000, you will get 88 for free. Maybe the original price of this item was 900 yuan, or even 888 yuan. But now let's put it another way. He sells it for 1,000 yuan and gives you a discount of 88 yuan. In fact, it is still a few yuan more expensive than the original price. But consumers are different, they think they are getting a good deal. Another example is giving gifts, of which there are many, such as teacups and tableware. In fact, these things are bought in bulk at the wholesale market and are not worth much at all. Consumers often have a mentality that these things are given away for free. In fact, the wool comes from the sheep, and in the end you have to pay the bill yourself. For example, if you buy a jade necklace worth 4,999, you will get a pendant for free. This pendant is indeed made of jade, but the total value of this jade may be only a few dozen dollars. Because it is the cheapest one and even the leftovers. But consumers don't understand and always think that as long as it is jade or jadeite, it is a good thing. This is like the difference between imperial green and glutinous rice. They are the same material, but their values are worlds apart. When the business first opened, the waiters were not very proficient in their jobs. Fortunately, Wen Wanting transferred some senior employees from other stores to provide guidance. Basically, his store is alive and well. Gao Yan left after 10 o'clock. From now on, the store will be handed over to Susan and Gao Xiaoya. It's mainly because of Susan, because Gao Xiaoya will be going to school in more than a month. Gao Yang began to plan his trip to Ruicheng. He had no foundation. To be honest, if Gao Yang had not met Wen Wanting, he would not even be able to find his direction. To put it simply, even if he cut a large amount of jade, there would be no one to buy it. If you cut jadeite on the raw stone street every day, you will be suspected sooner or later. Even if you cut out jadeite worth 10 million, it might be good if you can sell it for 2 or 3 million. This is also the reason why it is so difficult for losers to start a business. Every step Gao Yang takes is actually quite difficult, not as simple as others imagine. Even if he has a golden finger. Just like the live broadcast he and Suli did, it seemed to be a success, but it took a long time from the time the idea came up to the first live broadcast. During this period, I can say that my mind was completely empty. He originally had more than 200 million yuan, but he spent more than 50 million yuan on the purchase of the house, and another 10 million yuan on the purchase of Suli's shares. Of course, there is some profit in the process, not to mention the money from live streaming sales, because this money has not been shared yet. Regarding the stones bought last time, the contract was signed with Wen's Jewelry, so he also got 50% of the final profit from those stones. But the quality of those stones is not very good, so the profit is not very big. If he wanted to go to Ruicheng, the more than 100 million yuan he had seemed not enough. There is not much point in doing small things. You can go to Ruicheng, spend 100 million, and earn 100 million in return. It sounds like a lot, but Gao Yang is not satisfied. He needs funds, and there are two ways to get funds now. One of them is to ask Wen Wanting for it by borrowing. Another way is to continue purchasing jadeite rough stones and then make profits. However, there are indeed not many good raw stones here. If you just buy some ordinary goods, it is difficult to accumulate a large amount of funds in a short period of time. Of course, there is one last way, which is to go to Ruicheng to gamble on jadeite, cut out the good jadeite and sell it. This is also the fastest way to make money, but there is a risk involved, which is that you may be targeted by others. After much deliberation, Gao Yang finally decided to go to Ruicheng. Some risks must be taken. To be honest, he doesn't want to touch Wen Wanting's money. Gao Yang has a problem, which is that he is a bit chauvinistic. Although Wen Wanting has hinted many times that she has 200 million in operating funds, Gao Yang. 2 more days passed, and it was July 10th and Gao Yang decided that he wanted to go to Ruicheng. Gao Yang, have you decided? In Wen Wanting's office, Gao Yang sat in the office chair, enjoying the massage brought by Wen Wanting. That's right, now the identities have been swapped. Well, the trip to Ruicheng must begin. If I don't go to Ruicheng, I won't be able to get jadeite raw stones. Without jadeite raw stones, I won't be able to open my store. If the raw stone store cannot be opened, the subsequent live broadcast and a series of other things will not be able to operate normally. The most important thing is that if we can't make that store popular, we won't be able to sell all the stores we have. This is a related problem. If one problem is solved, all the problems will be solved. But the prerequisite is that we must go to Ruicheng. When Wanting nodded, he knew that Gao Yang was telling the truth. Everything revolves around the raw stone. So when do you decide to leave? Chapter 60, Trip to Ruicheng, Part 2. The day after tomorrow, take a plane there early in the morning. Wen Wanting bit her tongue, but couldn't help but speak out what was in her heart. Gao Yang, I have something to say. Don't be upset. It's not shameful for you to use my money. When two people are together, one of them will always have a better family background, but I don't think this is important. What's important is that we will be better in the future. Besides, won't everything that's mine be yours, and won't everything that's yours be mine? I know you have the ability and ambition, but it's rare for us to go to Ruicheng. If we don't have enough funds, it will be very troublesome when the time comes. Gao Yang knew what Wen Wanting meant, so he reached out and patted Wen Wanting's hand. Then he stood up, pulled Wen Wanting to sit on the chair, and started to massage her. Everyone actually has their own obsessions. It has nothing to do with right or wrong. Maybe what you said is right. It is very likely that in the eyes of everyone, he is right, but that does not represent me. Do you know what I thought before? When I was working, I always thought that if I could meet a rich woman, it wouldn't matter even if she looked like a dinosaur. As long as he has money for me to spend, I can win without doing anything. Now I have found someone like him, but if I really am someone who can win without doing anything, will you still be with me? For example, if someone gives me 10 billion yuan and tells me to start a business, do you think I still have the motivation to do so? When I can get 10 billion without doing anything, will I still work hard for tens of millions? After hearing Gao Yang's words, Wen Wanting began to ponder. Just as Gao Yang said, if Gao Yang had not thought about working hard to start a business, he would have spent his own money every day and only cared about himself. Is this really the kind of man I like? Or think about it from another perspective. If you can get endless cash without any effort, would you still be motivated to start a business? Wen Wanting had never thought about these questions because she didn't need to start a business. She just needed to go to work and go home as usual. Because your own road has been paved. Gao Yang is indeed a male chauvinist, but the real reason is probably just as he said, he wants to make money by relying on his own abilities. Some people like to enjoy the process, while others like the entrepreneurial process. It is very likely that Gao Yang is such a person. Every serious man is charming. Wen Wanting suddenly felt so happy at this moment. When a woman is happy, she has one characteristic, which is that she becomes flirty, and the same is true for Wen Wanting. Gao Yang, it's lunchtime now. You haven't been to my lounge yet, right? I'll take you to have a look. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she blushed and pulled Gao Yang towards her lounge. Wen Wanting's lounge is inside the office. There is a partition here. The lounge is not big, with only a cabinet and a bed. This was Gao Yang's first time here. Usually he would just sit on the sofa in front of the office and play with his phone. Or he would sit at his desk and chat with Wen Wanting. This is my first time here today. As for what she came here for, Wen Wanting had already proved it to him with her actions. This was the first time for the two of them to play certain games in broad daylight, and it was also the first time that Wen Wanting took the initiative to suggest playing such a game. What Gao Yang didn't expect was that Wen Wanting was very special and proactive today. 2 days passed in a flash, and Gao Yang took Shin Meili and Suli on a plane to Ruwaichun. There is no airport in Ruwaichun, so they have to go to Mongsher first and then take a bus to Ruwaichun. Ruwaichun was not as prosperous as Gao Yang had imagined, and even seemed backward. Ruwaichun is home to 5 ethnic minorities: Dai, Jingpa, Achang, Dong, and Lisu. Among them, the Dai people have the largest population, and the most famous peacock dance originated from this place. Ruwaichun is located in the southwestern border of China, bordering northern Myanmar to the southeast, southwest, and northwest. The border is nearly 170 kilometers long, with mountains and rivers intertwined and no natural barriers. It is connected to the 2 provinces of Kachin State and Shan State in northern Myanmar. To put it simply, this place is not very peaceful. Because it is very close to the so-called Golden Triangle. Especially the country of northern Myanmar, it is very chaotic there. Things like the Ga Yaozi incident happened in this country. Especially since there are almost no barriers along the border. Gao Yang and his 2 companions found a relatively good hotel to stay in. When traveling out, the first thing to consider is safety. Because there is still a long time before the annual jade auction, there are not many outsiders coming here now. Like some hotels, business is not very good. After they settled down, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After eating something, they started their first activity of the day, visiting the jade market. Suli's main purpose today is to shoot some clips and then conduct a live broadcast. As for selling goods, it is definitely not realistic today. Ruwaichun doesn't mean that jade raw stones are sold everywhere. In fact, it is just like a farmer's market, with a fixed place. The 3 of them took a taxi and arrived in a short while. As soon as he entered the market, Gao Yang's eyes were almost blinded by the light. There are shops everywhere, and 9 out of 10 shops sell stones. There is also a lot of traffic, many of whom are businessmen from other places who buy jadeite raw stones here and then sell them. There are also people who cut stones on site, and once a good stone comes out, some bosses will come to buy it. This kind of thing happens every day. Here, jadeite raw stones are cheap, and similar jadeite will also be cheaper. Gao Yang was not in a hurry to take action, he was just watching. If you don't know anything about the market and act directly, you are a fool. There is an idiom called go with the flow, and that's what he is doing now. Gao Yang's current identity feels like that of a rich young man, and he brought 2 beauties out for a ride, or came here to gamble on stones. The gambling stone market here is different from that in Jinling. In Jinling, the stones are placed on each shelf and then marked with prices. The stones here are placed randomly, and some are in piles. In terms of quality, the ones on the outermost edge are the cheapest, and the ones further inward become more expensive. Gao Yang is here to pick up bargains and make money, so his target is naturally the cheapest ones. The cheapest things don't mean there are no good things, it just means that the chance of getting good things is relatively much smaller. Gao Yang casually came to a store with the least people and wanted to make a move. At the very least, they need to make some money to cover their expenses for the next few days, and they also need to rent a place to cut the stones. At least if you solve the problem yourself, you can minimize the risk and avoid being targeted. Qian Meili came here this time to purchase jadeite. Of course, the financial transaction is definitely controlled by the company. In other words, the stone that Gao Yang had unraveled could be directly traded to her. Then after confirmation, let the company make the payment. The reason for this is actually the idea that Wen Wanting came up with. In fact, their company comes here every year to purchase raw stones and jadeite, especially Qian Meili, who has a pretty good understanding of the value of jadeite. Then this can work in the middle. For example, in Jinling City, jadeite worth 10 million yuan can be purchased at 8 million yuan at a 20% discount. In this way, it is profitable for Gao Yang and the company as well. This is a win-win strategy. Gao Yang had no reason to refuse such cooperation, because this was money he earned based on his own ability. Little brother, take a look, these materials of mine are the cheapest. As soon as Gao Yang came in, a fat man came out to greet him. He seemed to be the owner of the store. Chapter 61, A Good Start. Gao Yang nodded and ignored it, which was consistent with his identity as a playboy. Gao Yang turned on the perspective directly. These stones were the leftovers, and they were the worst materials in the entire store. These materials are not as good as those in Jinling City. But it's really cheap. A piece of the same material is not even half the price in Jinling City. Gao Yang must find a good first stone. After all, this is the first stone here, so it must be a good start. The most important thing is that we are broadcasting live now, which will be helpful for future business. After about 5 minutes of selection, Gao Yang found the target. Pay the bill, this stone is 380,000, very cheap. The boss was also very happy and sent someone to move the material to the vicinity of the stone cutting machine. As soon as they saw someone cutting a stone, people gathered around to watch the fun. Most of these people like to watch people cut stones every day. Some of them are here to watch the fun, and some are waiting to buy jade. They are jade buyers. People who like to watch the fun are actually similar to those who watch the game of mahjong from behind. If you don't have the funds to gamble, or you don't have the confidence, or you are too afraid to gamble, you just watch others gamble to satisfy your craving. The other part, naturally, is to see if there is any well-cut jade and then spend money to buy it. Gao Yang's operation was as simple and crude as ever. The cutting machine started up and cut directly with one stroke, which made the onlookers shake their heads continuously. Gao Yang didn't care about these people and continued to cut the stone as usual. Hey, it's green, it's really green. Let me see. All of a sudden, several spectators came over hastily, and Gao Yang cooperated very well and stopped the stone cutter. Then rinse it with water, and the freshly cut side will appear in front of everyone. This is a piece of green jade. Although its quality is not the best, it is already quite rare. The most important thing is that judging from this cut, this jade is definitely not small. Little brother, is this jadeite for sale? You don't have to cut it anymore. Why don't you sell this jade to me? I will take the risk for you. 1 million for one price. Finally someone spoke. In fact, this situation is very common, which is called half gambling. That is to say, only one side of the material is cut out, and no one knows what is inside. Then judge the price based on the surface of the material. Everyone knows that a stone normally has 6 sides. Not to mention the upper and lower sides, it still has 4 sides. If you only cut one surface, there will be a lot of uncertainty. The piece of jade that comes out may be very large, or it may be just a small piece. Even if you encounter a really deceptive jadeite, which is as thin as a tile, you will lose everything. But some people just like to gamble. For example, the person who just spoke, he is willing to buy it back at a low price and then bet on this jade. Gao Yang smiled, turned the jadeite over, and continued to cut it. As time went by, the number of viewers increased from a few to 20 or 30. Everyone stared at it intently. But this is normal. Cutting stone every time is almost like risking your life. Some people even gamble their fortunes. So 1 knife makes you poor, 2 knives make you rich, and 3 knives make you wear sackcloth. This is the truth. Damn, this knife is so accurate. After the other side was cut open, Gao Yang just rubbed it slightly with a small grinding wheel, and suddenly a green area appeared in front of everyone. Little brother, needless to say, I'll give you 3 million for this piece of jade. The person who spoke was the same man as before. Little brother, I'll give you 3.5 million. Another man with a big belly and a briefcase in his hand also started bidding. Several other people also got involved, and gradually the price of this stone was hyped up to 5 million. Gao Yang felt that it was about enough. If this piece of jade was in Jinling, it would be worth about 6 or 7 million. But that was in Jinling City, and this is Ruiqing, so there is still a price difference. Besides, he bought this stone just to make back the cost. Okay, 5 million is 5 million. Gao Yang didn't hesitate. When the man heard Gao Yang agreed, he was very happy. Little brother, this is my business card. If you have good jadeite in the future, you can come to me. Don't worry, my price is definitely the highest. Gao Yang took the business card and then exchanged names. As for whether what this guy said was true or false, it didn't matter. The deal was quickly concluded. Gao Yang took the money, and the jade that was only cut in half naturally belonged to someone else. He didn't plan to cut much stone today. After all, it was getting late and he still had some things to do. Gao Yang, you don't know, the live broadcast room just exploded. The number of people online has doubled compared to the peak last night, and with just this much reward. Suli was so happy now that she kept talking all the way. But this is also normal. If the number of people in the live broadcast room increases, it means there are more fans, so the chance of placing orders through live broadcast will be greater in the future. Actually, this is a question of percentage. If one person out of 100 people buys his goods, according to the big data ratio, there may be only 10 people out of 1,000 people, and only 100 people out of 10,000 people. This is a question of probability. Although it is not very accurate, it is almost the same. Another point is the reward just now. I earned more than 10,000 yuan in one live broadcast. Of course, the more than 10,000 yuan now belongs to the company's property. After all, Suli's live broadcast account now belongs to the company, not the individual. Suli was happy, and Qian Meili was extremely envious. Just like that, after deducting the capital, Gao Yang made more than 4 million. Who wouldn't he envy such a speed of making money? Gao Yang is not stupid either. He eats the meat while others drink the soup. There is also a saying that the money on the gambling table is not money. Now that he has come to Ruiqing, it is like sitting at a gambling table. Cutting the stone just now is just playing the first hand. The game will only be over when I return one day. Therefore, he wants to spend money to attract popularity. Sister Meili, I'm a lazy person, so I'm counting on you to help me wash clothes and tidy up the room in the future. But I won't let you work for nothing. Today is a good day for the business, so let's share the money. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he started transferring money before Qian Meili could react. When Qian Meili heard the message alert tone, she picked up her phone and opened her mouth wide. You can stuff a banana and 2 eggs in there. She originally thought that Gao Yang could give her 100,000 or 80,000 yuan, and she would be satisfied, but she didn't expect that there was an extra zero after the 100,000 yuan. Gao Yang, this. Chapter 62 The Next Plan. Gao Yang smiled and didn't explain. While Suli was still fiddling with the account, Qian Meili stood on tiptoe and kissed Gao Yang on the face. She is happy. 1 million is also a huge fortune for her. At the very least, she would have to work less for many years, and what she might need to do is to give Gao Yang that blow, at least not yet. Gao Yang smiled, then transferred another million to Suli, and finally transferred another million to Wanting. Suli has already stopped broadcasting, and no one knows who she is chatting with on WeChat. Suddenly a transfer information popped up. I quickly clicked it and then opened my mouth wide. Gao Yang, this. Gao Yang shrugged without further explanation. Because Wanting sent him a message. Wanting had just finished work and was stretching. She felt a little uncomfortable with Gao Yang's absence because no one was taking advantage of her. In fact, this is a very normal phenomenon if a man often teases a woman. Whether it is verbal or physical, such as tickling the chin or patting the butt when you are not paying attention. You may not be used to it at first, but after a long time, it will become natural. This is what is meant by habit becomes nature. Gao Yang teased her every day, either patting her here or touching her there, and sometimes even pinching her. She was a little embarrassed at first, but she got used to it over time. Sometimes, even when she walked in front of Gao Yang and he didn't reach out to pat her, but she would still feel uncomfortable, so she kept walking back and forth in front of him. She would not feel satisfied until Gao Yang patted her on the butt, otherwise she would feel like something was missing. It's a habit. So since Gao Yang is not here today, when wanting always feels uncomfortable. So I decided to go to the store to check. After all, Gao Yang was not there. Just then, my cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that there was a transfer of 1 million. So he quickly sent a message to Gao Yang. As soon as the message was sent, Gao Yang's message came. The content is as follows. Baby, today is a good start. This is your pocket money. Remember not to save money for your husband. You must spend it before I come back, otherwise I will spank you. When Wanting burst out laughing. 1 million is really nothing to her, but the meaning is different. This was the first time Gao Yang gave her pocket money. And this amount of money is not a small amount, 1 million. Gao Yang also said that the money must be spent before he comes back, so how should it be spent? But it only took her less than a minute to figure out how the money was spent. So he quickly sent a message back to Gao Yang. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. Honey, I miss you. Moa. After sending this message, Wen Wanting felt her face getting a little hot. She herself didn't know why she had changed so much since she met Gao Yang. In the past, I couldn't even act like a spoiled child, and I always felt cold when talking to anyone. As a result, now she is better. Not only does she act like a spoiled child, but she also acts naughty sometimes. After packing up his phone and picking up his bag, he went to Gao Yang's store. The first step in his spending plan was shopping. Taking Gao Xiaoya shopping. Buy clothes for Gao Xiaoya, as well as Gao Yang, etc. In short, she wanted to spend the 1 million and leave another 10,000 yuan unspent, so that when Gao Yang came back, he would definitely spank her. Wen Wanting thought so in her heart and then left the company. On the other side, Gao Yang and his 3 companions returned to the hotel, and he began to arrange the tasks. Today he has already seen the general situation. If he wants to make a fortune here, it is not difficult at all with his abilities. But things like today are okay to do once or twice a day, but not too much. If you bet on the price going up every day, it won't take a week before everyone will pay attention to you. If you have a strong background, others won't dare to touch you. But you have nothing, just a loser, it might be dangerous to walk on the street at night. So Gao Yang had to be prepared. So first he needs a warehouse, even if it is just a temporary warehouse. The main purpose is to stack the purchased raw stones, cut a part of them when the time comes, and the rest will be pulled back. So who will do this? Naturally, they need both of them, which is why Gao Yang directly gave them 1 million each. To put it bluntly, I give you benefits, and you have to do things for me. Sister Meili, help me find a warehouse starting tomorrow. It doesn't have to be too big, but it has to be big enough for a large truck to fit in. Also, hire a few security guards from a security company to guard the warehouse 24 hours a day. In addition, I also need a stone cutting device. The price is not a problem. If you can do this for me, I will not treat you unfairly. Xian Meili's eyes lit up, her heart was filled with joy, and she quickly agreed. He was just short of throwing himself into his arms. The main reason is that it is inconvenient because there is a Suli around. Gao Yang looked at Suli again. Suli, when you are live streaming tonight, you can do some publicity. Not only can you publicize that we will be purchasing rough stones tomorrow, but you can also publicize that we will be cutting stones tomorrow night. I, Gao Yang, don't have any great abilities, but you can rest assured that as long as you help me, I won't treat you unfairly. It was getting dark, and after dinner the 3 of them went back to their rooms to rest. Gao Yang sent a video to Wen Wanting as soon as he lay on the bed. Wen Wanting had just finished taking a shower. She was wearing pajamas and her long hair was wrapped in a towel. Then he held the phone in one hand and video chatted with Gao Yang, while talking to Gao Xiaoya in the other hand. Then he hurried into the room. It is most appropriate for the young couple to have a video chat in the room, because there will be some embarrassing topics. Gao Yang first talked about today's situation, including giving 1 million yuan to each of the 2 people. Wen Wanting felt that Gao Yang was right in this regard. If you want others to help you do something, you must first give them benefits. There is nothing wrong with this. Who doesn't want to make some extra money when traveling on business? Of course, after discussing the serious matters, the next thing to do is to talk about some personal topics. Wanting, I don't think you look good in this pajamas. Wen Wanting was stunned and said, "That's not right. Last time you said this set of pajamas was the best looking?" Gao Yang shook his head and said, I mean, you look better without it on. Wen Wanting reacted immediately. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. Then pick up the quilt next to you and cover yourself with it. You big pervert, I won't show it to you. How could Gao Yang agree to this? So what follows is all kinds of teasing, all kinds of seduction, and all kinds of coaxing. Wen Wanting gradually fell, then she lifted the quilt and began to unbutton her clothes. Chapter 63 Beautiful Night. It was an hour later when Gao Yang hung up the video. This is a must, mainly because it's too exciting. If it weren't for his strong self-control, he would have had a nosebleed. So he decided to take a cold shower. As soon as I got up, the doorbell rang. Gao Yang opened it casually and originally thought it was Qian Meili or Su Li, but it turned out to be a gorgeous woman with heavy makeup. Sir, do you need any help? We provide comprehensive services, including playing various instruments and singing. There is nothing I can't do, except what you can't think of. As the woman spoke, she glanced at Gao Yang and her eyes suddenly lit up. With that beauty, that figure, and that big chubby belly, she'd be willing to do it even if it's free. Gao Yang was originally going to sleep, so he was only wearing a pair of underwear. Plus, he was so engrossed in chatting with Wen Wanting that he came to take a shower. Now, after hearing what the woman said and the look in her eyes, how could he not know what she was doing? But he is not interested in this kind of woman. Besides, he is out of town now and he has to pay attention to many things. Sorry, I don't need it. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he closed the door. As soon as I entered the bathroom, the knock on the door sounded again. Gao Yang got furious now. He opened the door and yelled. I've already said it, I don't want your service, you. As a result, Gao Yang was stunned when he had just said half of the sentence, because this time it was Qian Meili who rang the doorbell. Sister Meili, it's you. Gao Yang felt a little embarrassed. Qian Meili naturally knew what Gao Yang meant by what he had just said, because her door had just been knocked open by that woman. Are you going to talk to me like that? As Qian Meili spoke, she glanced at a certain part of Gao Yang. He licked his tongue intentionally or unintentionally. Gao Yang quickly motioned Qian Meili to come in, and then prepared to go back to the room to put on his pants. After all, he was preparing to take a shower, and the bathroom happened to be right at the door of the room. As a result, at this moment, Qian Meili hugged Gao Yang from behind. Gao Yang was shocked, but he did not resist because his back felt so comfortable. Gao Yang, I promised you before coming here that as long as you bring me here, it's up to you. Now I'm here to fulfill my promise. Qian Meili is also quite tall. When she stands behind Gao Yang, her chin can be placed on Gao Yang's shoulder. As she spoke, she stuck out her tongue and licked Gao Yang's shoulder. Her heart was beating fast, maybe because she was shy or maybe because of something else. In fact, this feeling is really exciting. Qian Meili is a mature woman, like an autumn apple, sweet and fragrant. Just when Gao Yang was about to lose control and wanted to turn around, the cell phone on the table rang. He quickly took Qian Meili's hand away and picked up the phone. The call was from Su Li. Hello? Okay, I'll be right there. Gao Yang put down his phone and started to get dressed. It seemed that he couldn't take a bath. Gao Yang, what's wrong? Qian Meili was very depressed. She was in a dilemma just now, and then the phone call came. Judging from the tone of voice, it should be Su Li's. It's okay. Su Li called. I'll come over. By the way, help me close the door. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he went out directly. Gao Yang came to Su Li. At this time, Su Li had just finished the live broadcast and took a shower, but found that the air conditioner in the room was broken. It is difficult to fall asleep without air conditioning in such a hot summer. Although the temperature here is not as high as that in Jinling City, it is also very hot. In fact, this matter should have been handled by the hotel staff, but for some reason Gao Yang was called. As soon as Gao Yang entered the room, he saw Su Li had just finished taking a shower and wrapped his body in a large bath towel. Most of his white skin was still exposed. If Gao Yang didn't react at all, he would not be a normal man. Basically the same as Li Lianying. Gao Yang, look at what's going on. There's power but it won't start. Gao Yang picked up the remote control and took a look. There happened to be a spare battery on the table. He replaced the battery and tried it, but there was still no response. Maybe the air conditioner is broken. How about I help you apply for a different room? Gao Yang was about to leave after saying this. But he was stopped by Su Li. Don't bother with that. Why don't I just stay at your place for now and find someone to fix it tomorrow? What are you standing there for? Come on. So Gao Yang took Suli back to his room. So the question is, how to rest at night? There is only one bed here. Just when Gao Yang was thinking about how to sleep, Suli had already gone to bed. Gao Yang took a casual glance and almost had a nosebleed. Damn, are you having so much fun? It's actually vacuum? You sleep over there, I'll sleep over here. Don't think stupidly at night, or I'll bite you. After Suli finished speaking, she lay on the bed and played with her phone. Gao Yang still took a shower and then lay down. The two people were very honest at first, gradually started chatting, and then moved towards the middle position. Then, the two of them almost leaned against each other. Smelling the fragrance of Suli's hair, Gao Yang began to feel restless. Don't have any bad thoughts, just sleep like this. At most you can hold my waist. After Suli finished speaking, she turned off the lights. As for the last sentence, she also said it with a blushing face. Gao Yang never considered himself a gentleman. It was actually an easy choice between being a beast and being worse than a beast. He was indeed holding her waist at first, but gradually, his hands started to become dishonest. This is a common problem among men. Suli didn't move, so she thought she was asleep. I have to say that Gao Yang is very charming, tall and handsome, rich and capable. Which woman doesn't like it? But Suli knew that Gao Yang was Wen Wanting's boyfriend and it was impossible for her to snatch him from her. I can't grab it either. No matter in family background or health, she is not as good as Wen Wanting. At least one thing is that she is divorced, and based on this point, she has already positioned herself. This time I come here, I will just treat it as a time of debauchery in my life. At this time, the towel around her body had disappeared, and she was ready. Gao Yang didn't say hello to her, but just started caressing her like a couple flirting. Gao Yang understands women, or rather, understands women's bodies. Suli didn't speak or move from beginning to end, as if she was asleep. The robber left satisfied, but the most hateful thing was that he left a mess behind. After a long while, she heard a slight snoring sound. Suli turned her head, then smiled, closed her eyes and fell asleep. Many things won't be embarrassing if you don't say them out loud. Chapter 064. The next morning, when Gao Yang woke up, Suli had already left. Gao Yang even wondered if what happened last night was a dream. So to make sure, he began to search the bed, but he couldn't find even a hair. This made him a little confused. Was this really a dream? Gao Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head, then got up to wash his face and brush his teeth. He had just finished cleaning when the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, I saw Qian Meili and Suli. Gao Yang, let's go have breakfast. Suli said it very naturally. Gao Yang just looked at it and felt that it was exactly the same as yesterday, without any strange color. Is this a ghost? There wasn't much time to think because he was pulled away by the two women. The breakfast in the hotel is free. I can't say it's good or bad, but it fills my stomach anyway. After breakfast, Qian Meili left alone. She had to help Gao Yang rent a warehouse and do some other things. Gao Yang took Suli to the raw stone market. He wanted to ask questions along the way, but the words stopped at his lips. Some things are definitely better left unsaid, and maybe that's what Suli meant. Gao Yang suppressed his noisy thoughts. Today was his first day of making money. Now the warehouse has not been rented yet, so it is definitely not realistic to buy stone inventory, so he still has to focus on making money. There were many more people here in the morning than yesterday. Gao Yang found a raw stone shop with the least people and went in as usual. To say that it is the least is only relative. Suli did not do a live broadcast today, but was shooting a short video. This is what a qualified anchor must do every day. In addition to some funny jokes, there are also some scenery, and scenes like the current one, which are all good forms of publicity. Gao Yang looked at it casually. He did not look at the low-quality jadeite today. He went directly to the high-end area. It is better to cut one piece of jadeite to increase the price than to cut 10 pieces of low-grade jadeite. Gao Yang naturally understood this principle. So he set his sights on high-end jadeite rough stones. As soon as Gao Yang arrived here, his eyelids twitched. The price was too expensive. It's so expensive that he is starting to lose confidence. Just a glance and you'll find that the chance of a good stone producing top quality jade is really high. But there are not many that have really seen a big increase. Anyway, there is not a single piece that can arouse Gao Yang's desire to buy it. At this moment, the conversation between two people caught Gao Yang's attention. Turning around, he saw that the two were discussing a piece of raw stone the size of a millstone. Looks good, but what a shame. Such a beautiful piece of material has streaks. What a pity. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of big cracks, be afraid of small cracks. It's a pity that this rough stone with such a beautiful appearance will be lost. There is a 99% chance that it will produce top-quality jadeite. Oh, what a pity. The man who said it's a pity twice in a row was about 50 years old and seemed to be quite proficient in gambling on stones. What are you afraid of? The day before yesterday I saw this material priced at 8 million, but now it's only 2 million. This is a huge leak. This was what another person said. They were about the same age, and he was somewhat moved. Old who, you don't really want to buy it? Let me tell you, the reason why this stone is so cheap is because of this streak. Otherwise, why has the price been reduced again and again, and no one has bought it yet? I remember this stone existed a month ago, and the price was this much at that time. As the man spoke, he held up 3 fingers. Obviously it can't be 3 million. Gao Yang's eyes were narrowed into slits at this time, and he even wanted to snatch it away. But he knew he couldn't do that. He wouldn't even rob in Jinling City, let alone in Rui City. So he hoped that this man named Lao Hu would not buy it. Maybe Gao Yang's prayers worked, because at this moment, firecrackers were heard next door. Hey, someone's betting has gone up, let's go check it out. Well, curiosity killed the cat. Old Hu, who originally wanted to buy the jade, was pulled away by another person. Gao Yang ran over without any hesitation to protect the stone, and then moved it onto the small trailer. Then, while everyone was watching the rising bets next door, he paid the bill. Only then did I feel more at ease. Hey, this piece of material? Just when Gao Yang was about to leave, Old Hu accidentally glanced over and saw the raw stone on Gao Yang's cart. It's cheap, I bought it for fun. Gao Yang said casually. Little brother, since you bought it, why don't you cut it here so that we can all have an eye on it? It was obvious that Lao Hu was very optimistic about this material. Now that it had been bought by someone else and it had become a fact, he had nothing to say. But he wanted to take a look to see whether he had made a profit or a loss. If the stone is cut down, it means he makes a profit. Otherwise, he would curse the guy next to him for 18 generations. This guy dragged himself out to see the stone, but ended up having it taken away by someone else. In fact, Gao Yang didn't want to solve it here because he was afraid of getting into trouble. Hey, little brother, we meet again. Just then, the person who bought the jadeite from Gao Yang yesterday appeared again. This person's surname is Si, and his full name is Si Xianping. This surname is very rare. At least Gao Yang had never heard of it before. Yeah, what a coincidence. Gao Yang responded casually and wanted to leave. Little brother, is this stone puzzled? Why don't you just solve it here? If you have a good stone, I'll take it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. Si Xianping had naturally seen this piece of material before, but he had given up on it before because it had streaks. But when he gave up, the price was still 30 million. Generally speaking, stones like this are either worthless or have skyrocketed in price, exceeding the realm of a huge increase. Yes, little brother, why don't you just cut it here? To be honest, we are all very curious about this stone. Yeah, just cut it off. It will satisfy our curiosity. Gao Yang could tell that these people had only one purpose, which was to satisfy their curiosity. Because this is a very extreme stone, if it didn't have that streak, it would definitely be top grade. But the problem lies here, so they dare not buy it, because the probability of the stone being cut is more than 90%. But this does not prevent them from wanting to watch the fun. They can't cut it themselves, but they can watch others do it and bear witness. Whether the price is cut to pieces or increased in value, it has little to do with them, and they can even use it as a source of bragging. Gao Yang understood these people's psychology clearly. So if he continues to be pretentious now, he will be suspected by those who have ulterior motives. Since people are suspicious anyway, it's better to cut it out and sell it directly when the time comes. Thinking of this, Gao Yang nodded and said, Well, I'll try my luck today. Maybe I can cut out a piece of imperial green. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he moved the stone towards the cutting machine without paying attention to the ridicule from the people around him. Chapter 65 Tang Yingying, 1 billion. At the same time, more and more people gathered here to watch. Gao Yang has become the duck that is forced to do something. Now it is impossible to do without stone breaking. So this time he was more serious and picked up the marker and started drawing lines. He didn't draw many lines though, just 4. One surface and one line. After drawing the line, Gao Yang directly pointed the direction with the strands towards the cutting machine. That's right, he wants to decide the outcome with one blow. As the cutting machine roared, Gao Yang started. He cut along the line without any hesitation. Everyone stared intently. They all understood that if the knot was still there after the cut, it would mean that the material was 100% waste. If the strand is gone, then no matter whether the material contains jade or not, at least the bet for the strand is a win. Time seemed to stand still and the air seemed to solidify. Apart from the continuous rotation of the cutting machine blade, there was no other sound. Even Su Li, who secretly opened the live broadcast room, was watching nervously, and the fans in the room stopped talking. As if everyone is waiting. Suddenly, a piece of stone skin fell off, and this side was cut complete. Before everyone could react, Xi Xianping quickly stepped forward and picked up the stone skin to examine it. No more, the strand ends here. Good luck, little brother. Others also rushed up to check. Sure enough, the strand disappeared here. No matter whether there is jade in this raw stone or not, at least the bet on this strand was right. Little brother, keep cutting. I'm counting on you. For a moment, those who liked to watch the fun started to instigate again. Gao Yang laughed at that, but he didn't cut it, he just started polishing it. This left everyone confused. Is it possible? Suddenly, old Wu seemed to react. It's green, it's green. Finally, someone with sharp eyes saw a hint of green. Gao Yang ignored it and continued polishing other parts. A few minutes later, Gao Yang picked up the ladle, scooped a ladle of water, and rushed over. Suddenly, a large area of green appeared in front of everyone. This is... Fuck, am I seeing right? This is actually imperial green. Such a large piece of imperial green, oh my god. For a moment, the scene became extremely noisy, with screams and sounds of annoyance coming one after another. Old Chen, you bastard. This stone originally belonged to me. If you insist on pulling me out, I will fight you. Old Wu was so angry that he was shaking all over. This stone really belonged to him. If this guy hadn't dragged it out to watch the fun, how could it have been bought by Gao Yang? So now he has the urge to kill old Chen. Little brother, don't cut it, I'll give you 500 million just like this. Xi Xianping spoke directly. There is actually a certain risk in opening the business now, but at the same time, the price will be much cheaper. There is a gamble here. This is what people commonly call half-gambling material. It means cutting out a surface of jade and then selling it. Then the remaining amount is likely to exceed expectations, and it is very likely that the jade is not as big as imagined. Therein lies a risk issue. Therefore, the 500 million he offered for this is not considered a low price. If Gao Yang didn't have the ability to see through things, he might really have sold it because there are risks involved. But perspective is perspective, and he can see clearly how big the jade is. Boss C, if you give me 1 billion, I will give you this material. Otherwise, how about we wait until I unravel it and then discuss the price? In fact, Gao Yang knew that this piece of jade was worth far more than 1 billion, but he was afraid of trouble. What happened today will soon spread throughout the rough stone market, and then it will become the focus. You never know, you'll be targeted by someone soon. But if this piece of material could be sold now, Xi Xianping would most likely not cut it. So that's an unknown. Even if he cuts it open, everyone's attention will probably be on him for a short while. In this way, he could leave here as soon as possible. The main reason is that I made too much of a splash today. Imperial green is the best quality jadeite and the king of jade. It is rare to solve a few pieces in a year, and they are not necessarily this big. Xi Xianping was in a dilemma now. After all, it was 1 billion yuan. If he lost money, he would feel the pain. But judging from this material, the chances of betting on an increase in price are very high. After all, this problem has been broken, and there is no reason why this piece of material will be at a loss. Just as he was hesitating, a woman's voice rang out. 1 billion, I want it. Gao Yang looked up and saw a tall, sexy beauty who was about 23 or 24 years old. A head of long black hair, simply scattered over the shoulders. Curved eyelashes, big eyes, and a high nose bridge best highlight the value of this exquisite oval face. The sexy clothes highlight the perfect curves. With this figure, Gao Yang is willing to commit himself to her. Tang Yingying, you are here too? Gao Yang found out that this beautiful woman was called Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying is as beautiful as Wen Wanting. But there is one biggest difference between the two of them. Wen Wanting gives people the first impression of being cold and aloof. But the first impression that Tang Yingying gave Gao Yang was charm. Uncle C, how about you give me this stone? Is that okay? As Tang Yingying spoke, she began to act coquettishly, especially as she swayed her body. Gao Yang almost had the urge to give him the imperial green. Xi Xianping knew that there was no hope of getting this piece of imperial green today, and he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Even though Tang Yingying is still acting like a spoiled brat, this woman is no ordinary woman. If you are deceived by her superficial appearance, she will eat you until not even a bone is left. Anyway, no man who had dealt with her had a good ending. Seeing that Xi Xianping didn't say anything, Tang Yingying came to Gao Yang. Sir, can I have this? Gao Yang nodded woodenly. At this moment, he felt a cool current rushing from his lower abdomen to the top of his head, and he suddenly woke up. He narrowed his eyes, and the silly expression just now disappeared, replaced by a hint of alertness. Tang Yingying was also stunned. It was unexpected that someone could wake up from her charm so quickly. This is my account number, please transfer the money first. By the way, don't use any delayed transfers, otherwise the transaction will be cancelled directly. Tang Yingying smiled and nodded slightly. He took the bank card provided by Gao Yang and handed it to an assistant beside him. Because the plot requires it, the transfer is done directly. No need to argue with me, because I also know that it is impossible to transfer 1 billion at one time through a bank transfer. The transaction was completed quickly. After Gao Yang confirmed it again and again, he signaled to Tang Yingying. From now on this jade belongs to you. If nothing unexpected happens, you should have no problem making another 200 to 300 million. Gao Yang spoke the last sentence in a very low voice, and probably only Tang Yingying could hear it. After Gao Yang said this, he turned around and pulled the still confused Su Li away. When everyone came to their senses, Gao Yang was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 66 Qian Meili's Cleverness. Gao Yang, wait a moment. Take a break, I'm so tired. After the two left the raw stone market, Gao Yang pulled Su Li and ran for a while. This really exhausted Su Li. How could her physique be compared with Gao Yang's transformed body? Looking at Su Li, who was panting and bending over to breathe, Gao Yang watched without blinking. Finally, Su Li felt something was wrong. She looked up and her pretty face suddenly turned red. What are you looking at? Pervert, rascal, be careful that Wanting will castrate you. After Su Li finished speaking, she did not continue the topic and moved on to the topic of 1 billion. Gao Yang, how come you are so powerful, Imperial Green? 1 billion, I can't believe it even in my dreams. Gao Yang was also feeling a little uneasy at the moment. He didn't expect to get a big bargain on the first day of the official start. 2 million stones were used to make 10 billion. If it wasn't daytime now, Gao Yang would have thought he was dreaming. Gao Yang, as the saying goes, whoever sees it gets a share, shouldn't you give me some? I don't ask for much, just 200 million or 300 million will be fine. Su Li must have said this casually, but Gao Yang took it seriously. Okay. Now it was Su Li's turn to be stunned. She just stared at Gao Yang stupidly, and it took her a long time to react. TSK, you want to use money to smack me, want to support me, forget it. Don't be obsessed with me, I'll make your nose bleed. What do we do next? Gao Yang was confused by Su Li's words. Is there really someone who doesn't love money? Just be quiet for 2 days. Let's get the warehouse ready first. Most of these people will leave in a few days, and this matter will gradually cool down. It will be fine then. Otherwise, if we go in now, let alone buy the raw stones, we will probably be surrounded by people immediately. Let's go back to the hotel first. Su Li thought about it and it made sense. This matter caused such a big stir, so it would be better to let it cool down for 2 days. By the way, is the air conditioner in your room working? Gao Yang asked casually. What air conditioning? The air conditioner in my room is working fine. Let's stop talking. Let's go shopping. I heard it's quite fun here. So Gao Yang was really confused. Was it really a dream last night? This is impossible. Gao Yang spent the whole morning strolling around the street and bought a lot of things, some for his parents and some for his younger sister Gao Xiaoya. Of course, when wanting is also indispensable. Gao Yang doesn't have many friends. He used to have a good relationship with a few classmates, but later on everyone was doing well and the contact between them became less and less. Zhang Jun, my only good friend, is probably still waiting for trial. Not to mention the ex-girlfriend. I'm afraid the only one with whom I have a good relationship now is Su Li. So, loneliness is more terrible than being poor. I had more money and wanted to buy some gifts for my friends, but after searching through the phone book, I still couldn't find anyone. At noon, the two returned to the hotel. Gao Yang did not mention the imperial green matter, and neither did Su Li. Gao Yang, I found 2 warehouses. One is closer. They want 300,000 a year, and it has to be paid in one lump sum. There is another one that is farther away. They can pay the rent every 6 months. The rent is the same. Which one do you think is better? While eating, Chen Meili talked about what she did this morning. It can also be considered a work report. Gao Yang really doesn't care about this little money now, so naturally the closer the better. The one that's closer. I'll transfer another 1 million to you later. Rent it as soon as possible. You can use it in the future. Also, if you go to a security company, you must choose a formal one. It doesn't matter if it pays more, we must choose a safe one. Also, we need a small truck. It doesn't need to be too big, just a box truck. See if you can rent this. If not, just buy one. It probably won't cost that much. Xian Meili nodded, these things are simple. By the way, how was your morning? Did you gain anything? When asked this question, Gao Yang didn't know how to answer for a moment. I took Gao Yang shopping this morning and bought a lot of things. I also bought you a set of clothes. Wait a minute, try them on. Su Li was quite clever and took over the topic immediately and changed the subject. Let's not think about buying stones for now. We have to get the warehouse ready first, otherwise we won't have anywhere to put them. So my plan is to take a 2-day break, then go shopping or something, and I'll pay for everything. Gao Yang said this because he understood a person's weaknesses. For example, Xian Meili, this woman cannot be said to be good or bad, but she definitely loves money. This can be seen from the fact that she took the initiative to come over and throw herself into my arms last night. But there is one advantage of this kind of woman: as long as you give her money, she will do anything you ask her to do. To put it more bluntly, even if you sleep with her, as long as you give her money, she won't pester you, let alone destroy you or influence you. So when Gao Yang mentioned that he would pay for all the shopping, Chen Meili's eyes were bright. Because she knew Gao Yang was rich, a lot of money. For example, give her 1 million, then rent a warehouse, and then hire a few security guards from a security company. How much would this cost in total? Even if you buy a small van, all the costs together would probably be less than half. So even if Qian Meili returns the remaining half of the 1 million to Gao Yang, will Gao Yang take it? The answer is no. So, Qian Meili is a smart woman. A smart woman will not ask too many questions. She does not need to know the reason. Because she knows how to put herself in the right position, now she is working for Gao Yang. If Gao Yang needs anything in that regard, she can stay by his bedside until things here are over. Qian Meili made money and Gao Yang achieved her goal. After returning to Jinling City, she was still the purchasing manager. And Gao Yang is still their boss's boyfriend. Qian Meili is very good at positioning herself, and she will never yearn for how Gao Yang will treat her. She has this self-awareness. As for why Gao Yang and Su Li went shopping together, or even whether they would sleep together, Qian Meili didn't care. Even if she saw it, she would pretend not to see it. For example, last night, Qian Meili heard Gao Yang opening the door and originally planned to go over to find Gao Yang. As a result, I saw Su Li wrapped in a bath towel entering Gao Yang's room. So, if nothing happened between the two of them that night, would Qian Meili believe it? If she was foolish enough to ask about this matter, she would probably not get any benefit in the days to come. That would not do her any good, she just needed to help Gao Yang do his work honestly. Maybe Gao Yang will take her out next time he goes out. So, don't think about finding fault with others and then seeking benefits from it. In fact, this is the most stupid behavior. The best way is to let others give you money willingly, rather than you actively asking for it. Chapter 67, Meeting Tang Yingying again. After lunch, Chen Meili went to work. Gao Yang decided to take a nap, and Su Li also planned to take a rest. So Gao Yang wanted to go into her room to check the air conditioner, but was stopped outside by Su Li. The reason is that single men and single women cannot stay in the same room. This is really fucked up. Gao Yang became increasingly unsure of the authenticity of what happened last night. After video chatting with Wen Wanting, Gao Yang turned on the air conditioner and went to sleep. He slept soundly, and when he woke up it was almost dark. After dinner, Gao Yang took the room card and prepared to go out for a walk. The main reason is that I slept too much in the afternoon and couldn't sleep at night. I was walking casually on the street for a while, but felt bored, so I bought 2 special snacks and prepared to take them back for Chen Meili to eat. Just when he was about to return to the hotel, someone suddenly bumped into him. With Gao Yang's current reaction speed, it would actually be easy for him to dodge it. Just when he was about to hide, he recognized this person, Tang Yingying. "Take me away now." At this moment, Tang Yingying was obviously not feeling well. Her face was flushed and her whole body was hot. Gao Yang could clearly feel that Tang Yingying's hand, which was holding his arm, was not only hot but also trembling. Gao Yang didn't hesitate and prepared to take Tang Yingying back to the hotel. At this moment, 2 people suddenly blocked his way, and then 3 more people appeared behind him. "Tang Yingying, let's see where you're going today." Gao Yang felt depressed. Was he just bored? Can't you just stay in the hotel? Why do you have to go out for a walk? Now that's good, I've encountered this kind of thing. Hey Long, you are so despicable that you actually drugged me. Tang Yingying is trying her best to endure it, and her voice is trembling as she speaks. "Tang Yingying, how can I catch you if I don't drug you?" Tang Yingying knew that she was doomed today, but unfortunately the guy next to her suffered an unexpected disaster. "Black Dragon, I will go back with you, you let him go." This matter has nothing to do with him. Ha ha ha. Black Dragon laughed arrogantly twice and said, "Tang Yingying, do you think you are stupid or am I stupid?" He saw things he shouldn't have seen and heard things he shouldn't have heard. It's just bad luck for him. Everyone, come together and make this a quick and decisive battle. Tang Yingying pushed Gao Yang aside. "I'll drag them out, you run." Don't underestimate Tang Yingying, she is a weak woman and she is in health problems at the moment. But, he is quite capable of fighting. But after all, he was exhausted and was knocked back repeatedly by the Black Dragon's punch after a while. Gao Yang finally came to his senses and supported Tang Yingying. "Are you okay? Tang Yingying is so angry. Are you out of your mind? I told you to run, why didn't you run? You're just an idiot." Gao Yang was called an idiot by this woman for no reason, and he immediately became angry. Who did I offend? So he slapped Tang Yingying on the butt. There was a loud pop sound. "Hold it for me, I'll do it." Gao Yang stuffed the lunchbox in his hand into Tang Yingying's arms, and before Tang Yingying could react, he rushed directly towards Heilong and others. When Heilong saw that this guy was still a rookie, he immediately ordered several of his subordinates to attack him. Bang, bang, bang. After a round of punches and kicks, Gao Yang spat. "Bah, garbage." After saying this, he came to the staggering Tang Yingying, took his packing box and was about to leave. "Okay, you're safe, go back now." Bang. Gao Yang looked back and saw Tang Yingying falling to the ground. "Are you okay? Quick, take me out of here." Gao Yang was speechless. There was no one around here and it would not work to leave this woman here. So he had no choice but to carry the woman on his back and quickly head towards the hotel. Fortunately, they were not far from the hotel. When they arrived near the hotel entrance, he put Tang Yingying down and helped her into the hotel. If I did it from her back, the hotel staff would definitely misunderstand. It would be different if he was supported. People would at most think that Gao Yang had found a drunk prostitute outside. After all, this place is a marginal city, and some industries are not as strictly regulated as those in the mainland. After finally helping Tang Yingying into the room, Gao Yang planned to give her some water to drink and then ask about the situation. As soon as she entered the room, Tang Yingying threw herself into Gao Yang's arms. "It's going to take me, or I'll die." As Tang Yingying spoke, she began to tear her clothes. Gao Yang was really confused. He also realized that Tang Yingying might have been drugged. But he didn't have time to think at this moment, because Tang Yingying had already thrown him onto the bed. What happens next is a little inappropriate for children. It was unknown how long it had passed before Tang Yingying came to her senses and began to look for her clothes. As a result, he found that his clothes were all in strips. He had no choice but to open the closet and put on Gao Yang's clothes. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, or I'll kill you. Also, just pretend that what happened today never happened. After Tang Yingying finished speaking, she took staggering steps and left Gao Yang's room. It was not until this time that Gao Yang reacted. Looking at the messy floor in bed, as well as the bright red on the white sheets, it reminded him of that time with When Wanting. It's just that this time the roles are reversed. He was raped. After thinking for a while, Gao Yang got up and started to pack up. Then take the sheets over to wash, otherwise I won't be able to explain tomorrow. In fact, he felt a little disappointed that a woman like this left him like that. Just as I had cleaned up everything, the doorbell rang. Gao Yang was delighted, thinking it was Tang Yingying who came back, so he quickly opened the door, but it turned out to be Suli wrapped in a bath towel. Suli got on the bed by herself. She didn't care whether there were sheets or not. She lay down and fell asleep in the same position as yesterday. This gave Gao Yang an illusion. Could it be that Suli had sleepwalking? Everything that happened last night was actually real. Was it caused by sleepwalking? Gao Yang's mind was a little confused. He turned off the lights and went to bed. He did not touch Suli. He was still thinking about what happened before. But his lack of reaction doesn't mean Suli didn't take any action. Suli turned around and approached Gao Yang without saying anything, but her hands started to become naughty. Soon, Gao Yang had no mind to think about anything else. If he still had the mind to think about other things at this time, then he would be out of his mind. So he hugged Suli again. Chapter 68 Potential Danger. After a round of sex, Suli turned over and fell asleep. In fact, Suli didn't say a word from beginning to end, and didn't even open her eyes. In fact, there are too many doubts or incomprehensible things about what happened tonight. First of all, this Tang Yingying should have a very powerful background. With such a powerful background in her own martial arts skills, what kind of enemy would dare to deal with her? The one called Black Dragon also has martial arts skills, but he is definitely not as powerful as Tang Yingying, otherwise he wouldn't have drugged her. On the contrary, if Tang Yingying had not been drugged, those people would definitely not be her match. Also, from the content of the conversation, we can draw a conclusion that there is someone behind the man called Black Dragon. He may be just like a thug. Gao Yang even had a bold guess that Tang Yingying and the forces behind the Black Dragon should be hostile to each other. This time Tang Yingying came here, so the other party sent people over, and they used the method of drugging and sneak attack. Otherwise, Tang Yingying would definitely not have fallen for it so easily. As for why Gao Yang was so good at fighting, he even defeated the Black Dragon. Actually, this story starts before the fight. Gao Yang is indeed good at fighting. With his size, he can easily beat 2 or 3 people like Zhang Jun. But it was absolutely impossible to defeat Black Dragon and his 4 subordinates. The reason why he defeated them was mainly because of the changes in his eyes. Just as Tang Yingying and Heilong were fighting, Gao Yang accidentally discovered that all their moves had flaws. After several verifications, Gao Yang also knew that his eyes had mutated, so these changes were not surprising. So when Gao Yang was fighting with Heilong and others, he could predict the opponent's moves and then crack them in advance. Gao Yang was confused, mainly because he knew nothing about this matter. Who is Tang Yingying and what kind of force does she represent? What is the power behind the Black Dragon? Will it cause trouble for me next time, etc.? He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. He turned his head and glanced at Suli, who had fallen asleep. Gao Yang felt really fucked up. Who can explain to him what is going on? Why is this person 2 completely different people during the day and at night? While thinking about all sorts of things, Gao Yang fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Tang Yingying returned to her residence. She did not change her clothes, but sat in a chair thinking about things. She never thought that the other party would use such despicable means to deal with her. Fortunately, I met that man. What surprised her was that Gao Yang was such a good fighter. From beginning to end, the 5 people were suppressed by Gao Yang. What's more, she actually gave her first time to this man named Gao Yang, and she did it by force. Tang Yingying wanted to laugh when she thought of Gao Yang's innocent look. But then his expression changed. This matter had nothing to do with Gao Yang, but now he was implicated. If the other party wanted to retaliate against Gao Yang, it would be impossible to defend against it. Thinking of this, Tang Yingying picked up her cell phone and made a call. Hey, give me 2 capable fighters. Then go and help me protect someone. I'll send you the information later. Also, you guys must get here within 24 hours. I'm going to make them pay the price this time. After hanging up the phone, Tang Ying stood up, looked at the loose clothes on her body, and even turned around. She thought it was fun to wear men's clothes, but she twisted her body too much and it affected a wound somewhere. You rascal, you stabbed me with such great force, it hurts me to death. Tang Ying finished speaking and went into the bathroom. The next morning, when Gao Yang woke up, there was no one in the bed again. Not even a strand of hair could be found. But he was 100% sure that Su Li had come last night. Because he secretly took a photo with his mobile phone, which was taken when Su Li was asleep last night. Delete the photos casually, some things don't need to leave evidence. You just need to know it in your mind, no need to prove it. Ding dong. I had just finished washing up when the doorbell rang again. When I opened the door, it was Su Li as expected. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you trying to take advantage of me? I'm warning you, if you dare to have any ideas about me, I'll kill you. After Su Li finished speaking, she walked into the room and sat down at a random place. What are we doing today? Gao Yang was speechless. This woman was either sleepwalking or a master of disguise. Su Li, last night. Su Li interrupted Gao Yang directly. What happened last night? Oh, yes. Xian Meili called me just now and asked me to take you to see the warehouse over there. The warehouse has been rented now. 5 additional security guards were arranged, including a team leader and 4 team members, working in 2 shifts. Gao Yang nodded, and he didn't bother to talk about what happened last night, and took Su Li directly out of the hotel. I called a taxi according to the address and headed straight towards the warehouse. The warehouse is about 10 kilometers away from here, which is actually quite far, but there is no other way. There are basically no suitable warehouses in the city, and most warehouses are located here. Every year when the jadeite raw stones are put on the market, the warehouse here will be rented out. Sometimes, even if he only works for 1 month, his expenses are enough to cover the rent for half a year. But we only make money in that 1 month, and the warehouse here is basically empty at other times. For example, the warehouse in Gaoyang is basically empty for more than 10 months a year, and it only makes about 100,000 to 80,000 yuan a year. In fact, they would rather rent for a year like Gaoyang. After all, an empty warehouse is of no use to them. To put it simply, it is a waste. If you rent for a year, first of all the rent will be more expensive, and then there will be 1 year's maintenance and cleaning fees. Xian Meili was wearing all black today, but the clever thing about this woman was that she deliberately highlighted her most prominent part. Although the clothes are black, the parts on both sides of the chest are white. At first glance, I thought there was a hole in those 2 places. This gives people a kind of infinite space for imagination. Sister Meili, the way you dress makes me feel a little cold. Gao Yang's words are a double entendre. Is he excited or thrilled? Xian Meili started to giggle again. Gao Yang, is it because the chickens haven't found a roost for several days? Are they feeling a little uncomfortable? Chapter 69 Being Targeted. Gao Yang was very satisfied with this warehouse, so the next step was to purchase. 3 days passed in a flash. That is, on the 5th day after Gao Yang came here, he started purchasing. First, Gao Yang was disguising himself. He changed his hairstyle, and then his clothes. Finally, he bought a pair of sunglasses and put them on, believing that no one would recognize him. As a result, I just entered the rough stone market. Look, it was him who solved the Imperial Green. I was there that day. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Gao Yang is so depressed. He would recognize me even if I turned into ashes, so there's no point in me dressing up. Have I wasted these 3 days? In the end, there was no choice but to go ahead with it. At worst, you can just buy what you need and leave. In fact, there was one thing that surprised Gao Yang, that is, although there were troubles, there were also benefits. For example, if he walked into any store, the owner would be quite polite. As long as he takes a fancy to a stone, the owner will arrange for someone to deliver the stone directly to his car. There are even discounts on prices. The trouble is that wherever you go there will be a group of people following you. But it will get better over time, and the number of people following you will gradually decrease. There is another advantage. As soon as he cuts the stone, someone will come forward to buy it, and the price they offer is quite reasonable. However, Gao Yang does not cut stones frequently. Basically, if he spends 100 million, he will find a way to earn it back. This went on for 3 days in total, and Gao Yang purchased nearly 1 billion yuan worth of jade materials and made the same amount of money. In other words, the jade materials he purchased these days were all bought with the money he earned. Sister, this person is so high profile, isn't he afraid of death? Somewhere, Tang Yingying was looking at Gao Yang not far away. The person who spoke was Tang Yingying's cousin Tang Xiaomi. Do you think it would be helpful for him to keep a low profile? Everyone in this place knows him now. The lower his profile, the more trouble he will cause. Then it would be better for him to be more high profile and put himself in the open. At least then these scoundrels wouldn't dare to plot against him. After listening to Tang Yingying's words, Tang Xiaomi felt that there was some truth in them. Sister, there's news that they found the hiding place of Black Dragon and the others. Can we take action tonight? Tang Yingying nodded, with a hint of cruelty in her eyes. Let them take charge of this matter. Your mission is to protect Gao Yang. I'm sure someone will take action against him in the next few days. But you have to remember, don't reveal your identity, and don't mention me, understand? Gao Yang naturally didn't know that someone was staring at him not far away. His current mood was a mixture of joy and helplessness. These days, he not only bought a large amount of jade materials, but also made money. The most important thing was that he absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy into his body. If he were to deal with Black Dragon and the others now, it would definitely be much easier than that night. Gao Yang also knew that he would not be here for too long this time. The original plan was half a month. He earned 10 billion in half a month. Then I went back to develop it, but an unexpected thing happened the next day. A piece of imperial green not only helped him achieve his goal directly, but also made him famous. At the same time, it also caused me a lot of trouble. At least there were a lot of people following me during the day. Even the nights were restless. Sometimes someone would approach him for cooperation, sometimes someone would approach him to discuss acquisition, and sometimes someone would invite him to dinner. Even when you are sleeping, beautiful women will come to you and ask for service. Gao Yang knew that there were only 3 possible purposes for these people. One type of person naturally wants to establish long-term cooperation with Gao Yang, such as Xi Xianping. This kind of person is purely commercial. Most of the jadeite that Gao Yang uncovered in the past few days were bought by this guy. The relationship between the two is also very good, which is a normal and good cooperative relationship. There are also some people with bad intentions who use abnormal means to seek cooperation. For example, he would send beautiful women to Gao Yang, and then ask Gao Yang to help him buy some valuable materials. These people are actually not going too far. They just want to make money, so it is normal for them to use some improper means. It is reasonable to give you a beautiful woman to sleep with you, and then have you help him pick 2 pieces of material the next day. Gao Yang really wanted to agree, but these few days, Suli went to his room every night, leaving him no chance to do anything. Even though Qian Meili hinted at it many times, Gao Yang was helpless. There is another type of people that Gao Yang is most troubled by, and that is some unscrupulous businessmen. They warned Gao Yang explicitly and implicitly that he should either cooperate with them and sell the jadeite raw stones he purchased to them, or he should stay here forever. In fact, this is a threat, but it is worth taking the risk. First, Gao Yang has no power, but he owns a large amount of top-quality jade materials. This is the reason why it is said that one is guilty of possessing a treasure. Based on observations over the past few days, there were often some unidentified people coming in and out of the warehouse where he stored the raw stones. Gao Yang was naturally very clear about the purpose of these people. He must be planning to take his jadeite raw stone. Now he is racking his brain over how to break the situation. Gao Yang was 100% sure that once he finished purchasing, someone would attack him. So the question is, how to transport these raw materials back? Gao Yang finally decided to delay it for a while. These raw materials are still stones after all. It is unrealistic for the other party to steal them because they are not like other things that can be moved away by hand. These things are heavy and it would be time-consuming and laborious to move all of them. Others have already noticed it. Robbing is even more unrealistic. This is China after all. Who dares to rob openly? There are only 2 possibilities. First, they wait until Gao Yang has loaded the car, and then they take action. Second, we have to leave here and take action halfway. So Gao Yang could be sure of one thing, that is, he would basically not be in much danger before he left. Gao Yang turned around again, but still didn't see the person he wanted to see. Gao Yang, the number of fans has skyrocketed to over 20 million. That's about it for today. Let's go have dinner first, and then go live to perform the stone cutting. Looking at Su Li's expectant eyes, Gao Yang shook his head. From today on, there will be no more stone cutting at night. Also, I will arrange for the two of you to go back as soon as possible. It's not safe here anymore. After these words were spoken, Su Li and Xian Meili looked at Gao Yang with puzzled eyes. Let's talk about this when we get back. In the end, Gao Yang decided to tell the two of them about the situation here, and he also thought of a good solution. A way to escape can be simply understood as escaping from the situation. So the three of them drove the van towards the raw stone warehouse. He wants to realize his plan. Chapter 70, Jiu Men. Li Sei. By the time the three of them returned to the hotel and closed the door, it was already dark. Gao Yang, you mean we are being monitored all the time? What should we do then? Or we don't want these raw stones anymore. Su Li was timid, and when he heard there was danger, he even gave up the raw stone. Xian Meili didn't say anything. She was waiting for Gao Yang to speak. It's impossible to give up. I spent more than 1 billion yuan to buy these materials. I can make at least 400 to 500 million yuan after I go back, not to mention doubling it. But I do have a plan. Let's escape. Escape plan? Su Li looked at Gao Yang with confusion. Gao Yang expressed his thoughts without hesitation. In fact, his method is very simple. Basically, they buy raw materials during the day and deliver them to the warehouse in vans at night. The key step in implementing the plan is this truck. What Gao Yang meant was to secretly rent a warehouse somewhere else and then buy a large truck and put it in it. Then every night, instead of delivering the stones, they secretly pulled the materials out of the warehouse by truck. From the outside, it looks no different from before, but in fact, all the materials in the warehouse can be taken out by small trucks within 2 or 3 days. The materials were secretly transported to another warehouse in the middle of the night and loaded directly onto trucks. In just a few days, the warehouse became an empty shell. As long as Gao Yang doesn't leave, he can find someone to drive the car back directly. This is how he escapes. Once the car is on the highway and out of the province, Gao Yang's mission will be completed. Gao Yang, is it dangerous for you to stay here? If they find out that the warehouse is empty, they will definitely go crazy and take revenge on you. Su Li was a little worried. Gao Yang smiled and said, when you all leave, it will be easy for me to get away alone. I just go into any public place and run away. The most important thing is these jadeite rough stones. The target of the rough stones is really too big. Due to the special nature of this place, we have to prepare in advance. So, starting tomorrow, Sister Meili, don't follow me. You will be responsible for the things I assign to you. Xian Meili nodded quickly. In the past few days, Gao Yang has given her no less than 5 million yuan. This is money that she will never be able to earn in her entire life. Then it is natural to help Gao Yang do something. Okay, let's go have dinner first, and then we can have a good rest after dinner. After dinner, Gao Yang had a video chat with Wen Wanting in the room for a while. Then after taking a shower, I waited for Su Li to come over, but it was already past 10 o'clock and Su Li still hadn't come. Just when Gao Yang was about to go over to take a look, the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, it was not Su Li this time, but Xian Meili. Gao Yang was a little nervous now, because Su Li might come over. As if she noticed Gao Yang's nervousness, Xian Meili said this unintentionally. Su Li came today. I just passed by her place. Gao Yang understood. No wonder Su Li didn't come tonight. Gao Yang, we will be going back in 2 days. If you don't eat me now, you will have no chance anymore. Xian Meili said this while caressing Gao Yang's body. Xian Meili was a little surprised. This man had a very strong and muscular body and definitely had abdominal muscles. Xian Meili raised her head and smiled charmingly at Gao Yang, harmony here. On the other side, Tang Yingying brought a few people to a house. At this moment, there were 5 or 6 people drinking in this house. If Gao Yang were here, he would be able to recognize that one of them was the black dragon who was beaten up by him. The coldness on Tang Yingying's face grew stronger and stronger. When she thought of what happened that night, she wished she could tear Black Dragon into pieces. If she hadn't met Gao Yang, her fate would have been miserable. Tang Yingying waved her hand, and immediately several men in black jumped into the courtyard. Each of them held a dagger in his hand and slowly approached. Boss Black Dragon, I have found the guy who ruined our business that night. He lives in the XX hotel, and there are 2 girls with him. They are so sexy. If I could sleep with a woman like this, TSK TSK TSK. Black Dragon put down his wine glass and looked at his subordinate. Is that all you have accomplished? Be careful these few days. The people sent from above are coming soon. It's best not to cause any trouble. But this guy ruined our plan, so we really can't let him go, so. Bang! Just when Heilong was halfway through his words, the door and window were knocked open. These people came in without any hesitation. They went straight in with a white knife and came out with a red knife. Heilong was startled and quickly pushed the younger brother who had just spoken to him towards one of them. Then he jumped out of the window on the other side. Bang! As soon as Black Dragon jumped out, he was kicked directly in the chest and then hit the wall hard. Tang Yingying. Heilong recognized that the person in front of him was Tang Yingying. Black Dragon, you have come to this day too? You plotted against me that day, so today I will use your own method to get back at you. Go to hell. After Tang Yingying finished speaking, she stabbed the Black Dragon with the dagger in her hand. When? Tang Yingying narrowed her eyes, and the dagger in his hand was cut away by someone. Elderly, save me. Black Dragon was so frightened that he almost died. Useless stuff. Elderly cursed the Black Dragon and then looked at Tang Yingying again. Tang family girl, we don't interfere with each other, why do you always pick on us? Tang Yingying narrowed her eyes, and she naturally recognized who the person in front of her was. Li Sei, there are rules on the road. The first and foremost rule is that you cannot touch drugs. But you, In Juman, not only did they touch it, but you also colluded with northern Myanmar to sell organs. You deserve to die. After Tang Yingying finished speaking, she rushed directly towards Li Sei. Li Sei didn't waste any time and fought with Tang Yingying directly. Then he retreated fiercely, grabbed the Black Dragon, and left after a few jumps. Because Tang Yingying's teammates have arrived. Tang Yingying's face was gloomy. Although she was not afraid of Li Sei, it would be difficult for her to defeat him. The most troublesome thing now is that the Black Dragon ran away. Once Black Dragon escapes, Gao Yang's affairs will be exposed, and he will definitely be implicated. If they want to deal with Gao Yang, there are many ways to do it. Sometimes no matter how good you are at fighting, it will be useless. Looks like we have to get this guy out of here quickly. And the dangers don't end there. This guy is too high profile. At least several parties are eyeing him now. Looks like I need to talk to him. Chapter 71, It Came to My Door. Xian Meili left, Gao Yang took another shower, and went back to bed to get ready for sleep. To say that this money is beautiful, it is really fun to play with. Much better than Su Li who just sits there motionless. As soon as Gao Yang entered the room, he immediately sensed a sense of danger. This is the benefit gained from having the body transformed by spiritual power. That is to have a keen perception of the surrounding environment. Gao Yang was startled and dodged the attack by leaning sideways, then suddenly threw a punch, but stopped halfway through. The fist stopped at Tang Yingying's chest, and even touched a little flesh. It's you! There was an obvious hint of surprise on Gao Yang's face. Yes, the sense of crisis is quite strong. Tang Yingying told the truth. She was just making a sneak attack, but this guy not only dodged it, but also found the precise position to counterattack. Fortunately, he withdrew his strength in time, otherwise my breasts would have been sore again tonight. But this guy is too lustful. In fact, Tang Yingying had been here for quite a while. As soon as she came over, she saw Qian Meili leaving. From that coquettish look, it's obvious that she has just been satisfied. Tang Yingying entered the room while Gao Yang was taking a shower. A hotel lock like this was completely useless to her. You are in danger now. Several forces are eyeing you. Even the people from that night are looking for you. They kill people like pigs. You have to leave here quickly. Don't blame me for not reminding you, or you will die without knowing how. Gao Yang just looked at Tang Yingying. You care about me? Tang Yingying was stunned. She didn't expect this guy to say this. Shouldn't you feel surprised, nervous and scared? Who cares about you? I just think this matter was caused by me, so I don't want you to be implicated. Tang Yingying explained again. You just care about me. As Gao Yang spoke, he grabbed Tang Yingying's hand. Tang Yingying was so angry. Why does this guy always worry about this problem? So he planned to pull his hand back and prepare to leave. As a result, Gao Yang held her hand tightly. That is not all, Gao Yang actually hugged her. Let go, what do you want to do? Gao Yang obediently let Tang Yingying go. I just wanted to test whether you care about me and like me, but I just confirmed that you don't. So, you can go now. Now it was Tang Yingying's turn to be stunned. She didn't react to what this guy meant for a moment. I am just a businessman, I make some money through my own ability. I don't steal, I don't rob, I don't kill or burn anything. If anyone stands in my way of making money, I will fight him to the death. Tang Yingying just looked at the man in front of her. She didn't know how to evaluate this person. It seems a bit like saying that he is naive. It seems that it is not wrong to say that he is childish, but what he said is not wrong either. He neither steals nor robs, and earns money through his own ability. Who has the right to deprive him of the fruits of his labor? But this place is different. It's not him who is wrong, but the environment. What are you going to do? I can help you think of a solution. Tang Yingying finally decided to take action. You care about me again. Tang Yingying was so angry that this guy started to become abnormal after just 3 sentences. You can say it or not, if you don't want to, forget it. Tang Yingying was so angry that she turned around and prepared to leave. But Gao Yang hugged her again, and this time he hugged her from behind. What's even more shameless is that the 2 big hands covered the 2 balls accurately. I know you care about me. As Gao Yang spoke, he licked Tang Yingying's earlobe. Tang Yingying was petrified. She had never been treated like this by a man in her life. As for what happened last night, that doesn't count. After all, I was already in a state of confusion at that time. She didn't remember a lot of things, unlike now, when she was awake, so the experience was particularly real. For a moment, Tang Yingying's mind went blank. She even forgot to struggle and resist, or rather, she did not feel any rejection. In short, the 2 of them were confused and the same thing happened last night happened again. But this time it was Gao Yang who took the initiative. Tang Yingying left in the second half of the night, and bit Gao Yang's arm hard before leaving. Feeling the wind outside, Tang Yingying felt a sense of absurdity. The dignified eldest daughter of the Tang clan actually slept with someone else without knowing it. And it happened twice, and the most important thing is that she came to me on her own initiative. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sister, are you considered a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Tang Xiaomi appeared beside Tang Yingying at an inopportune time, looking at her cousin with a teasing look. Don't meddle in things that are none of your business, and don't tell anyone about this, or I'll cut off your tongue. Tang Xiaomi stuck out her tongue and said, Sister, should I call him brother-in-law from now on? I think he's quite handsome and very capable. I'm a little tempted. Tang Yingying rolled her eyes at Tang Xiaomi and said, His plan is called escaping from the shell. Pay attention these 2 days. If anyone finds out about his plan, get rid of it. Tang Xiaomi was a little confused because she didn't understand. Tang Yingying could only briefly repeat the content of the plan that Gao Yang had told her. Sister, you know what, our brother-in-law is really smart. If you hadn't told me, I would never have thought of this method, and I think those people behind the scenes would be so angry that they would die. Also, my brother-in-law is pretty amazing. He can last so long. Tang Yingying's pretty face turned red, and she gave Tang Xiaomi a slap on the head. Sis, you hit me on the head again. We came here to buy jadeite raw stones, but we haven't completed the task yet. How are we going to explain it when we go back? That's right, the Tang family also makes jewelry and jade. In fact, this time they came mainly to buy jadeite. That's why he snatched Gao Yang's piece of imperial green from Xi Xianping. This piece of imperial green has been sent back. According to preliminary estimates, as Gao Yang said, it will be no problem to make 200 or 300 million yuan. If it is made into jewelry, you can make more money. Don't worry, jadeite. If I don't understand, there will be someone who does. Just make sure you can complete the mission when the time comes, you don't have to worry about that. Tang Xiaomi nodded, she understood. Sister, you mean to let my brother-in-law help you, right? If my brother-in-law helps, then there is no problem. Tang Xiaomi kept calling him brother-in-law left and right, and she was quite fluent in doing so. Tang Yingying didn't say anything else. She had other things to deal with. After giving a few instructions, she left. In the hotel room on the other side, Gao Yang was a little annoyed. I had told Tang Yingying about my plan on impulse. Now he felt a little regretful. After all, that batch of raw stones was not cheap. This person has a hidden heart. What if? Chapter 72 Su Li's Confession. The next morning, Gao Yang brought Suli to the raw stone market as usual. What surprised him this time was that Tang Yingying showed up on her own initiative. And he came straight towards Gao Yang. "Mr. Gao, I'm still short of some high-quality jadeite. Can you help me? Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly." Tang Yingying has now returned to the same state she had when they first met, and her every word and action is full of charm. Gao Yang almost thought that this Tang Yingying and the woman from last night were twins. I'll try my best. Gao Yang touched his nose. Tang Yingying was very satisfied and directly took Gao Yang's arm. Suli on the side narrowed her eyes. Tang Yingying seemed to sense it and turned her head to look at Suli. "My beautiful lady, you won't be jealous, will you?" Suli didn't say anything and walked forward first. "She's jealous." Cluck, cluck, cluck. Tang Yingying did not control her voice when speaking, so Suli could hear it clearly. Gao Yang was very embarrassed and wanted to pull his hand back. "Don't move, or I'll scream molestation." In fact, the reason why Tang Yingying acted like this was because she thought about it after returning home last night. After all, given her status, most people would have to think twice before touching Gao Yang. This is also a kind of protection. Are you coming tonight?" Gao Yang asked quietly when no one was around. Tang Yingying pinched Gao Yang's waist. "I have 2 missions this time. The first one is to buy high-quality jadeite. Please help me with this. As for the price, you can't make it too expensive, but you can't be at a disadvantage either. Just go with what's available that day. Anyway, let me complete the task, and do it beautifully. This will be good for me. Anyway, I'll compensate you in other ways. As for the evening, we'll talk about it then." Gao Yan nodded. "It's just a little less profit, no big deal." As for the other compensations that Tang Yingying mentioned, Gao Yang had already thought of it in the wrong way. Gao Yang is helping Tang Yingying in gambling on stones, or it would be more appropriate to say that the two of them are working together. On the other side, Li Sei was watching somewhere. "Is that the guy you mentioned who ruined our plan?" Black Dragon nodded quickly and said, "It's this kid, he's quite good at fighting. I only fought him for a dozen moves." Black Dragon said this even he himself didn't believe it. But Li Sei didn't care. "What's this guy's background?" Black Dragon shook his head and said, "I asked around. He has no background. He's a stranger. I just happened to meet him that night. But I have heard that this person has some skills in gambling on stones. He seems to have bought a lot of good materials in the past few days. And several local forces have also set their sights on him." Li Sei's eyes lit up. He finally heard something interesting. In fact, Li Sei has basically no interest in dealing with people like Gao Yang. After all, he was just an ordinary person, and he accidentally ruined their good deeds. It would not be worth it to retaliate for such a small thing. After all, this guy is not a gangster, so he can't waste extra time on this matter. To put it simply, Gao Yang is not worthy of Li Sei spending time and energy to deal with, but it would be fine if he was just a byproduct. But it's different now. Who doesn't love money? Li Sei also loves money. So when he heard that Gao Yang was very good at gambling on stones, he immediately had some ideas. Of course, he was not doing this for the batch of raw stones. He was thinking about the long term, which was to control this person. How could he not have his own business after being active in this area for so many years? Find out this guy's background for me, and then I'll let this mistake go. In addition, I can give you some benefits." Black Dragon's eyes lit up. I immediately agreed. On the other side, Tang Yingying kept smiling because Gao Yang had helped her cut out several pieces of high-quality jade. "It seems that I have really found a treasure." However, there was one thing that Tang Yingying was not very satisfied with, that was that this guy was too lustful. Not to mention the big-breasted woman last night, this one called Suli today must also be related to him. And from what that woman deliberately reminded me, it seemed that Gao Yang already had a girlfriend in Jinling City. Gao Yang made 50 million this morning. Actually, he could have made 100 million, but it doesn't matter. "Gao Yang, we should go back. There are still things waiting for us to deal with over there." Suli's reminder interrupted their conversation. Gao Yang nodded. He did have something to do. After all, he was waiting for news from Qian Meili. "Mr. Gao, thank you very much for today. We will continue tomorrow." After Tang Yingying finished speaking, she kissed Gao Yang on the cheek and then left with her perky hips twisted. Don't look, everyone has left. You can't eat it even if you want it. There was a sour taste in Su Li's words. Gao Yang touched his nose. Whether he could eat Su Li or not was not up to him. It was up to his younger brother. When they returned to the hotel, Qian Meili had not come back yet, so Gao Yang directly hugged Su Li. He had been teased by Tang Yingying for the entire morning and he really couldn't stand it anymore. Su Li resisted symbolically for a while, and then stopped resisting. Just when Gao Yang was about to reach out and touch Su Li's vital parts, he was stopped by Su Li. Gao Yang, do you want to run a red light? Gao Yang suddenly came to his senses and forgot about the matter. Su Li felt a little embarrassed at this time. Gao Yang, do you know? Do you know why I come here every night pretending to sleepwalk? Because you are Wen Wanting's boyfriend, and I am her best friend. Wanting takes care of me. So, I can only use that method, so that I can feel better. I admit that I'm a little bit unkind, but I can't control myself, so I'm shameless. Anyway, no one here knows me. Do you get me? Our abnormal relationship can only be maintained here. After we go back, you will still be you and I will still be me. Can you promise me that? Gao Yang understood what Su Li meant, that is, this relationship would end in Jinling City. As long as we return to Jinling City, this relationship will end. Gao Yang is actually also very conflicted. Men are animals who think with their lower body. Before taking off his pants, he doesn't think about the consequences, but after putting on his pants, he will regret it. I feel sorry for this and that, but when the next time comes, the first thing I should consider is not to let myself down. So Gao Yang didn't get anything for free. During this period of time, he made a lot of money with Su Li and Qian Meili. Of course, this money is nothing to him, because it is just the difference between cutting one more stone or one less stone. But for others, it is an astronomical figure. Take Qian Meili for example. Gao Yang helped her earn at least 5 million during this period. At least Qian Meili felt it was worth it. It not only satisfied her needs but also achieved her goal. She didn't feel at a disadvantage. For Gao Yang, he had received it and given compensation, so there was no debt here. As for Su Li, Gao Yang just wanted to help her make money here, and make more money after she returns. But he forgot one thing, the relationship between Su Li and Wen Wanting. Gao Yang may not consider this matter, but Su Li cannot. Gao Yang, don't think too much. As long as we return to Jinling City and return to normal, everything will be fine. I know you're feeling a little uncomfortable today, let me help you. Chapter 73 Tang Yingying is addicted. Qian Meili came back late, almost when Su Li had just finished some things. The three of them came to the restaurant to eat, and Gao Yang was talking to Qian Meili. Su Li blushed as she listened, but her mind was already wandering. This was her first time using her mouth. When she was with Xiao Mingguang before, that guy had also asked for it. But Su Li rejected it. I didn't expect that today I would take the initiative to propose it and put it into action. Okay, let's start implementing the plan tonight. Go to the new warehouse this afternoon to prepare. I'll be there around midnight. After some discussion, Gao Yang finally made a decision. After lunch, Gao Yang took Su Li to the raw stone market again, but this time they didn't cut the stones. Gao Yang is going back this time to open his own raw stone shop, so it is impossible for him to buy only stones containing jadeite. He just needs to ensure that the quality of his raw stones is better than others. So he even bought some of the scraps. But they are all selected. In short, if we bring back these things, they will definitely be better than those from others. But it's not cost effective to solve it by yourself. This has one advantage, which is that it is cheap. He does have plugins, but they cannot disrupt the market, and it is even more impossible for him to solve the problems by himself all day long. If all the materials in his store turned out to be jadeite, the Jinling market might collapse. For example, if there are 3 out of 10 pieces of other people's materials that may contain jadeite, then he can make 4 pieces. As the saying goes, there are only wrong buyers, not wrong sellers. These merchants selling raw stones are more shrewd than each other. Although all these materials piled up in the store look the same, in fact, if you look into it carefully, the more expensive ones have a greater chance of yielding jade. Gao Yang took advantage of this opportunity. For example, the rough materials he bought were worth a total of 1 billion yuan, so these rough materials could produce jadeite worth at least 1.5 billion yuan. Then after returning, he still needs to go through some selection. Pick out the best quality jadeite. In this way, out of 1 billion pieces of raw material, we can produce about 700 to 800 million pieces of jadeite. Then these raw materials were sold by him, and Gao Yang was not a bad person, he just wanted to make 3 to 500 million. After all, the materials here are cheap, and I can just make a profit from the price difference when I go back. As for the real money making, he has already picked it out, and there is also money to be made here. Including the first piece of imperial green, Gao Yang has earned 1.5 billion during this period. This number is scary to think about. If we add in the money we plan to take back, our preliminary estimate is that we will have no problem making 20 to 30 billion. And this is not a public auction. The real money is made during the public auction. The raw materials at that time are the best in the year, and it is also the most profitable time. It is common to make tens of millions by simply cutting a piece of raw stone. Of course, you have to have good eyesight. Those who lack vision will suffer greater losses. According to Wanting, some jade materials are worth hundreds of millions. Moreover, the probability of making a loss when cutting this kind of material is quite high. In short, gambling is risky and investing requires caution. After an afternoon of shopping, Gao Yang spent almost all the money he earned in the morning. In fact, Gao Yang made secret marks on every piece of high-quality stone. The best stones, which are also the ones that are not intended to be sold, Gao Yang will mark a dot on them with a marker. This is to prevent Suli from getting confused after returning. After all, Suli would definitely go back first, and if she cut the good materials during the live broadcast, she would lose a lot of money. As usual, Gao Yang drove the car into the warehouse, but this time he was loading goods instead of unloading them. Feeling that it was about time, Gao Yang drove the van away from here and parked it in the usual parking lot. In fact, there is a big risk here. If a car thief drives away his car, he will probably cry. After dinner, Suli went back to her room to rest due to health reasons. Gao Yang was waiting in the room, waiting for time to pass. At about 11 o'clock, Tang Yingying went straight into Gao Yang's room. "Can you teach me how to pick a lock?" "Just like you, the kind who come and go as they please." Tang Yingying rolled her eyes at Gao Yang and said, "I taught you, and then I sneaked into the girl's room, right?" Gao Yang was so embarrassed. To be honest, this was exactly what he had been thinking. It's not impossible to learn this technique, but first you have to join our Tang sect. If you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times right now, I will reluctantly accept you as my disciple. Gao Yang shrugged and kowtowed to become his disciple? Don't even think about it. It would be fine if you just kowtow and pray in the hall. The atmosphere in the room was a bit awkward. One person wanted to do something but was too embarrassed to do it, and the other person wanted to be done something but was too embarrassed to be reminded. So the atmosphere was a bit awkward for a moment. Can I ask you a question?" Finally, Gao Yang couldn't help but speak first. Tang Yingying answered with just one word. "I feel like you are two completely different people during the day and at night. What's going on?" Gao Yang has been thinking about this problem for a whole day. Tang Yingying sat down beside the bed and began to explain. "Actually, this has something to do with our identities. We are basically out and about all year round, so we often need to disguise ourselves. So what you see in the daytime may not be true for me, or it may just be a certain side of me." Gao Yang nodded, he found this explanation acceptable. Looking at Tang Yingying who was so close to him, Gao Yang's endocrine system began to become active again. So he moved closer to Tang Yingying. "Yingying, it's getting late, why don't we?" As Gao Yang spoke, he stretched out an arm and slowly held Tang Yingying in his arms. Tang Yingying struggled symbolically for a moment, and then nothing happened. Because she was not as strong as Gao Yang, or maybe she did not really resist, in any case, she was stripped into a meat dumpling by Gao Yang in just a few moves. That's how a lot of things are. The first time was a little embarrassing, the second time still a little, then the third time I was half-hearted, and after that it was a natural thing. Anyway, by the time the two of them finished their work, more than an hour had passed. "Gao Yang, how many women do you have? Also, can you tell me about your story?" Gao Yang didn't expect that Tang Yingying was so gossipy and would be interested in his affairs. So I started to explain. "Actually, I wasn't like this before. I used to believe in love. Maybe you wouldn't believe me even if I told you. It was because of that incident that I seem to have completely changed. I became less serious than before. You may think that I am just making excuses for my lust, but I don't deny it." Tang Yingying originally rested her head on Gao Yang's arm. After hearing what Gao Yang said, she sat up suddenly. He didn't even care about his own exposure, and a look of anger appeared on his face. This Zhang Jun must die. And that Xiao Lily, she actually dared to betray my man. Gao Yang was startled and quickly began to comfort her. No, I've already taken revenge in my own way. Besides, China abides by the law, you can't mess around. It's almost time for me to act. Chapter 74. Believe in Tang Yingying. Gao Yang was stopped by Tang Yingying just as he stood up. And he couldn't move because Tang Yingying had grasped his vital points. You can't go. There are at least 4 or 5 people outside observing this place. As soon as you leave, they will definitely follow you. Then, if you move the raw stones to another warehouse, it would be a waste of time and would expose your purpose in advance. Gao Yang frowned. He had not thought about this problem. What should we do then? Tang Yingying secretly pinched her vital points with her hands and said with a smile. Why don't you wait for me to leave, and then I'll drive over there, and you can give me the address. Gao Yang had no better solution, so he can only do this. As for whether this woman would do it for his jadeite raw stone, it's just a gamble. If it was really for his raw stone, Gao Yang could only accept it. The worst that could happen was he could just start over again. Thinking of this, Gao Yang felt relieved. After all, it's just a matter of time for him. At most it will take a few more days. This way, I can recognize a person clearly, which is worth it. So he told Tang Yingying the warehouse address and contact person. Tang Yingying was about to put on her clothes and leave, but Gao Yang hugged her again. Yingying, it's still a little early, why don't we? Tang Yingying rolled her eyes at Gao Yang, but still symbolically refused twice before agreeing reluctantly. Anyway, it was already past 2 o'clock when Tang Yingying left. Gao Yang called Qian Meili and went to bed. In fact, Tang Yingying had the opportunity to take away this batch of raw stones, or if it were someone else, she would take it away without hesitation. But she would not cheat Gao Yang, because Gao Yang was her man, and because she gave her first time to this gangster. People of the underworld are generally free and easy. After all, Gao Yang saved her life. Otherwise, Tang Yingying wouldn't have specially sent it to Gao Yang at night. Maybe the woman attached more importance to her first time, or maybe she really liked Gao Yang. In short, she is now helping Gao Yang. Gao Yang slept heartlessly until dawn, but was still woken up by the doorbell. The door opened, and it was undoubtedly Su Li. Su Li was still the same, as if nothing had happened between her and Gao Yang. Maybe that's what makes her smart. Sometimes you are so good at pretending that even you believe it is real, so others naturally can't see through it. As long as you are not embarrassed and feel that this is true, then nothing others say will matter. Su Li has a clear positioning for herself, at least for now. Gao Yang, are you going to buy jadeite rough stones today? Gao Yang didn't say anything because he was brushing his teeth. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he told Su Li about his plan while eating the breakfast she brought back. Today and tomorrow, we will go to buy jadeite raw stones, and then at midnight the day after tomorrow, you and Qian Meili will leave together. But don't sit in the truck. I plan to buy a new car, a small truck. When the time comes, just follow the truck. The security company will drive the truck back. Su Li didn't quite understand and asked casually. Why do we have to arrange it this way? Can't we just sit on the truck? That truck has 2 rows of seats, so it can seat several people. Gao Yang rolled his eyes at Su Li and said. Although our plan is very careful, there is always the possibility of accidents. Especially before we leave the province, I would rather this truckload of stones be robbed than let anything happen to you. So remember this for me. If there really is an accident on the road, don't try to get close to it. Just pretend you don't know me. All you need to do is keep yourself safe and call the police. You don't have to worry about anything else. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. If everything goes smoothly, your mission is to make sure that this truckload of raw stones is not stolen by them. If you just steal a few dollars, a house will be gone. Su Li just looked at Gao Yang, her eyes a little red. At first she didn't understand what Gao Yang meant, but now she understands. Gao Yang's meaning was very simple: if a truckload of raw stones was lost, it was lost, and they couldn't let anything get into trouble. Gao Yang, wanting is so happy. It's a pity that I met you too late, otherwise I would definitely. Gao Yang smiled and said nothing. But I was thinking, even if you knew me a month earlier, you wouldn't like me. Of course Gao Yang wouldn't say that. A lot of things are like this, you get what you are in. Take a beautiful woman for example. If she is really beautiful, she is definitely not an ordinary person. Even if this beautiful woman is willing to marry you, your future life will still be unhappy, and may even bring misfortune to the man. Because this man is ordinary, he cannot control the beauty of women. In fact, why are there so many beautiful women willing to be mistresses or lovers? Sometimes it's not what they want, they just have no choice. Because women are beautiful, there will always be people who are thinking about them. If a man does not have the ability to control them, he is not qualified to have a beautiful woman. Take Xiao Lily for example. If Gao Yang were the person he is now 2 years ago, would Xiao Lily dare to lose her temper with him? Will Xiao Lily cheat on her husband? Even if Gao Yang treats her badly, she will not cheat on Zhang Jun because the risk is too great. Once Gao Yang finds out, his lifelong wealth and glory will be gone. So, as a man, if you want to have a beautiful woman, first of all, you must have the ability. You must not only be able to control this woman, but you must also be able to withstand the troubles brought by this woman. In fact, this is the importance of status. Why did Gao Yang sell a piece of imperial green or even half of it and leave? He knew very well that he could earn an extra 2 or 300 million yuan after cutting off all the shares, but he still withdrew in advance. Because of his status, he cannot control this jade. If you are too greedy, you might even lose your life. As for Xi Xianping and Tang Yingying, there is no need to worry. Because no one dares to touch them, this is their strength. It's useless for a person to have money, he also needs someone to support him, which is like being a widow. Why can't a widow have children? Because she has no one above her. After breakfast, Gao Yang brought Suli to the raw stone market again. Not only today, he would come here every day in the future. At least until his truck is far away from here. Besides, why wouldn't he do it if he could make money? After returning to Jinling City, it was almost impossible to make money in this way. Just like yesterday, as soon as Gao Yang arrived at the jadeite raw stone market, he saw Tang Yingying walking towards him with a smile. And it was very natural, he just put his arm around Gao Yang's. But today, it wasn't just Tang Yingying who came to see him, Xi Xianping was also there. A few days ago, more than half of Gao Yang's stones were traded with this guy. Only yesterday, this guy was not here, so Tang Yingying got a chance to take advantage of it. The situation today is hard to say, two people are going to fight for it. Of course, this is also what Gao Yang would like to see. Chapter 75 Cut Down, Go Crazy. Brother Gao, you look very energetic today. As soon as Gao Yang arrived, Xi Xianping came forward and shook hands with Gao Yang. As a result, Gao Yang's right hand was held by Tang Yingying and clamped between two Mount Everests, so he couldn't pull it out at all. Xi Xianping could see it, so he quickly changed his hand and shook hands with Gao Yang. Boss Xi, why didn't I see you yesterday? After Gao Yang shook hands, they chatted as they walked. Don't mention it. I got drunk the night before yesterday and slept all day yesterday. By the way, I heard that someone wants to deal with you, so you better be careful. When Xi Xianping talked about this, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Gao Yang nodded as a response. By the way, Miss Tang, you are not here to steal the jade from me again today, are you? Xi Xianping then remembered something, because the way Tang Yingying and Gao Yang looked now seemed a little ambiguous. Uncle Xi, you guessed it right, but there is no reward. Besides, I only want the best quality ones. How about you keep the ordinary ones? Xi Xianping was speechless. There are ordinary ones everywhere. Do you need to give way to them? Besides, it seems that there are no ordinary stones cut from Gao Yang. One per person, no matter how big or small, take turns. This is my bottom line, otherwise. The two men started bargaining at once, and Gao Yang had no intention of interrupting. Because he had no time at this moment, and he didn't know whether he was jealous or competitive, Suli also started to hold Gao Yang's arm. He was just short of hugging Gao Yang's arm and rubbing it back and forth. Impossible, this is the best stone here, it can't be a black egg. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just when Gao Yang and others arrived at the store, they heard these words. I suddenly became curious. Hey, I just saw it too. This guy spent 50 million to buy a piece of top quality material, and it looks like he cut it badly. Xi Xianping's words served as an explanation to Gao Yang. Gao Yang finally took the opportunity to get rid of the two koalas, but he also pinched them by the way. Gao Yang is not a person who likes to watch the fun, but it is still worth watching to see the raw stone worth 50 million being cut. The man was in his 50s, and his face looked haggard and decadent. Gao Yang got a general idea of the situation from the discussions of the onlookers. This guy's name was Song Ping. He used to have a lot of assets, but in less than 3 years, he lost all his company and assets. This was his last gamble. He had set his eyes on this stone a week ago, but because he had no money, he sold the few assets his family had. Even the house and car were sold. Just for this gamble today, the result is predictable, all the money lost. Gao Yang finally understood how unreliable gambling on stones was. This is what is meant by 1 knife making you poor, 2 knives making you rich, and 3 knives making you wear sackcloth. Ha ha ha. I'm rich, I'm rich. Just when everyone was feeling sorry for this guy and thought the matter was over, Song Ping suddenly burst into laughter and then acted like a madman. No, that's crazy. Song Ping went crazy because he couldn't accept the blow. He went crazy. Ha ha ha. I'm rich. Song Ping laughed wildly and ran away holding a piece of scrap. That look makes people feel a little sad. This is crazy, this is the second one this year, let's go. A man who looked like a market manager expressed regret and gestured for everyone to leave. Gao Yang, why don't we stop betting? What if one day you end up being like him? Gao Yang is so angry. Suli didn't say anything good, but instead said discouraging words. Will this happen to Gao Yang? If one day his ability to see through things is gone, Gao Yang will never touch this thing. After all, he doesn't understand gambling on stones. Because of Song Ping's incident, the store was empty for a while. Even Tang Yingying was ready to take Gao Yang away. But Gao Yang just doesn't believe in evil. He likes this situation because then there will be no one else in the store. That way he can do whatever he wants. Gao Yang started looking without hesitation. He looked at several pieces in a row, and they were all pretty good, but he was not satisfied. So he was about to look to the other side, when his eyes narrowed. Boss, do you want to sell this stone under your butt? It turned out that the boss was also depressed because of previous events. Although he made money, Song Ping went crazy, and the news would soon spread. Then, his store would be put into an ominous place. People who gamble on stones all believe in superstitions, and some even bathe, change clothes, burn incense and pray. Some even secretly wear a pair of red shorts. This is superstition. There is a saying that goes, it is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not exist. So, the shop owner is worried. At least his store's business won't be very good for a long time. So I moved a piece of woolen material and sat on it to think of a solution. After much thought, the idea was that someone was cutting a piece of stone in his shop and raising the price, preferably a big one, and then setting off some firecrackers. In this way, the bad luck in his shop will be dispelled. Business will naturally come back, but the question is how to solve the price increase? I'm afraid there won't be any guests anymore. Just then Gao Yang took a fancy to the piece of material under his buttocks, so he quickly stood up. There is always business to be done. Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up when the guy left. He couldn't see clearly because the guy's butt was blocking his view. After all, this perspective cannot be infinite. Boss, how much is this material? Gao Yang asked casually. The shop owner pointed to the price list on the side, and Gao Yang took a look and saw that it was 380,000. A pleasant surprise. He quickly transferred the money, picked up the stone and put it on the cart. Brother Gao, is this a good thing? As a businessman, he has a very keen sense of smell. I'm not sure, but the price is not expensive, I can cut it for fun. As Gao Yang spoke, he began to draw lines. Uncle C, let me make it clear first, this is mine. According to the discussion between the two just now, the first piece of jade should indeed belong to Tang Yingying. Xi Xianping is so depressed. I didn't come for just one day yesterday, and this little devil showed up. Now I'm fine. We also have to take turns with this little girl. But Xi Xianping didn't care, after all, the next piece would be his. Gao Yang cut very carefully, which made Xi Xianping and the others very curious, because Gao Yang had always cut stones in half with one knife before. As the raw stone became smaller and smaller, Xi Xianping saw a clue, it was a long strip. In other words, it is currently pasted into a long strip. This strip is not too long, only about 10 centimeters, but the width is only 5 or 6 centimeters. Gao Yang stopped the stone cutter and started polishing. The polishing process is very slow, because some things may become worthless if they are even slightly touched. Chapter 76, Jade Golden Dragon. Gao Yang polished very carefully and slowly. But no matter how slowly it is polished away, it will eventually be polished out. When a hint of transparency appeared, Tang Yingying was a little disappointed. She thought it was imperial green? In fact, Tang Yingying's requirements were too high. This kind of transparent jade is also called glass jade. Glass jade, as the name suggests, is as transparent as glass, has very fine quality, and dense crystal grains. It is the best jade. One of the most obvious characteristics of glass jade is that it has fluorescence which can be seen by naked eyes. This is what experts call fluorescence. This type of jade usually has glass luster, its texture is fine, pure and flawless, and its color is pure and bright. What Tang Yingying was a little disappointed about was not the variety of the jade, but its size. If this piece were a little bigger, the price would be incredible, second only to the imperial green. But the problem is that it is in a long strip shape, which means that this piece of jade can only be made into rings, necklaces, pendants, earrings and other things. First of all, bracelets are ruled out. You should know that among jade products, the most expensive ones are bracelets. After all, a bracelet has an innate condition, which is its large size. Like other things, even scraps can be made. So, this piece of jade is of good quality, but unfortunately it is not very valuable. However, this thought only lasted for a while before Tang Yingying denied it again because she saw something different. In the transparency, there is actually a hint of yellow, and Tang Yingying covered her mouth and dared not speak, for fear of disturbing Gao Yang. Xi Xianping didn't dare to speak, his eyes fixed. Finally, Gao Yang stopped. Fuck, brother Gao, give this to me, and you decide the price. Xi Xianping has already started breaking the rules. Uncle Xi, we have agreed that this jadeite belongs to me. Gao Yang ignored the two of them. He admired the jade in his hand as if it were a work of art. This is a long strip of ice jade. According to the price, a piece of ice jade this big is estimated to be worth a few million. The main reason is its size. Just like imperial green, no matter how valuable it is, if you don't have the size, you won't be able to sell it at a high price. But what makes it precious is that there is a strip of yellow jade in the middle of this piece of ice jade. But it may not be jade. In any case, there is something inside. This thing is green and yellow in color. At first glance, its shape is exactly the same as a golden dragon. If it is artificially made, it will definitely not be valuable, but since it is natural, the price may be dozens of times higher. In fact, this kind of thing has naturally appeared before, for example, ice type mixed with other colors, such as green, yellow, etc. But that was messy, unlike this piece. This piece of golden body inside looks at least 70% like a golden dragon. Then the value is incredible, and it can definitely be hyped as a store treasure. In fact, this situation also exists with other jadeite, but you just can't discover it. For example, some green jade is mixed with other colors, but because it is green jade, even if there is something inside, it cannot be seen. Unless the green jade is cut, it is useless. Not only is it worthless, it will also lower the overall price. Only the glass type can be seen intuitively because it is transparent inside. In addition, the dragon has a special meaning to the Chinese people. I'll give you 100 million. Xi Xianping stopped talking nonsense with Tang Yingying and directly named the price. He wants to speak with price. 200 million. Tang Yingying also quoted a price. Xi Xianping wanted to make another offer but was stopped by Gao Yang. Excuse me, guys. I don't plan to sell this jade because I have a use for it. Gao Yang's refusal surprised the two of them. Just when I was about to ask, pa. Gao Yang was startled, not only him, but several people were also startled. It turned out that the shop owner had naturally also seen the jade. At that moment, his eyes turned and he thought of a great idea. That is to publicize this matter widely. Once it is publicized, what happened in the morning can be ignored. People's focus would only be on the current incident, so he quietly ran to the back and took a string of firecrackers and lit them up abruptly. The key is that you can't blame others. In a sense, people are just here to celebrate for you. Go! Gao Yang casually handed the jade to Suli, asked her to put it in her bag, and then ran away with the two girls. Xi Xianping also reacted and hurriedly followed. I don't know how long they ran before they finally stopped. Gao Yang's face was not red and he was not out of breath. Tang Yingying was also fine. Only Suli and Xi Xianping were out of breath. Damn it, luckily I ran fast, otherwise I wouldn't be able to leave now. Gao Yang's words were not in vain, because this kind of thing is very rare, and the significance of its existence is greater than its practical significance. Then everyone has to come and watch. If you are surrounded by those people, you can't leave for an hour or so. By that time, there will probably be more people who want to deal with Gao Yang. Brother Gao, I wonder what this jadeite of yours is. Xi Jinping was still a little unwilling, so he asked tentatively. He thought Gao Yang wanted to raise the price or something else. This is also possible. He was going to give it to his girlfriend when he got home. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but Suli spoke up. He also deliberately raised the volume of the word girlfriend. Then he glanced at Tang Yingying intentionally or unintentionally. However, Tang Yingying's facial expression did not change at all. Instead, Xi Jinping felt as if he had suddenly realized something. Brother Gao, girls don't necessarily like this kind of thing. If you really want to give it to your girlfriend, then find a way to cut out a piece of imperial green. Then make a bracelet with imperial green. It's high-end and classy. It's better than this thing, don't you think? If you want to sell it, I'll give you 300 million for one price. Gao Yang originally really intended to give it to Wen Wanting. He felt that it was only right for Wen Wanting to keep the good things. But I have to say that what Xi Jinping said makes sense. This thing is indeed precious, but it is not practical. It's like an antique that's worth millions or tens of millions. To a collector, it's priceless. For others, it would be more economical to exchange it for money. So if this thing is given to Wen Wanting, it can only be placed somewhere in the house. Since others can't see it, you can only appreciate it yourself, so it really doesn't mean much. It would be better to get 2 emperor bracelets. Wen Wanting will be very happy then. Maybe I can help him if I'm happy. Well, Gao Yang's imagination is a bit wild and he has already started to daydream. I'll give you 400 million. Uncle C, if you don't follow martial ethics anymore, I won't allow it. Chapter 77 Tang Xiaomi appears. The corners of Xi Jinping's mouth twitched, and he finally gave up helplessly. Gao Yang didn't say anything and had to hand the little golden dragon to Tang Yingying. Okay, let's change the street and continue. Gao Yang didn't mention the money, and neither did Tang Yingying, as if the matter was over. In fact, Gao Yang had no intention of asking for money. She had given him her innocence, and he couldn't promise her a future, so he can only make up for it as much as possible. However, Gao Yang did not feel much guilt. After all, Tang Yingying and Wen Wanting situations were different. Wen Wanting gave her to that man when she was drunk. Tang Yingying was drugged by someone else, so I could be considered to have saved her, and it was the other party who took the initiative. There is an essential difference here. This is like someone just bought a new car and you drive directly into it. You need to take full responsibility. In Tang Yingying's case, the new car was about to fall off the cliff and was towed up by him using a trailer. Although it was damaged, at least the person was safe. Moreover, the damage was caused by her herself, and Gao Yang even paid a lot of gas money. Although Gao Yang drove this car several times later, that was with the other party's consent and he also filled it with gas. At most it's just some wear and tear. A few people came back to the other side, and wow, there were not many people here. He must have been attracted by the sound of firecrackers over there. This is actually a good thing. Gao Yang paid more attention next. He would directly untie the stones of similar value. If he came across a stone that had greatly increased in value, he would take it back. Anyway, I won't be stupid enough to cut it again. Damn it, that old Lu is such a piece of shit. He screwed me over this morning and now he's trying to trick us again. What do you mean by driving a golden dragon? I can drive one of his. That's right, he is just hyping it up on purpose to attract more business to his store. Ugh. I'll never go to his shop again, damn it. Listening to the discussions of those who had come back from watching the fun, Gao Yang and his companions looked at each other. Then everyone held back their laughter. It turns out that the scumbag is called Lao Lu. He has it all his own fault. He was just trying to be clever, and now he has lost both the wife and the army. Gao Yang ignored the matter and made tens of millions again in the morning. He secretly transferred 10 million to Su Li and 2 million to Qian Meili. In a sense, there is a big difference between the two women. Gao Yang and Su Li have a much better relationship, while Qian Meili can only be considered a cooperative relationship. In total, I have given Qian Meili several million this time, which is enough. As for Su Li, he was given almost 20 million in total. Su Li didn't want it at first, but later she accepted it. After all, Gao Yang is rich, and in a sense, Su Li defines herself as Gao Yang's woman. Although she has never said it out loud and may never say it out loud in the future, this is what she thinks in her heart. At least she didn't plan to let others cultivate her own land in the future. After lunch, Gao Yang had no plans to go out again. After all, it would not be good to be in the spotlight too much. He has to wait until all the jade is shipped back. That was the time when he made money. He dared to cut any stone, make some money, and then disappear. Because it was too hot, Gao Yang took a shower. As soon as he got into bed and picked up his mobile phone, he saw a transfer record. A full 300 million. Gao Yang was slightly stunned. He was 100% sure that the money was transferred by Tang Yingying. Originally, Gao Yang hadn't planned to take it, he just considered it as gas money and wear and tear money during this period. So I sent a message directly to ask. The general meaning is, if you had no intention of taking the money, why transfer it to me? What made Gao Yang laugh and cry was that Tang Yingying's reason was even more bizarre. The original text is as follows. You are my man, you cannot let my man suffer any loss. The money at home belongs to the family, not to me. At the end, she posted a sexy picture, so revealing. Unfortunately, there is a piece of gauze blocking it. Just when Gao Yang was having some physiological reaction, the doorbell rang. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. It must be Qian Meili who came back, and he just happened to need that. So I hurried over to open the door, and when I opened it, there was a beautiful woman, but I didn't recognize her. This beauty has short hair that reaches her ears and big, twinkling eyes. The nose is upturned and the lips are pouty. At first glance, she looks a bit like Tang Yingying. She was wearing quite revealing clothes, a tight top and a hip skirt. She wasn't very tall. The two balls are bulging and seem to be about to burst out. Tang Xiaomi was also looking at Gao Yang, after all, she had never had close contact with him before. Gao Yang was wearing a pair of shorts at this time. After all, he had just taken a shower and was preparing to go to bed. Plus, he thought it was Qian Meili, so he didn't pay attention to this aspect. Tang Xiaomi's eyes lit up and she licked her lips intentionally or unintentionally. The capital is really sufficient. Who are you? Gao Yang began to ask questions. Judging from the appearance of this woman, she was definitely not a young lady. If all ladies have such standards, I guess no man would be willing to marry them. Brother-in-law, my name is Tang Xiaomi, and my cousin is Tang Yingying. Gao Yang felt very embarrassed when he was called brother-in-law. He quickly let Tang Xiaomi into the room and found a pair of pants to put on. Just put on a t-shirt. Xiaomi, what do you want to talk to me about? Tang Xiaomi smiled, and her smile was equally charming, but Gao Yang didn't dare to have any bad thoughts, after all, she was Tang Xiaomi's sister. Brother-in-law, from now on I will be your bodyguard and assistant. My sister is going to go back. She should have sent you a message. It will take about 3 days, so you can contact me if you need anything next time. I live in the third room next to you, you can come find me anytime. By the way, let's add the contact information first. After Tang Xiaomi finished speaking, she started to add Gao Yang's phone number in WeChat, then winked at Gao Yang, turned around and left. Gao Yang felt that this girl was a bit like Susan. It's not the looks, but the naughty personality. As for the identity of Tang Xiaomi, Gao Yang had no doubt at all. Not to mention that she and Tang Yingying looked 50% similar, Tang Yingying would understand the matter as soon as she asked. Gao Yang suddenly thought of something. Tang Xiaomi said that Tang Yingying had returned and also sent him a message. I quickly picked up my phone to check, and sure enough, there was a message. It was a voice message that came after I sent him that picture. Maybe Tang Xiaomi just happened to press the doorbell, so I didn't notice it. Gao Yang also sent a voice message, saying, "Be careful on the road. I'll wait for you here." Chapter 78 being followed. After Gao Yang sent the message, he went straight to rest. I felt my nose a little itchy in a daze, so I rubbed it with my hand and it felt better. But after a while my nose started to itch again. Well, Gao Yang gradually woke up, and then he saw a woman poking his nostrils with something. Gao Yang was startled. Puff. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Brother-in-law, you are so timid. Gao Yang was indeed frightened. Anyone would be startled when they opened their eyes and saw a face. How did you get in? Gao Yang reacted halfway through his words. If Tang Yingying was able to unlock the door and get in, then Tang Xiaomi was no exception. Gao Yang even suspected that those people with the surname Tang were a group of bandits. Xiaomi, can you knock on the door before coming in next time? Also, can you teach me your lock-picking skills? If you teach me, how about I give you a piece of emerald? Gao Yang was ready to bribe. To be honest, he was very interested in this secret of lock-picking. The locks in ordinary hotels were not very sophisticated, but they were much better than those in ordinary people's homes. Well, if you learn this skill, you have a lot of fun in the future? Brother-in-law, it's not impossible for me to teach you, and I can teach you until you learn it. But I don't want the jade. All I want is for you to join our Tang sect and become my younger brother. How about that? Gao Yang has heard the word Tang sect several times. I became interested immediately. Xiaomi, then tell me what the Tang sect does first. What do I need to do if I join them? Tang Xiaomi thought about it and said. Logically, I can't tell you this, but you are my brother-in-law now, which means you are one of us, and you are half a member of the Tang sect. Then I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. Gao Yang nodded cooperatively. The Tang sect has existed for a long time, and was mainly famous for its use of hidden weapons. Later, times changed, and the days of fighting and killing gradually disappeared. So the Tang sect also started doing business in order to survive. We have many industries, including jade jewelry. In fact, it can be considered an invisible sect. Basically, all the existing sects are invisible sects because they cannot be seen in the light. There is also the Injiu men. The Black Dragon is a disciple of the Injiu men, the one you injured. Let me tell you, the Injiu men is bad. Not only are they trafficking drugs, they are also colluding with northern Myanmar. The more Gao Yang listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Because Tang Xiaomi went off topic. I was clearly asking about the Tang sect, but Tang Xiaomi spent a full half hour talking about the Yin sect. Xiaomi, are you going too far with this topic? I'm not interested in the Injiu men. Just tell me what I need to do and what benefits I will get if I join the Tang sect. Tang Xiaomi smiled awkwardly. It seemed that she had indeed gone off topic. Joining our Tang sect will bring many benefits. For example, when you are in danger, you can ask us for help. We in the Tang sect are very loyal. In addition, we have many skills, such as lockpicking, which are the most basic. We can also play with flying knives and hidden weapons. In short, we are very powerful. As for what to do, I don't know, because the person in charge here is my sister, so you just have to listen to her. But I am my sister's assistant. If you want to join the Tang sect, you have to listen to me. Gao Yang understood that Tang Xiaomi had probably just started gaining experience not long ago and basically couldn't explain anything. But this is not important. What is important is that Gao Yang is very interested in lockpicking and hidden weapons. Xiaomi, when your sister left, did she ask you to cooperate with me? Tang Xiaomi nodded. Well, I want to learn how to pick locks and use hidden weapons now. Can you cooperate with me and teach me? It was obvious that Tang Xiaomi had a simple mind. After only thinking for 3 seconds, she nodded and agreed. Okay, then I'll teach you how to pick the lock first, because it's easy. As for practicing flying knives, I don't have any here because the elders don't allow their use now, unless it's for a special mission. But we can use stones instead. After you learn how to pick locks, I will teach you how to use hidden weapons. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. He quickly put on his clothes, and then followed Tang Xiaomi to learn how to pick a lock. Brother-in-law, actually, unlocking a lock is very simple. Every lock has a lock core, and the lock core is just like the mechanism inside a mechanism. We just need to change the internal structure. I'll do it first and you can watch. After Tang Xiaomi finished speaking, he touched his chest and a very thin wire suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he inserted the wire into the keyhole and began to stir it gently, explaining as he did so. Gao Yang started to see through things directly, and immediately he could see clearly the direction of the wire and the points that needed to be touched. Stuttering. With a slight sound, the door that had been closed just now was opened. Brother-in-law, it only takes me 10 seconds to open this lock, and my sister only needs 7 seconds. For someone like you who has just learned it, it would be amazing if you can practice within 1 minute. Just give it a try. Gao Yang nodded. He was a little impatient. I took the iron wire which was as thick as a hair and smelled it. It had a milky fragrance. He followed Tang Xiaomi's steps and used the perspective, and with a click, the lock was opened. Tang Xiaomi looked at Gao Yang with disbelief. Brother-in-law, how did you do it? You're faster than my sister. Is this the legendary second man? Gao Yang's forehead darkened. Tang Xiaomi was scolding him on purpose, but Gao Yang had no evidence. I can learn so quickly because you are a good teacher. Your teaching method is simple and easy to understand, so I can learn it quickly. Gao Yang's flattery was absolutely perfect. Tang Xiaomi nodded in agreement. Brother-in-law, this lock is relatively simple. I will teach you how to use hidden weapons now. But this place is not suitable, I will take you to the wild. Tang Xiaomi didn't wait for Gao Yang to react and pulled him away. Tang Xiaomi was driving an off-road vehicle. Not many girls drive off-road vehicles, and even fewer girls with a petite figure like Tang Xiaomi drive off-road vehicles. Not long after Tang Xiaomi and the other person drove away, another off-road vehicle followed. Elderly say, Gao Yang is quite good at fighting. Can the two of us go? Li Sei looked at the black dragon and said disdainfully. Look at your lack of ability. You think about women all day long instead of practicing martial arts properly. He can fight, so would he need that little girl to protect her? Just watch the show for a while, and leave the rest to me. But after the matter is completed, you will definitely get some benefits. Li Sei really didn't take Gao Yang and the other two seriously. It really can't be blamed on Li Sei for underestimating the enemy. It was mainly because Black Dragon had said before that he and Gao Yang had fought for more than 10 rounds. How powerful can someone be if he can fight a Black Dragon for more than 10 rounds? He can kill someone like Black Dragon with one punch. As for that little girl, Li Sei didn't take her seriously. If it was Tang Yingying, it would be the same. Chapter 79, Finger Magic. Tang Xiaomi was very naughty. She would walk wherever there were stones on the road. She was bumpy all the way and Gao Yang almost hit his head several times. He didn't stop though, because he was enjoying the scenery. With the bumps and jolts, Tang Xiaomi's body was naturally shaken violently as well, especially the two balls, which were almost thrown out. Gao Yang was drooling over what he saw. Brother-in-law, you can't have this idea. Unless my sister agrees, you won't get a share. Gao Yang was so embarrassed that he was discovered by the other party while peeping. Cough cough cough. I'm just worried that it will escape on its own. I don't mean any other meaning. Gao Yang gave a very unnecessary explanation. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Tang Xiaomi kept laughing, and Gao Yang felt that she did it on purpose. Brother-in-law, if you want, just tell my sister. If she agrees, I have no objection. Gao Yang decided not to watch it anymore as he couldn't stand it. The car had been driving for more than an hour and they were already far away from Ruicheng. Even to the wilderness. Brother-in-law, this is in the wilderness, you can't bully me. Otherwise, a weak woman like me won't be able to resist. When my sister comes back, I'll have to tell the truth. Gao Yang swore that he would never go out alone with this little goblin again. He knew that Tang Xiaomi did it on purpose. The car stopped and Tang Xiaomi took a quick glance at Gao Yang's small tent. She didn't dare to joke anymore. What if Gao Yang couldn't control himself after being teased by me and really had sex with me? Then I would suffer a great loss. There is no place to seek justice. Brother-in-law, using a hidden weapon does not use the strength of the whole body, but mainly the strength of the wrist, that is, the strength of the wrist. Hidden weapons are light in nature. They don't require strength to chop like a machete. You just need to flick your wrist at the moment of launching. Of course, if you have strong fingers, you can also use your fingers to launch it. I'll do it first, and you watch. Tang Xiaomi's teaching is very serious and professional. She picked up a stone and threw it casually. With a whoosh, a white dot appeared on a big tree about 10 meters away. Because that piece of bark was pierced. Gao Yang's pupils shrank. Tang Xiaomi had indeed just thrown it casually, but the damage was not small. He remembered a martial art inch power. Inch power refers to the explosive power at that moment. So he also picked up a small stone and threw it casually, imitating Tang Xiaomi's behavior just now. Well, not to mention the power, Gao Yang himself might not be able to find the direction in which the stone flew. He. Tang Xiaomi started laughing again, laughing crazily, laughing tremblingly. Brother-in-law, your method is wrong. First of all, you have to do this. Tang Xiaomi took Gao Yang's arm, then held him in his arms and began to teach him the methods and techniques. Tang Xiaomi didn't care at all that Gao Yang was taking advantage of him and taught very seriously. Half an hour later. Brother-in-law, I'm afraid you can't learn this, why don't I teach you the finger magic? When Gao Yang heard about the finger of magic, his eyes lit up. Just from the name, it sounded like a high-end martial art. The so-called finger-snapping magic is actually nonsense. The principle is to use the middle finger to hit the stone out, so as to achieve the effect of activating a hidden weapon. To put it simply, it's just like Dongfang Booby using an embroidery needle. First, you need to make your hand into an orchid finger, with 3 fingers stretched out, your thumb pressing on the middle finger, and then place a small stone on the middle finger. Find the target, throw it hard, and the stone will fly out. Gao Yang tried it a few times and found that this one was indeed easier, and it was also easier to hit the target. Because your finger is pointing in that direction, you just need to push it out with force, and the position will basically not be too far off. Tang Xiaomi was very satisfied. What Gao Yang basically lacked now was accuracy and strength. I just practiced for a while and suddenly thought of the spiritual energy in my body. So, can I use the spiritual energy to assist? While Tang Xiaomi wasn't paying attention, he transferred the spiritual energy to his left index finger, and then moved it according to his own thoughts. Puff! A stone the size of a peanut hit a big tree 10 meters ahead. Gao Yang walked forward to check and found that the stone had sunk into the tree trunk about 1 centimeter deep. Gao Yang was delighted. With this power, it was probably only slightly weaker than a pistol. So he hurriedly began to pick up stones. In fact, the best hidden weapon is steel balls, which are about the size of soybeans. The steel ball is round, so the resistance encountered during launch will be much smaller, and its deviation angle will naturally become smaller. In addition, from a physics perspective, the smaller the steel ball, the less resistance it encounters, and the greater its power. Who are you? Come out here. Gao Yang was picking up stones when he heard Tang Xiaomi's loud shout. Pa, pa, pa. Little girl, you are quite alert. Just then, Gao Yang saw an old man walking out of the darkness. No, the sky was already dark at this time. Li's? Tang Xiaomi recognized him immediately and became alert. He didn't know when 2 short blades appeared in his hands. Gao Yang didn't notice where these 2 short blades came from. The main reason is that he didn't use his X-ray vision. It might be because Tang Xiaomi is Tang Yingying's sister, or it might be that he didn't have the heart to look. Little girl, you are no match for me. It would be better if your sister could do it instead. You are not my target today, so I don't want to fight you. Let him stay and you go. Li Sei acted like he was the boss and he was second to nothing, but that was normal, as Tang Xiaomi was indeed no match for him. Brother-in-law, I'll hold him back, you go first. I'm no match for him, but as long as you leave, he can't stop me if I want to leave. Gao Yang was moved at this moment. No matter whether the Tang sect was good or bad, at least when Tang Xiaomi and Tang Yingying were in danger, the first thing they did was to ask him to leave. From this point we can see that they are not bad people, at least not unforgivable bad people. Want to leave? Can you walk? After Li Sei finished speaking, a pair of steel claws suddenly appeared in his hands. That's right, it's a steel claw, worn on the hand like a glove, with 3 sharp blades protruding from the back of the hand. One in each hand, it looks a bit scary. Brother-in-law, run! After Tang Xiaomi finished speaking, he rushed directly towards Li Sei. With 2 dang sounds, Tang Xiaomi's 2 dagger attacks were blocked by Li Sei. Little girl, you're still a little short of the mark. After Li Sei finished speaking, he attacked Tang Xiaomi's chest directly with his right steel claw. Tang Xiaomi quickly dodged and slashed with a dagger, but was blocked by Li Sei's other steel claw. Gao Yang didn't run away, but just watched from the side, looking for the flaw of Li Sei. Chapter 80 Li Sei was tricked. It's true that Li Sei is quite capable. He doesn't have many flaws, but just because there are not many doesn't mean there are none. Another point is related to Gao Yang's current ability. He has absorbed a lot of energy during this period. Although he doesn't know any martial arts or any special moves, he still has no problem cracking the system. Little girl, if you don't leave when I ask you to, don't blame me. Go to hell! Li Sei shouted loudly, and the moves in his hand suddenly changed, instantly transforming into countless claw shadows, attacking Tang Xiaomi. Tang Xiaomi was sweating profusely at this time. She had already used all her strength, but that stupid brother-in-law just stood there motionless. She is so angry. Now seeing that Li Sei had used his ultimate move, Tang Xiaomi could only grit his teeth and fight hard. Just when Tang Xiaomi was about to exchange injuries, there was a loud bang, and then Li Sei was seen quickly retreating. At this time, a gap had appeared on the blade in the middle of Li Sei's right steel claw. Boy, you're quite good. Li Sei's expression began to change. He underestimated Gao Yang's strength, and he didn't expect that Gao Yang would actually use hidden weapons. It is common knowledge that everyone who plays games knows that melee professions are basically afraid of ranged attack professions, such as archers. Because it can attack you, but you can't attack the opponent, the only way is to get close. Once an archer is approached, he will be bullied by melee players. Therefore, if Li Se wants to deal with Tang Xiaomi, he must first deal with Gao Yang, and the only way to deal with Gao Yang is to get close to him. Brother-in-law, you've learned it. Brother-in-law, you are so great, you shoot so accurately. Gao Yang's forehead darkened. The more he heard this sentence, the more awkward it sounded. Get out of the way and watch me torture him and avenge you. Tang Xiaomi nodded quickly, but still held the dagger tightly, and stood beside Gao Yang. In this way, one is far away and the other is close, so you can basically be invincible. Boy, I'm not here to kill you. In fact, I just want to cooperate with you. As Li Se spoke, he slowly walked towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang is not a fool. Regardless of whether he can defeat the opponent, there is no need to take the risk even if he can. So a stone bullet flew out directly. When? Li Se had just taken a step forward when he was knocked back by a stone, and there was another gap on the steel claw in his hand. Old man, you don't look good, but you think beautifully. You actually want to launch a sneak attack, believe it or not, my brother-in-law will kill you. Tang Xiaomi, who was standing by, saw Gao Yang restraining Li Se tightly and immediately became proud. Li Se narrowed his eyes and suddenly rushed towards Gao Yang. The worst that could happen was that one of his steel claws would be destroyed. Gao Yang had been on guard against this guy for a long time. The moment Li Se's eyes narrowed, he waved both hands at the same time. Dang, puff. Li Se Chang's figure suddenly stopped halfway on the road, and one of the steel claws in his hand broke. His right shoulder was hit by Gao Yang's stone, and blood was spurting out of it. He never expected that Gao Yang could attack with both hands, so he blocked a hidden weapon but was hit on the shoulder by another stone. Brother-in-law, I'm here to avenge you. After Tang Xiaomi finished speaking, she rushed forward again. This was not revenge at all, this was beating a drowned dog. Li Se's right shoulder is injured now. It may not be too serious, but he definitely cannot exert his full strength. At most, he can only exert 60% to 70% of his previous strength. Isn't this the best opportunity? Tang Xiaomi was indeed no match for Li Se, but now it was different. For a while, Li Se was defeated. Li Se feels so miserable. He swore that he would beat the Black Dragon up when he returned. What? Fighting with Gao Yang for more than 10 rounds? Bullshit. Old man, you have come to this day. I am going to skin you alive and tear out your tendons today. I'll hit you. Tang Xiaomi was very naughty. While attacking, he imitated Bruce Lee and said, I'll fight. Li Se couldn't help being beaten more and more, and his body was cut by Tang Xiaomi's dagger with several wounds. If it weren't for his rich combat experience, he would have died long ago. Go to hell. Li Se gritted his teeth and was ready to fight to the death. Tang Xiaomi was not a fool. Under such circumstances, would she choose to fight to the death with others? So he took a step back and avoided Li Se's move. However, Li Se's move was a feint, and he quickly retreated halfway through the move. Then he disappeared from Tang Xiaomi's sight in a few jumps. Hateful. Tang Xiaomi was so angry that her breasts hurt. She was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Gao Yang. It's getting dark. Let's go back to prevent sneak attacks. We'll teach him a lesson next time. Tang Xiaomi thought about it and it made sense. With a wave of his hand, the dagger in his hand disappeared again. Then he took Gao Yang's arm. Brother-in-law, how did you learn it so quickly? Gao Yang ignored Tang Xiaomi's heartlessness. He was curious about where Tang Xiaomi had hidden the dagger. Gao Yang just noticed that Tang Xiaomi reached behind her but with both hands, and then the dagger disappeared. Could it be inserted there? That's not right, because her pants are not torn. Just when Gao Yang was about to use X-ray vision to check, Tang Xiaomi spoke. Brother-in-law, why are you staring at my butt? Don't you dare try to take advantage of me, or my sister will turn you into a eunuch. But since you've behaved well today, you can touch me for a bit. I won't tell my sister. Gao Yang ignored Tang Xiaomi, and naturally didn't care where the dagger was hidden. He walked straight towards the SUV, as he still had to go back to get the jadeite raw stone. On the other side, Li Se finally got on the off-road vehicle. Elder Li Se, it was successful. Hey, why are you alone? Li Se was so angry that he slapped Black Dragon on the face. Drive, go back. Li Se's injuries were not serious at this time. They were all cuts by a dagger. He bleed a little, but the blood has basically stopped. The only trouble is the wound on my right shoulder. First I have to go back and take out the stone inside, and then get treatment." Black Dragon was stunned by the slap, but seeing the miserable state of Lise, he quickly started the car. This slap was not unfair, at least that's what Black Dragon thought. Lise must have underestimated the enemy, and in the end it was still his own fault. Now we can only pray that Lise is okay, or that he dies. But it was definitely impossible for him to die, because Lise was bandaging his wounds and there was no sign of being seriously injured or dying. So the Black Dragon could only pray that Lise was okay. When Gao Yang returned to the hotel, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. As soon as he returned to the room, he started taking a shower, and Tang Xiaomi also went back to her room to take a shower. After all, Tang Xiaomi had been fighting for a while and smelled of sweat. Gao Yang had just finished taking a shower when a WeChat video was sent to him. He picked it up and saw that it was from Wen Wanting. Chapter 81: Su Li is kidnapped. "Honey, I miss you." As soon as the video was connected, Wen Wanting's first words were this. Next, the two of them started to be affectionate. Finally, Gao Yang repeated his next arrangements, and after the two of them spent some time together, they hung up the video. Shen Meili was at the warehouse and there was no need to pay attention to her for the time being, so Gao Yang decided to go see Su Li. Su Li had just taken a shower and was immediately delighted when she found that the thing was gone. They might have to leave Ruiqing at midnight tomorrow or the morning of the day after tomorrow, so Su Li wanted to see Gao Yang one more time before leaving. After all, after returning, this kind of relationship will no longer be allowed. So Su Li also sprayed some perfume on her body. She never wore perfume before going to bed at night, but today was an exception. Especially the armpits and the small garden area, she sprayed some there. I smelled it and found it fragrant, so I left the bathroom satisfied. As a result, as soon as I walked out of the bathroom, I was hugged from behind. Su Li was shocked. First of all, she was sure that the man was a man because his dirty hands were so accurately covering the sphere. Just as she was about to scream, she saw a familiar face in the bathroom mirror, smiling at her. "Gao Yang, you scared me to death. How did you get in?" I remembered I clearly locked the door. Gao Yang would never tell Su Li that he could unlock the door. "You definitely didn't lock the door properly. Be careful next time you go out. What if you run into a pervert?" Su Li rolled her eyes. He was obviously the pervert, yet he had the nerve to criticize others? But sometimes women just like lustful men. As long as the man you like is the one you like, it's best to treat him as sexually as possible. Of course, if you don't like something, it's not called lust, it's called vulgarity. Gao Yang directly picked up Su Li and threw her on the bed. Yes, he threw her. While Gao Yang was acting ridiculously here, Lise on the other side had just treated his wounds. "Black Dragon, you deserve to die." The Black Dragon was startled and quickly begged for mercy. "Elder Lise, you really can't blame me for this. How would I know he could use hidden weapons? I didn't even see him use any hidden weapons that night." Lise wanted to get angry, but after thinking it over he held back. Black Dragon reminded him that Gao Yang was indeed good at using hidden weapons, but he was not necessarily a good fighter. Because during the previous battle, Gao Yang had been standing there motionless, and then began to attack with hidden weapons. From this point, it can be seen that Gao Yang should not be good at fighting. That means Black Dragon didn't lie. So to deal with Gao Yang, we have to think of other ways. First of all, there must not be too much space for the opponent to perform. As long as the space becomes smaller, the hidden weapons will basically be ineffective. Another thing is that he needs to gather people. He may not care about Tang Xiaomi, but Tang Yingying is very difficult to deal with. If we add a long-range shooter, Gao Yang, we won't be able to gain any advantage even if there are two of us. Also, if he can't deal with Gao Yang, he can start with the people around Gao Yang. For example, Su Li, who lives in the hotel, is exactly the type of woman that Lise likes. After thinking it over, Lise picked up the latest Apple 15, found a number and dialed it. After the call, Lise looked much better. "Halon, take a few people and tie up the woman next to Gao Yang. Remember, don't touch her, or I'll chop off your hand." Black Dragon quickly agreed. He wouldn't dare to deal with Gao Yang, but he would have no problem dealing with a woman. Originally, there were two women around Gao Yang, and the other woman had not been seen in the past 2 days. But as long as the goal is there, it's fine. Black Dragon quickly agreed and left. At the hotel, Tang Xiaomi had just finished a call with Tang Yingying, mainly recounting what happened today. After hanging up the phone, Tang Xiaomi was bored again, so she decided to tease Gao Yang. But when she opened Gao Yang's room, it was empty. This made her depressed, so she just lay on the bed and played with her cell phone. She was waiting for Gao Yang. After all, there was still action to be done in the middle of the night. After a long while, the door opened and Gao Yang came in and saw Tang Xiaomi lying on the bed. The corners of his mouth twitched. Tang Xiaomi was wearing a hip skirt, with one leg on the bed and the other leg dangling over the edge of the bed. You can vaguely see the red panties. The kind you can see without perspective. It is very tempting. Fortunately, Gao Yang had just come from Suli, otherwise he would have reacted. Xiaomi, you are a girl, can you please be more careful? Tang Xiaomi immediately understood what Gao Yang was referring to and quickly put that leg on the bed. Her pretty face blushed slightly, one of the few times Gao Yang had ever seen her blush. Brother-in-law, did you see something? Gao Yang shrugged. He would not admit it. He checked the time and handed the van keys to Tang Xiaomi. Remember, safety first. Tang Xiaomi agreed, then stood up and stretched. Perhaps she did it on purpose, as her chest was lifted up quite a bit when she stretched. Then he deliberately bumped into Gao Yang and then left with his but twisted. Gao Yang was a little worried, so he followed quietly. Fortunately, Gao Yang's worries were unnecessary. As soon as Tang Xiaomi left the hotel, she seemed like a different person and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Just as Gao Yang turned around and was about to go back to the hotel, he saw several people carrying a woman out of the hotel. He didn't care at first, but then he saw the woman's profile, Suli. Suddenly I had a bad feeling. As soon as I rushed over, the other party had already driven away in a van. Gao Yang followed in his SUV without saying a word. He didn't dare to follow too fast for fear of being discovered. Gao Yang didn't start accelerating until the SUV drove towards the suburbs. Because there were basically no people here, and Gao Yang's car lights were not turned on. With his current eyesight, he doesn't even need to turn on the headlights. After following for a while, just when Gao Yang was about to overtake and intercept the other car actually stopped. He stopped at the gate of a yard, then carried Suli up and into the yard. Gao Yang recognized the man who carried Suli as the Black Dragon from that night. The other two drove away. Gao Yang didn't hesitate. He picked up a handful of stones from the ground and put them in his pocket. Then he picked up a brick and followed him into the yard. He was careful because he wasn't sure how many people were inside. In the room, Lise looked at the unconscious Suli with great satisfaction. Well, you did a great job. You will definitely get some benefits when the time comes. Go down now. Chapter 82 Rescue. Heilong quickly agreed and left the room. He also closed the door. Pooh. He spat, thinking that he couldn't even enjoy the person he had captured with great difficulty. No matter how much he complained, Heilong had no choice but to keep cursing in his heart. At this moment, with a bang, Black Dragon felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. His eyelids fluttered and he fell down. Gao Yang casually supported Black Dragon. He was not afraid that this guy would fall, but was mainly afraid that this guy would make a noise. After Gao Yang dealt with the Black Dragon, he came to the door and slowly pushed it open a crack. He saw the old man named Lise slowly unbuttoning Suli's pajamas. And a large area of white has been revealed. Just as Lise was about to reach out his dirty hands to climb to the top, he suddenly felt a chill from behind. He quickly turned around and dodged. Bang! A brick hit the wall hard. It's you! Lise recognized Gao Yang at once and was startled for a moment, but then he was delighted. Because the door was open at this time, there was no one behind Gao Yang, which means that Gao Yang came alone. Boy, you are quite brave. How about cooperating with me? As long as you cooperate with me, you can get money and women. Gao Yang's eyes were full of fire at this time. It was because of me that Suli was kidnapped. If I hadn't happened to come outside the hotel to observe Tang Xiaomi, that's a serious problem. At this time, Suli was still in a coma. Fortunately, she was only in a coma, otherwise. Gao Yang was thankful, as if he had arrived a step later the consequences would have been disastrous. So when he heard Lise talk about cooperation, he was immediately furious. Cooperate with your sister, go to hell. Gao Yang attacked directly, shooting left and right, and 2 stones flew towards Lise. Lise was prepared and jumped away, and this was exactly what Gao Yang wanted. In this way, Su Li is safe. Boy, if you don't accept my toast, you're courting death. Li Sei didn't have time to put on the steel claw boxing gloves, but it didn't matter, it was enough to deal with Gao Yang. However, something unexpected happened to him. Gao Yang dodged the attack by simply turning his head, and even punched out directly. Li Sei was startled and quickly reached out to block, but he made two mistakes. First, he forgot that his other hand was injured, and second, he ignored or underestimated Gao Yang's strength. With a bang, Li Sei was knocked flying backwards. Puff! Li Sei spat out a mouthful of blood, then looked at Gao Yang with horror. How come you are so strong? Gao Yang rubbed his fist. In fact, his fist felt a little painful at this moment. There are many things you can't imagine. I want you to die today. Gao Yang shouted and rushed towards Li Sei with his fists raised. It is said that villains die because they talk too much, but Gao Yang would never make such a mistake. After all, Li Sei has been in the martial arts world for most of his life. How rich is his combat experience? Since you know you can't win, you should have considered retreating a long time ago. Seeing Gao Yang rushing over, he hooked a stool nearby and threw it at me, Gao Yang. Then he turned around and left the room, grabbed the black dragon that was like a dead dog, and jumped directly onto the roof. Gao Yang didn't dare to chase it this time because Su Li was still there. So I could only take out a stone and hit it out directly. Li Sei quickly used the black dragon in his hand as a shield. Ah! A loud scream was heard, coming from the unconscious black dragon, whose lower body was bleeding profusely. The corner of Li Sei's mouth twitched, and without stopping, he disappeared here with a few jump keys. Gao Yang ignored her and quickly tidied Su Li's clothes and prepared to leave. Just then, he saw a box next to the bed, which was quite heavy to lift. So he picked her up and carried Su Li into the car. The car stopped near the hotel, and then he carried Su Li into the hotel. He glanced at the hotel staff on duty who was still asleep, and he wanted to beat him up. The security here is too bad. After returning to the room and putting Su Li on the bed, he finally calmed down a bit. Then he took out his cell phone and called Tang Xiaomi, telling her what happened tonight. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yang finally remembered the box. This box is locked with a combination lock, but Gao Yang is not a thief. He is a robber now, so he can just break it open. So he just swung his fist and smashed it open in a few hits. As soon as the box was opened, Gao Yang's eyes lit up. There were all kinds of good things inside. In addition to a few sets of clothes, there were 5 pieces of jade, and the preliminary estimate was over 100 million yuan. There is also a small box. When the box was opened, there was a book and some other things inside. What interested Gao Yang was a ring. This ring looks like jade, but not quite. However, it is really beautiful. I put it on casually. He put several pieces of jade into the cabinet, and then took out some that he felt were useful. Finally, I picked up this book. It would be more appropriate to say that it is a handwritten and bound copy rather than a book. I flipped through it casually and found it was a book on boxing, but I couldn't understand it, so I threw it aside. I checked the box again and found nothing, so I threw the box and clothes directly under the bed. I looked at the time and it was already 3 a.m. At this time, Su Li was still sleeping soundly and even snoring. Gao Yang's evil taste suddenly came up, so he stretched out his dirty hands. The next night, Su Li woke up and thought of a dream. She dreamed that she was sleeping soundly, and then Gao Yang came and did that to her. The most important thing is that I am quite cooperative. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that he really had to leave, otherwise this would become addictive. At this moment, she felt something was wrong. This was not her room, but Gao Yang's room. Moreover, her pajamas. Su Li knew that what happened last night was not a dream, but that this gangster had carried her in his arms. Then, "You filthy rascal, you big pervert, you old pervert." Su Li started to curse Gao Yang, but she had a strange feeling in her heart. For example, tonight. On the other side, in Tang Xiaomi's room, Gao Yang was talking to Tang Xiaomi. "Brother-in-law, this matter is not that simple. Li Sei is from Yinjuman. You injured him last night, and he will definitely find helpers to come. Although their headquarters is also in the next province, it is much closer than ours, so you must leave here quickly." Gao Yang shrugged indifferently. He was very confident in his own strength. "Xiaomi, let's not talk about this for now. Can you help me look at this thing? Can you understand it?" Gao Yang handed the boxing manual to Tang Xiaomi. Tang Xiaomi took the boxing manual and flipped through it, saying, "This is a boxing manual." Gao Yang was speechless. Everyone knew that this was all, because there were pictures inside, and each picture was a boxing move. Does Tang Xiaomi need to tell him? Chapter 83 BML. Auntie, can we get to the point? Gao Yang was at a loss and could only address her as aunt. Okay, grandson. Tang Xiaomi took advantage of the situation and took advantage of the situation verbally. This boxing manual is quite old. The paper has turned yellow and black and is torn. From this it seems that this is an ancient boxing manual, but I don't recognize the words on it, and I guess Li Sei doesn't recognize them either. Otherwise, if he really practices the boxing techniques above, I guess you won't be able to beat him at all. Tang Xiaomi talked for a long time, but it was all in vain, so she reached out and took it back because Gao Yang thought of a solution. That is to use the X-ray vision to read it, maybe it will be useful. And he actually forgot to authenticate the ring. In fact, Gao Yang can't be blamed. He was nervous after coming back last night. Or maybe it would be more appropriate to say excited. When people are nervous or excited, it is easy to overlook some important things, which is normal. Plus, there is a beautiful woman lying next to him. Only a fool would study this thing? He is not Sun Wukong, who can freeze the fairies and then run over to steal peaches. He is not that stupid. Okay, let's put this aside for now. Let's go to the raw stone market and have a look. We have almost finished our purchases. This is the last day. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he went straight back to the room, hid his things, then went out with the car keys. As soon as I went out, I saw Suli coming out of the room, smiling brightly at Gao Yang. Then the smile on her face disappeared again because a beautiful woman came out from the next room. He was still holding Gao Yang's arm. "Brother-in-law, let's go." Gao Yang is so embarrassed. When Gao Yang came to the raw stone market again, he was not as worried as before. His courage comes from his strength. After several fights, Gao Yang felt that he was a good fighter. "Gao Yang, who is this woman?" While Tang Xiaomi was in the bathroom, Suli finally found an opportunity and started asking. "That's Tang Yingying's sister." It would have been fine if he didn't explain. As soon as he explained, Suli looked at Gao Yang with malicious eyes, which made him feel scared. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Suli looked at it for a long time before saying, "Did you kill that Tang Yingying?" "I didn't realize, Gao Yang, that you are such an expert in this field. Are you planning to give this Tang Xiaomi to that person next? Aren't you afraid that there will be a fire in the backyard and Wan Ting will cut off your thing?" Gao Yang was shocked and quickly denied it. "Don't talk nonsense. There is no basis for your claims." Suli said, "Huh? Although I haven't had contact with you for a long time, I have met you a few times. Through my observation during this period, I found that you have a characteristic. When you are about to lie, or are already lying, you will touch your nose. And every time. So I advise you to change this habit. Otherwise, with Wanting's intelligence, she will find the problem within a week. Also, if you work hard enough, you can grind an iron rod into a needle." After Suli finished speaking, she left Gao Yang because Tang Xiaomi came back. Gao Yang fell into deep thought. He is not afraid of grinding an iron rod into a needle, after all, it is a joke. He was thinking about how to explain when he returned. It feels great to cheat on someone, and you'll feel great if you do it every day. But I'm afraid you won't feel great after you go back home. It seems that I need to pay attention. While Gao Yang was thinking about some small problems, Li Sei found a new place to live and then paid for a doctor to treat the black dragon. It's not that the black dragon is so important, but mainly because the black dragon is very familiar with this place. He is almost like a local tyrant. This guy will be useful in doing things here in the future. Another thing is that the main responsibility for the black dragon's death lies with Li Sei himself. He could have dodged the stone that Gao Yang shot at him, but he did it out of habit. As a result, Black Dragon has now become a eunuch. He still felt somewhat guilty about it, but of course, he would not admit it. "Black Dragon, how do you feel?" It's rare for Li Sei to show concern. "Elder Li Sei, am I useless?" Li Sei nodded as a reply. Black Dragon suddenly wanted to die. If he were 50 years old, he would be useless, but he is only 30 years old now. How will he live in the future? "Halon, my penis has a scar as big as a fist, and it still has some functions that can be used. At least you don't have to squat to use the toilet, which is a blessing. Just open it up if you want." You stay here and take good care of your injuries for the next few days. I'll go back and get some things. Watching Li Se leave, the black dragon's eyes were filled with resentment. If it wasn't for this old dog asking him to kidnap Su Li, how could he have gotten into this disaster? Li Se, I'm drafting 18 generations of ancestors. Li Se naturally didn't know that the black dragon was scolding him behind his back. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. What he cared about most now was the things in his room. That is the box that Gao Yang took away. There are jadeite worth hundreds of millions in it, which he obtained through illegal means in the past few days, which can be simply understood as stealing or robbing. These are not the most important things. The most important thing is the iron box. He obtained this iron box by accident. He has not yet figured out the other things, but he has figured out some tricks of the boxing manual. He is now better at fighting than he was 3 years ago, and this is mainly due to this boxing manual. Although he couldn't understand the words, he could still use them to some extent by practicing the movements in the boxing manual. Li Se used to use a dagger, but later on, in order to practice the martial arts in the boxing manual, he changed to steel claw boxing gloves. This way you can use your fists and a short blade, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He was careless last night. Now he could only pray that Gao Yang saved the woman and left, otherwise. With a nervous heart, I returned to the courtyard, and as soon as I entered the room, I felt something was wrong. The box was gone. Gao Yang, wait for me. Li Se didn't stay for long. This place was no longer safe and he had to evacuate quickly. Then he also had to heal his wounds and wait for reinforcements to arrive. A day passed like this. Gao Yang loaded the last batch of raw materials from the warehouse onto the van and left. Before leaving, he even put up a sign with the word SB written on it. Next, it's about tonight's secret plan. Gao Yang called Qian Meili in the hotel room to make arrangements, and then began to instruct Su Li. Su Li, around 2 o'clock in the evening, leave with Tang Xiaomi and go to the warehouse over there. Then load the car. I'll let Tang Xiaomi go with you. She won't come back until we leave the province. Remember, be careful along the way. If there is any problem with the raw stone, don't worry about it. Ensuring safety is the most important thing. Do you understand? Chapter 84. This is a gun. Gao Yang, are you really not leaving with us? I'm worried about you like this. Gao Yang smiled and said. These stones will be used for our store and live streaming, so when you go back, you can directly do live streaming and sell goods. When the time comes, ask wanting to find you a stone cutter. Don't touch the stones I prepared. You can use the triangular ones for live broadcasting. As for the others, you can put them in the open space at the back, but you may have to live in my shop. After all, this batch of raw stones is worth at least 1 billion yuan. It is all my hard work. If you are afraid to live alone, let Susan or my sister accompany you. I will probably stay here for about 10 days and then go back, don't worry. Since Gao Yang has made up his mind, Su Li knows that it is useless to persuade him any further. The only thing she could do might be to satisfy Gao Yang for the last time. Su Li is a person who dares to love and hate. Otherwise, why would she choose to divorce without hesitation about her ex-husband's affairs? She even gave all the company's funds to the other party because she knew that dragging her feet on many things would not be good for her. As for whether you will regret it or not, we'll talk about it later. Gao Yang, love me. After Su Li finished speaking, she threw herself into Gao Yang's arms. The night is deep and the breeze is blowing. Gao Yang couldn't see Su Li and the others leave, but he knew they had left. He was waiting for news about Su Li and others leaving the province, or maybe bad news. She was not sure if there were any loopholes in this plan, but with Tang Xiaomi around, there was basically no need to worry about safety issues. I looked at the time, it was 3:30. If nothing unexpected happened, we would be able to leave the province at dawn and be safe by then. Bai Deng realized that this was not Gao Yang's style, so he thought of the ring, skills, and some items. The first thing is the ring in my hand. I don't know what material this ring is made of, so I used the perspective function to check the data. But to Gao Yang's surprise, he couldn't see anything. Normally, there are only 2 possibilities for why your mutated eyes can't see anything. First, it is worthless. It's like picking up a stone from the road, it won't do any good. Because its value is nothing, and since it has no value, there is naturally no information. The second situation is that the level of this thing is too high, very high. Gao Yang didn't worry about it and just treated him as an ordinary thing. Anyway, it looks good when worn. Then he took out the boxing manual again, and this time an accident happened. The information about the boxing manual was available, and there were also explanations of the moves. This is a book of external force boxing, which can be simply understood as external family boxing. He has a very nice name, Thunder Fist. There are 9 moves in boxing, and each move is divided into 9 styles. Gao Yang immediately became interested and began to watch the first move, King Kong subduing the tiger. After watching for a while, I felt that the moves were a bit like the fight between Li Se and Tang Xiaoming yesterday, but not quite the same. Gao Yang practiced in the room for a while, but felt uncomfortable. He couldn't do anything here, so he thought of the grove that Tang Xiaoming had taken him to before. But he can't go now because he doesn't have a car. He drove away Tang Xiaoming's car, and the van was still in the warehouse. Suddenly, Gao Yang thought of the courtyard where Li Se had been before. There is definitely no one living in that courtyard now. It is impossible for Li Se to be so stupid as to still live there. So I put on my clothes and went straight out of the hotel, treating it as a morning run. In fact, it's not far. It only takes about 10 minutes if you drive, and only a few dozen minutes if you run. After all, you can't drive too fast on suburban roads. If you drive on the highway for more than 10 minutes, you will be exhausted to death. Gao Yang was running while looking at the time, and he didn't notice that a group of people were following him quietly. When Gao Yang arrived at the destination, it was already past 4 o'clock. Based on the imagination in my mind, I started to practice the set of boxing. I was very unfamiliar with it at first, but then I gradually became proficient in it. Just when Gao Yang had almost finished practicing the first move, he heard a noise on the roof. I was shocked. Could it be that Li Se came back? If Li Se came back, then the situation would be bad, because if Li Se appeared at this time, it meant that he brought helpers with him. Thinking of this, Gao Yang began to walk towards the gate of the courtyard. Yes, he was ready to evacuate. As a result, he stopped just as he reached the gate of the courtyard because he saw something. Gao Yang began to back away, sweat starting to form on his forehead. He had only seen this thing on TV and had never seen it in real life. This thing had a simple name: pistol. Gao Yang is not afraid if you are holding a knife, but he has no confidence at all that he can dodge this pistol. Gao Yang kept retreating and soon reached the center of the courtyard. At this moment, 7 or 8 people rushed over from the roof and the door. These people didn't have guns, but they all held machetes, and it was obvious that they were not good people. Gao Yang, right? You should know why we are here. I won't say any more nonsense. We are only seeking wealth, not life. Take us to the warehouse now and cooperate with us to get the raw stone out. I promise not to hurt you. Gao Yang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Why don't you just go there directly? Why do you have to ask me to take you there? Gao Yang finally asked the question in his mind, but he was relieved because since these people came here, it meant they had no idea about Su Li and others. Are you stupid or am I stupid? There is a security company guarding the warehouse. They are all equipped with guns. If we go over there, they will definitely open fire. Once the shooting starts, not only will the police come over, but other people will also come over. I can only say that I was lucky to find you coming out in the middle of the night. I've said what I need to say. Now just say something if you're willing to cooperate. Gao Yang shrugged and said, Do I have any choice? As soon as these words were spoken, the man with the gun laughed, waved his hand, and 2 people came over. The meaning is very clear: they are here to hold Gao Yang hostage. And Gao Yang was waiting for this opportunity. He was afraid of guns. But as long as he is fast enough and has a shield, he will be able to escape from here. Or you can snatch the opponent's gun so that you can kill him back. Just as the 2 men reached out to grab Gao Yang's arm, Gao Yang suddenly turned sideways and hid behind one of them. Then he kicked the other person to the ground. This time the others finally reacted and rushed towards Gao Yang's city with machetes in hand. Gao Yang had been waiting for this opportunity, because the more people there were, the less likely the gunman would dare to shoot. That's the truth. The man with the gun could only watch from the side, watching his men fighting with Gao Yang, but he didn't dare to shoot. Chapter 85: A Blessing in Disguise. In fact, the reason why this guy didn't dare to shoot was not because he was afraid of hitting his own people. Or perhaps this aspect of the reason is only secondary. The most important thing is that once the shooting is done, today's matter will not end well. If Gao Yang is killed, then all the work will be in vain. Moreover, the sound of gunfire will expose them all. Then they will not be here to get the raw stones, but will have to hide instead. So sometimes, a gun can only serve as a deterrent. He won't shoot until the critical moment. But because he didn't shoot, Gao Yang had the opportunity to counterattack. Gao Yang tightly grasped the neck of the man blocking the gold medal with one hand and grabbed a machete with the other. After knocking down two people in succession, Gao Yang took the opportunity to suddenly push this man towards the guy with the gun. As expected, the two men collided violently. Before they could react, Gao Yang rushed forward and snatched the pistol. Gao Yang's face lit up with joy. He picked up the pistol and pulled the trigger, but he had never played with this thing before. The safety of the pistol was not on at all, he just pulled it in vain. Just when Gao Yang was stunned, a machete came towards him. Gao Yang was startled and quickly dodged to the side, but his shoulder was still cut. This is also due to his lack of combat experience. At the critical moment, he was actually standing there in a daze over a pistol. Fortunately, he dodged in time and the machete didn't cause serious damage. Gao Yang also knew that he couldn't stay here for long, so he reached out and grabbed the man, then pushed him directly onto the person rushing towards him from behind. Then he rushed straight to the courtyard gate and disappeared here in the blink of an eye. What should I do, boss? The man who was holding the gun just now had a livid face. The pistol was stolen, which is a small matter. The two brothers were slashed, which is not a big problem either. The most important thing is that he was exposed, which meant that he had no chance of getting that warehouse. Take these two and retreat quickly. Let's go to northern Myanmar and hide for a while. On the other side, Gao Yang found a place to hide the pistol, then covered his arm with his hand and walked towards the hotel. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already past 5 o'clock. He quickly tore off his clothes and found a 3-inch long cut on his arm, with the flesh facing outwards. Gao Yang was sweating coldly from the pain. There was no need to go to the hospital, so he tore his torn clothes into strips and wrapped them around his arms. Finally, I began to mobilize the spiritual energy in my body and started the treatment. I don't know how long it took, but Gao Yang felt that the pain in his arm was no longer so severe, and he let out a breath. Just then the cell phone rang. It was Su Li calling. I quickly pressed the answer button. Hello? Okay, I got it, please be safe. Call me again at noon and report the situation. Well, bye. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yang finally smiled. Then I tidied up the room and prepared to go to bed. After all, I was really tired after tossing and turning all night. In addition to the injuries, he lost a lot of blood on the way back. He went to the bathroom and took a quick shower, and then he discovered that the ring on his finger was missing. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, but suddenly the ring appeared again. This is? So Gao Yang started to check the ring directly, but suddenly his eyes blurred and when he appeared again, he was in a room. The room was large, about the size of a basketball court, but it was empty. It's not quite right to say that it's empty, there's a platform in the middle with a box on it. Gao Yang was very confused, but he quickly reacted. This is the storage space. I reached out and pinched myself, but felt nothing. That is to say, this should be one's spiritual body, or it would be more appropriate to say spiritual consciousness. How could there really be storage rings in the world? So how do I get out? Gao Yang was just thinking about it when his eyes suddenly blurred and he returned to reality. Ha ha ha. Gao Yang laughed wildly in the room. A blessing in disguise. First, he confirmed two things. The first thing is that this ring is definitely a storage ring. The reason why it disappeared is actually just a visual problem. It should be said that this ring is invisible. It will only appear when you want it, and hide when you don't want it. The second thing is that the reason why this ring is activated now is probably because it is just like what is said in fantasy novels, that the owner is recognized by dripping blood. What's more, Gao Yang was not only dripping blood, he had been covering the wound with this hand before, so it would be more like drinking the blood directly. After Gao Yang's excitement, he began to pack his things. He put the jadeite he had obtained before into the packing, and then packed his clothes in as well. After thinking about it, he finally put away all his tattered clothes in Lisey's broken box. After all, it's not a big deal to leave it here. You can just find a trash can and throw it in when the time comes. Gao Yang now has to do two things. The first thing is to get the pistol back and then put it back in. The second thing is that he has to enter the ring space because there is a box inside. There must be treasure in that box. Looking at his arms, it was obvious that it was not suitable to go out now, especially since it was already daybreak. So he decisively entered the ring space again. Then he came to the box. This box is not made of wood, it looks like it was hollowed out from a large piece of jade. But the question is, how can there be such a big jade in the world? Well, that's not the point is what's inside. Gao Yang tried to open the box, but it wouldn't open at all. Even if he used all his strength, he could only open the box a crack. Finally Gao Yang gave up. But he also understood that as long as he became stronger, he would definitely be able to open the box. Gao Yang appeared in the rental house again, and after the excitement he felt sleepy. Gao Yang looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock in the morning. Fortunately, Su Li and Qian Meili left. Even if Tang Xiaomi came back, it would probably take 2 or 3 hours. Just take this opportunity to take a nap. By the way, he wanted to rest up a bit, mainly because he was really a little sleepy. Gao Yang closed his eyes and fell asleep in a short while. When he woke up again, he was woken up by you, Tang Xiaomi. Brother-in-law, why is your arm injured? Who did it? I'm going to kill him. Gao Yang found it somewhat amusing to look at Tang Xiaomi, who was somewhat nervous and angry. Then he recounted what happened last night, of course with some edited parts. Damn it! Do you know that guy? Gao Yang shook his head and said. I have never seen this person, but its characteristics are quite obvious. He is about 30 years old, about 1m65 tall, and the most obvious feature is the scar on his left cheek. Plus, he's left-handed. Chapter 86 being followed. It's actually him. I'm going to kill him right now. Tang Xiaomi's old problem came back again. Just as he was about to leave, Gao Yang grabbed him. My aunt, could you please use your brain and pay more attention? First, you have to tell me who this person is and how powerful he is. Besides, do you think they are stupid, waiting for us to take revenge? Tang Xiaomi felt that Gao Yang was right and immediately felt embarrassed. Her sister used to often say that she didn't use her brain, and now Gao Yang said so too. It seems that she really needs to reflect on herself. Brother-in-law, I'm just worried about you. Based on the characteristics of the person you described, there is only one person here who fits the description, and that's Scar Lu. Scar Lu is a leader of a not-too-small faction, with dozens of people under him. Mainly doing some shameful things, like what happened last night. In addition, he also has contacts in northern Myanmar. Gao Yang began to frown when he heard the word northern Myanmar. This place has become very famous in recent years, not because of Jade, but because of the Ga Yaozi incident. This place is extremely chaotic, so chaotic that there is no order at all, and things like murder and arson are common occurrences. Criminal organizations from many countries are active here. It can be said that this place is simply synonymous with chaos. Okay, don't worry about this matter for now. Let's take a day off today. I'll take you to gamble on stones tomorrow. You have behaved well these past few days. I am going to give you a piece of fine jade and make a set of jewelry for your entire body. Tang Xiaomi was overjoyed when she heard this. Brother-in-law, you must keep your word. I want the imperial green one, not too much. 2 bracelets, 2 earrings, a necklace, a ring, and preferably a jade pendant. Gao Yang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. With just these requirements, you still have the nerve to say you don't ask for more? Okay, just pretend that what I said before didn't exist. I can't do what you asked. Are you kidding? It's questionable whether Gao Yang's wealth is enough to buy a complete set of imperial green jewelry. Brother-in-law, I'm just joking, don't take it seriously. How about this, I like red jadeite more, so you can just help me get a piece of red jadeite. If you really can't do it, Huang Fei will do. If you can do it, I'll let you touch it. As Tang Xiaomi spoke, she pointed to her chest. Gao Yang snorted. He ignored Tang Xiaomi. Gao Yang has seen through this girl. She is just a half-grown child. When will your sister be back? Now that Su Li and Shen Meili have left, Gao Yang is lacking a bed partner. My sister will be back tonight or tomorrow morning. This time she will be here to deal with Li Sei from Yinjiu Men. This guy must be looking for someone too. His purpose must be to deal with you, so you are in danger now. My sister asked me to protect you closely. Gao Yang glanced at Tang Xiaomi. It was not certain who would protect whom. But he wouldn't say that, after all, the other person meant well. You go out first, I need to change my clothes. Tang Xiaomi glanced at Gao Yang and said. My sister asked me to follow you everywhere, and I won't leave. Besides, you're not naked, what are you afraid of? Gao Yang was at a loss, mainly because his clothes were in the ring. So he lifted the thin quilt, then opened the cupboard and took out all his clothes with a thought. After all, it is not very convenient to put this thing in the ring, like now. It seems that he needs to find time to buy clothes, buy a few more sets, and put them in the space as backup. After changing clothes, Gao Yang took Tang Xiaomi out shopping. The first thing they did was naturally to buy things. Not only clothes, he would buy anything he might need in his daily life. There are mineral water, bottled water, beverages, compressed biscuits, and a series of other things. However, these things cannot be bought for the time being because there is no place to put them. Then buying clothes is necessary. Brother-in-law, do you want to buy me clothes? I like that kind of tights, which can show off my figure and you can also feast your eyes. As soon as the two arrived at the mall, Tang Xiaomi thought so self-righteously. The most important thing is that I don't know whether this girl is pretending or just like that in her nature. Basically, 1 out of every 3 sentences has a seductive tone. If you want to seduce her, she won't give you a chance when the crucial moment comes. The two of them spent the whole morning shopping in the mall and supermarket and bought a lot of things. Some were Gao Yang's own, some were Tang Xiaomi and Tang Yingying's, and some were his sister S and his parents. Of course, there were also pieces from when wanting and others, especially when wanting. He bought almost all kinds of clothes, even sexy underwear. Brother-in-law, there are 3 groups of people following us. Although Tang Xiaomi appears careless, she actually hasn't forgotten her work at all. It can even be said that a personality like hers would make it easier to confuse the enemy. Yao Yang naturally also noticed that these people were basically the same as Scar Lu. Yao Yang took a walk and returned to the hotel, then asked Tang Xiaomi to help him get the van that was placed in the second warehouse. As soon as he returned to the hotel, Gao Yang directly put the things he bought into the space ring. He had to be careful in everything he did next. Because of the warehouse incident, it may be exposed in the next 2 days. After all, I won't buy any more raw materials next time, so the enemies in the dark will definitely become suspicious. So they would go over to check, and once they found that the warehouse was empty, they would definitely know that they had been tricked. Once these people are fooled, they will definitely take revenge on themselves. That means it's not as simple as tracking, and the situation like last night is likely to happen again. Even kidnapping, extortion, and murder. Ding dong. Ding dong. Just as Gao Yang put his things into the storage ring, his doorbell rang. The person knocking on the door at this time must not be Tang Xiaomi, because Tang Xiaomi is not that fast. After what happened last night, Gao Yang also began to learn to be cautious. He just threw a perspective over there, and his door slowly disappeared. However, what surprised Gao Yang was that the person knocking on the door was none other than Tang Yingying, who had disappeared for 2 days. Tang Xiaomi said before that Tang Yingying might come over tonight, but it's only noon now. Since it was confirmed that it was Tang Yingying, Gao Yang did not hesitate and opened the door directly. Tang Yingying was wearing a tight dress today, a very tight one. Generally, people wear this kind of clothes when participating in missions. When performing a mission, it is best that the clothes you wear are as compact as possible, as this will make it easier to move. For example, leather jackets and leather pants, or if that doesn't work, jeans. And what Tang Yingying is wearing now is a leather jacket and leather pants. Outline your body with perfect lines. Tang Yingying rolled her eyes at Gao Yang. She could tell from the look in this guy's eyes that Gao Yang had desires in his heart. Because there was aggression in his eyes, and it was blatant and aboveboard. Chapter 87 Boy's urine cures all diseases. Have you seen enough? Tang Yingying felt a little embarrassed being stared at. She had never seen such a shameless person in her life. Well, don't get me wrong, I'm looking at what kind of leather your clothes are made of. Why is the tension so good? It hasn't collapsed yet. Let me touch it and see. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he reached out to explore the yurt. Tang Yingying slapped Gao Yang's dirty hands away and then closed the door. Take off your clothes. Gao Yang was shocked by this sentence. Is this so direct? No prelude or anything? Looking at Gao Yang's expression, Tang Yingying rolled her eyes at him again. I want to see the injury on your arm. Stop talking so much and hurry up. This time, without waiting for Gao Yang to react, Tang Yingying took action directly and took off Gao Yang's shirt in no time. Then I saw the arm simply bandaged with a piece of cloth, and there were bloodstains that had begun to change color. Does it hurt? Tang Yingying asked a nonsense question. It was quite painful, but it stopped hurting when you came. Gao Yang's words were once again met with Tang Yingying's disdain, but it seemed that Tang Yingying enjoyed it very much. Slowly untying the cloth strips, Tang Yingying was a little surprised that a scab had formed on the wound. "What medicine did you use that worked so well?" Gao Yang laughed twice and started talking nonsense. "Actually, I just peed on it. It's mainly because urine can cure all diseases." Tang Yingying pinched Gao Yang's waist hard. "You are still a virgin, so was I killed by a dog that day?" Tang Yingying stopped talking here because this sentence was unpleasant to the ear. Looking at Tang Yingying's blushing face, Gao Yang couldn't help himself anymore. He slowly stretched out a hand and hooked Tang Yingying's chin. Then he slowly lowered his head and kissed her. Tang Yingying slowly closed her eyes, enjoying the process. Gao Yang would certainly not stop there. He stretched out his dirty hands, covered the yurt, and his other hand touched Tang Yingying's buttocks. I heard the door open. The two of them woke up at the same time and quickly separated. The person who came in was undoubtedly Tang Xiaomi. "Sister, you're back." Tang Yingying rolled her eyes at Tang Xiaomi and said, "Remember to knock on the door next time." Tang Xiaomi said oh, as if she understood something. "Sister, I didn't ruin your good thing, did I?" It was already embarrassing, and now it's even more embarrassing. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." Tang Xiaomi stuck out her tongue and stopped talking. She was still quite afraid of her sister. "When I came here, I got a message that Li Sei had found 3 helpers, and their main purpose this time was to deal with you. Besides, those guys are planning to attack you. You are in danger now. I suggest you leave here as soon as possible." Tang Yingying briefly recounted the incident. "There's no rush for Li Sei to find someone to deal with me. I injured him. He will probably need a few days to recover. After all, he is old and won't recover that quickly. As for leaving, there's no rush. I've only accomplished half of my purpose this time. It's not easy to come here. The main reason is that I'm afraid that you won't be willing to let me go if I leave." Tang Yingying pinched Gao Yang's waist hard. Gao Yang grimaced in pain. "So what are you going to do?" Gao Yang touched his chin and said, "I estimate that there will be some movement at the warehouse in 2 days at most, so they will definitely come to find me. So what I mean is to deal with this group of people first. Well, let's rent an independent courtyard in the suburbs and lure the snake out of its hole. This is simpler. After we deal with these small fish and shrimps, we will deal with Li Sei and the others, but I must make money in the next 2 days." Tang Yingying nodded. Since Gao Yang was unwilling to leave, this arrangement was acceptable. "Well, Xiaomi, you will be responsible for finding a house. The more secluded the better. I will accompany Gao Yang and protect his safety." Tang Xiaomi curled her lips, she was a little reluctant. "Sister, how about I protect my brother-in-law?" Tang Yingying glared at him and Tang Xiaomi quickly ran away. "Yingying, why is she so afraid of you?" Gao Yang was a little surprised. Logically speaking, they were sisters and it was impossible for them to be so scared. "You really want to know?" Tang Yingying asked casually. Gao Yang nodded. "I have a nickname, the Tang Sect's Little Witch. I didn't get the title of witch for nothing. I earned it through hard work. Although I smile all day long and look very charming, no one dares to take advantage of me, because those who want to take advantage of me are already dead. Now, are you scared?" As Tang Yingying spoke, she deliberately showed that charming smile. Result. "Ah, what are you doing? In broad daylight. Isn't it possible tonight? This dress is quite expensive, don't tear it." Well, Tang Yingying's plan to scare Gao Yang failed, and she ended up getting herself involved. Suddenly, there was an earth-shaking sound in the room, and also a papa sound similar to clapping. I don't know how much time had passed, but Tang Yingying was speechless as she looked at the leather jacket and leather pants she had bought less than a day ago. Where are the leather jackets and leather pants now? Became a pimp. Gao Yang, this dress is quite expensive. Tang Yingying was no longer afraid of exposing herself, and besides, she had already been exposed a long time ago. He just stood on the ground, picking up pieces of cloth and complaining. Gao Yang didn't say anything, opened the cabinet, took out a few bags, and handed them to Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying took the handbag suspiciously, and her eyes suddenly lit up. There were clothes inside, all women's clothes, which meant that Gao Yang actually bought clothes for her. My heart suddenly felt sweet. But when she saw the underwear, her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Is this called underwear? The fabric of the upper and lower underwear combined is not even as big as a palm. Seeing Gao Yang's eyes almost glowing green, Tang Yingying quickly put on her coat. Fortunately, the coat was in good condition. Gao Yang, does it look good? Tang Yingying put on her clothes and turned around. She's beautiful. How can a woman from Gaoyang not be beautiful? Gao Yang started to brag about himself. Gao Yang, do you dare to say this in front of that one wanting? Gao Yang. Gao Yang fell silent. He stopped talking. Tang Yingying also knew that she had said the wrong thing, so she came over and sat down next to Gao Yang, reaching out and touching Gao Yang's cheek. Don't worry. I am your woman, the kind that lives in the dark and will not be known to others. Once I complete this mission, I will come to you. I will only appear when you need me or miss me. Okay, I'm hungry. I want to eat something delicious. Then I'll accompany you to the raw stone market to make money. Tang Yingying said so much, actually just to tell Gao Yang one message, that she would not destroy his and one wanting's lives. At this moment Gao Yang felt like he was such a scumbag. Chapter 88, Cheating and Cheating. After lunch, Gao Yang appeared in the raw stone market with Tang Yingying in a very high-profile manner. As for those people who followed him secretly, Gao Yang didn't care at all. What he cared about was whether he could find good jadeite today. Brother Gao, why didn't you come this morning? As soon as I entered the jade market, Xi Xianping came over. In fact, Gao Yang knew that this guy was waiting for him. Otherwise, the jade market is so big that it is impossible to see this guy every time you come here. In fact, this is not surprising at all. He is also trying to make money, so it is normal for Xi Xian to treat him equally. I have something to do this morning. By the way, how was your harvest today? Gao Yang asked casually. Don't mention it. I bought 3 pieces of material and cut them all up. I lost more than 10 million. Gao Yang frowned. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Xi Xianping is considered an old hand at gambling on stones. It is normal if 1 piece collapses, and it is also understandable if 2 pieces collapse. But 3 stones were cut down in a row, which was a bit unusual. Where did you buy the material? Take me to see it. Xi Xianping nodded and took Gao Yang to the store he had cut down in the morning. The name of this shop is Laolai Raw Stone Shop, and Gao Yang had never been there before. Brother Gao, this is the one. Xi Xianping said it again in a low voice. Gao Yang nodded and began to check. As he looked at them, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper, because the materials from this shop looked very good in appearance, but most of them were empty inside. In a sense, this doesn't make sense. When people judge the quality of jade, or whether there is jade or whether its price will increase sharply, the first thing they look at is the appearance of the stone. To put it simply, when people choose a piece of raw stone, they mainly look at its appearance. More or less, they can judge some basic information based on their experience. The so-called stone gambling experts also determine the value of the material based on its appearance. But now there is a very strange phenomenon with the materials in this store. They look very good on the outside, but they are empty inside. Of course, not all of them are empty, it can only be said that most of them are empty. Gao Yang looked at it for a long time but couldn't understand it. This was mainly because he knew too little about the jade industry. So he prepared to get started. Just pick up a piece of material and roll it on the ground to check if there is any problem with the material. But he still couldn't see any problem, and just when he was about to give up, a small gray dot caught his attention. This small spot was in a very inconspicuous place. Gao Yang scratched the small hole with his hand, and the skin peeled off instantly. His eyes narrowed and he knew where the problem lay. So I checked a few more pieces in succession, and they were basically the same. Now I have a better idea. He had heard people say before that jadeite raw stone was a very special thing, and even with the most advanced instruments in the world, it was impossible to detect the internal structure of the raw stone. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as gambling on stones. If it can be detected, who would still be willing to gamble on stones? Just by holding the instrument and taking a photo, you can directly find out whether there is jade. But there are some unscrupulous businessmen who will try every possible means to take advantage of the situation. They use a very thin but very long drill bit to drill holes in the rough stone. This hole is very small, probably only the size of a matchstick or even smaller than a matchstick. The main purpose of opening the hole is to see whether there is jade inside. If there is jade, then the raw stone will be picked out. If there is no jade, they will disguise the raw stone and use a mixed material to block the hole again, which would be difficult to see from the outside. Gao Yang also looked for a long time before he discovered some clues. That is, he had the ability to see through things and confirmed in advance that there were problems with these raw stones, so he paid special attention to check them out. If it were someone else, they might never find it. In fact, these things have nothing to do with Gao Yang. All he has to do is not be fooled. Then there are two questions: should we expose it or not? Originally, Gao Yang didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but he thought of the person that day. He invested all his fortune in gambling on stones, ended up losing everything and becoming a madman. Although the incident was not the fault of the store owner, it was just that the guy was unlucky. But what if it was this store? Wouldn't he, the culprit, be the owner of this store? Thinking of this, Gao Yang decided to tell Xi Xianping about this matter. Whether he was willing to call the police was up to him. So Gao Yang winked at the two of them, and then walked outside on his own. "Brother Gao, are you serious?" When they got to a nearby place, Gao Yang told Xi Xianping what he knew, and Xi Xianping was shocked. Of course he had heard of this kind of thing, but he had never encountered it. He didn't expect it to actually happen. Tang Yingying was naturally curious, but she didn't say anything. It has basically been confirmed. You can go and take a look. I'm not familiar with this place and don't know how to deal with it. Gao Yang's words were quite skillful. First, he confirmed that this happened, and then he said that he was not familiar with this place. In short, what he meant was, I don't know what to do about this matter, but I've told you anyway. Xi Xianping's expression became increasingly ugly. It's not that he has a strong sense of justice, it's mainly because he himself is a victim. After all, more than 10 million is not a small amount of money, and no one's money comes easily. Brother Gao, please leave first. I will handle this matter. Xi Xianping was quite considerate. He knew Gao Yang didn't have a big background. If he was implicated in this matter. This is actually what Gao Yang meant. He has said what he needs to say, and the rest has nothing to do with him. He was willing to speak out because Xi Xianping was a nice person. If it were someone else, he would not be willing to meddle in this matter. Anyway, he would not be fooled. After finishing the story, Gao Yang took Tang Yingying away and walked in another direction. After all, I haven't earned a penny so far. Yingying, why are you so well behaved and silent today? Gao Yang looked at Tang Yingying, who was smiling the whole time but very talkative, and asked out of curiosity. I decided to be a little woman. Tang Yingying's words left Gao Yang somewhat confused. It seems like I understand a little bit, but it also seems like I don't understand a little bit. I heard that you men are all chauvinistic and like obedient, gentle, and delicate women. Tang Yingying said this with a slightly red face. Now I'm about to understand. So I asked a question out of fun. Yingying, do you know what kind of women men like most? Chapter 89. Li Sei's reinforcements have arrived. Tang Yingying shook her head, but she really wanted to know. Let me tell you, men like women who are generous and decent outside, gentle and virtuous at home, and outrageously coquettish in the bedroom. Hey, why are you pinching me? Where's the little woman you promised me? The two of them played and joked all the way, and then walked towards another street. As for Xi Xianping, Gao Yang had already forgotten about him. Now that he has a space ring, it doesn't matter whether the cut jade is sold or not. Just take it back to the hotel and put it in the ring. On the other side, it was still in the courtyard where Black Dragon was recuperating. At this time, Li Sei was recovering from his injuries. As I said before, his other injuries were easy to treat, as they were basically just flesh wounds. Gao Yang had punched a hole in his shoulder, and then he was hit by a punch from Gao Yang. This injury would take at least 10 days or half a month to heal. At this time, there were 3 more people in his room, 2 men and 1 woman. These 3 people are about the same age as Gao Yang, and are considered to be the more outstanding members of the younger generation of Yin Juman. The leader is called Chao Xiong. Don't get me wrong, it's a strange surname, it's Chao, the same as Chow Chow. The surnames of ethnic minorities are all rather strange. The other man has the same surname as Heilung, and his full name is Heiying, which is also a rather strange surname. This person and Heilung came from the same village, so they have some relationship. The last woman also had the surname Chao, and she was Chao Xiong's sister, Chao and I. Elderly say, are you saying that you were not injured by someone from the Tang sect, but by an outsider named Gao Yang? The person who spoke was Chao Xiong. Li Sei looked at the 3 people in front of him and nodded. Fuck bear, don't be careless. This guy is very strong. I was injured by him because I underestimated him. Besides, there is a pair of sisters from the Tang sect with him. You all know them. They are Tang Yingying and Tang Xiaomi. After hearing what Li Sei said, the woman named Chao and I was somewhat disdainful. Tang Yingying is quite capable, but as for Tang Xiaomi, I don't even take her seriously. Li Sei felt a headache. This time the headquarters actually sent 3 such people over, each one more arrogant than the other. It seems that these young people still need some experience. If they don't suffer any losses, they will feel invincible. Don't rush this matter. You guys settle down first. After a day or two, my injuries will be basically under control. Then we can think of a way to deal with them. Besides, there are some people who are looking for trouble with them now. We can sit back and watch the fight. Let's watch a few scenes first, and then we'll make our decision. Also, don't alert the enemy. Tang Yingying has more than just the 2 sisters. They also have some subordinates, so you'd better be careful. You guys go check on the Black Dragon, I need to heal my wounds. The 3 of them nodded and left Li Sei's room. After the 3 people came to Black Dragon's room, they saw Black Dragon's miserable appearance. Black Hawk, you have to avenge me. As soon as Black Dragon saw Black Eagle, he burst into tears. Okay, tell me the details first. Who is this Gao Yang? Is he really as powerful as Li Sei said? When Heilong heard someone asking about Gao Yang, he became furious. Black Hawk, don't listen to his nonsense. He is the one who is lustful and has been deceived by others. I have this body thanks to him. That Gao Yang is indeed quite capable, but he is definitely not as powerful as Li Sei said. He just wants to. The 2 people that Black Dragon hates the most now are Gao Yang and Li Sei. Therefore, sometimes hatred can often blind a person's eyes and even his heart. The Black Dragon wants revenge now, and Li Sei can't do anything about it for the time being, but he doesn't plan to wait for Gao Yang. If he were to seek revenge on his own, he would probably never have the chance, so it would be no problem for him to use these 3 people to seek revenge. Black Dragon was not sure about the other 2 people, but he knew how powerful Black Hawk was. At least he could fight Li Sei on equal terms. But this guy called Chao Xiong is obviously the leader of this team, which means that his kung fu is definitely better than Black Hawk's. Once Gao Yang leaves Ruicheng, I'm afraid he will have no hope of revenge. So Black Dragon began to belittle Gao Yang's fighting ability, and then recounted the events of that night with exaggeration. You mean, Li Sei was doing something shameful in the room when he was attacked by Gao Yang? The person who asked the questions this time was the team leader Chao Xiong. That's right. I was knocked unconscious by the sneak attack at the beginning. Although I didn't see what happened afterwards, we can imagine that since Gao Yang could sneak attack me, he could definitely sneak attack this Li Sei. But Li Sei will never admit that he was ambushed, because he is doing something shameful and he cannot afford to lose face. You know what, Heilong's analysis makes a lot of sense. Okay, you should heal your wounds first, and I will help you avenge your hatred. After saying this, the 3 people left Black Dragon's room. What do you 2 think about this? The person asking the question was Black Dragon. It's 80% credible. First of all, this man named Gao Yang is not from the Tang sect. He is an outsider who came here to buy jadeite raw stones. According to Black Dragon's description, he accidentally got involved in this matter that night. This has also been confirmed by Li Sei. I guess this guy knows a little bit of kung fu, but just like Black Dragon said, he is definitely not as powerful as Li Sei said. Then it makes sense to injure Li Sei because it was a sneak attack. As you know, Li Sei is lustful by nature. In that situation, Li Sei was able to escape with the Black Dragon. This is enough to prove that Gao Yang is not very powerful. But this is a city after all, which brings a lot of trouble to our actions. Once a fight breaks out, it will alert certain people. After Chao Xiong finished speaking, he began to think. Brother, are you afraid that we can't deal with them with just the 3 of us? When the time comes, you deal with Tang Yingying, Black Hawk will deal with Tang Yingying's sister, and I will deal with Gao Yang. With just the 3 of us, we can easily crush the 3 of them. Chao and I spoke very confidently, as if everything was under control. Chao Xiong shook his head slightly and said, It's not that simple. Tang Yingying is not easy to deal with. We are not sure whether Gao Yang can fight us or not. Besides, they have a group of people. If a real fight breaks out, we may not be able to gain the upper hand. The only way is to lure them out. But there's no rush for this, let's go find out their background first. Although Chao and I was a little bit dissatisfied, since Chao Xiong said so, she could only obey. Chao and I, go get in touch with Gao Yang and see if you can lure him out. If we divide and conquer them, then things will become much easier. Chapter 90, Being Plotted Against. Gao Yang took Tang Yingying to the raw stone market, and he changed his usual low-key attitude. Because he understands one thing, when being low-key is no longer useful, it is better to be high-key. Being high-profile has its advantages. As long as you can stand firm in the next crisis, no one will dare to touch you. Because you already have the ability, at least that's what others think. Gao Yang knew that someone was following him, and there was more than one group of people. But he didn't care. In one afternoon, Gao Yang unearthed a total of 7 pieces of high-quality jadeite. Gao Yang gave 3 of the 7 pieces of jade to Tang Yingying. As for whether Tang Yingying would pay, there was no need to worry about that at all. Tang Yingying is his now, why is he still afraid of this? The other 3 pieces of Gao Yang were left for Xi Xinping. After all, the 2 of them had a good relationship. Gao Yang kept the last piece for when wanting because the Wing Group also needed jadeite. In fact, Gao Yang has made a lot of money during this period, and the first thing he made was naturally the Imperial Green. He made a total of 1 billion yuan, plus he had some money left. Then there are the jadeite raw stones worth more than 1 billion yuan that were sent back this time. In addition, most of the jade he cut in the past few days was used to purchase raw materials. But there is still some surplus, his total assets now are almost over 1.3 billion. Of course there is also some jade. Gao Yang, you should get a Swiss account. After all, it will be more convenient for you to travel abroad in the future. And its safety is much higher. Gao Yang was moved after hearing what Tang Yingying said. Swiss Bank is the world's #1 bank, although some of the country's outrageous actions in the past 2 years have lowered their credibility. But it is undeniable that their banking system is indeed the safest in the world. Yingying, can you tell me about the situation of Swiss Bank? Gao Yang must handle this business because as his funds increase, he will definitely need to go abroad in the future. Then using a Swiss bank credit card is indeed the most convenient and safest. Swiss bank is actually a general term, not the name of a specific bank. It's all the banks in this country, and the banks in this country are basically private, and their main advantage is the system. They have the most complete banking operating system in the world. It can be said that the problems we often encounter never occur in these banks. A few days ago, I saw a report saying that a certain bank manager embezzled funds from dozens of depositors. In the end, the bank said it was a personal act. Isn't this ridiculous? My money was deposited in your bank, and it was embezzled by your bank staff. But in the end, you said something like this. Don't you think this is weird? Those managers must be a combination of monkeys and sows. Gao Yang looked at Tang Yingying curiously. He didn't expect that Tang Yingying could actually say such words. However, this is not the key point. The key point is how to do it. Gao Yang, if you want to have an account at a Swiss bank, you must first have a minimum balance of no less than 300,000 US dollars. This is not a problem. The second thing is to provide complete personal information. Once all of this is met, you can apply. It's usually very quick. This is also one of the advantages of their bank. In addition to this, confidentiality, security, speed of transfer, etc. are all the best in the world. If you want to apply for it, I can help you. This is definitely necessary. Gao Yang was in urgent need of it, so he took Tang Yingying back to the hotel directly. He handed all his documents to Tang Yingying, and then left the hotel alone. He didn't want to come out at first, after all, the current period is a bit sensitive. But there was no choice, he had to get the pistol. This time he drove his own van. As soon as Gao Yang drove away, more than a dozen cars followed him from different directions. Gao Yang didn't care at all. It was daytime and these people were not that bold. He came to the previous place, took the pistol, and put it directly into the ring. Just as he expected, those people could only follow him from a distance and would not attack him at this time. Gao Yang's mouth was crooked with smile. If these people knew that his warehouse was empty now, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. I drove back towards the hotel, but after less than a kilometer, I saw a woman walking unsteadily. Then he fell directly onto the road ahead. Gao Yang frowned. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but now this woman was blocking the middle of the road. After parking the car, I found that there was a peanut-sized stone in my hand without me noticing. After this period of training, Gao Yang's sense of danger has indeed been strengthened a lot. At all times, you should be careful. Gao Yang came up to the woman, squatted down and began to watch. The woman is good looking, but her clothes are quite simple, but that's normal. After all, this is a minority area, and there are many men and women wearing this kind of clothes. The woman was in her early 20s, dressed in typical ethnic minority style, with no makeup on her face and skin slightly whiter than the average person. This is the reason why they say a white complexion can conceal 3 flaws. Are you okay? Gao Yang asked casually. I'm fine, I just have a headache. Can you take me home? I live in the small yard in front of my house, and I feel weak in all my limbs. Gao Yang frowned slightly, but still nodded in agreement. He reached out and picked up the woman. Unexpectedly, she had a pleasant fragrance on her body, similar to the smell of some kind of herb. And this woman has a great figure, the kind with a voluptuous body. Gao Yang had no mood to appreciate it because it was getting dark. I carried the woman to the passenger seat and drove in the direction she said. About 1 kilometer away, I saw a courtyard. After stopping the car, Gao Yang carried the woman down and into the yard. Is anyone there? Gao Yang put the woman down and started shouting. There's no one at home, just me. Please take me to the room, I just want to lie down for a while. Gao Yang nodded and helped the woman into the room. Similarly, there is an incense burner in this room, and a stick of incense is burning in it. This fragrance smells particularly pleasant, but it is not quite the same as the fragrance on this woman. Then you have a good rest. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. Gao Yang left after he finished speaking. After all, the weather was nice, and if he didn't leave now, he might not be able to leave. At this moment, Gao Yang felt a dizziness in his head, which became more and more severe. Not good. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Gao Yang fell to the ground with a thump. Chapter 91 Counterattack. Fucking you're quite good at this. Just after Gao Yang fainted, Xiao Xiong and Heiying walked out from another room. It turns out that the woman just now was Chao and I, one of the threesome. Don't you even look at who I am? There are still a lot of people outside. Black Hawk, why don't you drive the car to lead them away? Chao and I started to command Black Hawk after showing off. Black Hawk shrugged without saying anything, turned around and walked out of the building. After a while, he drove away in Gao Yang's car. Tie him up first. He won't wake up without 5 hours of drugging. Let's ask him some questions after he wakes up. As Chao Xiong spoke, he picked up a rope and tied Gao Yang up. Gao Yang was indeed knocked unconscious by this incense. Under normal circumstances, it would take 5 hours for him to wake up. These 5 hours were calculated using the previous method, which is 10 hours. Because many people here still retain the original timekeeping method. After Jiang Gaoyang tied up the Chao Xiong brother and sister, he ignored them. But Gao Yang woke up in just half an hour at most. Why did he wake up so quickly? In fact, it was related to his body. The incense was also a toxin. After Gao Yang's body mutated, it could not only repair wounds, but also had the function of detoxification. The first thing Gao Yang did when he woke up was to check the surrounding situation. It's a small room with a bed. He himself was tied to a large wooden chair. There was a rag stuffed in his mouth. Gao Yang did not struggle, he was sorting out his thoughts. First of all, he could conclude one thing: he had been ambushed by someone, and that person was the woman he had rescued from the ground. As for how he was ambushed, Gao Yang thought of the incense burner. He didn't pay attention to the incense in the burner at first. Just before he passed out, he figured it out. The incense had only burned a little bit, but there was actually a very big loophole. First, the woman said that she was the only one at home, and then the woman fainted 1 kilometer away. Even if this woman left home, fainted at that place, and then went to Gao Yang to rescue him, it would take at least half an hour. Even more than an hour. So who lit this incense for such a long time? If the woman had lit the incense before leaving home, it might have burned out long ago. If this woman didn't order it, there must be someone else in her house, which means this woman is lying. If this happened to Tang Yingying, she might have discovered the problem immediately. But the problem arose here. Gao Yang had no experience in the underworld, so he was tricked and knocked unconscious. In fact, Gao Yang's guess was almost correct, but there was one thing he didn't guess, that is, if you smell this incense alone, there will be no problem. It needs a trigger, and this trigger is the scent on Chao Ni's body. What Gao Yang is not sure about now is whether this woman is a local gangster who is targeting him, or is she part of Li Sei's gang. Just as Gao Yang was about to break the ropes that bound him, he heard voices and footsteps. Then the door of his room was pushed open. Fuck bear, you're not going to bring him to Li's? After hearing this first sentence, Gao Yang already knew who had kidnapped him. Or rather, which group of people it is. That old guy Li Sei is useless, we have to do this job ourselves, and this time we're going to do it big. This is the voice of the second person speaking. Brother, this Gao Yang feels like an idiot. He can't even see such a simple plan. As soon as Gao Yang heard the voice, he felt murderous intent in his heart. It was the owner of this voice who tricked him here. Okay, you stay and watch him. Even if this kid wakes up, it will be in the second half of the night. Let's go to Li Sei first, otherwise he will get suspicious. Fuck and I, be careful. Black Hawk, let's go. Gao Yang was delighted. The two men left, leaving only a woman named Chao and I. That means your chance has come. Gao Yang had never heard of the surname Chao and thought her surname was Chao. Gao Yang's hands were tied behind the chair. With a wave of his hand, a dagger appeared in his hand. This dagger was given to him by Tang Yingying for self-defense. He's handsome, but he's stupid. Since you have no evil intentions towards me, I can spare your life then. As Chao and I spoke, she sat on the bed, took out her package and began to organize it. There are many small medicine bottles in this package, some for healing, some for harming people, and some for sleeping pills. But this is normal, as their race itself likes to study these things. There are even combined and dispersed versions, which are the same medicine that Heilun gave to Tang Yingying. He didn't notice at all that Gao Yang had already opened his eyes. And the rope on his body had been cut by a dagger. Originally, Gao Yang planned to strike with lightning speed and make it fatal with one blow, but he heard the woman say that she had no intention of taking his life. So he decided to teach this woman a lesson. As soon as the rope was untied, Gao Yang rushed towards Chao and I like lightning. Chao and I just looked up and saw Gao Yang rushing towards him and was shocked. But she was no pushover and immediately started blocking and counterattacking. But Chao and I misjudged Gao Yang's strength. Even Li Sei couldn't block Gao Yang's punch, let alone her. Ah! Gao Yang hit Annie so hard that one of her arms was dislocated. Gao Yang rushed forward and grabbed Chao Ni's neck with one hand. Tell me quickly, how many of you are here in total, and why are you targeting me? Where is your headquarters? Chao and I was sweating coldly from the pain, but she didn't want to say a word. Do you believe I will kill you? Gao Yang took out the dagger. Chao and I took a look and a hint of fear appeared in her eyes, but it was soon replaced by pain. Gao Yang had no other choice except to kill the woman directly. Just then Gao Yang saw the small bottles beside the bed, put away the dagger, picked up a bottle and took a look. He couldn't understand the words written on it, but it didn't matter, as long as there was something inside. You tell me or not, if I tell you I will feed this to you. When Chao and I saw the bottle, a look of panic appeared on her face. There are only 3 of us here, and our purpose of coming here is to cooperate with Li Sei to deal with you and Tang Yingying. As for our headquarters, it's not here. You wouldn't know even if I told you in the mountains. If you want to know, just ask Tang Yingying. I have answered all the questions you asked. Shouldn't you let me go now? To be honest, Gao Yang did not intend to kill this woman, mainly because of what the woman had said before. But Gao Yang was unwilling to just leave her like this. Chapter 92 I took the wrong medicine. Just when Gao Yang was hesitating, Chao and I moved. While Gao Yang was not paying attention, a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand and he stabbed it towards Gao Yang's abdomen. How could Gao Yang make the same mistake twice? He had been on guard against Chao and I for a long time. Seeing the dagger coming, Gao Yang immediately smashed the medicine bottle at Chao and I. Ah! Chao and I screamed and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. His other hand was also dislocated, and the pain made cold sweat break out on his forehead. Gao Yang was also angry. He didn't care what was in the medicine bottle in his hand. He just opened it and stuffed it into Chao Ni's mouth. Ahem! Chao and I kept coughing and tried to pat her chest with her hands, but both of her arms were dislocated. Water, water. Gao Yang felt a little bit sorry when he saw Chao Ni's painful expression. With a tremble of his hand, a bottle of Nutri Express appeared in his hand. This is naturally inside the ring. I just bought some things before and put them in. He opened the lid and poured the liquid into Chao Ni's mouth. It took a while for Chao and I to recover. Don't blame me, I didn't provoke you, it's you who provoke me every time. I'm not going to kill you today, not because you're pretty, nor because I'm soft-hearted, but mainly because you didn't intend to kill me before. This matter ends here. If you come to trouble me again in the future, I will definitely kill you. Gao Yang felt something was wrong before he finished speaking, because Chao Ni's face was flushed and her eyes were wandering. This was almost exactly the same as Tang Yingying's situation that night, and even more serious. Well, Gao Yang gave Chao Ni so much medicine just now, it would be strange if the condition wasn't too serious. Gao Yang, you're going to kill me, or I'll die. I took too much of that medicine. Hurry up, I beg you. Gao Yang finally understood what was inside that small bottle. Hurry, please, come quickly. I can't take it anymore, I can't bear it anymore. Gao Yang is not a good man, this is Chao Ni asking him for help. So no more hesitation. After about an hour, Gao Yang was quite tired, mainly because the medicine Chao Ni took was too strong. Looking at Chao Ni who had fainted, Gao Yang did not leave immediately. Instead, he restored Chao Ni's 2 arms. With perspective, it is not difficult to restore a dislocated joint like this one. Chao Ni frowned. It must be very painful, but she still didn't wake up. It seemed that she had overexerted herself today. Too tired. Gao Yang carried her back to the next room, put her on the bed, cleaned her up, and covered her with a quilt. Gao Yang came back here again and collected all the bottles and jars without caring whether they were useful or not. Finally, he tidied up the room and left the yard. After all, the 2 men would probably be back soon. Besides, Tang Yingying should be worried. After walking about a kilometer along the road, I finally found my car, but the compartments and everything were open. The cab was also turned upside down, but fortunately the car keys were still there. I was about to make a call, but my phone was turned off. It must have been out of battery. Gao Yang ignored him and drove away. For some reason, there were no vehicles tracking us along the way. When Gao Yang returned to the room, he saw Tang Yingying and her sister waiting anxiously in the room. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. My sister was so worried. When Tang Yingying heard what Tang Xiaomi said, her pretty face suddenly turned red, but she did not refute. I saw 3 suspicious people, so I followed them to take a look, and that's why I came back late. Gao Yang said this shamelessly while plugging his phone into the charger. 3 suspicious people? Do you know their names? What happened next? Tang Yingying immediately began to ask further questions. Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, one is called Black Hawk, and the other is called Chao Ni. There is another person whose name I don't know. Gao Yang naturally didn't know it was Chao Ni, and thought it was Chao Ni. It's them. The other guy must be a fucking bear. The Chao and Chow Chow is not the Chao and Chow Chow's character. Tang Yingying explained. Gao Yang was a little confused now. Is there anyone else with this surname? Fucking fuck. Gao Yang suddenly thought with amusement that this name was very appropriate. The surname Chow is very rare. It is said that Chow Chow's descendants branched out and split his name into 2 parts to use as their surname. I don't know if it's true or not. Besides, the word fuck didn't mean what you think it did before. There was no such word before. It would have been fine if Tang Yingying didn't explain, but this explanation seemed to be trying to cover up the truth. Yingying, I'm not imagining things, it's you who's imagining things. Tang Yingying's pretty face turned red, she rolled her eyes at Gao Yang, and then she remembered something. By the way, the house has been rented, should we move in? Gao Yang snapped his fingers and said we must move. On the other side, after Gao Yang left, it was unknown how long it had been before Chao Ni slowly woke up. She felt that her hands could move, but there was a piercing pain somewhere. Chao Ni knew what she had just experienced, and a surge of hatred rose up in her. But gradually she calmed down again. He looked at his arms that could move, and saw himself lying on his bed, covered with a quilt. All this couldn't have been done by someone else, so it could only be Gao Yang. At this moment, Chao Ni felt complicated. There was a rule in her tribe that a woman's first time must be reserved for her beloved man. In other words, no matter what, Gao Yang is already her man now. However, there is another saying that if you encounter a situation like Chao Ni's now, there are only 2 ways to solve it. The first, of course, is to live with Gao Yang, and the second is to kill Gao Yang. There is no third option. So what Chao Ni is facing now is the question of whether to kill Gao Yang or not. I stood up slowly, enduring the pain. At this time, Chao and I thought of the scene in the next room and quickly put on her clothes. He had to clean up before his brother and Black Hawk came back, otherwise it would be terrible. When Chao and I came here, the room was clean and even the bedsheets were gone. Chao and I blushed. This man is quite attentive. Just then, the door to the courtyard was pushed open. Chao and I hurried out to check, and it turned out that Chao Xiong and Black Hawk had returned. Fuck and I, is Gao Yang awake? The person asking the questions was naturally Chao Ni's brother Chao Xiong. Gao Yang was rescued by someone, and I was injured. Chapter 93 Lao Lu, Crocodile. What? Black Hawk got furious when he heard this. They had been struggling for so long, and actually the person was rescued. How could he not be excited? Tell me, what's going on? Chao Xiong took a look at Chao Ni's face and knew that Chao and I was injured, and the injury might be serious. Chao Ni's face is pale now, and it is obvious that she has lost too much blood. In fact, this guess is not wrong. Chao and I was indeed seriously injured. A big cut was made by a hard object and she bled a lot. What happened was that not long after you left, a masked man suddenly came over and attacked me. I was injured by a sneak attack. Fortunately, the other party's main purpose was to save people, otherwise I'm afraid you two wouldn't be able to see me. Chao and I simply made up a reason because she didn't want to explain too much. The more she explained, the more loopholes would appear. Considering my current state, my credibility is still quite high. Chao Xiong frowned and said, "Do you know who the other person is?" Chao and I shook her head slightly and then began to cough. "We have been exposed. We must leave here immediately." Chao Xiong didn't suspect anything and didn't ask any more questions. He went into the house, packed his things and prepared to leave. Although Black Hawk was a little confused, the most urgent task now was to evacuate. As for Chao and I, she finally felt relieved. "Gao Yang, don't fall into my hands next time, otherwise, humph." Chao and I muttered something to herself and then went back to her room to rest. On the other side, in a remote courtyard, there were at least dozens of people gathered here. There were only 4 people sitting and talking. These 4 people were the 4 small underworld forces that had been targeting Gao Yang during this period. "Lao Lu, why did you call us here? Tell me now." Lao Lu is the initiator and organizer of this incident. "That's right. It's late at night. Don't waste everyone's time. Hurry up." Another person also began to urge. Old Lu nodded and said, "3 of you, let's be frank. We are all targeting that guy named Gao Yang. Since one of us can't take care of him, why don't we cooperate? At worst, we can just get the score by then. As the saying goes, the longer the night, the more trouble it causes. The longer this takes, the worse it will be for us. What I mean is that we should attack directly and take away the jadeite stone quickly." The other 3 people looked at each other. Actually, everyone knew about this matter tacitly, even though they didn't say it out loud. Now that it's been revealed, it's actually not a bad thing. Just as Lao Lu said, a single family really can't handle it. It's not because Gao Yang is so powerful, nor because there are 2 security guards at night. The main reason is that the 4 of them are also restraining each other. Once one of them takes action, the other 3 will definitely take advantage of the opportunity. This is called while the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. No one can tell who will gain the upper hand in the end, so if that is the case, then we might as well cooperate. Okay, I have no objection. Then tell me what you plan to do first. Old Lu smiled and said, "Gao Yang didn't go to buy raw stones today, so I initially estimated that he should be preparing to leave. It's estimated that it will only be within the next 2 days, so if we want to take action, we have tonight. There are only 2 security guards there. Although they are equipped with guns, we also have this thing. The only problem now is how to deal with the 2 security guards without firing a shot, because once the gunshot is heard, our actions will be exposed." Just then, a younger brother ran in. "Boss, the latest news is that something has happened to the warehouse we were monitoring. The security guards had all evacuated before dark, and there is no one guarding that place now." With a whoosh, several people all stood up. "Are you serious?" The young man was startled and hesitant for a long time. "It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Then I ran over to take a sneak peek, and guess what? The warehouse was empty. And then I discovered this." As the younger brother spoke, he took out the note left by Gao Yang, and saw the words SB written on it. How can this be possible? Old Lu slammed his fist on the table. He understood very well that someone had somehow managed to transport away all the jadeite raw stones. Your own people are still foolishly following and monitoring you every day. Isn't this stupid? That's not all. I'm actually holding a meeting here to discuss how to. Three of you, what should we do about this? We are considered local bosses. It would be fine if the other party was really a powerful person, but he is just a kid with no background, and he is playing tricks on us so blatantly. I can't swallow this. What do you three think? At this time, the man who had been speaking very little spoke. His name was Crocodile. Old Lu, have you ever thought about this? This guy is a foreigner, but he was able to transport so many jadeite stones right under our noses. Do you think he really has no background? Maybe he is the eldest son of a big family, and he came out here on purpose to gain experience. If we act rashly, even if our application is successful, we will just be letting out a sigh of relief. But if we fail, or as I just said and guessed, it's the eldest son of a big family and a big force who comes out to gain experience, we might stir up a hornet's nest. Did you notice that Scar Lu suddenly left 2 days ago, without making a sound? I couldn't understand it at the time, but now I understand. As soon as these words were spoken, 3 people threw their weapons at the same time. You mean, he had already taken action, or was about to take action, and then he discovered Gao Yang's true identity, so he was scared away? Then according to your guess, who is the power behind Gao Yang? The crocodile shook his head and said. I really don't know about this, but there was a conflict between him and Scar Lu must have suffered a loss, so he chose to leave. Of course, these are just my guesses, but I have decided not to get involved in this matter. You are welcome to do as you please. I won't be jealous of any benefits. Goodbye. Crocodile is not a person who wastes time, he is always cautious. The reason why he is nicknamed Crocodile is because he likes to lurk and then pounce on his prey when the opportunity arises. Normally, he wouldn't get involved in things like this that were almost out in the open. So it's normal to leave. What about you two? Anyway, I have to take action. Otherwise, how can I survive here in the future? I won't be laughed to death by others by then. One more thing. This kid has at least 1 billion on him. If we capture him alive, then. Old Lu began to bribe. Chapter 94 Seduction Plan, Part 1. On the other side, Gao Yang had just received 2 calls, one from Su Li, and they were already halfway through their journey. I'm resting now and I think I'll be there tomorrow night. The other caller was naturally Wen Wanting. The two chatted about some family matters, and then asked Wen Wanting to prepare to arrange for people to unload the goods tomorrow night. By the time I hung up the phone, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. This is a courtyard located in the suburbs and is quite remote. There are 3 people living in this courtyard now, including sisters Gao Yang and Tang Yingying. At this time, Tang Yingying and Tang Xiaomi had finished taking a shower and were eating and chatting. Xiaomi, have you arranged everything for everyone else? When asked this question, Tang Xiaomi nodded quickly. It's all arranged. It's nearby. If anyone dares to come, I guarantee that no one will be able to escape. Tang Yingying then nodded with satisfaction. It's almost time to go to bed. Tang Xiaomi wanted to say something when she saw Gao Yang coming over. She immediately understood why Tang Yingying wanted to sleep alone. So he curled his lips and went towards his room. Gao Yang, the water is ready for you, go take a bath. This is the suburbs and the conditions are not good. There is no water heater or anything like that, so you have to boil water for bathing yourself using an electric kettle. Gao Yang nodded, then hugged Tang Yingying and whispered in her ear. After hearing this, Tang Yingying's pretty face turned red and she punched Gao Yang's chest 2 or 3 times with her little fist, but she didn't say anything and was pulled into the bathroom by this guy. It was fine at the beginning, Tang Yingying was helping Gao Yang rub his back and so on, but as they were washing, Gao Yang became restless. After a while, Tang Yingying was skinned into a big meat dumpling, and then Gao Yang asked Tang Yingying to sit cross-legged on his waist. He held Tang Yingying in his arms and walked towards the room. Tang Xiaomi had just come out of the room to go to the bathroom when she saw such an erotic scene. This sister and brother-in-law were having so much fun that they actually played from the bathroom to the room, without even stopping for a moment. No, I need to take another shower too. Tang Xiaomi felt hot all over and hurried to the bathroom. She didn't mind that Gao Yang had already taken a bath, and she took off her clothes and got into the bathtub directly. A night passed without any danger. The next morning, Gao Yang took the 2 sisters to the raw stone market again in a van. Today will be the first day of Gao Yang's official plan to get rich. Because he has nothing to worry about. Suli, Shen Meili and others had already walked more than half of the journey, so he didn't need to worry about them anymore. The warehouse incident must have been exposed now, so his strength has been demonstrated. He believed that some people would choose to avoid it, and then he would just have to deal with the rest. So there is no need for him to be low-key. If he encounters a good raw stone, he can just buy it directly. The most important thing is that he now has a storage ring. To put it simply, as long as he makes sure he is safe, he can evacuate this place at any time. In one morning, Gao Yang unraveled 14 pieces of jade, including 4 high-grade pieces and 10 mid to high-grade pieces. This caused quite a stir. Gao Yang didn't care. He sold part of the jade to Xi Jinping, and naturally gave part to Tang Yingying. In short, in the next few days, Gao Yang plans to sweep the entire raw stone market. Then make some money and leave. Xiaomi, this is the red jade you wanted. It should be enough for all the jewelry on your body. Take it. Gao Yang handed a piece of red jadeite the size of a bowl to Tang Xiaomi. Tang Xiaomi was stunned. Brother-in-law, this. That's right, Tang Xiaomi no longer knew what to say. Actually, what I said last time was just for fun. You should know that red jade is also a very precious kind of jade. A piece of red jade as big as this can be described as priceless. Just take it if it's given to you. Don't hesitate. As Gao Yang spoke, he handed the piece of red jadeite to Tang Xiaomi. Brother-in-law, I didn't touch the penis. Because I don't have any, how about you touch it for me? Tang Yingying, who was standing by, gave Tang Xiaomi a slap on the head. This is outrageous. You dare to tease your brother-in-law. Don't give it to me. After Tang Yingying finished speaking, she was about to reach out to take the jadeite away. Tang Xiaomi was not stupid, and quickly held the jadeite in her arms. Sister, this is given to me by my brother-in-law. Also, you've already eaten it, so can't I touch it? As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Yingying's pretty face turned red, and she reached out to hit Tang Xiaomi, but the latter ran away. It's all your fault. Xiaomi saw everything. It's so embarrassing. Just then, a person who looked like a passerby passed by Tang Yingying, and then a note appeared in Tang Yingying's hand. After reading it, Tang Yingying handed the note to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took the note and looked at it, raising his eyebrows. It turned out that the man just now was Tang Yingying's subordinate. The content of the note was that there were 23 people lying in ambush in the courtyard they rented. 3 of them had guns, and the others had various cold weapons. In other words, these people were waiting for Gao Yang and the other 2 to return after dark, and then launching a surprise attack. What do you think about this? Gao Yang asked casually. Tang Yingying thought for a moment and said, these people should be the ones who follow you regularly. They are lying in wait for you at this time, which means they are all small organizations. Because the big forces should know me, so I guess they don't dare to take action, and these small forces, because they don't have any foundation, sometimes they are a headache. Because they can do whatever they want. After completing a job, they can flee far away and come back when it's safe, just like Scarlu before. And it's obvious that this group of people may only be a part of them. There are still many people waiting and watching. So if we want to reduce trouble, we have to use thunderous means to deter them this time. Tang Yingying's statement coincided with Gao Yang's idea. Because of the special nature of this place, these people can do things without any scruples, so Gao Yang can naturally do the same. Gao Yang also understood one thing: these people were all wolves. Although they might have friction with each other from time to time, their attitude towards sheep was the same. Gao Yang the lamb. They really treated him like a lamb. Yingying, it's almost time for today. I'm going to go for a walk on the street. I need to buy some things. You and Xiaomi get ready. I'll pick you up before dark. Besides, it's not an ideal place to start. We should lure them to the mountains or an uninhabited area at night. I think the place where Xiaomi and I teamed up to deal with Li Sei last time is pretty good. It's quiet and deserted. Tang Yingying didn't know what Gao Yang wanted to buy, but she still agreed obediently. Gao Yang kissed Tang Yingying on the forehead and then drove away in the pickup truck. In fact, Gao Yang needs to buy a lot of things. The first is steel balls. This thing will probably be used frequently in the future, so he needs to buy it from a hardware store. In addition, there are things like medicines, gauze, food, and water. Chapter 95 Seduction Plan, Part 2. Gao Yang will buy anything he sees that is useful, and the medicines mainly include cold medicines, anti-inflammatory drugs, gauze, iodine, etc. For some unknown reason, I bought 10 boxes of Durex. As for food, that's simple. Just buy whatever you see, such as biscuits, instant noodles, candy, chocolate, etc. I also bought a lot of bottled water, and the rest were mineral water, Nutri-Express, Pulse, Red Bull, etc. When his pickup truck was almost full, he drove away and found a deserted place to put all the things into the ring. If this thing is really good, Gao Yang might not change it even if he gets 10 billion. When Gao Yang arrived at the agreed location, Tang Yingying had already been waiting for a while. "Where's Xiaomi?" Gao Yang asked casually. "Xiaomi has taken his men to set up an ambush first. This time we have to completely solve these little troubles. By the way, have you ever killed anyone?" Gao Yang touched his nose and said, "Does it count if I've killed a chicken before?" Tang Yingying rolled her eyes and stopped talking. "Killing a chicken, what a great feat. Yingying, this is for you." Gao Yang handed the pistol to Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying was stunned. "Where are you from?" Gao Yang recounted what happened that night, and Tang Yingying understood now that Gao Yang must have gone to get this thing. "Gao Yang, this thing is actually not very useful, and it also has a fatal flaw, which is the sound. So normally we don't use this thing when we go out. If you like, I'll get you one with a silencer next time." Gao Yang stopped talking. "Then drive with peace of mind." In fact, he was somewhat disappointed, because Gao Yang thought this thing was the best thing he had at the moment. In the end, what Tang Yingying said had little effect, although what Tang Yingying said was indeed true. In fact, this is also related to Tang Yingying's living environment. If this happened to Qian Meili or Su Li, even if they don't need it, they will act very happy. They will even come up and give you a kiss. This is just like some young couples, even if they can't use the gift given by the other party and don't like it very much, they will still pretend to be happy on the surface. After all, this is romance. Life is not full of surprises. Many surprises are artificially created. The car slowly arrived at the gate of the courtyard. Gao Yang deliberately got out of the car and shook it for a while, then got back in and continued driving away. This confused everyone who was lying in ambush in the yard. Old Lu, this. Old Lu was also very confused. "Let's follow him and take a look. He must have something good he wants to hide in his car. Let's go." Gao Yang kept looking at the rearview mirror. After driving for about 5 or 6 minutes, he saw a few cars vaguely following behind him. He finally felt relieved. He was really afraid that these people would not be fooled. On the other side, just after Lao Lu and others left, a woman walked out from not far away. If Gao Yang was there, he would recognize her at once. This woman was Chao and I. Chao and I went to the raw jade market early this morning. She wanted to see Gao Yang. Maybe it's revenge, maybe it's some other purpose. Then he came here with Tang Xiaomi. Chao and I is indeed more capable than Tang Xiaomi. She followed her all the way, but Tang Xiaomi didn't even notice her. When Chao and I arrived here, she saw Lao Lu and others lying in ambush here. The smart girl immediately thought of the key to the problem. So she lay in ambush nearby, and when she saw Gao Yang coming and getting out of the car, she wanted to go over. What happened next was beyond her expectations. Gao Yang drove away directly, and then Lao Lu and others followed him. As a result, Chao and I was depressed because she didn't know how to drive. Fortunately, the road here is difficult to drive on and the car cannot drive fast, so Chao and I just followed by running all the way. It was getting dark, and when Gao Yang arrived at the place where he had fought with Li Sei before, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as the car stopped, 5 or 6 cars came out from behind and immediately surrounded his pickup truck. "Boy, can you run? But this place is really nice and quieter." As Lao Lu spoke, he slowly walked over with a gun in hand. "What do you want to do?" Gao Yang nervously protected Tang Yingying behind him, but he himself began to tremble with nervousness. "Don't worry. We are only trying to get money, not to kill anyone. As long as you cooperate with us, we will not kill you. If you don't know how to behave, you can't blame us. Now I'll give you a chance to survive. Tell me the password of your bank card and I'll let you go. Have you seen what I left for you?" Gao Yang changed his previous fearful expression and asked casually. Old Lu was stunned for a moment, then he reacted. This guy was about to die, yet he still dared to make fun of him. "Boy, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't behave yourself." After saying this, Lao Lu was about to pull the trigger. Of course he would definitely not kill Gao Yang, but it would be no problem to injure him. Gao Yang had noticed this guy a long time ago, and he immediately bent his hand and a steel ball in his hand shot out. Just before Lao Lu pulled the trigger, he was hit in the wrist. Ah! A scream cut through the night sky. Get started! Gao Yang succeeded in his attack and quickly rushed towards Lao Lu, picked up the pistol on the ground, and put it into his storage ring. As Tang Yingying said, sometimes a pistol is not as good as other things, such as steel balls. Just when others hadn't reacted to what was happening, Tang Xiaomi rushed out with 6 or 7 people. Kill them all, leaving no one behind. Suddenly a massacre began. These people are just ordinary local black forces, how can they be a match for Tang Xiaomi's people? Gao Yang put away his pistol, but... Vomit! Vomit! Gao Yang was stunned by the scene before him and kept vomiting. He can fight, but he doesn't dare to kill. Just after he shot a few steel balls, the others were treated as chickens and ducks and were killed by Tang Xiaomi's men. When Gao Yang saw the tragic scene, he was so scared that he vomited. Tang Yingying quickly ran over and patted Gao Yang on the back. It was unknown how long it took for Gao Yang to get used to it. Tang Xiaomi has already arranged people to clean up the scene. The speed was so fast that it directly refreshed Gao Yang's cognition. Don't kill me, I surrender. Old Lu was scared. In just a blink of an eye, there were only 3 left out of the 23 of them. Gao Yang took a sip of water and felt better. Didn't you just tell me to take out my bank card? Here's my bank card. Do you know what to do? Chapter 96 Su Li returns to Jinling City. Lao Lu and the other 2 looked at each other. How could they not know what Gao Yang meant? The most crucial point is that they knew that what Crocodile said before was correct. This Gao Yang was definitely the eldest son of a big family. There is a powerful force protecting him behind him, which is why Gao Yang vomits when he sees a dead person. That means whether the 3 of them can survive depends on Gao Yang. Because Gao Yang definitely has never killed anyone. This is their chance. Mr. Gao, as long as you let us go back, we will definitely give you all our belongings. Gao Yang was so angry that he laughed. I feel like I'm being treated like an idiot by others. Am I really that stupid? Gao Yang also understood that these people couldn't possibly bring any belongings with them. Even if they had bank cards or something, they probably wouldn't have large amounts of money. Another thing is that even if the money is transferred, he may not dare to accept it. Now he urgently needs a Swiss bank card. I leave it to you. Gao Yang's mentality has slowly begun to change. If it was a few days ago, he really wouldn't have said such a sentence. So many things require a process of growth. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he got into the car directly. Tang Yingying wiped her neck and left as well. After everyone left, one of the 3 corpses on the ground slowly crawled up. This person was none other than old Lu. He was lucky enough to survive after being stabbed in the abdomen. Gao Yang, right? I must avenge this. After saying this, Lao Lu was about to leave when a cold female voice sounded behind her. I'm afraid you don't have this chance. Puff. A dagger pierced Lao Lu's heart directly. Lao Lu's mouth moved a few times, and finally he fell to the ground and died. The woman checked the other 2 people again, and after finding that they were both dead, she turned and left. Of course, Gao Yang didn't know all this. After returning to the courtyard and taking a shower, Gao Yang lay on the bed with his head resting on Yingying's abdomen. Just enjoy the soft jade and warm fragrance. Everything that happened today had a huge impact on him. It was the first time he saw up close that killing someone was easier than killing a chicken. Tang Yingying was very well behaved. She also knew that Gao Yang might have been frightened today, or that the shock was a bit too great. So she didn't say anything and just let Gao Yang rest his head on her stomach, and the 2 of them didn't move. After a long time, Gao Yang almost recovered. Yingying, have you finished opening the bank account in Switzerland that you mentioned last time? Tang Yingying didn't expect that Gao Yang had been silent for so long, and the first thing he said was about this matter. Well, I've already applied for it and it's being processed. I'll give it to you when it's done. It's getting late, why don't we take a break? Gao Yang nodded and went to bed. He was very well behaved tonight and did not make any dirty moves on Tang Yingying. He just held her in his arms and slept all night. The next day, the 3 continued to repeat yesterday's work, completely unaware that some of the powerful forces in Ruicheng were shocked. The reason is simple. It is mainly because the three forces went to deal with Gao Yang yesterday. This matter is not a secret at all. But today Gao Yang is still active in the primitive market, and there has been no news of the three forces that went to deal with him yesterday. This only means one thing, that the people from these three forces may no longer be around. In other words, the fact that Gao Yang has a background has been confirmed, at least that's what Crocodile thinks. Therefore, the remaining forces that were originally wavering immediately withdrew their thoughts. There is a rule in this world that the strong are respected. Gao Yang demonstrated his strength, so those people completely gave up some of their ideas. At least they thought Gao Yang was capable. Those who are from the really big gangs naturally know who is behind this. Tang sect. In other words, the person behind Gao Yang is the Tang clan. The more they knew this, the more afraid they became. After all, the two are not on the same level at all, just like comparing some small thieves with those big bandits. Anyone who dares to provoke them will seek death. At the same time, in Jinling City, the original plan was that Su Li and the others should have arrived at midnight yesterday, but there was a traffic jam on the road for several hours, and they did not arrive in Jinling until dawn. When Wanting saw the whole car full of jadeite raw stones, her eyes narrowed with a smile. But she heard from Gao Yang that this truckload of stones was worth at least 1.5 billion. Gao Yang only took over 100 million when he left, but I didn't expect that he would bring back so many raw stones. I have a really good vision. What Wanting didn't know was that the money was earned by cutting these jadeite raw stones. If she knew that Gao Yang still had more than 1 billion yuan in his card, she would probably be shocked. It was already noon when the workers had unloaded all the stones. Wanting, my mission has been successfully completed. When Wanting looked at Su Li and Shan Meili, who looked exhausted, and said, "Let's go eat first. After dinner, you can have a good rest. We can talk about anything in the evening." Su Li waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. I'll just sleep upstairs and help look after these jadeite stones. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I need to select some raw stones for live streaming tomorrow. I will live here from now on, you guys go back." Su Li yawned as she spoke. "Then I entered the store, closed the door from the inside, went upstairs to the second floor and went to sleep. Boss One, I'm going to go back and have some rest too. I'll go to the company tomorrow." Shan Meili was not in much better condition at this time. She was panting heavily and looked very sleepy. "Okay, thank you for your hard work this time. If you have anything to say, let's go to the company tomorrow and talk about it." After Wanting resolved the issues here, she drove away. At this moment, her heart was filled with joy. If she knew that these two women had had sex with Gao Yang not long ago, I wonder if she would still be happy. 3 days passed slowly. During these 3 days, Gao Yang never encountered any trouble again. All he did every day was pick up girls and make money. It is worth mentioning that he finally got the Swiss bank card he had been waiting for a long time. He has made a lot of money in the past few days. In total, he has 1.5 billion in his card. 1 billion was placed in a Swiss bank credit card, and the remaining 500 million was placed in the original account. In fact, the purpose of his visit this time has basically been achieved. The reason he stayed was to help Tang Yingying deal with Li Sei and others. In the past few days, Tang Yingying's men have been searching for the location of Li Sei and others. The strange thing is that these people seem to have disappeared. But Gao Yang knew that these people had not disappeared, and they were probably hiding in some dark corner to heal their wounds. Gao Yang did not wait for any news, but waited for someone. Chao and I. Chapter 97 Thunder Fist Second Style. When Gao Yang saw Chao and I, he felt a little nervous. After all, it was Gao Yang who forced Chao and I to take those medicines that day. In a sense, Gao Yang forced himself on her. "I have something to tell you." After Chao and I finished speaking, she took the lead and went into a fast food restaurant. Gao Yang touched his nose and had no choice but to follow her in. They asked for a private room, ordered a few dishes, and sat face to face. "Give me my stuff." Chao Ni's face was red. She didn't mention what happened that day, but went to Gao Yang to ask for something. "I don't have the thing. I'll give it to you next time." Gao Yang said something nonsense. In fact, the things are in his storage room, but there is no way to take them out now. If he suddenly takes out a bunch of bottles and jars, how can he explain it clearly? Besides, he wouldn't give it to this woman. What if she turned against him? Chao and I moved her mouth, then took out a piece of paper and handed it to Gao Yang. The names on it correspond to the names on the medicines. There are notes on each medicine at the back. Don't take the wrong medicine or you'll die from it. Gao Yang took the paper and found that it contained very detailed information, which meant that Chao and I had no intention of taking those things back. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given this thing to Gao Yang. Why did you give me this? Gao Yang was a little confused. Chao and I moved her mouth, but in the end she didn't explain. Instead, she picked up the chopsticks and started eating. It was not until the meal was over that Chao and I spoke. You should leave here immediately. It's not safe here. The Injuman is making a plan against you. The reason why they haven't taken action yet is mainly because Li Sei's injury has not healed yet. But it will be soon. You should leave quickly and go back to your Jiling. After saying this, Chao and I stood up and was about to leave, but was stopped by Gao Yang. You care about me. Chao and I blushed and said. I wish you would die soon. You care about me. Gao Yang said the same thing and turned Chao and I over so that they were facing each other. Fucking I, why don't you just follow me? I like you too. Nothing good will come of you following Li Sei and his people. Chao and I looked at Gao Yang and moved her mouth. She didn't know what to say because her heart was beating so fast. Gao Yang was very shameless. He took advantage of Chao Ni's days and kissed her directly. Chao Ni's mind was suddenly confused, or rather, it short-circuited. She had never experienced this feeling before, and it felt really comfortable, so Chao and I slowly closed her eyes. Even though Gao Yang stretched out his dirty hands, she did not resist. Just when Chao and I was about to collapse and her legs became weak, Gao Yang slowly let go of Chao and I. After all, this is a fast food restaurant, he wouldn't mess around in a place like this. Nini, can I call you that? Although Gao Yang didn't dare to say that he was a love killer, but dealing with a girl like this who came out of the mountains was a piece of cake for him. Chao and I blushed and nodded. Chao and I was eager, but she also knew that this was not the right place. You'd better leave quickly, it's really dangerous here. My brother is called Chao Xiong, he's even more powerful than Li Sei. And that Black Hawk is also very powerful. You are no match for them, even with Tang Yingying and her people. This time Chao and I spoke more urgently. Gao Yang reached out and grabbed Chao Ni's hand, then said. But I can't bear to leave you. I won't see you after I leave here. Gao Yang decided to be a scumbag to the end, but he was not entirely deceiving Chao and I, at least Chao and I was really pretty. But Chao and I wanted to speak, but Gao Yang sealed her mouth with his mouth again. After a long time. Don't worry, I'm very good. Li's is no match for me. It's not certain who will beat whom by then. Remember, if you feel something is not going well, just protect yourself. You don't need to worry about me. Just like that, the simple and somewhat arrogant Chao and I was completely subdued by Gao Yang. This is because these women are relatively simple. If it were in Jinling City, Gao Yang would have driven the women crazy long ago. If you want to fool girls with such a simple trick, you're dreaming. After lunch, Gao Yang returned to the rough stone market again. He planned to buy the last batch of jadeite rough stones in the afternoon. Tang Yingying and Tang Xiaomi also went to prepare. In fact, both sides had expected this fight. And both sides are very confident. For example, on the Yin Juman side, Chao Xiong is confident, and his confidence comes from his strength. As for Tang Yingying, she was also very confident because she knew Gao Yang was a good fighter and she had more people on her side. Gao Yang has already mastered the second move of the Thunder Fist, and he is now considered a master. In fact, Gao Yang's purpose of this trip has been achieved. The jadeite raw stones have been bought back, and there are still a lot of jadeite in his space ring, which is for backup, such as absorption. In addition, his total assets have reached 1.7 billion. He just wants to help Tang Yingying now. After checking the time, Gao Yang drove back to the courtyard. As soon as he came back, Tang Yingying pulled him into the room with a serious expression. Gao Yang, we have found where Li Sei and the others are hiding. I have decided to take action tonight. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows and said. Are we a little short on manpower here? Li Sei, Black Hawk, and the two siblings Chao Xiong, there are 4 of them, but we only have 3. Will this work? Gao Yang asked with certainty. Leave Chao and I to Tang Xiaomi, she should be fine for a short time. As for Chao Xiong, I will take care of him, and let my subordinates take care of Black Hawk. You just need to injure or kill Li Sei as quickly as possible. Gao Yang nodded. Since everything had been arranged, he didn't say anything. After dinner, the group left here under the cover of night. As for this courtyard, they probably would never return again. So Gao Yang even had his quilt and other things taken away. In a courtyard somewhere, Li Sei moved his body. His injuries were basically 80% healed, and the rest he could only do through recuperation. However, these no longer hinder the battle. For people like them, having some injuries on the body basically has little impact on the battle. Fuck bear, are you ready? We're going to get revenge tonight. Before Chao Ying could say anything, he heard the sound of breaking wind coming from the door. The people who came were none other than Tang Yingying and her group. Tang Yingying, we were just about to look for you, but we didn't expect you to come to our door. A fight is not about the number of people, it's about the fighting ability. The person who spoke was Chao Xiong. Tang Yingying ignored this guy and looked at Li Sei. Li Sei, you have done so many evil things and even plotted against us. I will kill you today. Tang Yingying didn't waste any time. With a shake of his hand, 2 daggers appeared in his hand. Chao Xiong slowly stepped forward and stood in front of Tang Yingying. He was the only one who could stop Tang Yingying here. Chapter 98, Both Sides Suffer. Black Hawk, let's deal with this guy together. He's a bit weird. Plans are not as fast as changes, and something unexpected happened here. Li Sei developed a fear of Gao Yang, so he asked Black Hawk to deal with him together. Okay, let's deal with this guy first. Black Hawk was not a person who would hesitate. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Gao Yang. On the other side, Tang Yingying wanted to take over Black Hawk, but was entangled by Chao Xiong. Tang Xiaomi wanted to provide support but was stopped by Chao and I. So those men had no choice but to rush towards Li Sei. And so the battle began. Gao Yang saw Black Hawk rushing towards him and punched him directly. Black Hawk is not a fool. He heard from Li Sei that this kid has brute strength, so he took out a short blade and stabbed it towards Gao Yang's fist. With a clang sound, Gao Yang shot out a steel ball from his other hand, hitting the short blade. Or Gao Yang was about to launch a sneak attack, but was spotted by Black Hawk and blocked with his short blade. Boy, I've been on guard against you. Gao Yang ignored the guy's nonsense and shot another steel ball. Black Hawk was still a little scared of this hidden weapon. After all, the steel balls are not big and can be easily attacked by surprise. So this time he dodged sideways and didn't dare to move forward for a while. Ah! At this moment, one of Tang Yingying's men was hit on the back by Li Sei's steel claws and immediately screamed. Li Sei was about to step forward and kill him, when a steel ball shot towards him. Li Sei quickly stepped back and dodged. Gao Yang is ready to get serious, because according to the current battle situation, Tang Xiaomi is at a disadvantage. It's hard to tell what is going on with Tang Yingying and Chao Xiong for now, but it's clear that Tang Yingying's men are no match for Li Sei. Only I can suppress this Black Hawk, and the battle situation is very unfavorable for us. The only way is to fight quickly and kill one person. So Gao Yang directly used the boxing technique he had just learned, Thunder Fist. And instead of rushing towards Black Hawk, he rushed directly towards Li Sei. Li Sei's eyelids twitched. This boxing style was very familiar. It seemed very similar to his, but it seemed to be more powerful than his. For a while, Li Sei was beaten back step by step. At this moment, Black Hawk suddenly rushed towards Gao Yang, intending to launch a sneak attack. And Gao Yang was waiting for this moment. Bang! Gao Yang took out his pistol and fired a shot. Puff! A peanut hit Black Hawk directly in the abdomen. Boy, you have no moral principles. Black Hawk covered his abdomen with one hand and pointed at Gao Yang with the other. Bang! Gao Yang shot 2 more peanuts at Black Hawk. Black Hawk dodged one, and the other hit Black Hawk directly in the chest. Fortunately, it was on the right side, otherwise I would have been dead. I'm not one of you martial artists, why bother talking about martial ethics, you idiot? Careful! Just as Gao Yang was about to kill Black Hawk, he saw Li Sei suddenly rushing towards Tang Yingying. Gao Yang knew something was wrong, so he shouted be careful and rushed towards Tang Yingying. With a swish sound, Gao Yang felt a burning pain on his back. He was scratched by the short blade in Li Sei's hand. Let's go! After Li Sei's sneak attack, he hugged Black Hawk, shouted, and left. The Chao Xiong brother and sister looked at each other and retreated as well. If Li Sei's surprise attack just now had succeeded, or if he had seriously injured Tang Yingying, then he could have joined forces with Chao Xiong to deal with Gao Yang. Unfortunately, Gao Yang used his back to block his steel claws. Although there were 3 cuts on Gao Yang's back, it was obvious that Gao Yang had tried to dodge. This injury was not fatal, so Li Se was not sure of defeating Gao Yang in the next one-on-one fight. The most important thing was that Black Hawk was seriously injured and needed treatment. Then the wisest choice is to evacuate decisively at this time. Gao Yang, are you okay? Tang Yingying didn't have time to chase after Li Se and the others, so she hurried forward to check. Tang Xiaomi also ran over. Gao Yang smiled and said, "It's okay. I won't die. Let's get out of here quickly. It would be bad if the gunshots attracted other people." Tang Yingying also knew that Gao Yang was right, and quickly arranged for everyone to retreat. In fact, the battle tonight was a bit anticlimactic. It was originally a life-and-death situation, and I don't know how it turned out like this. Maybe Gao Yang's lack of martial ethics had already changed. First of all, Black Hawk was seriously injured, which made Li Se and others lose the desire to fight. Then there was a sneak attack, which injured Gao Yang. As a result, Tang Yingying and the others lost their desire to fight. Gao Yang wanted to chase after them, but his back hurt and he was afraid of the pain. In short, I don't know whether this plan was successful or failed. Several people returned to their residence, and Tang Yingying quickly began to treat Gao Yang's injuries. "Gao Yang, why are you so stupid that you blocked Li Se's fatal blow for me?" It would be a lie for Tang Yingying to say she wasn't touched. Fortunately, the wound on Gao Yang's back was not serious, just a cut on the flesh. "You are my woman, if I don't block you, who else can I block? Besides, I'm thick-skinned and I'm fine." Tang Yingying was delighted when she heard this. In fact, she hadn't said one more thing, which was that Tang Yingying had already noticed Li Se's sneak attack and could have avoided it. But if I really have to say it, then Tang Yingying is a pig. It's so kind of you. When Tang Yingying was deeply moved, she put her cheek on Gao Yang's back and then hugged Gao Yang with both hands. "Sister, I'm still here?" Tang Xiaomi couldn't stand the two people's affectionate attitude and quickly reminded them. "Hey, why are you still here?" Well, Tang Xiaomi was completely defeated by her sister and could only leave helplessly. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and the same is true for Li Se and others. People like them will never stay in one place for too long, so they will not rent just one house in each place. And the place we came to this time happened to be where Black Dragon was recuperating. At this time, Heilung could basically get out of bed and walk. As soon as Li Se came back, he began to check Black Hawk's wound. There are 2 wounds. There is a bullet in the abdomen and the right chest that needs to be removed. Now we can only stop the bleeding. We have to find a surgeon. It took Li Se less than a minute to describe the situation of Black Hawk. Chow and I frowned and said, "Then you guys stay here, I'll go find a doctor." Li Se grabbed the bear and said, "I'll go. I'm familiar with this place, and I also know the doctor who treated Black Dragon last time. Just be careful." After Li Se finished speaking, he turned around and left. Black Hawk was in a coma at this time. Although these 2 injuries were not fatal, they were quite serious. In addition, he had lost a lot of blood along the way, so it was normal for him to faint now. After watching for a while, Chow and I also went back to her room. After all, there was no point for her to stay here. As soon as she returned to the room, murderous intent appeared in Chao Ni's eyes, and this murderous intent was directed at Li Se. Gao Yang was injured tonight, and it was Li Se who did it. Fortunately, Gao Yang's injuries were not serious, she was sure of that, and she also felt like laughing. It's what Black Hawk said, you have no martial ethics. Chapter 99, Killing Li Se. Outside, Black Dragon had a gloomy face. The reason why I was injured before and now become neither male nor female is because of Li Se. Now Black Hawk is injured again, why isn't someone else injured? When it comes to martial arts, Black Hawk is definitely better than Chow and I, right? Why are all of them fine, but only the 2 with the surname He are unlucky? Gao Yang took a bath with Tang Yingying's help and then went to bed. Because of her injury, Tang Yingying ran out and slept with Tang Xiaomi. The main reason is that I'm afraid Gao Yang can't help but think about that, and that would tear the wound and cause harm. Just then, a text message came. The message was sent by Chow and I, mainly wanting to ask about Gao Yang's injury. Gao Yang naturally said that it was okay, and then asked about the situation over there. After learning that Black Hawk was not dead, he felt depressed. Gao Yang was bored, so he started to seduce Chow and I, such as looking at the color of her bra, etc. Anyway, Gao Yang's mobile phone was filled with many erotic photos sent by Chow and I. But I deleted it after reading it. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening when the chat ended, and Gao Yang began to practice Qigong to heal his injuries. To put it simply, it means using the spiritual energy in the body to help wounds heal. In fact, for such a minor injury, it is really nothing. The last time when wanting hit my ribs and broke them, it only took about 2 days to recover. What's more, this kind of skin injury basically only takes one night. After the healing was over, Gao Yang began to absorb the energy in the jade, and he found that he was not strong enough. Another point is that he urgently needs to open the box in the ring space. Gao Yang tried, but there was no way to get the box out. It was as if it had taken root inside the ring. The more this is the case, the more it proves that there must be a treasure in that box. Another thing is that I have been here for so many days, and he has almost finished his work. He should consider going back, or at least go back first. After all, there is a woman waiting for him at home. Besides, with so many raw jade stones brought back, I have to open a shop no matter what. Gao Yang fell asleep while thinking about all sorts of things. The next morning, when Tang Yingying saw Gao Yang's scabbed back, she was shocked. In fact, this is still high-pressure control. After breakfast, Gao Yang found an excuse to leave. He was going to do something, to kill Li Sei and Black Hawk. That's right, Xiao and I was so coaxed by Gao Yang last night that she was at a loss, so she revealed where she lives. Of course, there is another reason. Xiao and I herself wants Li Sei to die. Gao Yang quietly came to the place where Li Sei and others lived. He knew that Xiao and I had transferred her brother away, but for safety reasons, he still wanted to confirm it. Li Sei was recuperating in the room when he suddenly heard some noise outside. Always alert, he sensed that something was wrong. He quickly opened the door to check and saw Gao Yang coming out of Black Hawk's room with a black dragon lying on the ground. Li Sei knew something was wrong and wanted to escape immediately. But Gao Yang would not give him the chance. He directly shot out 2 steel balls, blocking Li Sei's escape direction. Li Sei knew that things would not end well today, so he could only fight hard. As long as he could hold on until Chao Xiong came back, he would be safe. But he underestimated Gao Yang's fighting ability. Gao Yang's Thunder Fist has been practiced to the second form. How can Li Sei be his opponent? The most important thing is that Gao Yang has no martial ethics at all. He punches one moment and uses hidden weapons the next, making it impossible for Li Sei to defend himself. Gao Yang, please leave some space for us to meet again in the future. Do you really want to be so ruthless? Li Sei was beaten back step by step and had no choice but to surrender. If it were in the past, Gao Yang might not have taken his life, but after experiencing so many battles, he is no longer the Gao Yang of the past. Li Sei, I'm afraid it's too late. Even if I don't kill you now, it will be useless because I have already killed Black Eagle and Black Dragon. Our feud has already been established. Today, it's either you or me who will die. The blame belongs to you, Yin Juman, for your evil deeds. You deserve to die. With a word damn it, Gao Yang suddenly accelerated his attack, found a flaw in Li Sei, and punched him directly in the chest. Puff. Li Sei spat out a mouthful of blood. Gao Yang doesn't care about all that. He will take your life while you are sick. Li Sei knew that he was no match for Gao Yang, so he turned around and rushed into the house, because as long as he entered the house, he could escape from the other side of the window. Obviously, Li Sei was overthinking. How could Gao Yang give him this opportunity? A handful of steel balls suddenly appeared in his hand and he threw them indiscriminately at Li Sei. Puff, puff, puff. Li Sei had one foot on the door and the other foot still outside the door, frozen in the posture of entering the door. At this time, his back of the head and other parts were all covered with blood holes, and then with a thump, he was deader than dead. Of course the fatal injury was the back of the head. Gao Yang's eyes lit up, he didn't expect that steel balls could be used in this way. He did it unconsciously just now. He was afraid that this guy would escape, so he just grabbed a handful of steel balls and threw them out. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. If I had known this, I wouldn't have had to bother last night. He shook his head with a wry smile. The 3 bad guys were finally dead. It can be considered as getting rid of a harm to the people, and Su Li's revenge has also been avenged. Gao Yang didn't hesitate. He put the 3 corpses into the storage ring and left. Before leaving, I didn't forget to send a text message to someone. After Gao Yang left, he went directly to the woods that night, and then called Tang Yingying. After a while, Tang Yingying and her sister arrived in an SUV. When the 2 saw Li Sei's body, they were also shocked. Gao Yang, how did you do it? Gao Yang smiled and then began to recount what had happened. Of course, it is impossible to tell the truth. Ying, I have helped you complete the task. How should you reward me? How about we? Tang Ying blushed and said embarrassedly. Xiaomi is still here, why don't you go back and do whatever you want? In fact, Gao Yang was just teasing Tang Ying. Ying, what are you thinking about? I mean, how about we go back and celebrate now? Tang Ying was embarrassed and pinched Gao Yang's waist hard, then hurriedly got into the car with Tang Xiaomi. Tang Xiaomi also made a face at Gao Yang. On the other side, when the Chao Xiong brother and sister came back, they immediately found something wrong. There were signs of fighting and blood in the yard. There were steel balls everywhere on the doors, windows, and the ground, and Li Sei, Black Hawk, and the other two were missing. Brother, what's going on? Chao and I looked surprised. This place is not safe anymore, let's get you out of here quickly. Chao Xiong didn't say anything more. He didn't even pack up his things and just left with his sister. As for the situation here, you will understand it with just a little thought. The person who took action must be Gao Yang. What Chao Xiong didn't know was that the culprit behind this incident was none other than his own sister. Chapter 100 Return to Jinling City. After dealing with Li Sei, Tang Ying's mission here was basically over. Gao Yang also began to concentrate on cutting stones every day. When he came across a particularly good stone, he would cut it directly and then secretly put it into his storage ring. There was one stone in particular that was priceless, so he wanted to keep it and take it back to give to one wanting. A few days passed in a flash. Gao Yang stopped gambling on stones and spent every day shopping and sightseeing with Tang Ying, and then made figurines at night. Finally, Tang Ying left, Tang Xiaomi also left, and Gao Yang returned to the hotel to stay again. It's not that he doesn't want to leave, but Gao Yang wants to meet Chao and I, which is also Chao and I's idea. Because Chao and I and the others are leaving too. As if it was an appointment, they all came when they came and left when they left. Gao Yang had just checked into the hotel when Chao and I came over. Although the two haven't met each other these days, they still chat very enthusiastically on WeChat. Especially Chao and I, who was passionate, unrestrained, and bold. The two hugged each other tightly as soon as they met, mainly because Gao Yang had teased this woman to the point of being almost unable to bear it during this period of time. Which little girl can withstand such teasing from him? The two of them stayed in the room for a whole day and night, and finally Chao and I left reluctantly. As soon as Chao and I left, Gao Yang knew that it was time for him to go back. On August 1st, Gao Yang boarded a plane back to Jinling, and it was Wen Wanting who picked him up at the airport. Wen Wanting was so excited when she learned that Gao Yang was coming back that she couldn't sleep the whole night. She missed Gao Yang very much. So, when Gao Yang appeared in front of him, he threw himself directly into Gao Yang's arms. Honey, I miss you so much. I think about you every day, every night, and even when I'm at work. I finally think about you. Gao Yang felt very guilty at this moment. No matter how Chou Lily treats him, the woman in front of him is right. So did I become such a scumbag out of revenge, or is it just my nature? If Wen Wanting was an accident, then what about Tang Ying? Tang Ying is an exception, but what about Su Li? What about Qian Meili? Idiot, I missed you too. Let's go back first, it's inconvenient with so many people here. Gao Yang finally put aside his confused thoughts, carried the box in one hand, and walked towards the parking lot with Wen Wanting in the other. Wen Wanting was still thinking about what Gao Yang said, her face flushed. What does it mean to be inconvenient when there are too many people? Does this guy want to do that in broad daylight? Gao Yang did not return to the villa as Wen Wanting expected. He went directly to his raw stone shop. At this time, the raw stone shop basically became Su Li's live broadcast room, and her own company rarely went there. Gao Yang looked at the pile of raw stones in the yard and a smile appeared on his face. In other words, his third industry started to emerge. Gao Yang will be busy in the next few days. He needs to sort out these raw stones first. Some of them are of high quality and are provided to Wen's group. Another part is used for live streaming and selling goods, and the rest is put on sale. Su Li naturally knew that Gao Yang was back, but as she had said in Ruweiqing, the two of them would not have that kind of relationship after he came back. Some are cooperative relationships. Su Li, have you bought enough stores? As soon as Gao Yang came back, the first thing he did was to hold a meeting, although there were only 3 people in the meeting. Everything has been purchased according to your request. What should we do next? Su Li looked at Gao Yang with expectant eyes. Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "First we have to set up a special session, which means every afternoon, we will do a live broadcast here, select the stones on site, and then cut them in the backyard. Also, Wan Ting needs to cooperate. It would be best if we could arrange a few professionals to make a batch of jewelry on site. Because it is more convincing and credible, it only needs to be maintained for about a week, and then the reputation of this place should be established. By then, our jade shop will basically be alive, and this commercial street will also slowly come alive." When Wanting nodded and said, "That's no problem. I'll arrange for some people to come over and help. Another point is that there are so many stores here. If someone wants to rent or buy it, it is likely that they will open a raw stone store. Will this affect our business?" Gao Yang smiled and said, "Do you think it's better for one family to sell vegetables in a market, or for the whole market to sell vegetables together? It is almost impossible to have a monopoly on jade in this day and age. I wish the whole street was filled with jadeite rough stone vendors. Only in this way can our business be better. As long as we ensure the quality of the raw materials, coupled with your support, I believe this market will be popular soon. When the time comes, we will take the opportunity to sell all the properties we have, and our first step of the plan will be completed. The second step is to merge the existing Jade Street into ours. This way, the raw stone street in Jinling City will be more than twice as large as before. Another thing is that I am a petty person. What I want to see most is whether the convenience store will regret it in the end." Suli wanted to laugh when he heard this. She was most familiar with the convenience store that Gao Yang mentioned. It was Suli herself who went to inquire about it for Gao Yang. That is why Gao Yang finally chose this place. It seems that this man is indeed a little narrow-minded. However, most narrow-minded people would not admit it, let alone say it out loud, but Gao Yang said it anyway. And he didn't feel embarrassed at all. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Then I will arrange for someone to come and cooperate with Suli tomorrow." When Wanting agreed, the three of them then discussed some details. After all, the content of the cooperation had to be negotiated first. For example, this store is from Gao Yang, and these jadeite raw stones are also from Gao Yang, so how to calculate the profit at that time must be agreed upon in advance. It doesn't matter how much you earn, what matters is that you make some profit. Another point is that the accounts must be calculated clearly. As the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly, especially when this involves two companies and an individual business owner. Finally, after a discussion, the price of the jadeite raw stone was calculated based on Gao Yang's purchase price plus 10%. After all, purchasing, renting warehouses, transportation, hiring security, etc. all cost money, so adding 10% is not excessive. So we plan to start the live broadcast tonight, and also advertise the Gao Yang store and its address. As a result, all this trouble lasted until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. For some reason, Gao Yang took when Wanting and left first. Suli watched the two of them leave and naturally knew where they were going. After all, Gao Yang has been away for more than 20 days, and when Wanting is a normal woman, so she naturally has normal needs. This makes sense. The only thing that made Suli uncomfortable was what to do with her own fields. Just let it go to waste? Chapter 101 Surprise. Part 1. Gao Yang and Wen Wanting drove back to the villa in perfect harmony. Then, in perfect tacit understanding, they went up to the second floor one after the other. After entering the room, the tacit understanding became more natural, and the two of them hugged each other directly. Every subsequent step went smoothly, just as if they had trained it well. Actually, Gao Yang is okay, the main problem is Wen Wanting. The biggest difference between this woman and the girl is that one is shy and the other is open. Before girls experience that kind of thing, they will have yearnings or some fantasies. But after becoming women, there is one thing that keeps calling them, and that is addiction. Yes, this kind of thing is addictive. Whether it's mental or physical, he's addicted. This addiction is even stronger than that of men. Some women even hope that their other half will not be so gentle. Gentleness is not what they need. What they need is wildness, just like the lyrics say, the man who lassos horses is mighty and majestic. After a long time, when Wanting was so tired that she could hardly get up, but fortunately she didn't need to get up. "Hubby, thank you for your hard work this time. Look at you, you're all tanned. And did you sneak in some fast food outside?" Gao Yang naturally understood what Wen Wanting meant by cheating, but as a scumbag, how could he admit to it? Wen Wanting smiled and said nothing. Wen Wanting has her own understanding of this. Men are always running around outside, so it's understandable that they go out to release the urge when they can't hold it back. Sometimes women cannot be too smart. Women who are too smart often live a more tiring life than stupid women. What kind of girls do men like? They like those who are silly and cute. If a woman acts smarter than a man, then the man will definitely live a very tiring life. Smart women learn to disguise themselves. Smart women like men to call them little fools and little fools. Gao Yang has been out for more than 20 days this time. After the experiment just now, when Wanting felt that this guy's skills have improved again and he has more tricks. Wanting, I brought you something good this time. You will definitely like it after you see it. When Wanting became interested all of a sudden. No matter whether she liked this thing or not, since it was a gift from Gao Yang for her, she had to like it. Honey, what is that? When Wanting was lying on the bed with only one hand, and her whole body was supported by her hand. From Gao Yang's perspective, it was like two grapefruits hanging on her chest. I couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. Hate it, say something. It is impossible for Gao Yang to tell now. Since it is a good thing, it must be a surprise. Wanting, I remember the last time we were in the lounge in the office. How about you? When Wanting's pretty face blushed. She naturally understood what Gao Yang said. She just tried it once out of curiosity last time, but she didn't expect that this guy actually remembered it. Let's make it just once a week at most, otherwise I won't agree. Gao Yang nodded quickly. No matter whether you agree or not, just deal with this situation first. When Wanting rolled her eyes at Gao Yang, then slowly got into bed. When Gao Xiaoya came back, she saw Gao Yang who was making dinner. She was stunned at first, but then she reacted. Brother, I miss you so much. Gao Xiaoya pounced on him as she spoke. Stop it, I'm cooking. Tell me quickly, how have you been feeling during this period? Gao Xiaoya became excited when this was mentioned. Brother, business in the store is booming. Especially since my sister-in-law placed the orders from Sister Su Li's live broadcast directly in our store, we have to pack a lot of express deliveries every day. Gao Yang was stunned, then looked at Wen Wanting who had just finished brushing her teeth. Wen Wanting rolled her eyes at Gao Yang, as if she was still angry about something that had happened before. Who told Gao Yang to be so unethical? In fact, this matter is very simple. In fact, this is a loophole. To put it simply, the jewelry that Su Li sells can be ordered in the name of Gao Yang Jewelry Store, and then processed by Wen's Jewelry. This is how profits are maximized. Almost every piece of jewelry can earn a few dozen yuan more. Don't think that you can only make a few dozen yuan from each piece of jewelry. When the number increases, it will be a considerable sum. Regarding this point, Gao Yang would definitely praise Wen Wanting a lot. In fact, Gao Yang doesn't care about this little profit. To put it simply, how much money can a jewelry store make in a month? The real money-making stuff is the stones in the store. Of course, Gao Yang is rich now, and he will definitely start other businesses next. Xiaoya, I'm going back in a few days, do you want to come with me? The three of them were eating dinner and chatting. Wen Wanting was listening on the side. In fact, she was very eager for Gao Yang to take her back with him. Brother, I just ran away from home and I don't want to go back. Besides, I still have to work and go to school in a while. Why don't you take your sister-in-law back with you? Wen Wanting secretly gave Gao Xiaoya a thumbs up, thinking that her love for this sister-in-law was not in vain. Okay, I plan to go back the day after tomorrow. You can take half a day off tomorrow and go shopping with your sister-in-law. I don't have time. Gao Xiaoya quickly nodded and agreed, as long as her brother didn't drag him back. The main problem was that her mother was too nagging. After dinner, Gao Yang asked his sister to clean up the dishes, and he took Wen Wanting to the raw stone shop. His main purpose tonight is to solve the rough stone. In fact, the best piece of raw stone is still in Gao Yang's storage ring. Whether this store will become popular depends on tonight's live broadcast. For this purpose, Su Li also made some careful preparations. He first hung 2 solar lamps above the backyard, so that it would be almost the same as daytime. Then connect all the live broadcast equipment. The first thing is to create a good atmosphere. In fact, the atmosphere in Su Li's live broadcast room is already very good. After all, so far, Su Li is the first person to broadcast stone cutting live. Because this thing costs too much, no anchor can afford it, and only Gao Yang can do it. After Su Li's passionate speech, Gao Yang began his first stone cutting of the day. Wanting, this rough stone is my gift to you, you must open your eyes and look at it carefully. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he directly started the stone cutting work tonight. At this time, the people in the live broadcast room were also very curious. They wanted to see what could be cut out of this piece of jadeite raw stone. Gao Yang has quite a few fans now, so they are naturally waiting and watching. Gao Yang's stone cutting method is always simple and rough. He just cuts one surface with one stroke. When Wanting looked at it with great anticipation. She had a hunch that since Gao Yang said he was giving her a gift, the jade inside must be extraordinary. Just like when the two of them were on Emerald Street, this guy always brings. Gao Yang doesn't need to develop slowly now, he needs to rise. Today he is no longer the Gao Yang who used to ride an electric bike to and from get off work. He has paved his way. As the stone flakes fell off, the original stone gradually became the size of a rugby ball. Gao Yang stopped the cutting machine and started grinding with a grinder. When a hint of green appeared on the surface, when Wanting's eyelids twitched. This guy really did it. This is imperial green. When Wanting was sure that this was the imperial green, a green so deep and oily that it looked like it was oozing with energy. What the hell, what kind of jade is this? Why is it so beautiful? Let me take a look. This can't be. For a while, there was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Most of them don't know it, but there are always some who know it. After all, this live broadcast room has existed for some time, and many people are paying attention to it, including many who actually have jade. This is imperial green, absolutely imperial green. Oh my god, someone actually figured out how to make the imperial green. This piece of. At this time, the live broadcast room was full of chat messages and various gift rewards. But Suli didn't say a word, because she also opened her mouth in surprise. The two of them just watched, and finally a piece of imperial green that was slightly larger than the mouth of a bowl appeared in Gao Yang's hand. Wanting, I did it, this is for you. When Wanting stretched out her trembling hands to take the imperial green, and then threw herself directly into Gao Yang's arms. She was so happy. Regardless of how much this piece of imperial green is worth, the fact that Gao Yang has always remembered this matter is enough to move when Wanting. The two of them hugged each other like this. Countless people were full tonight and they had a stomach full of dog food. Even Suli was full. Okay, let's start the second part of today. This time, Gao Yang was very satisfied with the atmosphere tonight and he believed that this store would become very popular in the next few days. On the other side, in a room, Tang Yingying and Tang Xiaomi were watching the live broadcast. After all, Suli has been with Tang Yingying and others for some time, so she naturally knows about this live broadcast room. Sister, this woman is the queen. Tang Xiaomi said with regret. Tang Yingying bit her lip and said. So, am I prettier or is she prettier? Tang Xiaomi looked at her cousin, then looked at Wen Wanting on her phone, and said. This queen is naturally generous, dignified, and virtuous, with a tall figure. She has a lot of advantages. As for you, although you are a little short, you have big breasts and a seductive face. Your advantage is that you are flirty. Tang Yingying was not angry at all when she heard Tang Xiaomi's comment. What's wrong with being a flirty woman? Being coquettish is also a kind of asset for a woman. Which man doesn't want his woman to be coquettish? As long as you don't mess around. Xiaomi, I can't leave for the time being. How about you go to Jinling City in my place? Nothing happened that night. The next day, when Gao Yang arrived at the raw stone shop, he was shocked. The store was packed with people, and Suli kept explaining. Seeing Gao Yang coming, he quickly recounted what had happened. Gao Yang nodded, signaling Suli not to worry. Everyone, our store is temporarily closed. It is expected to open tomorrow morning. As you can see, all my raw stones were just shipped here from Ruwaicheng. It's still a mess at the moment, so I need to sort it out before I can put it on the shelf, but please rest assured, the quality of my raw stones is definitely much higher than others. You are welcome to come and take care of my business from time to time, but please leave now, because I can't organize it with so many of you here. Then if I can't sort it out in one day, I won't be able to sell it, am I right? In fact, some of these people are here to watch the fun, and of course some of them are indeed here to buy jadeite raw stones. After all, many people watched the live broadcast last night, and even if they didn't watch it, they must have heard of it. Boss Gao, can you show us the piece of imperial green you saw last night? After all, I have never seen imperial green in my life. Yes, I want to see it too. I wonder if Boss Gao can give me a favor. Gao Yang smiled. This was his purpose. The reason why we had a live broadcast last night to unveil the Imperial Green Jade was to achieve this effect. This is called a chain reaction, or it would be more appropriate to call it the star effect. No matter how good the quality of a movie is, if you don't have a big star, the box office performance will not be very good. However, if there is an award-winning actor or a popular star in the lead role, even if the film is average, the box office will not be too bad. This is exactly the effect Gao Yang wants. Excuse me, everyone. That piece of Imperial Green no longer belongs to me. I gave it away. Maybe it is being processed into jewelry now. But please rest assured, I bought so many raw stones this time, almost all of them came from the same pit. Maybe. Of course, I think everyone knows how precious Imperial Green is. Maybe there is some in my pile of materials, but it is more likely that there is none. But what I want to say is that the chance of finding top-quality jadeite from these materials is very high, so let's wait and see. Gao Yang's words were quite sophisticated. It seemed like he had said everything, and it seemed like he had said nothing at the same time. In short, it is up to everyone to understand it for themselves. But the pie has already been drawn here, whether anyone is willing to come and eat it is another matter. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Gao Yang simply closed the store door. Otherwise, you won't be able to work for the whole day. Gao Yang, is our store considered popular? Suli was very happy. After all, this was Gao Yang's store. That's about right. Suli, I have a suggestion. I don't know if you can accept it. Of course, this depends on your own wishes. Suli motioned Gao Yang to continue. Gao Yang no longer hesitated and directly told him what he had thought about last night. Your live broadcast company doesn't make much money in a month, why don't we disband it? Then you come directly over. We will only live broadcast this one product in the future. That's what you are doing now. You can help me watch the store during the day, and you can make money by live streaming at night. This way you can definitely make much more money than before, and it's not as tiring. If the other two companies merge, even if you only get 10% of the shares, it will be much stronger than your live broadcast company. What do you think? Chapter 103, I just like chatting. Suli fell into deep thought. In fact, what Gao Yang said was not wrong. She used to think her live broadcast company was doing well, making hundreds of thousands of dollars every month. During holidays such as May Day and National Day, the money could be doubled. But it depends on who you compare yourself with. Ever since she met Gao Yang, she discovered that making money could be so easy. Not to mention anything else, just take what happened in Ruwaiching as an example. The little money Gao Yang gave her was already more than her total assets. Besides, my company really has no future, and I am also doing live streaming now. I can earn more every night by just doing it than the company does. To put it another way, even if she didn't make money, Gao Yang would never let her starve, because Gao Yang was her man. Although this relationship cannot be made public, it is enough to have this relationship. During the day, I help Gao Yang manage the store, and I can also make some money by doing live broadcasts to do business. At night, I do live broadcasts to sell goods, so I can work and entertain at the same time. Gao Yang, you are the majority shareholder of the company, so you have the final say. I will listen to you. Gao Yang smiled. He had been looking for someone to help run the store, and now he finally found this person. Okay. Then you should dispose of the company as soon as possible. If someone wants to take it over, you can sell it. It doesn't matter if the price is a little cheaper. The main thing is to get rid of it as soon as possible. I won't treat you unfairly. Suli said As long as Gao Yang said this, it would be enough. Suli left. Actually, Gao Yang wanted to pull Suli upstairs to do that, but then he thought about it and gave up. This was Jinling City and he was afraid. After Suli left, Gao Yang changed his clothes, rolled up his sleeves and started working. The first step is to select, and the raw stones are divided into 3 grades, high, medium and low. Then start marking the prices and placing them in designated locations. This job is boring, but it does not need to be completed in one day. Just do a part of it to run your business normally, and sort out the rest when you have time later. With a whoosh, the rolling door was opened, and Wen Wanting came over carrying a packing box. Honey, I called you but you didn't answer. Wen Wanting said this very skillfully. What she said was that you didn't answer, not why you didn't answer. There is an essential difference between these two. If you didn't answer the call, it was a notification to you. If you didn't answer the call, it was an accusation. Because Gao Yang looked like this, I knew why he didn't answer the phone. He must be busy. Wanting, I've been working on these things so I might not have noticed. I'm telling you, these stones are worth at least 1 billion yuan whether you cut them yourself or sell them. Just wait to become a rich lady. When Wanting smiled slightly. She was already rich, but Gao Yang's ability to make money was indeed not exaggerated. My husband is the best, but no matter how great he is, he still has to eat. By the way, where's Suli? Gao Yang gave a brief explanation while washing his hands. When Wanting didn't say anything. Gao Yang's suggestion was correct because the store definitely needed more staff and she was still worried about other people. After Gao Yang finished washing his hands, when Wanting opened the takeaway box. There were originally 3 fast food meals, but now there was one more since Suli had left. Wanting, I plan to go back the day after tomorrow. That's what I think. It's not so good for my parents to be at home. You know, farming is tiring and unprofitable nowadays. So it's better for my parents to come over here and help. My mom can buy some vegetables and cook, and do some laundry. My dad is only 50 years old, so he can come to the store to help out so that Suli can have an easier time. Then he can live in the store and we can come and eat after work every day. When Wanting was amused by the words come and have a free meal after get off work. You are a man, you are the one who makes the decisions about family matters. Then we'll register the insurance under the name of the jewelry store and buy them an insurance policy. Whether it's useful or not, we'll buy it first. It's still in time to buy insurance at age 50, and then we'll retire at age 65 and get the pension. Gao Yan thought that was right. After all, he was not short of that little money, so it wouldn't do any harm to buy it. Okay, just ask your secretary to help you with this when the time comes. Ting Ting, we are full now. We still have some time. How about we? When Wanting's pretty face turned red. How could she not know what Gao Yan wanted to do? Tonight, husband. You can do it tonight. Not now because Xiaoya is waiting for me to go shopping for gifts together. In the end, when Wanting left, Gao Yang smiled and continued to organize her stones. On the other side, Gao Xiaoya followed when Wanting to the commercial street. Because Gao Yang was going to take when Wanting back to his hometown the day after tomorrow, this gift was naturally indispensable. Xiaoya, does our dad smoke? Gao Xiaoya really appreciated the name when Wanting. In the past, Zhou Lily would only call them your dad and your mom, which was fine, but not as intimate as when Wanting. Sister-in-law, my dad doesn't smoke, but he drinks, but not much. Because my dad is controlled by his wife, my mom won't let him drink too much. As for my mom, she doesn't have any hobbies. She just likes chatting. In Northeast China, we say it's chatting. She talks a lot of nonsense. Besides. Along the way, Gao Xiaoya briefly explained the situation at home. The next step was a shopping spree. When Wanting bought a few sets of clothes for Gao Yang, and also some for her sister-in-law Gao Xiaoya. Sister-in-law, how come you, who is so outstanding, like my brother? In fact, Gao Xiaoya had wanted to ask this question for a long time. When Wanting was asked this question, she thought of what happened that night. If it weren't for what happened that night, perhaps she and Gao Yang could have been together, but definitely not so soon. After all, the window paper will only become brighter once it is broken. When Wanting naturally would not tell Gao Xiaoya that she was raped by Gao Yang when he was drunk, so she had to make up an excuse. Equals. Gao Yang was busy until about 5 in the afternoon, and only opened the door when he felt it was about time. Wow, why are there so many people outside? After some inquiries, I found out that many of these people came to rent or buy stores. That's not right. I remember that the housing prices here weren't this high before. How come they doubled in less than 3 months? You still have 3 months. I came here last month to ask about this. 2 shops like these only cost more than 2 million yuan. The cheaper ones are around 1.7 million or 8.1 million yuan. How come they've suddenly become so much more expensive? Which bastard drove up the price of the house? Stop talking, hurry up and see if there's anything to sell. I think the price will skyrocket in a few days. Gao Yang just listened and his cheeks felt hot because he was the bastard. Gao Yang, what are you doing here? Just then Suli came over. I'm being a son of a bitch. Suli was stunned. She didn't understand what Gao Yang meant. So Gao Yang began to explain, and this explanation made Suli laugh. Gao Yang, according to your understanding, isn't it the same for wanting and I? Chapter 10 for the struggle between angels and demons. Gao Yang smiled indifferently. Just then when wanting drove over. Brother, sister-in-law bought you a lot of things, as well as some for my parents. Thanks. Gao Yang said this to Wen Wanting, and Gao Xiaoya was simply ignored by Gao Yang. This made Gao Xiaoya very dissatisfied. When everyone entered the raw stone shop, their eyes suddenly lit up. Gao Yang is really good at organizing things. At least these raw stones are arranged very neatly, and there is a price tag next to each stone. Sure, I didn't realize you were so good at cleaning up. The person who spoke was naturally Su Li. When Su Li left in the morning, the place was still a mess, but now it has changed a lot. Do you think I'm like you? I've left these things for so many days without even cleaning them up? Su Li felt a little embarrassed by Gao Yang's words. She stuck out her tongue and said nothing. Because it is. Okay, let's go have dinner first, and then we can work after dinner. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he took everyone to have dinner. A restaurant, a private room, 4 people. Gao Yang, the raw stone shop will open tomorrow, should we celebrate? After all, doing business requires a good start, especially in a business like this that involves gambling, so people are more particular about it. The dishes had not yet arrived, so everyone started discussing, and the first person to speak was Su Li. Gao Yang originally planned to say that it was unnecessary, but this statement sounded reasonable. After all, Chinese people pay attention to this, especially when it comes to luck. Gao Yang, I think what Su Li said is very right. We don't need to be too grand. Just sending a few flower baskets and a few ribbons will be enough. It would be best if we had a good start, and the first customer would choose a stone that can be cut and sold at a higher price, which would be even better. Wen Wanting also expressed her own views. Gao Yang nodded and said, well, tomorrow morning you send a few flower baskets in the name of Wen's group, and then find someone to buy the first rough stone, and I will pick a good one. Let's get a good start first. As for who to buy it, you can arrange one. I don't know anyone here. Wen Wanting nodded and agreed. Then let Xian Meili come and buy it in her own name. It just so happens that you two know each other. Gao Yang had no objection, and at this time Su Li spoke again. Gao Yang, this store doesn't have enough staff, how about hiring 2 more helpers? Gao Yang told his parents about his plan to ask them to come over. Su Li thought this was a good idea, so she asked Gao Yang's mother to help with the cleaning, and as for his father, she asked him to help out in the store and give a hand. Gao Xiaoya became unhappy when she heard that her parents were coming. Brother, mom will start nagging again when she comes, so why not just not let her come? Gao Yang gave Gao Xiaoya a head slap. You know nothing. An old man in the family is like a treasure. He is the treasure of our Gao family. As we were talking, the ordered dishes came up one after another. After dinner, the live broadcast naturally started as usual. Gao Yang purchased jadeite raw stones worth more than 1 billion yuan this time. Whether it is sold in a store or used for your own live broadcast, it can last for a long time. Even the jadeite that Wen's group wants is enough for now. I can't say if there will be more, but it can definitely last for 3 months. With the Imperial Green incident last night, there were a lot of people here tonight, and the number of Su Li's fans and Gao Yang's fans are increasing rapidly. Therefore, Gao Yang also started selling goods, but it was done by Gao Xiaoya. The entire live broadcast session lasted until 11:30 p.m. Considering the safety of so many raw stones here, Gao Yang decided to stay here overnight. The original plan was to let Gao Xiaoya stay here, but the girl didn't bring any spare clothes, so we decided to start from tomorrow. So Gao Yang stayed here. Wen Wanting actually planned to stay here, but Gao Xiaoya couldn't drive, so she had no choice in the end. After taking a shower, Gao Yang returned to his room and started video chatting with Wen Wanting. In fact, Gao Yang just wanted to reassure Wen Wanting. After all, he and Su Li were the only ones here tonight. This is a single man and a single woman, so even if Wen Wanting has no doubts, Gao Yang still has to prove himself. Of course, he is just doing that purely for the sake of it, and he also wants to build a memorial archway to show off his achievements. The video is only a few minutes long, after all, I have things to do early tomorrow morning. In fact, Gao Yang really wanted to go to Su Li's room. After all, the two of them were not unrelated. But in the end I thought about it and gave up. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, you are bound to get your feet wet. Rabbits also know not to eat grass near their burrows. If this happens for the first time, it will happen a second time, and then countless times. then sooner or later someone will find out. The best way to avoid losing money is not to gamble. It doesn't matter if Gao Yang does whatever he wants in Ruiqing, at least that is what he thinks. It is normal for a man to need to find a lady when he is away from home, but you cannot bring a lady home, let alone find one nearby. The most crucial thing is the relationship between Su Li and Wen Wanting. If Wen Wanting finds out, will she collapse? Just like Qiu Lily did back then. If the man Qiu Lily cheated with was not Zhang Jun, but anyone else, Gao Yang would not have collapsed like this. On one side is the woman he loves, and on the other side is the brother he considers his best. So put yourself in their shoes. What is the difference between Su Li, yourself, and Wen Wanting? After thinking all this through, Gao Yang decided that he could sneakily eat fast food, but definitely not in Jiling City. So I got up, turned off the lights and went to sleep, and pressed the safety button on the door. This is not only to prevent myself but also to prevent Su Li. On the other side, Su Li was also lying on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. At this moment, there were two little people in her mind, one white and one black. They are. Su Li, you can't go. Gao Yang has a girlfriend. Nothing good will come of you being with him. You will hurt others and yourself. And Wen Wanting is your best friend. Are you being worthy of her like this? What if this gets known to others? How will you cope with it? And what about Gao Yang? This is what the little white man said. Su Li, if you want to go, just go. You can get happiness and satisfaction when you go. Don't you want that kind of fulfillment? You and Gao Yang have already had sex, so what are you afraid of? Go ahead. Gao Yang is so outstanding, the worst that can happen is that he can be snatched from Wen Wanting. For the sake of a man and for your own happiness, what girlfriends are all bullshit. This is what the black villain said. Su Li tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Finally, the black man in her body defeated the white man, and Su Li got up. She walked towards Gao Yang's door in her pajamas. Just once tonight, and never again. Su Li said something that she didn't even believe, and then turned the doorknob. Chapter 105, Opening of the Raw Stone Shop. Gao Yang didn't know Su Li had been there because he was already sleeping with Zhou Gong's daughter in his arms. In fact, Gao Yang hasn't had a peaceful sleep for a long time. In Ruiqing, first there was Su Li, then Xian Meili, and then it became even busier. Because of the two sisters Tang Yingying and the troubles caused by Li Sei and others, Gao Yang slept very little every day and was very nervous. After all, that place is a bit special, and life-threatening situations can happen at any time. After returning, Wen Wanting asked for it at least twice every night. Although his body could handle it, his mental state would take some time to recover. Tonight I can finally sleep peacefully alone. I slept until dawn. Morning. As soon as Gao Yang walked out of the room, he met Su Li, and the two of them greeted each other. Gao Yang first opened the shop door, and then placed the cutting machine directly at the door. Since today was the opening day, he planned to cut the stone right at the door. As for the future, I will definitely find a place in the backyard. The name of Gao Yang's store is very rustic, it is called Gao Yang Jade Rough Stone Store. Su Li and Wen Wanting laughed at this name for several days. Because it was still early and there was still more than an hour before the store opened, Gao Yang went out to buy breakfast, then came back to wash his face and brush his teeth and started to eat breakfast with Su Li. You went to bed early last night. Su Li said something just to make conversation. Well, it's mainly because I didn't sleep well recently. This is a rare opportunity, so I went to bed early. Actually, I didn't go to bed that early last night. After all, it was already past 12 o'clock after taking a shower. It seems that Wan Ting is quite crazy now that you are back. Su Li's words sounded a little different. Gao Yang didn't respond to the conversation at all, he was not a fool. Not long after the two of them finished breakfast, Wen Wanting came over, bringing with her 6 flower baskets. Of course, this was sent by the flower shop. Then just wait for the so-called auspicious time. Boss Gao, congratulations. I wonder when we can buy it. The person who spoke was one of the group that came yesterday. He first congratulated, and as for the last sentence, it meant when the business could officially open for business. Gao Yang took out a pack of cigarettes and kept distributing them to the people around him. Everyone, please be patient. The store will open on August 8th. We should try to be auspicious, right? It's still a few minutes, please wait a moment. When these people heard this, they naturally nodded in agreement. After all, opening a store always requires a good omen. At this time Chen Meili also came over, but she did not greet everyone. The purpose of her coming today was to help Gao Yang get a good start, so she just cooperated in the play. She doesn't have to spend money on the raw stone, and the jadeite that is cut out does not belong to her. As time passed and a few ribbons were released, this simple opening ceremony was completed. Then everyone started to go into the store to select stones. It must be said that the quality of the raw stones here is quite high. Chen Meili naturally pretended to choose, and then under Su Li's suggestion, she found her target for today. "Boss, I want this piece of material. Can you help me untie it?" Su Li hurried forward with a smile on her face. "Sure, but you need to pay first." Thus, this self-directed and self-acted drama officially began. Chen Meili started to pay the bill. No one knew or cared whether it was real or fake, because everyone's attention was on the jadeite raw stone in Gao Yang's hand. This piece of material is naturally the one chosen by Chen Meili. The material is not big, about the size of a basketball. This is also suitable for Chen Meili to buy because it is cheap. Otherwise, if an unknown woman suddenly came to buy a piece of material worth millions, people would definitely be suspicious. So it's fine to spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy a piece of material and treat it as a hobby. With the help of one wanting, Gao Yang put on his coat, hat, and mask, looking very professional. Most people here know that Gao Yang can cut stones, because Gao Yang has done it in the live broadcast room more than once. For a moment, those who were looking at the raw materials stopped and ran over one by one to see whether it would be a good start or a bad start. As the cutting machine made its sound, everyone was watching intently. Su Li and Wanting naturally would not miss such a good live broadcast opportunity, so they took out their mobile phones and filmed on the side. "My dear family, this is the first piece of material that we have opened our rough stone shop. What do you think will happen?" Su Li was filming and explaining at the same time. Because this piece of material is only the size of a basketball, it only takes about 10 minutes to cut it. It's green, it's green. Let me see, this green is very authentic. Quick, solve it again." For a moment, these onlookers were very excited. After all, a raw stone shop has good materials and the cut jade is of high quality, which will also be beneficial to them in the future. When Gao Yang took out a piece of green jade the size of an adult's fist, there was applause at the scene. These people are smart people. At the very least, Gao Yang's store opened today, and the first piece of material was cut at a higher price, so it is reasonable to applaud and celebrate. This is called following the trend. The performance is over, and the main event is about to begin. Finally, some customers couldn't wait any longer and started buying. After the first one, there was the second one. And then there will be more and more. Of course, it is impossible for every piece of material to be cut into jade. If that were the case, I'm afraid all the stones in Gao Yang's store would be sold out in one day. Then everyone paid attention to it, and finally the store was closed and Gao Yang was arrested and sliced into pieces for research. So Gao Yang had thought about it a long time ago. He just needed to ensure that the materials in his store were a little better than those in other stores. The store has just opened. Once it becomes stable, Gao Yang will definitely not select jadeite raw stones one by one. His ultimate goal is to cooperate with a mine in northern Myanmar and then bring a whole truckload of raw stones back to Jinling City. As time went by, the number of people in the store not only did not decrease, but increased. However, Gao Yang is no longer responsible for cutting the stone. Generally, in jade shops like this, customers basically buy and cut the jade themselves. The store owner will only help in some special circumstances, such as Chen Meili. Taking advantage of the free time, Gao Yang took the cup of water handed to him by Su Li and took a sip of water. "Gao Yang, the house next door has doubled in price. When will we buy it?" Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "It's just the beginning now, and the housing price increase is not too big, so we are not in a hurry for now. Once our business is boosted, the prices of all the shops on this street will at least increase fivefold. In this way, we will have 50 storefronts and will make at least several hundred million yuan. There is no rush now. Within a month, those who want to do business will definitely drive up the housing prices here to sky-high levels. Only then will it be time for us to take action." Chapter 106 Jiangyi. The business here has been opened up, and all we have to do next is to maintain it. After drinking the water, Gao Yang washed his body, said goodbye to Su Li, drove away. He wanted to go to his own shop to take a look. After all, it was a bit unreasonable that he hadn't visited it for such a long time. As soon as I arrived at the store, I saw Gao Xiaoya and others busy entertaining customers. Business was pretty good. Susan saw the boss coming and hurried forward to greet him. Mr. Gao is a rare guest. Well, this sentence is full of sarcasm. Gao Yang came to the main reception desk, turned on the computer and started checking. He did not look at the total turnover, but rather at who had the best performance. After all, the most intuitive reflection of one's ability was turnover. In addition to a basic salary, these employees all receive commissions, which means that whoever sells more and sells more valuable products has the highest performance and will receive a higher salary for the same amount of money. Jiang Zhaoi. That's right, the name Gao Yang saw with the best performance was Jiang Zhaoi. Jiang Zhaoi is one of Susan's 3 classmates. She is also quite lively, or to put it simply, the more extroverted one. In fact, this type of people have certain advantages. Because of their personality, they can integrate into and adapt to the work more quickly. In addition, they have sweet looks and are eloquent, so they always have some advantages. If it was not surprising that Jiang Zhaoi was ranked first, then it was more surprising that Gao Yang was ranked second. This was a newcomer, an employee recruited after Gao Yang left Jinling City. His name was Jiang Yi. This name is very special, not because it sounds nice, but it has nothing to do with being nice. It is normal to have the surname Jiang, so why not call yourself Yi? Or Jiang Air? Well, you can't joke about other people's names. Gao Yang continued to watch. This Jiang Yi came on July 12th, which means that he worked a few days less than others last month, but his performance ranks second. Gao Yang wanted to get to know him. Susan, call this Jiang Yi over to me. Susan said oh and left. After a while, Susan came over with a woman. The woman looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, quite tall, and at first glance, she looked like a white-collar worker in a company. Mr. Gao, you're looking for me? Gao Yang smiled and said. I don't mean anything else. I just saw last month's report and saw that your performance was so good on the 12th of last month, so I was curious. But now I understand. Jiang Yi was a little confused, mainly because she didn't quite understand Gao Yang's last sentence. You used to work in sales, right? And he's doing a very good job. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the manager of a store or something. Am I right? Jiang nodded. Yes, I used to be the sales manager at a silver shop, but later I left for some personal reasons. At this point Gao Yang understood. It seemed that his guess was right. As for the so-called personal reasons, there were too many, such as getting married and having children and so on. Gao Yang didn't care about these things, he cared about this person. Are you interested in changing jobs? I'm also in sales, but not selling jewelry. If you're willing, I'll give you a position as a store manager, with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan plus commission plus 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Jiang Yi was stunned at first, then he was delighted. She is in great need of money. Even if she works very hard here for a month, she can only earn 7,000 to 8,000 yuan in total. This is because of her outstanding performance. Of course, it does not mean that the salary here is not high. On the contrary, the treatment here is already quite good. It just wasn't enough for her. Now Gao Yang directly gave her a basic salary of 10,000 yuan. If she doesn't agree, she will be kicked in the head by a donkey. Mr. Gao, I do. Gao Yang smiled and nodded, then waved to Gao Xiaoya, and Gao Xiaoya came running over after a while. Mr. Gao, you're looking for me? Gao Yang rolled his eyes at this clever little sister and said. Tomorrow morning, you will bring Jiang Yi to my rough stone shop to report. I will be away for 2 days. I will explain everything clearly then. Gao Yang said, then looked at Susan. You recruit 2 more people, one to replace Jiang Yi and one to replace Gao Xiaoya, and they will leave this place starting tomorrow. Last month's salary will be counted here, and this month's salary will be counted there. Your sister will be responsible for it when the time comes. Susan looked bitter when she heard this. You transferred 2 people away at once. I'm already short of staff. You're exploiting my employees. Gao Yang smiled and said. Then find 4. Start hiring now. I don't mind having 2 more employees. As long as the performance is good, it doesn't matter if there are a few more people. Susan snapped her fingers, no problem. After Gao Yang finished explaining, he left. He was going to pick up when wanting for lunch, and he also wanted to go to the raw stone market over there in the afternoon to take a look at the traffic. Gao Yang arrived at Wen Wanting's company at 11 o'clock in the morning. He first chatted with Wen Wanting's secretary Sun Yan for a while and flirted with her a little. Then I went to see Qian Meili again. The last time Qian Meili went to Ruiqing, she made nearly 10 million with Gao Yang. Now she is considered a wealthy woman. So when she saw Gao Yang coming, her face was as bright as a chrysanthemum. Mr. Gao, your business is big now, don't forget me in the future. Don't worry, I'll be there whenever you need me. The phrase as long as you need is a double entendre. Sister Meili, won't your husband be suspicious if you suddenly make so much money and come home? When it comes to this, Qian Meili gets angry. Don't mention it. That wimp is willing to help you pin me down as long as you pay him. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows. Sister Meili, is this true? Qian Meili smiled bitterly and shook her head. If you don't believe me, come back with me tonight. Just don't pay 20,000 yuan more. He will definitely keep watch for you. Before leaving, Li will say something to you. Thanks for your hard work. So, I won't let him know the money I make. This guy is a gambler and alcoholic. If the child wasn't still young, I would have divorced him long ago. Gao Yang felt that what Gao Meili said was probably true, and that people like her were actually not uncommon. Sister Meili, how did you fall in love with a man like this and marry him? Qian Meili talked about her own affairs while massaging Gao Yang. Before Qian Meili met her current husband, she had a boyfriend and they lived together for 3 years. However, this man met a rich woman and broke up with Qian Meili. Later, I felt discouraged and my family urged me to get married, so I had to go on a blind date with this man, my current husband. We got married less than 3 months after we knew each other. Many things are only discovered after marriage, such as idleness and gambling. Qian Meili actually no longer believes in so-called love, so she just keeps getting by. Anyway, she keeps the salary for herself and the man spends his own money, so they just get by like this. Gao Yang wants me to buy a house, but I can't hide the money now. What do you think I should do? Chapter 107 Chen Kai's Pride. Sister Meili, I think if you want to maintain this family, you have to have a serious talk with him. After all, you have a child at home. See if he can correct himself for the sake of the child. If he refuses to change his mind, then I think it's pointless for you to drag it on like this. As for buying a house, I don't think it's urgent. I have money and plenty of houses. The main issue is your marriage. Qian Meili smiled bitterly again. If he could repent, he wouldn't be like this now. It's been 7 or 8 years. We've had our share of arguments and fights. It's useless. If my parents-in-law hadn't treated me well and supported me every time we had a fight, I would have divorced long ago. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. We'll be off work in 2 minutes. You should go to Mr. Wen right away. Gao Yang saw that it was almost time to get off work, so he said hello and left. Yan Yan, remember to drink hot water when you come. When Gao Yang passed by Sun Yan, he said this sentence without any reason, but Sun Yan understood it. Her pretty face turned red. How did this guy know that she was having her period? Could it be that he can see through things? Gao Yang had no idea that Sun Yan's wild thoughts were actually right. When she arrived at Wen Wanting's office, Wen Wanting just got up and prepared to leave. Honey, are you free this afternoon? If you have nothing to do, come with me for a while. Gao Yang had nothing to do in the afternoon, and had originally planned to go and see the raw stone street over there, but he could go and see it any time. My wife has given the order, and I have to go even if it means going through fire and water. Wen Wanting rolled her eyes at Gao Yang, but what he said sounded good. By the way, you haven't told me where you're going yet? The two of them just walked and talked. After lunch, Gao Yang drove Wen Wanting to their afternoon destination. The place Wen Wanting said they were going to was a pearl farm, which was also the farm owned by Chen Kai's father. The reason why Wen Wanting brought Gao Yang here was that she didn't want to be alone with Chen Kai, and she was also afraid that Gao Yang would misunderstand her. As soon as Chen Kai saw Wen Wanting's car driving into the company, he secretly opened his mobile phone and used it as a mirror to check his hairstyle. Then he went forward to greet him with a smile. As a result, when the car door opened, Gao Yang was seen. As soon as he saw Gao Yang, Chen Kai thought of the phrase shameless dog, and his mood immediately became bad. However, when he saw Wen Wanting getting off the car, he immediately put on a smiling face and greeted her. Wanting, you're here. Wen Wanting just smiled symbolically and nodded. Mr. Chen, your farm is quite big. This investment will cost a lot of money, right? Gao Yang had never seen cultured pearls, so he was a little curious for a moment. Chen Kai glanced at Gao Yang with contempt, then his eyes lit up and he thought of an idea to step on Gao Yang. Brother Gao, My farm is one of the best here. The total market value is about 100 million now. It can't be compared with Wanting Company, but it is indeed much better than the average person. The ordinary people Chen Kai mentioned were obviously Gao Yang. But Gao Yang didn't hear it, but it's not surprising that he didn't hear it. After all, Gao Yang thinks he is not an ordinary person. Because these assets worth more than 100 million are really nothing to him. Not to mention that he now has 1.7 billion in his bank account, there are his 50 stores, a lot of raw stones, and a jewelry store. He really didn't take these more than 100 million assets seriously. Good. Gao Yang's comment good is actually a very pertinent evaluation and is not meant to be disparaging. But to Chen Kai it didn't sound like that. Gao Yang was just showing off. As they were talking, the three of them entered the factory. The so-called factory is a river clam processing factory. Anyone with a little common sense knows that pearls are produced by river clams, which are artificially cultivated. After a certain number of years of cultivation, the pearls can be fished out and taken away, and then they have to go through some processing. Finally, it can become a perfect pearl necklace, but Chen Kai's factory mainly takes pearls and then carries out preliminary processing. For example, selection. Pearls definitely come in different sizes, colors, and so on. Then all of these need to be selected manually, which is why pearls are divided into different grades. Different pearls have different prices. As soon as Gao Yang entered the processing plant, he was hit by a fishy smell. He looked back at Wen Wanting and felt depressed. It turned out that Wen Wanting had already put on a mask before entering the workshop, and it was a cartoon-style mask. It seems that it has been prepared. The most important thing is that Wen Wanting winked at him playfully. Gao Yang was very interested in the steps of picking pearls, so he squatted on the side and watched, just like Granny Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, feeling curious about everything. Uncle, can this river clam still be used after taking out the pearl? Can't we breed it again? Gao Yang saw a man in his 40s who was very skillful. He took a sharp knife and cut it into the gap of the clam, then pried it open directly. After digging out the beads, I just threw them into the big basin. It feels a bit wasteful. No, the clam will be injured if it is cut by the knife, and it will die easily. Even if it doesn't die, it will basically not grow for a long time, nor will it produce pearls. Gao Yang didn't understand, so he just watched and asked questions from the side. Occasionally, when he saw one or two large pearls, he would pick them up to observe them. This made Chen Kai despise him severely. Wanting, I think you should be replaced as the driver. Why do you feel like a country bumpkin? While Gao Yang was watching those people taking the pearls, Chen Kai quietly said these words to Wen Wanting. No, I think it's normal to be curious about something you've never seen before. Besides, this has nothing to do with his profession. Chen Kai had nothing to say. After all, this was Wen Wanting's driver, not his, Chen Kai's driver. Brother Gao, the meat of this river clam is fat and tender. If you like to eat it, I'll bring you some when you leave later. Feel free to take anything that's not valuable. Wen Wanting frowned again and again. Although Chen Kai was a bit snobbish before, it was acceptable. But why did he become like this now? Every word he said was full of sarcasm and bitterness. Gao Yang finally understood everything, so he found some clean water to wash his hands, then said with a smile. Mr. Chen, is there any breeding farm for sale nearby? I want to buy one for fun. Gao Yang said it lightly, especially when he said he was just buying one for fun. It sounded like a huge laugh to Chen Kai. Brother Gao, did I hear you right? Are you sure you can afford a breeding farm? Chapter 108, Human Greed. How do you know I can't afford it? Chen Kai was just about to speak and take this opportunity to satirize Gao Yang, when Chen Kai's father came over. It's President Wan, welcome. Chen Kai's father is called Chen Dahai, who is about 50 years old. He is a little fat, but he looks very kind. Mr. Chen, you're welcome. Let me introduce you to this person. Wanting, let's go to the office to talk, the smell here is quite strong. When Wanting originally wanted to introduce Gao Yang to Chen Dahai, but this Chen Kai. When Wanting frowned again and again, but fortunately Gao Yang didn't care. When Wanting saw Gao Yang's expression, she didn't say anything else, and the four of them went to the office. Wanting, this is the best batch of pearl samples we have this time. I asked my dad to keep it for you. Take a look. As soon as he arrived at the office, Zhang Kai took out a bag filled with pearls as if he was presenting a treasure. These pearls are big and small, but the colors are really nice. When Wanting took a look and nodded. Then he handed the bag to Gao Yang. This action made Chen Kai jealous again, but he didn't know what to say. Mr. Chen, the quality of this batch of pearls is really good. We decided to purchase them. Chen Dahai took out a quotation and handed it to Wen Wanting. Boss Wen, there are several prices here. The ones I marked are the samples in this bag. Wen Wanting took the so-called quotation suspiciously and began to look at it. His brows furrowed as he saw this, not for any other reason but because the price of each model was higher than the previous one. In fact, it doesn't matter if it's a little higher. After all, judging from the sample, the quality of the pearls is really good. But it can't be that much higher, it's a full 10% higher. And this is the second price increase this year. Mr. Chen, your price is too high. You know, when you first approached us for cooperation, you said that as long as I gave you the order, I would not raise the price significantly within 3 years. It was fine last year, but this year you've raised prices for the second time, and this time the increase is 10%. So where is our profit? Chen Dahai smiled and said. Boss Wen, there's nothing I can do about this. Workers' wages are rising now. Besides, the quality of my pearls is really good and worth the price. If Mr. Wen thinks it's too expensive, we still have a second sample. After Chen Dahai finished speaking, he took out a few more samples. This time, let alone Wen Wanting, even Gao Yang, a layman, could see that the two kinds of pearls were not at the same level at all. Mr. Chen, we should be honest in doing business. It seems a bit unkind of you to raise the price. We only cooperated with you because you repeatedly promised us that you would not raise the price within 2 years. Now, you have raised the price twice before the deadline. This is a bit unreasonable. Chen Dahai pretended to be embarrassed. At this time, Chen Kai took advantage of the opportunity to speak. Dad, why don't you not raise the price this time? Apart from anything else, the relationship between Wanting and I. Puff. Just then, Gao Yang started to act up again. Wen Wanting knew that Gao Yang would never do such a sensational thing for no reason, just like last time. So I asked in a cooperative way. Gao Yang, what's wrong? Gao Yang waved his hands repeatedly to indicate that it was nothing, but judging from the smile on his face, this guy must be in trouble. So Wen Wanting angrily raised her fist and hit Gao Yang on the shoulder. This action is very intimate. I'm really fine. I just thought of a play I watched last night. I think it was called Red Face and White Face. I think it's hilarious. As soon as Gao Yang said this, Chen Dahai's face changed. Because Gao Yang's words were so clear, what he meant was that one of them, father and son, played the good cop and the other played the bad cop. It seemed very funny to him. This is sarcastic and ironic. TSK, I thought that was so funny, so childish. Chen Kai didn't understand what he was saying for a while and was still making sarcastic remarks. This time Wen Wanting couldn't help laughing. Gao Yang, Chen Kai is right, what's so funny about this? Don't do this again, or I'll deduct your salary. Gao Yang quickly promised that he would never do that again. Mr. Chen, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to deal with. I need to go back and hold a board meeting with the company regarding the purchase of pearls. Then I won't bother you today. Goodbye. After Wen Wanting finished speaking, she turned around and left, and Gao Yang followed her. Mr. Wen, we can talk about this further. Chen Dahai stopped talking halfway because Wen Wanting had already walked out of the office. Dad, what should we do now? Chen Dahai frowned. Wen's Jewelry is the largest jewelry company in Jinling City. Who wouldn't want to cooperate with them? The main reason why Chen Dahai was able to cooperate with Shen's Jewelry Company was because of Chen Kai. Because Chen Kai and Wen Wanting were classmates, and the price of the jewelry they had given before was not expensive, or even slightly lower than Wen Wanting's original purchase price. So we grabbed this big order. But people will never be satisfied. After a year of cooperation, their farm did make some money. In addition, the cooperation with Wen's Jewelry has become a trademark. Gradually, other jewelry companies also began to cooperate with them, and the prices were slightly higher than Wen's Jewelry. Of course, the quantity is definitely not as large as Wen's Jewelry. After this year, Chen Dahai asked for a price increase due to the increase in workers' wages. Wen Wanting felt it was acceptable. After all, the price Chen Dahai raised was almost the same as the price they had purchased before. So Chen Dahai and his son tasted the sweetness. As the saying goes, the greed of mankind is like a snake swallowing an elephant, which is exactly the truth. So this time they directly raised the price by 10%. Of course, this 10% was just the price they proposed, and Wen Wanting could bargain. So there was a drama of one playing the good cop and the other playing the bad cop. If Gao Yang had not interrupted just now, Chen Kai would have played some emotional cards, and then Chen Dahai would have finally started to make concessions with great pain. For example, if you can turn 10% into half, don't underestimate this half, it will be a considerable amount in a year. But at the most critical moment, it was destroyed by Gao Yang. Not only that, they were both satirized in a play. When wanting is not a fool. Chen Dahai could hear it, and when wanting could hear it too. Maybe their future cooperation would fail. The failure of the business doesn't matter much to one's jewelry. Besides Chen Dahai, there are also Li Dahai, Zhao Dahai, and Wang Dahai. But if Chen Dahai left Wen's jewelry, the problems he would face would be catastrophic. First of all, once Wen Wanting cancels her cooperation with them, how will they sell so many pearls in their hands? Secondly, once Wen Wanting cancels the cooperation, the matter will spread quickly, and then other jewelers will have two choices. First, cancel the cooperation. Second, lower the price, and this kind of price will be very severe. Chapter 109, A Lot of Trouble. Gao Yang, you are so mean, but I like you so much. As soon as the two got in the car, Wen Wanting hugged Gao Yang directly and kissed him fiercely, exuding a strong smell of sex. This kind of person is just a mean person who is always asking for more. But what will you do with your raw materials if I ruin your cooperation? Wen Wanting smiled and said, why not just change one? There is more than one company cultivating pearls here, and we are a big customer. I originally thought that Chen Kai and I were classmates, and the price was not expensive and the quality was okay, so I thought it would be okay to cooperate with him. Who knew they would raise the price? As long as I spread the news, I guarantee that many people will be willing to cooperate with us. Besides, I was already unhappy about the price increase last time. This time, it's just right. I can take this opportunity to cancel the cooperation with them. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Next, are we going back to the company or to the store? Can I go back? Gao Yang said this casually while driving. Wen Wanting blushed. Let's do it at night. It's broad daylight now, this doesn't seem good. Seeing Wen Wanting's shy look, Gao Yang decided to tease her. I mean, go back and rest, what are you thinking about? Ouch. Don't you want to? Gao Yang's expression was very exaggerated. How could Wen Wanting not know that she had been tricked by him? She is so angry. The two of them arrived at the company while playing and joking all the way, and fortunately no traffic accidents occurred. Gao Yang, I plan to make that piece of imperial green into jewelry. But I have a lot more for a full set, and one set for Xiaoya is not enough. What do you think we should do? Gao Yang was stunned. Wanting, such a large jadeite can only be made into one set? You won't wear bracelets on your feet too, right? Wen Wanting was amused by Gao Yang's words, so she began to explain. In fact, this involves the issue of bracelets. Because the area of the bracelet is relatively large, it is absolutely no problem to take the largest part of a piece of jade to make 2 or 3 bracelets. But there are also small parts and the jade flesh dug out in the middle, which are very numerous. But jade is not like gold that can be melted and reshaped. Jade cannot be spliced together, and even if it is spliced together, it will not be valuable. For example, jade the size of a fist cannot be made into bracelets, it can only be made into other things. For example, necklaces, rings, or even rings, etc. This is why a set of imperial green bracelets is priceless. Basically, the price of one bracelet is more than the total price of all the jewelry on the body, let alone 2 bracelets. The piece of imperial green cut by Gao Yang is a cone, and its shape is like a chicken heart. Wen Wanting looked at it and found that it could make 3 bracelets in total, but it would not be enough to make a 4th one. As for the jade flesh dug out, it is definitely quite a lot. Not to mention making one set, even making more than 10 sets would not be a problem. But people who understand jade know that jade is most respected when it comes to bracelets. No matter how many or how good your jewelry is, it will not be perfect without the 2 most important bracelets. Wanting, do you think this will work? Make a complete set first, and keep the remaining jadeite. Xiaoya is still young after all. If you tell her that this is a complete set of imperial green jewelry, she might be delighted. They might even show it off everywhere. Not to mention the safety issue, if it is stolen by a classmate or someone else, it would be a loss. If it is targeted by a criminal, it would be even worse. If you don't tell her, and it gets damaged or lost if you put it somewhere else, you won't have any tears to cry about it, so I mean just put it aside for now. When Xiaoya grows up and gets married, you, as her sister-in-law, can make her a set of expensive jewelry. There are still several years to go anyway, so I can just make her a piece by then, right? As for my mother, forget it. If you tell her it's imperial green, she'll ask you if you can buy it for 10,000 yuan. Puff. When Wanting was listening intently, she felt that what Gao Yang said made a lot of sense, but she burst out laughing at the last sentence. But if you think about it carefully, it is indeed true. When Wanting had seen a story like this before, which said that there was an old man who had two sons. The eldest son bought a double-row van and the youngest son bought a sedan. As a result, the old man scolded the youngest son for being useless in buying such a small car. Unlike his brother, he has the ability to buy a car this big that can seat more people. Although this is just a joke, situations like this do happen. This is like a common phenomenon in today's society, where many parents think that their sons, after graduating from college, must look for the best job, but in fact it is very likely that their sons are working for junior high school students. Okay, I'll listen to you. But I see you're missing a jade pendant on your neck, so I might as well make one for you. Just make one of the 12 Chinese zodiac animals. Yours is the pig, so I'll make you a pig. I always felt that when Wanting's words were an insult, but Gao Yang had no evidence. Wanting, actually I belong to you. Well, Gao Yang was kicked out by Wen Wanting. All the trouble came from the words I belong to you. Because Wen Wanting said Gao Yang was born in the year of the pig, and Gao Yang said he was born in the year of Wen Wanting. From the literal meaning, Gao Yang was calling Wen Wanting a pig. So it was not unfair to be kicked out of the office. Gao Yang flirted with the secretary Sun Yen again before leaving the company. He was still thinking about the convenience store. In fact, Gao Yang was not being petty or gloating. The main reason is that Gao Yang remembered the incident at that time. Sometimes it is like this. Even if it is a trivial matter, once it takes root in your heart, you will always feel uncomfortable if you don't solve it. But Gao Yang was destined not to go there today because he saw Chen Kai. That's right, Chen Kai is here. Gao Yang knew why this guy came here even with his asshole. Watching Chen Kai enter Wen Wanting's office, Gao Yang stretched out a hand and touched his chin. He was thinking about how to deal with this guy. At this time, seeing Sun Yen staggering out of Wen Wanting's office, he immediately had an idea. Yen, when you are free, I will treat you to a meal. In fact, this is just an opening remark before asking someone to do something. Under normal circumstances, everyone would cooperate, but Sun Yen had long seen through Gao Yang, who was just a weasel trying to pay a New Year's visit to a chicken, and had no good intentions. Brother Yang, are you free tonight? Gao Yang. Chat killer, one sentence kills the topic. Brother Yang, if you have something to say, just tell me. Why are you playing these empty games with me? Just tell me. Gao Yang felt a little embarrassed, but he was thick-skinned and the embarrassment would only last 3 seconds. Yen, go to President Wen's office and tell him. Sun Yen looked at Gao Yang with an expression that said, "Are you sick? Brother Yang, this is not good, right?" Chapter 110, Indirect Blaming. In Wen Wanting's office, Chen Kai was talking. Wanting, I have already discussed this with my dad, and we are still going to cooperate based on the previous price. Based on our relationship, why would you care about that little bit of profit? Don't you think so? Wen Wanting was in a dilemma now. In fact, deep down, Wen Wanting didn't want to continue cooperating with them, but Chen Kai played the emotional card at this time, and she couldn't refuse. Just then there was a knock on the office door. Come in. The office door opened and the secretary Sun Yen walked in. Boss One, Brother Yang said he contacted a pearl farm. The pearls there are of very good quality, and the price is 10% lower than what we purchased. And. Sun Yen was a little hesitant. Wen Wanting guessed something when she heard this and said, Mr. Chen is my classmate. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't be so hesitant. Sun Yen said, Oh. Brother Yang said that the person he found has good character and will not raise the price exorbitantly, and will settle the payment every 6 months. Brother Yang also said that doing business mainly depends on the character of the person. You can't rely on acquaintances. Some people like to take advantage of acquaintances. By the way, what does this mean by killing the familiar? I don't quite understand. Hearing this, Wen Wanting laughed so hard that her intestines almost got tied into knots, but she held it back. Chen Kai's face was as black as ink. This is like calling a monk a bald donkey, it's like blaming someone indirectly. What do you mean by raising the price and taking advantage of the old customers? Why don't you just say it's him, Chen Kai? As for the 10% discount, it is not impossible, but Gao Yang definitely does not have that ability. How can he, a driver, find a supplier? Even if you can find it, it will take less than an hour in total. You are just burning newspapers at the grave to fool the ghosts. But sometimes it's like this: even though you know it's fake, you can't do anything about it because you can't prove that what others say is fake. So what if you can prove that what others say is false? Really? I'll go check it out tomorrow. Go and tell Gao Yang to invite him to dinner tonight, and talk to him first and get to know the situation first. I'm still chatting with my old classmates here, you go down first. When Wanting was talking about chatting and also mentioned old classmates, not clients. In fact, these are some speaking skills in business. The meaning seems to be similar, but if you think about it carefully, you will find that there is a lot of knowledge involved. Sun Yan quickly agreed and left the office. Wanting, I don't think Gao Yang is reliable. How can a driver like him find suppliers? You know that the farming industry doesn't have that much profit right now, and the risks are high. Other expenses such as worker wages are increasing every year. If the market price is really 10% off, we won't make any money at all, which means we are working in vain. When Wanting believed that the first half of what Chen Kai said was correct because she understood Gao Yang's meaning better. Gao Yang is a very bad person sometimes. He likes to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. And he doesn't care what others think of him, just like Chen Kai. What he thinks is a fortune of over 100 million is a joke to Gao Yang. But Gao Yang didn't say anything, and no matter how Chen Kai ridiculed him, he still did his own thing. In some ways, Gao Yang's realm is much higher than Chen Kai's. As for what Chen Kai said about not making any money with a 10% discount, when Wanting didn't believe it. If the profit margin of an industry is only 10%, how can a company grow big? The slightest risk can lead to bankruptcy. Currently, the only industry with low profits is the processing and manufacturing industry. The profits from things like gold, silver and jewelry have always been high. When Wanting understood Gao Yang's meaning very well. You want to raise the price by 10%, right? Then I will lower the price by 10%. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. If you don't do it, someone else will. After figuring this out, when Wanting knew what to do. Chen Kai, we're not talking about business today. Whether or not to do this business is secondary, right? Besides, your pearls are of good quality and can be sold at 10% higher than the market price. So talking about business has ruined our friendship, right? I remember when we were in school, you were? When Wanting started talking about her student days, and she became more and more excited. Chen Kai could only chat with her absent-mindedly. Finally, Chen Kai couldn't bear it anymore. Wanting, how about this, 9.5% off? We'll lower the price to the original price, so that both you and I can make a profit. 9.5% off, which means we are back to the initial price of cooperation. In fact, when Wanting thinks that's about right. Just as she was about to agree, she suddenly remembered what Gao Yang had said to her before. Chen Kai, since you insist on discussing this issue, let's discuss it in a business-like manner. We'll reduce the price by 10% and keep the quality and quantity. I'm not going to say 6 months for the funding, just 3 months. Prices cannot be adjusted without reason within the next 2 years. Special circumstances must be notified in writing and then negotiated. Things like what happened today are not allowed to happen. If something like this happens, we can only terminate the contract forever. Also, the contract must be redrafted, and the previous contract is invalid. Considering that you may not be able to make the decision, I will give you 3 days to consider it. By the way, I'm not in Jinling City during these 3 days, so you don't need to contact me. The corner of Chen Kai's mouth twitched. Even if it was 90%, it would be fine. Besides, the payment for the goods was still due every 3 months, which meant that the funds would be stuck for 3 months. The most feared thing in doing business is a lack of capital turnover. However, Chen Kai really has no say in this matter. Wanting, are you leaving Jinling? Are you going to Beijing to visit your grandfather? When Wanting was speechless. It's already this time, and you still have the mind to ask these questions? Chen Kai, everyone has their own private affairs. It's not convenient to tell others. By the way, from now on you can call me by my full name, when Wanting, or you can call me classmate when Wanting. You can no longer use the name Wanting. It's getting late. I won't waste your time. Remember, I only give you 3 days to consider. If I don't receive a reply after 3 days, I will cancel the cooperation. On the other side, the secretary Sun Yan was still talking to Gao Yang about what happened before. The two were talking and laughing. Just then, they saw Chen Kai passing by through the window, and his face looked very unhappy. Brother Yang, it seems your plan has succeeded. Look at his face, it looks like a plucked chicken's butt. Gao Yang was stunned. What kind of metaphor is this? Just then Gao Yang's cell phone rang. It was Wen Wanting calling. Brother Yang, you owe me a meal, whatever I order. Gao Yang made an okay gesture and walked towards Wen Wanting's office. My dear wife, is it done? Chapter 111 Return Home. Wen Wanting rolled her eyes at Gao Yang, but she just liked Gao Yang's shameless look. Gao Yang, do you think Chen Kai and the others will agree? Gao Yang came directly behind Wen Wanting and started to massage her, which was actually just taking advantage of her. What does it have to do with us whether you agree or not? If he agrees, we will save a lot of money this year. If he doesn't agree, then it won't matter who we work with. There is a saying that goes, you lift a rock and drop it on your feet. Every adult should be responsible for what they do and say. If they can do it on the first day, we can do it on the 15th. I don't know much about business. I'm not as professional as you, but I do know one thing: if someone respects me, I will respect him. If someone occupies my space, I will dig up his ancestors' graves. Well, yours has grown bigger again. Wen Wanting slapped Gao Yang's dirty hands hard. This guy is always like this. Every time he talks about something, he is very serious and others listen very attentively, but suddenly he goes off topic. You are right. In fact, it's not wrong for everyone to give each other some concessions when doing business, but you can't push it too far and treat others as fools. There aren't that many fools in the world. Hey, please stop touching me, I'm at work. So Wen Wanting drove Gao Yang out again. Gao Yang put his hand under his nose and smelled it. It smells good, a milky scent. Gao Yang looked at the time. It was already past 4 p.m., and with nothing else to do, he turned to Qian Meili again. I reached out to open the door, but it was locked. Could it be that he was not here? Gao Yang looked inside and saw something. Wow! Qian Meili was actually trying on underwear in the office, and it was the kind with lace, especially one that was a little transparent. It's so addictive to watch it. With a sudden thought, a thin wire appeared in his hand, and in less than 2 seconds, Gao Yang opened the office door. Qian Meili was startled when she heard the door open. I looked up and saw that it was Gao Yang. I felt relieved. Gao Yang, how did you get in? I remember I locked it? As Qian Meili spoke, she took off her underwear and changed into the same set she was wearing before. It was as if Gao Yang was a transparent person. Sister Meili, next time you lock the door, you must make sure it's locked properly. Qian Meili didn't worry about this issue. In fact, even if her office door was not locked, it would basically be okay. No matter who enters her office, they always have to knock on the door, except Gao Yang. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen this guy before. Gao Yang, when are we going to Ruiqing next time? I want to go with you. While Qian Meili was talking, she had already changed her clothes, then came to Gao Yang's back and pushed him. That's right, you are pushing with your hands somewhere. About 2 or 3 months. After all, the stones in my shop should be able to last until this year's rough stone auction. I'll take you there when I have the chance. Gao Yang was enjoying the massage as he spoke. As he was feeling the pleasure from his back, Qian Meili stopped moving and came to Gao Yang's front. He was about to unzip Gao Yang's zipper, but Gao Yang was frightened and quickly stopped him. Sister Meili, let's talk about leaving the province later. This is Jinling, and I don't want any accidents. Do you understand what I mean? It's getting late. I should get off work. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Qian Meili smiled secretly. She didn't expect that this guy had some principles. Even though his penis was as swollen as a tent, he could still hold it in. Gao Yang took a deep breath. He didn't dare to mess around in Wen Wanting's company. It seemed that he had to ask Wen Wanting to resolve this matter. So he went straight to Wen Wanting's office and carried the dazed Wen Wanting into the lounge. Is resistance useful? It worked, but Wen Wanting seemed to have only resisted symbolically. By the time the two of them finished their work, it was almost time to get off work. It's all your fault. I'm still shaking a little when I walk. Wen Wanting held the wall with one hand and complained. Gao Yang could only laugh, then helped Wanting turn off the computer and other things, and helped her out of the office. Boss Wan, what's wrong with you? Sun Yen saw Gao Yang supporting Wanting and asked suspiciously. It's okay, I just poked it with something, it will be fine soon. Gao Yang bought some fast food and went straight to the raw stone shop. At this time, Gao Xiaoya had already arrived. Starting tonight, she will be on duty here overnight, and tomorrow morning she will have to go to the jewelry store to pick up Zhang Yi to report for duty. It was almost dark, so there was no one in the raw stone shop, and the four of them sat at the table to eat. Gao Yang, I heard from Xiaoya that you found a store manager for the store? Su Li's words caught Wanting's attention, so she looked at her inquiringly. Gao Yang nodded and said, yes, her name is Zhang Yi, one of 1, 2, 3, 4. This woman used to be a sales manager in another jewelry store. She has very strong business skills. To be honest, she is more suitable to be the person in charge of a jewelry store than your sister. But your sister is not bad either. At least she is familiar with the place and feels more at ease. So I am considering transferring Zhang Yi here. This way, you will be much more relaxed. After all, sales are not your strong point. Besides, you have more important things to do. Su Li nodded. She agreed with Gao Yang. She was indeed not good at sales. It would be better to do a live broadcast or something with this time. After dinner, it's naturally the daily routine task every night, which is the live streaming of goods. Gao Yang felt that this was not going to work. How could he have so much time to do this every night? There is definitely a deviation between the original assumption and the actual situation. If he cuts stones here every night and broadcasts live, the money he earns is just hard-earned money. He might as well go home and hold Wanting in his arms to sleep with this time. As long as he works hard, maybe by this time next year he can let his parents hold their grandson. So what is missing now is someone who can replace him. Gao Yang's first consideration was his father, but his father was already 50 years old, and it was definitely not realistic for him to stay up late every night. The son was lazy and slept with his wife, leaving his father to work late at night. Gao Yang is not so shameless. So where can we find such a person? The next morning, Gao Yang drove the car and set off with Wanting. Gao Yang hasn't been home for half a year. In fact, his home is not too far away. It only takes 2 hours to drive there. The main reason why he hadn't been home for so long was because of Qiu Lily. There was not enough money to buy a house, so Qiu Lily asked Gao Yang to go home and let his parents find a solution. How could Gao Yang not know the situation of his own family? Both parents are honest farmers, and they have to support their 2 children to go to college. Gao Yang finally graduated and started working, while Gao Xiaoya was still in college. It could be said that the family had no money at all. Because of this, Qiu Lily was very unhappy, so she also disagreed with Gao Yang going home, so this matter has been delayed until now. Gao Yang, what should I call you when I get to your house? Maybe because it was her first time meeting their parents, Wanting was still a little nervous. Chapter 112 Little Gray. Gao Yang patted Wanting's hand and said with a smile, don't worry, my parents are very kind. And I've already said hello to them, so just don't worry. Wanting said she was indeed a little nervous. After all, this was a meeting with the parents, and she had to make a good first impression. Gao Yang, do we live in the mountains or in a market town? Also, do you have many relatives at home? Along the way, Wanting kept asking about some of Gao Yang's family situations. After all, it was necessary to know more. On the other side, in a town about 200 kilometers away from Jinling City, it is located in a semi-mountainous area. The so-called semi-mountainous area is half close to the mountainous area and half close to the county town. It belongs to the urban-rural fringe area. This place is called Shucheng County, which is Zhou Yu's hometown, and Gao Yang's home is in the mountainous area halfway up the mountain. This place and Jinling City are not in the same province, but they are relatively close. At this time, at Gao Yang's home, Gao Yang's mother Li Yumei was killing and plucking a chicken, and Gao Yang's father Gao Song had just returned from the town. He was holding several bags in his hands, which contained the vegetables he bought today. The son is coming back and bringing his girlfriend with him, so the old couple must make some preparations. After all, Gao Yang is not young anymore. Some children of similar age in the village can already help themselves to soy sauce. Lao Gao, how much do you think is a good gift for Yangzi's girlfriend to give when she comes this time? Also, who do you think is better, Qiu Lily? Cao Song rolled his eyes at the woman. How would I know if I haven't seen it? As for the meeting gift, I'll give you 880. It sounds auspicious. Didn't Xiaoya say that Yangzi's girlfriend is quite rich? We can't be too petty. I just don't know what kind of temper this girl has. Don't be like Lily. Kaosong shut up here because Li Yumei didn't look very happy either. The main reason is the woman Xiao Lily. Except Gao Yang, the other three in their family don't like her very much. The main reason is that Xiao Lily is a bit sarcastic. But they couldn't say anything. After all, Gao Yang found his wife himself. Now that I heard that the two have broken up, I can't tell whether I am happy or sad. This is what parents are like. Actually, I think Tingting is pretty good. I don't know why Yangzi doesn't like her. After a long while, Gao Yang's mother Li Yumei spoke. The Tingting she mentioned is Gao Yang's cousin in terms of seniority. In fact, she is the daughter of Li Yumei's cousin. Since everyone lives in the same village, they are all very familiar with each other. The so-called cousin is called differently in different places, and she is the daughter of Li Yumei's uncle. She also married in the same village and later gave birth to a daughter, Tingting. What do you know, bitch? Didn't Yoko say that this is a close relationship and we can't get married? This is a blood relationship. Yoko said something about a genetic problem that will affect the next generation. Anyway, I don't understand it, but that's what she meant. Li Yumei asked, somewhat puzzled. This doesn't count as a blood relationship, it's been around for several generations, and besides, your mother is your father's cousin, how can this be explained? Gao Song was speechless. He doesn't understand genetics, but it seems that people in the past did know how to do it. It is very normal for cousins to get married, which is called a close relationship. But now it seems that the country doesn't allow it. That's what I mean. Don't worry about it. If Yoko says no, then it's no. Yoko is a college student, he must know more than us. It's no wonder that Gao Yang's last sentence worked. Li Yumei graduated from elementary school, and so did Gao Song. There were many things they really didn't understand. Just then, a business car drove over from a distance and then stopped in front of them. Considering that I was bringing my parents back with me this time, I definitely had to bring some things with me, so I drove the company car back temporarily. Dad, Mom. There is no doubt that Gao Yang is back. Yoko is back. Li Yumei stopped plucking the chicken feathers. She quickly shook her hands and then used the apron on her chest to wipe her wet hands clean. Dad, Mom, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Wen Wanting. Wanting, this is. After the introduction, everyone became familiar with each other. Cao Song was fine, but Li Yumei kept looking at Wen Wanting, which made Wen Wanting feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Gao Song quickly reached out and pulled Li Yumei's clothes from behind. Li Yumei finally reacted and quickly took Wen Wanting home with a smile on her face. They are very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Not only is she beautiful, but especially that big butt, which must be good for giving birth. The breasts are big, so the children will never have to worry about being hungry in the future. That's right, Li Yumei spent several minutes looking at these places. What is the relationship between a big butt and fertility? It seems that there is no scientific basis for this. As for the idea that big breasts mean that children will not worry about being hungry in the future, there seems to be no scientific basis for this. Anyway, it has been passed down from generation to generation. It doesn't matter whether it is true or false. What matters is that everyone says so and believes so. Why call me auntie? That sounds strange. Call me mom. Besides, I raised this chicken myself. Women can get along very well with each other. Men often think women are too nagging, but women generally don't mind. Especially two women chatting, like now. Li Yumei and Wen Wanting were plucking chicken feathers, and after a while, the name was changed. Gao Yang told his father Gao Song about his experiences during this period, mainly about him and Xiao Lily. In addition, when it comes to talking about how he makes money, of course he won't tell the truth. If I really told the truth, Gao Song would probably be scared to death. Just then a local dog came back from outside with a limp. Gao Yang and Wen Wanting looked a little unfamiliar. This was a half-grown local dog that Gao Song had caught at Li Yumei's brother's house a month ago. I got bitten on my hind leg by someone else's dog a couple of days ago, so now I walk with a limp. Gao Yang thought of his special abilities, so he picked up the little dog. The little dog was obviously a little scared, but with Gao Song here, he didn't resist much. I was just so scared that I peed some. Dogs are like this, if they feel scared, they will pee. Gao Yang checked the wound and found that the bone was not injured, but the wound was a little inflamed. So I turned on the treatment mode directly, and the little dog felt very comfortable and lay there obediently. Because the wound was not serious, Gao Yang only took 2 or 3 minutes to heal it. I gently put the puppy on the ground, and it immediately jumped up and down. Then she circled around Gao Yang and rubbed her legs against his. This surprised Gao Song. Yangzi, Xiao Wei usually doesn't like strangers, but look how affectionate he is with you now. And my leg feels better too. Chapter 113 Cousin Chu Tingting. The village is so small that it won't take long to find out if something happens in someone's house. Naturally, the news that Gao Yang had returned with his girlfriend spread quickly. So those who like to visit Zwilling Yushi will come for a visit whether they have something to do or not. Ask this and look that, most people just want to come and see the excitement. Rural people are generally simple and honest. The people there are more humane than those in the city, but some of them cannot stand others doing well. Wen Wanting felt a little embarrassed being stared at by these people, so Gao Yang went to the town under the pretext of taking Wen Wanting around. Are you not used to it? In fact, these people are quite lovely. Rural people are more united than city people. If there is a problem at home, there is no need to spend money to hire someone. Basically, as long as there is free people at home, they will go to help. Especially when there are weddings or funerals, they basically come to help. But now the rural population is getting smaller and smaller, and young people basically go out to make a living and then buy houses in the city. Take our team for example. I remember when I was in junior high school, there were dozens of students on one team. Now, if there are only 4 or 5 students on one team, it's a big deal. They all study in other places. There used to be schools in the villages, and primary schools were basically in each village. Later, because there were too few, they were merged, and finally there was only one school in the town. Now there are not many students in the school near the town. Wen Wanting is not from the countryside, so she naturally doesn't quite understand what Gao Yang is talking about, but she will listen. Cousin. As soon as the two arrived in the town, Gao Yang met an acquaintance, his cousin, Chu Tingting. That is the Tingting that Li Yumei mentioned before. Tingting, why are you here? Gao Yang also felt a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet Chu Tingting as soon as he arrived in the town. I work here. Chu Tingting pointed to the only mobile phone service center in town. I've been working here for 2 years, have you forgotten? Who is this? Only then did Chu Tingting ask about Wen Wanting who was beside Gao Yang. Coincidentally, both of them have the character Ting after their names. In fact, Chu Tingting saw Gao Yang in the store just now, so she came over to say hello. Tingting, this is my girlfriend Wen Wanting. Wanting, this is my cousin Chu Tingting. Hello, cousin. Wen Wanting greeted her generously, and Chu Tingting quickly responded with a smile. Hello, cousin. Chu Tingting was looking at Wen Wanting, and Wen Wanting was also looking at Chu Tingting. Tingting, how much do you make working here per month? When asked this, Chu Tingting felt a little embarrassed. After all, how high could the wages in the town be? Cousin, my salary is very low, only 2,500 yuan a month. It's just closer to home. Gao Yang nodded and said. Why don't you go work in Jilin City? I opened a store. If you go there, it will definitely be much more profitable than here. It just so happens that my store is short of staff. If you are willing, go home and discuss it with my aunt, and then just let me know. Gao Yang is not a good person. The main reason is that Chu Tingting's family conditions are really not that good. Chu Tingting's academic performance was still very good, but she dropped out of school because her family conditions were too poor. Chu Tingting's father, Gao Yang's uncle-in-law, was diagnosed with an incurable disease 3 years ago. Not only did he spend all the family savings, but he also lost his life in the end. Chu Tingting has a younger brother who is in high school. Her mother grows crops at home, and Chu Tingting is the only one who can support the family. After all, everyone has some connections. Before we didn't have the ability, no one said anything. Now that we have the ability to help, we will help. The most important point is that it is more reassuring when it is used by your own people. For example, as for the jewelry store, Gao Xiaoya is about to go to school, so the jewelry store will be completely handed over to outsiders to manage. After all, Susan is not Su Li. Although the possibility is small, it is better to be safe than sorry. Shou Lily, with whom he had lived for 2 years, betrayed him, and Zhang Jun, who had been his good friend for several years, tried to steal his girl, let alone Susan. Then just put Chu Tingting in the store, don't worry about anything, don't ask anything, just this identity will do. The role it plays is the same as Gao Xiaoya's. This is like a factory. If there is no one guarding the door, thieves can just go in and steal things. If this factory has a security guard, even if the security guard is just an old man, the thief would not dare to enter openly. Cousin, can I? It was obvious that Chu Tingting was tempted. Who wouldn't he want to try their luck in a big city? No problem. If you go, I'll give you a base salary of 5,000, plus 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and commissions. Anyway, it's definitely much better than what you have here. How about this, you go back and discuss it tonight, and if Auntie agrees, come to my house then. I plan to stay at home for 2 days, today, tomorrow, and leave early the day after tomorrow. Chu Tingting quickly nodded in agreement. After Gao Yang chatted with her for a while, he said goodbye and left. After all, it's already 11 o'clock. If we go back and sit for a while, we can almost have dinner. Gao Yang, in fact, it is best not to use acquaintances when doing business, because over time, acquaintances are very difficult to manage. Wen Wanting didn't say anything until the two of them had been gone for a while before she spoke. Gao Yang naturally knew what Wen Wanting meant. In fact, this was normal. The more familiar someone was, the harder it was to manage them. Wanting, I understand what you mean. The reason why a person is called a person is because he has emotions. Gao Yang began to talk about the recent situation of Chu Tingting's family. After all, we are all relatives, so I will help if I can. It would be fine if I didn't have the ability, but I have it now. Besides, don't you think my jewelry store needs someone like this? Wen Wanting is not stupid. She immediately thought of the key to the problem. Although Susan may not necessarily be such a person, there is no guarantee that problems will not arise over time. Then find someone from your own department and put him in the store. If nothing else, it would be good to just play a supervisory role. Hubby, you're so smart. Wen Wanting started to act horny again. The two of them walked hand in hand and soon returned home. As soon as Xiao Wei saw Gao Yang, he hurried over to greet him. It already remembered that it was Gao Yang who healed its legs, so dogs are good friends of humans. Gao Yang picked up Xiao Hui and went into the house. As soon as you enter the house, the smell of roast chicken hits you in the face, it's very fragrant. Wanting, come and try it, this is the chicken that Mom cooked. Li Yumei is quite satisfied with her daughter-in-law. She is not afraid of not knowing the value of a piece of goods, but is afraid of comparing the goods. When comparing Wen Wanting and Qiu Lily, the gap is immediately apparent. Wen Wanting is gentle, generous, and beautiful. Li Yumei is 120% satisfied with her. Of course, this is also something that Wen Wanting deliberately expressed. Wen Wanting watched Li Yumei pick up a piece of roast chicken with chopsticks and put it in front of her, and quickly said thank you. Then he took it with his hands and started eating it without caring about his image. It smells so good and tastes so good. As for our mom's cooking skills, I feel they are better than the chef in our cafeteria. Gao Yang directly gave a thumbs up to Wen Wanting's flattery and secretly gave her a 666. Chapter 114 Smart Li Yumei. Everyone needs to perform. Maybe Wen Wanting has a talent for this and made Li Yumei laugh so hard that she laughed. Father Gao Song likes to drink, so Wen Wanting bought 2 bottles of good wine this time. Gao Song is a little afraid of his wife, but only a little bit. The main reason is that women like to talk a lot, while men are generally afraid of trouble and tend to avoid it out of habit. But Li Yumei was in a good mood today and did not control Gao Song from drinking. Gao Yang seldom drinks because his alcohol tolerance is really not that good. While eating, Gao Yang began to talk about the main purpose of his return. Yoko, can I go over with your dad? We don't know how to do anything. Besides, we have chickens, ducks, pigs, rice in the fields, crops on the hills, etc. What will we do if we leave? Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, I've seen our pig. It weighs about 160 to 170 kilograms. Let's take it with us. There is a yard behind my shop. We will build a shed to raise it and kill it during the Chinese New Year. As for the chickens and ducks, take them with you. We have a place to raise them anyway, and we can kill one whenever we want to eat it. As for the crops in the field, why not give them to my aunt? Her family is not well off, so it's a good idea to keep the good things in the family. Li Yumei wanted to go. Who doesn't want to be with their children? But there are so many crops at home, and I feel a little reluctant to give them away. It's the same even if it's for my cousin. Yoko, why don't we wait until the new year to go there? At this time, Father Gao Song also spoke. In fact, he was reluctant too. Of course, if they knew how much money Gao Yang has now, they probably wouldn't think so. At this time, when Wanting spoke. Dad, Mom, Gao Yang and I are both very busy. You two elders can go over and help out. This is more cost-effective than growing crops at home. Take the daily meals for example. We have several people to feed, and the average daily food cost is several hundred yuan. The most important thing is that the food we buy is not only not tasty, but also not very hygienic. If you guys go, you can definitely make more delicious food with this money. The main thing is that Gao Yang is too busy. Well, when Wanting's words are much more effective than Gao Yang's. In fact, when Wanting is a very smart person. She had already seen something from the couple's wandering eyes just now. First of all, as the old couple just said, it is a pity to lose the crops at home. Second, the older couple was afraid that their death would affect the lives of the younger couple. After all, when the parents-in-law live with their son and daughter-in-law for a long time, some conflicts will arise. To put it simply, the old couple was waiting for when Wanting's attitude. Because today's society is different. In the past, the so-called young wife meant a wife who had no status or position when she was married. Nowadays, it is just the opposite. Once a daughter-in-law is married, she becomes the head of the household and her parents-in-law have to listen to her. So it is normal for Gao Song and Li Yumei to have such concerns. It would be bad if the two of them went over and caused Gao Yang and Wen Wanting to quarrel. But it's different now that Wen Wanting took the initiative to speak out. At least Li Mei will take advantage of the situation, for example. I listen to Wan Ting. Wan Ting doesn't dislike the two of us, so let's see who dares to dislike us. Yangzi has done one thing right since she was a child. She found me such a good daughter-in-law. The Gao family is so lucky. It's true that Li Yumei's words are quite sophisticated. First, they insulted their own son, which in turn reflected Wen Wanting's excellence, and then used Wanting's request for them to go as an excuse. This was easy and pleasant to say. Mom, don't worry. If Gao Yang dislikes you, we will let him sleep in the living room. Wen Wanting's words immediately won Li Yumei's approval, as if they were mother and daughter, and Gao Yang was a son-in-law. This matter was happily agreed to, and after the final discussion, they decided not to keep the pig. If you're going to give it away completely, but you can indeed take the chickens and ducks with you. After all, these things are raised at home and fed with rice, corn, and other things. The nutritional value of local chickens and ducks is still very high. When the time comes, we can stuff it into the backyard and use the leftovers to feed the chickens. Whenever you want to eat it, just kill one and stew it. Originally, Li Yumei planned to visit her cousin in the afternoon, but was stopped by Gao Yang, who told her about what happened when he met Chu Tingting today. This means there is a high possibility that they will come over tonight. After lunch, the family of four went straight to the fields with hoes and baskets. They didn't go there to work, but to get something to eat. The peanuts are basically ripe now. Those planted early have already matured. Under normal circumstances, they can be harvested in half a month. There are also corn cobs. The early corn has been harvested, but the late corn is just ready to eat. That's what they were doing this afternoon. Wen Wanting was very curious about all of this. To put it bluntly, if she hadn't seen what corn looked like on TV, she might not have known what it was. We're not talking about corn cobs and corn kernels here, but the entire corn stalk. And peanuts. Gao Yang and Wen Wanting are having a very pleasant time in their hometown, but some people are having a very hard time now. For example, Chen Kai and his son. There is a saying that goes shooting oneself in the foot, and this is what happened to them now. In fact, Chen Kai has been selling the feelings of his classmates to do business, and Wen Wanting is usually very polite to him, so sometimes he feels a little proud. But this is not the fundamental reason. Chen Dahai had no plans to raise prices before, and even if he wanted to raise prices, it would be next year. But Chen Kai disagreed. The main reason was that Gao Yang was the one who caused the trouble. That time when Chen Kai went to Wen Wanting's office, the first thing he saw was the big bouquet of flowers sent by Gao Yang. Then he asked Wen Wanting to have dinner with him but was rejected. In the end, Gao Yang even implied that he was a scabby boy. After combining these things, Chen Kai felt very uncomfortable, so he thought of doing this. This is to give Wen Wanting a warning. But he forgot the most important context: you are the supplier and others are the customers. He reversed the identities. That is to say, it is floating. I was so lost in thought that I couldn't tell which way was which and I was floating above the clouds. The result is what it is now. Not only did we not grow by 10%, but we were actually suppressed by the other party by 10%. So now the question is, what should we do next? If I don't do business with When Wanting, then who can I sell all these pearls to? The market is actually not very prosperous now, which is what people often call overcapacity. The business that you may not care about may be what others will rush to do, not to mention that this is the business that they care about. But if they continue to cooperate with When Wanting and their salary is reduced by 10%, it will really make them feel distressed. There is another key point: the payment for the goods must be withheld for 3 months, which is equivalent to keeping the pearls in their hands for 3 months. Shao Kai, how about we treat Gao Yang to a meal? Chapter 115: Chen Kai's Conflict. Chen Kai was stunned, and then a look of anger appeared on his face. Dad, you want me to treat him to a meal? It's more like I invited him to eat shit. This guy is the one who did all this on purpose. When Wanting had a good impression of me at the beginning, but this guy got involved. This is what Chen Kai thinks, not what I, the author, say, and that's why it turned out like this. You want me to treat him to a meal? No way. This guy doesn't even take a piss to look in the mirror. He gets paid over 4,000 yuan a month and stays behind When Wanting all day. I think he's a scoundrel. Bah! The more Chen Kai spoke, the angrier he became. Ever since he met this guy, he has been unlucky. He despised people like Gao Yang the most. He looked average looking, was lazy and ate a lot every day, and a 1.8 meter tall guy actually worked as a driver. Gao Yang is not here. If he were here, he would definitely scold Chen Kai. What's wrong with being a driver? What a great job, driving with the boss during the day and hugging the boss at night. Isn't that cool? Chen Dahai looked at his son so excited. How could he not know the reason? To be honest, he also hopes that Chen Kai can pursue When Wanting, but is it possible? Chen Dahai is much more rational than Chen Kai. After all, he is older and has more experience. It can be said that When Wanting has never been fond of Chen Kai, but she doesn't want to discourage her son. Chen Kai does have some abilities, but he is a little petty and jealous. Shao Kai, what do you say we should do? More than 70% of our pearls depend on Wen's jewelry. If Wen's jewelry stops cooperating with us, the monthly backlog will be broken in less than 3 months. Especially this year, we have expanded our business and now owe the bank a large amount of loans. We can't possibly take the jewelry to the bank to pay off the debts. Chen Kai was silent. In fact, if Chen Kai really put aside his condescending attitude and invited Gao Yang to dinner or something, perhaps this matter could really be resolved. First of all, Gao Yang does look like a mean person, but he is not a bad person. All in all, if Chen Kai was more low-key and didn't always try to elevate himself by stepping on Gao Yang would not deliberately target him. But this is the situation now. Chen Kai feels a little embarrassed. It would be embarrassing for him to go find Gao Yang. But now the company is indeed facing unprecedented difficulties. Either it will lose money or lose face. Chen Kai is now struggling in this difficult situation. On the other side, Gao Yang and others brought back a lot of corn and peanuts, which were to be eaten tonight. Of course, you must take some with you when you leave. Peanuts can be picked and dried, or you can just wash them and cook them in a pot. They taste very delicious. The same goes for corn, but they didn't get much today, so it's just enough for tonight's meal. After all, Gao Yang planned to leave early the day after tomorrow, so he could go to the fields tomorrow afternoon to get some to take away. After all, these agricultural products taste better when they are fresh. Peanuts can be kept for a few days without any problem, but corn cannot. As soon as she came back, When Wanting became impatient. She started picking peanuts and shelling corn. She found everything here interesting and even went to the stove to light the fire herself. Gao Yang's family has a gas stove, but it is rarely used. They usually burn firewood. The main reason is that there is plenty of firewood in rural areas, and the other reason is that it is convenient and saves money. Wash the peanuts and put them in the pot, then put the corn cobs on top of the peanuts, add some water and start cooking. How could When Wanting burn this kind of firewood? After a while, the kitchen was filled with smoke and she ended up with a big clown face. There was really no other way, so Gao Yang dragged When Wanting out, got a basin filled with hot water, and started washing When Wanting's hair. In fact, Gao Yang was quite touched. When Wanting might be partly curious, but Gao Yang believed that the main reason was that she wanted to please this family. In fact, Gao Yang's guess was not wrong at all. During the time when Gao Yang went to Ruiqing, When Wanting would often chat with Gao Xiaya. The two talked about everything, so naturally they talked about Chiu Lily's situation. For example, what is the family's attitude towards Chiu Lily, how does Chiu Lily treat Gao Yang's parents, and so on. In the end, they came to the conclusion that Chiu Lily was a rather sarcastic and mean person, which Wen Wanting was able to confirm from the several times she met Chiu Lily. There were indeed problems with Chiu Lily in some aspects. For example, Gao Yang paid the down payment and used her ID card to buy the house. It was clearly you who did something wrong, but you still made sarcastic remarks to Gao Yang. These points show what kind of person you are. So Wen Wanting did put in a lot of effort. There is a saying that goes, if you want to play with children, you must first treat yourself as a child. Only in this way will children accept you. If you always play with children in an adult manner, children will naturally not play with you. So Wen Wanting is using this method now. If Gao Yang's parents are like children, then Wen Wanting is a very stupid child. After Wen Wanting finished washing her hair, the peanuts and corn were cooked, and everyone started eating quickly. Wow, this corn smells so good. It's much better than what I buy at the market. Wen Wanting was eating and praising the corn, but actually the corn was not very tasty. The corn bought at the vegetable market is fruit corn, which tastes sweet and has a fresh fragrance. The corn grown at home in rural areas may have higher nutritional value, but the taste is much worse. Wanting, if you like it, eat more. Corn is a coarse grain, and eating more is good for your body. Besides, crops like corn don't require pesticides, unlike vegetables grown in your city where you have to use pesticides. You know what, Li Yume knows a lot. Sister, brother-in-law, is Yoko home? The family was chewing corn and eating peanuts in the kitchen when a woman's voice was heard outside. Wen Wanting immediately guessed who the visitor was. It should be the mother of Chu Tingting whom I met this morning. Li Yume quickly put down the half-eaten corn in her hand and walked out. Gao Yang and others naturally followed her out. Auntie, Tingting, you are here. After some greetings and introductions, the number of people eating corn in the kitchen increased from 4 to 6. Chu Tingting worked the early shift, so she got off work at 3:30 in the afternoon. She went home and told her mother about this, and then the two of them came over. Yangzi, you said you would take Tingting to work in Jincheng, is this true? Gao Yang's aunt is called Li Yujuan, who is about 45 or 46 years old. Perhaps because of her overwork, she looks almost the same as her mother, Li Yume. Aunt, that's my own shop. If Tingting goes there, I won't let her suffer any loss. You can rest assured about that. As for the salary, you don't have to worry about it. I wouldn't say more than 6,000 or 7,000 a month is fine. When Li Yujuan heard Gao Yang say that the salary was 6 or 7,000 yuan a month, she was delighted. Chapter 116 Tang Xiaomi is here. Li Yujuan still has great faith in Gao Yang. After all, their two families are relatives, although this kind of relationship would not lead to any interaction in ordinary places. But everyone lives in the same village, so they usually take the initiative. The most important thing is that she knows Gao Yang inside and out. It's a pity that Gao Yang has a girlfriend now, otherwise. Cousin, I will resign tomorrow, and I will leave with you the day after tomorrow morning. Gao Yang naturally agreed. Next, let's talk about family matters. Of course, these things have nothing to do with Gao Yang. After all, he doesn't know anything about fields. Anyway, it was already dark when Li Yume and the other person left. Because my stomach is too full, I don't need to eat dinner at night. After taking a shower, it's natural to rest. The nights in the countryside feel cooler than those in the city. Although there is no air conditioning, an electric fan will do. You can hear the sound of cars in the city at night, but the nights in the countryside are actually not that quiet either. There are the sounds of frogs in the fields. The sounds are very loud and they keep croaking. The two people who had just finished their homework took out their mobile phones to watch the live broadcast. The one we are looking at is naturally Su Li's, because Gao Yang is not there, so it is impossible to cut the stone on the spot. But Su Li also had a solution. She took the jade she had before and started live streaming to sell the products. It turned out that the effect was quite good. Honey, I calculated the days, and my period will probably come tomorrow, how about we do that? As Wen Wanting spoke, she stretched out her dirty hands. Gao Yang felt a little amused. No matter what kind of woman she is, they all have a flirty side. It mainly depends on whether the object is right, like Xia Longnu. She usually looks like an icy beauty, but that's because she has never met Yanghua. Wen Wanting used to be cold and aloof, but after being raped by Gao Yang, she has changed a lot. I was a little shy at first, but now I start to ask for it actively. The most important thing is that the two of them handed in their homework half an hour ago. Wanting, it's getting late, why don't we just forget it? Gao Yang actually said this on purpose. When Wanting directly took the phone from Gao Yang's hand, looking as if she disagreed. Then she crawled into bed, probably to find something to eat. The next day, Gao Yang took Wen Wanting out to play for the whole day, while his parents stayed at home to pack up. Actually, there is not much to pack. Just bring some daily necessities and clothes. There is really no need to bring anything else. But his car was almost full. Gao Yang visited a few relatives and bought some things and took Wen Wanting to visit them. Go visit your grandparents, uncles, aunts, and so on. As for other relatives, there is no need to do so. After all, it is not the New Year or a festival. Early in the morning on the third day, my cousin Chutingting also came, so the group of 5 set off directly. Gao Yang's purpose of coming back this time was actually to pick up his parents, so there was no need for him to stay at home. When we returned to Jinling City, it was not yet time for lunch. This time he drove the car directly to the raw stone shop, and the business in the shop was pretty good. Gao Xiaoya and Jiang Yi were also here. Gao Xiaoya was a little surprised that Chutingting actually came. Because there were a lot of things to pack, and Chutingting also needed to be arranged, Gao Yang first asked Gao Xiaoya to send Chutingting to the jewelry store to work. Wen Wanting also left because of company matters, and the next thing was to settle her parents. Fortunately, there were rooms here, so Gao Yang gave the room he had lived in before to his parents, and Chutingting was temporarily arranged to sleep in the same room with Gao Xiaoya. After all, Gao Xiaoya is going to school soon. After the arrangements were made, the first lunch began. By the time all the work was done, it was basically 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The work of the 2 stores in Gao Yang has finally been almost completed. Suli is mainly responsible for live streaming and selling goods, as well as the cashier work here. The sales part was entirely handed over to Jiang Yi, with Gao Xiaoya helping out temporarily. Motherly Yumei is mainly responsible for buying groceries, cooking, and cleaning. My father just helped to move the raw materials. Fortunately, we had tools such as wheelbarrows, so the job was not too tiring. After finishing his work, Gao Yang finally had time to talk to Suli. Gao Yang, someone wanted to buy the house next door yesterday. Should we sell it? Gao Yang raised his eyebrows and said. What does the other party do? Suli thought for a moment and said. He's also selling jadeite rough stones, from the same rough stone street. He wants to move here. You don't know, in the 2 days since you left, 2 raw stone shops have moved here, and I guess there will be more in the future. House prices have tripled now and are still rising. Gao Yang was delighted, it seemed that his plan was successful. If nothing goes wrong, this street will soon replace the original one. Gao Yang's idea is different from others. Others may exclude their peers when opening a store, but he does the opposite. Maybe because of the goods being sold, but for special reasons, Gao Yang wishes this street were filled with shops selling jadeite raw stones. Only when a market is formed for anything can it grow and make money. However, the housing prices are still cheap now, and if nothing unexpected happens, the housing prices will rise in a few days. If you do this, we won't sell it, we'll only rent it out. At least for now, the price shouldn't be too expensive, 500,000 a year is fine. If you want to buy it, you can buy it at 5 times the previous price. I'm not greedy. Suli rolled her eyes. 500,000 a year isn't expensive? The price has increased 5-fold, aren't you greedy? You have to know that the total value of their house is only 2 million. According to Gao Yang's calculation, it will only take 4 years to make a profit. But as a businessman, making money is always the main thing. These people are all wealthy people. If they continue like this, they can live off the rent for the rest of their lives. Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Tang Xiaomi is here. Gao Yan was shocked by Suli's words. What is she doing here? Where is she now? Suli is not a fool. In fact, she has long realized that Tang Xiaomi and Tang Yingying must have some relationship with Gao Yang. And the relationship might be more than ordinary, but Suli is not sure whether they had sex or not. Tang Xiaomi lives in the Yasha Hotel. She asked me to give this to you. Take a look for yourself. After Suli finished speaking, she handed Gao Yang a note with the hotel floor and room number written on it. Gao Yang had a headache. He no longer wanted to stay in the store. He wanted to go over and ask what was going on. Suli, I'll go over and take a look first. By the way, don't tell Wen Wanting about this for now. I'm afraid she will misunderstand. Su Li rolled her eyes at Gao Yang again and said, Gao Yang, don't play with fire and get burned. Just eat fast food outside and don't bring it home. After all, life still requires eating regular meals. Eating too much fast food not only tastes bad, but is also unhygienic. If it doesn't work, I can just open a small kitchen. Chapter 117, A lot of trouble. Gao Yang naturally understood what Su Li meant, but he actually didn't want to do that either. But now the other party has come, and he will be doomed if he hides. As for what Su Li said about occasionally giving her some special treatment, she probably meant herself, suggesting that Gao Yang could occasionally ask her for help. Gao Yang doesn't have time to think about these messy things now. He first needs to figure out what Tang Xiaomi's intention is in coming here. Su Li, let's not talk about it for now. I'll go check it out first. What if Wan Ting? Su Li didn't wait for Gao Yang to finish speaking, she just waved her hand, signaling Gao Yang to hurry up. She knew exactly what Gao Yang wanted to say. It's just about asking Su Li not to tell when wanting. This man is really not a good person. He is always looking at the pot while eating from the bowl. The most important thing is that some pots are almost rusted when they are empty, but they are still not used, and people are still desperately looking for new pots. In a room at Yasha Hotel. Sister, I know, you've said it 800 times. Shout Mr. Gao, right? Okay, I won't do anything rash, but if my brother-in-law does anything to me, you can't blame me, and I can't resist. Ha ha. You can't hit me. Tang Xiaomi hung up the phone, then opened her suitcase and found a very, very low-cut top to change into. She did it on purpose. I looked in the mirror and even I wanted to take a bite. Ding dong. Ding dong. Just then there was a knock on the door. Tang Xiaomi's face lit up with joy, and she quickly jumped over to open the door. If Gao Yang saw her, his first reaction would be that Tang Xiaomi has not grown up yet. When the door opened, it was Gao Yang. Brother-in-law, did you miss me? Gao Yang gave Tang Xiaomi a slap on the head. I miss you, big head ghost, what are you doing here? Tang Xiaomi stuck out her tongue, then touched her head. It didn't hurt at all. Brother-in-law, what are you doing standing at the door? Come in. Tang Xiaomi quickly grabbed Gao Yang's arm and pulled him in. Gao Yang took a glance and it seemed to have grown a little bigger, especially there was a small black mole on the left half. Gao Yang really wanted to pick it out with his hand. Does it look good? My sister is not here, do you want me to touch you? Gao Yang quickly retracted his gaze, thinking that everything would be fine as long as he didn't respond. Tell me, how did you get here? And your sister? Tang Xiaomi became unhappy when she heard that. You only care about my sister, but not me. I'm ignoring you. Seeing Tang Xiaomi acting like a spoiled child, Gao Yang felt overwhelmed. He was really afraid that a fire would break out in the backyard. My dear aunt, please tell me, this is Jinling, not Ruiqing. It was obvious that Gao Yang's words worked, and Tang Xiaomi became more obedient. My sister has something to do, and she may need your help then. I came here mainly to help you. I'll be your secretary. I'm at your mercy. Tang Xiaomi didn't keep quiet for 3 seconds and started again. Gao Yang didn't care about all this. He was thinking about how to deal with Tang Xiaomi. In a jewelry store? Gao Yang quickly shook his head, thinking that if he really put it in a jewelry store, there would probably be trouble. In the rough stone shop? It doesn't seem suitable, why not arrange it for Su Li? Gao Yang's eyes lit up. Su Li knew Tang Xiaomi and Tang Yingying, so there should be no problem in letting Su Li take care of Tang Xiaomi. Then the question arises again, how to explain it to Wen Wanting? When Gao Yang thought of this, he got a headache again. He wanted to take a pair of scissors and cut that thing off. I've been messing around for no reason, and now trouble has finally come. Xiaomi, go to my store tomorrow, and you. Gao Yang continued talking, and Tang Xiaomi began to listen. Remember, if you ruin my business, I will. Tang Xiaomi nodded and assured. Don't worry, Mr. Gao. I will be obedient. If I say something wrong or do something wrong, you can do that to me. Ignoring the crazy Tang Xiaomi, Gao Yang gave several instructions before returning to the raw stone shop. Done, so quickly? It shouldn't be like this. As soon as Gao Yang came back, Su Li looked at a certain part of Gao Yang with a strange look. Gao Yang was speechless. None of these women were normal. Su Li, Tang Xiaomi will come over tomorrow morning. Then you can tell her that you met her in Ruicheng. From now on, she will be responsible for helping you. Suli rolled her eyes at Gao Yang and said nothing, which was considered as her agreement. By the way, your grandfather's shop is over there, why don't you go over and take a look? After the story was told, Gao Yang remembered this incident. I don't want to go. Let's talk about this later. Wanting is about to get off work, go pick her up. For example, in a raw stone shop, there would be basically no one there after 4 or 5 in the afternoon, so Zhang Yi would go off work. Gao Yang looked at the time and drove directly to Wanting's company. As soon as Gao Yang arrived, he was stopped by his secretary Sun Yan. Brother Yang, that scabby dog is here again. Gao Yang reacted immediately and realized that Sun Yan was talking about Chen Kai. Okay, thank you. By the way, I made a jade pendant for you. I think it suits you very well. I'm giving it to you. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he took out a piece of green jade and handed it to Sun Yan. Sun Yan took the jade pendant and was immediately shocked. She has been working here for almost 2 years, so she naturally knows something about the value of jadeite. You have to know that this is a company that specializes in making jade jewelry. Even if you have never eaten pork, you have seen a pig walk. Even if Sun Yan worked for 10 years, she might not be able to earn enough to buy back this small jade pendant. Brother Yang, this is too expensive, I can't take it. Gao Yang smiled and said. Take it if you give it to me. Don't you know me? It's a priceless thing to others, but it's just that to me. Who asked Yin Yan to help me so much, right? In fact, what Gao Yang said was absolutely correct. Sun Yan did help him a lot. For example, she was in charge of calculating the attendance at his jewelry store, and most of the things regarding Wanting's affairs were told to him by Sun Yan. Sun Yan doesn't owe him anything, so why should she help him? Besides, Sun Yan is a really good person, and it is only right for Gao Yang to give her a good jade pendant. The most important point is that Gao Yang is right, this thing is really nothing to him. Thank you, Brother Yang. Next time you touch my butt, I won't tell Mr. One. Gao Yang's face turned dark. It would be better if he didn't say this. Since Chen Kai was in the office, Gao Yang had no intention of going in. After all, there was no need for him to be the bad guy every time. So where'd it go? That's right, Chen Meili's office was Gao Yang's target. Other things may not work, but this is still an advantage, since Tang Xiaomi's teasing made me feel uncomfortable just now. In Wanting's office, Chen Kai was like an eggplant hit by frost. Mr. Chen, I have already made it very clear to you last time. It is up to you whether to cooperate or not. You can raise the price and I can lower it. This is a very reasonable thing to do. I don't have much time to bargain with you, and don't use our relationship as classmates to blackmail me. You were the first to break the contract. Gao Yang is right. If you do the first day, we can do the 15th. I don't have any other meaning. I hope you understand. Chapter 118 Flattery. When Wanting handled her business in a fair and impartial manner this time, Chen Kai was really at a loss now, as he had just been using the identity of a classmate to make his point. That is to sell feelings. The result was obviously not working, and Chen Kai completely hated Gao Yang. Okay. Just as you said. Chen Kai had no choice but to compromise in the end. Okay, I'll send you the new contract tomorrow. Another point is that you must ensure the quality. I will urge the quality inspection department to strictly control it. Chen Kai nodded. Now that the discussion was over, it was time to leave. In the past he would have definitely suggested going out for dinner or something, but now he was not so stupid and knew it would be useless even if he said it. But he still wanted to say something. Wanting, when looking for friends, you should look for people in the same circle, otherwise you won't have a common language if your identities don't match. Especially drivers and the like. They will never amount to anything in their lives. Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Let's have dinner together another day. When Wanting found it funny watching Chen Kai leave. Chen Kai's words were just short of mentioning Gao Yang by name. She was not a fool, so how could she not hear that? She shrugged indifferently. She wouldn't care about such things at all. It was enough to know whether it was good or not in her heart. There was no need to show it on her face. There is no need to refute. As Chen Kai just said, if you are not in the same circle, how can you have common topics? She now felt that every word she said to Chen Kai was redundant. Because they are not on the same level. If Chen Kai's price was not cheap enough and the quality was not good, Wen Wanting would definitely choose to terminate the contract. I looked at the time and it was almost time to get off work. Wen Wanting became excited when she thought of Gao Yang's parents coming. Because Gao Yang said that after he teaches his father Gao Song how to break stones, he will no longer work overtime to do live broadcasts. After turning off the computer, Wen Wanting took her cell phone and bag and left the office. As soon as she came out, she saw Sun Yan looking at the jade pendant. Gao Yang asked Wen Wanting to have someone make this jade pendant, intending for Wen Wanting to give it to Sun Yan. Actually, I just want to thank Sun Yan. However, after Wen Wanting finished it, she gave it to Gao Yang. Some things are better given by others than by yourself. Sun Yan, don't lose it. This stuff can buy a 2-bedroom apartment. Sun Yan was shocked. She was not sure whether Wen Wanting knew about the gift Gao Yang gave her, and she was secretly worried. Will they quarrel when they go back home tonight? Boss 1, this. Just when Sun Yan wanted to explain, Gao Yang came over. This guy always comes at the right time. Sun Yan, jade nourishes people, people nourish jade. It's best to wear it and not take it off, especially for girls. Not only will the color get better over time, but it will also have a milky scent. Gao Yang drives regardless of the occasion, and sometimes he deliberately displays this unruly character. Wen Wanting rolled her eyes at Gao Yang. She was now waiting for her set of jewelry. At that time, the red string of the pendant was made neither too long nor too short, just right in the groove. She wanted to try whether it would have that smell. Sun Yan blushed at what Gao Yang said, but she also got confirmation that Wen Wanting knew about this jade pendant. Then I feel relieved. Let's go, let's have something delicious tonight. By the way, how is Chen Kai's case going? The two of them walked out of the company while chatting, and Sun Yan really obediently hung the jade pendant on her chest. It fits right in the groove, it feels cool and very comfortable. Looking at Gao Yang and Wen Wanting's backs, they are indeed a perfect match. The two arrived at the raw stone shop around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Because it was summer, the sun had not yet completely set at this time. Mother Li Yume was cooking in the kitchen at the back, Gao Xiaoya was helping, and Father Gao Song was picking stones with Su Li. Because I need to broadcast live at night. Wen Wanting was very good at dealing with people. She greeted Gao Song first, and then immediately ran to the kitchen at the back, covering Li Yume's eyes with his hands. Mom, guess who I am? This really made Li Yume laugh. Wasn't it possible to guess this? In fact, this is where Wen Wanting's cleverness lies. In the eyes of your parents, no matter how old you are still a child. In this case, it is right to develop this advantage. Wanting, open your mouth. This is the best piece of meat, try it. Li Yume picked up a piece of meat from the root of the chicken thigh, blew on it with her mouth, and then stuffed it into Wen Wanting's mouth. Wow, it smells so good. This is the best thing I've ever eaten, Mom, you're awesome. Looking at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law being so affectionate with each other, Gao Xiaoya was stunned. Is it possible to play like this? She learned that even if she was flattering openly, as long as the person was the right one, nothing else mattered. Mom, I want to eat too. Gao Xiaoya quickly stepped forward. You're the only one who's greedy. Li Yume said so, but she still picked up a piece of chicken and fed it to Gao Xiaoya. Xiaoya, are you going to report soon? Wen Wanting asked casually after finishing her chicken. It's still early, sister-in-law. There are still about 20 days left. But don't worry, sister-in-law. Even if I don't miss my brother, I will miss you. Well, Gao Xiaoya put what she learned into practice. This photo of the horse deserves full marks. Xiaoya, you are so sweet. I don't know how to get the advantage from that handsome boy in the future. By the way, you are not too busy with your university courses, so go get your driver's license. Then I will give you a car. If you don't have any living expenses, just ask me. Don't bother your brother. He's busy. Gao Xiaoya's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly. It turns out that flattering your sister-in-law is more effective than flattering your brother. After dinner, Gao Yang first drew lines and then began to teach Gao Song how to cut stones. In fact, this work is not difficult. To put it simply, just cut along the line. Moreover, the cutting machines are equipped with protective measures, so the danger is not great. People of Gao Song's age are actually the most stable. At 50, he can't be said to be old, but he is not young either. But stability is certain. Gao Yang completely untied a stone, and then asked Gao Song to untie it while he watched from the side. Except for the jade needed for carrying goods, the rest will be purchased by Wen's jewelry at the purchase price. The main thing is that Gao Yang has strong connections. His girlfriend is the boss and the purchasing manager is Qian Meili. How can he suffer any loss? It's good enough if you don't take advantage of the company. Honey, I think this store is not big enough. It will be insufficient sooner or later. We won't rent out or sell the house next door. We'll connect the two houses and turn them into a big store, the largest one in the entire market. This way, we have an advantage over others. For others, it is difficult to rent or buy this store, but it is different for us. Besides, we don't lack the money. Once we sell it, it will be difficult to buy it back. After teaching his father how to cut stones, Gao Yang began to sort the stones on the shelves. After all, they are sold out every day, so there will be vacancies on the shelves, so they have to be replenished every night. When Wanting was talking about the store on the side. Chapter 119. When Wanting's grandfather. Gao Yang was stunned. This idea is quite good. In this way, not only the scale is expanded, but the second floor can also be turned into 2 rooms. After that, when it's late at night or it rains, I can stay here with When Wanting. Another thing is that Gao Yang saw that other people's shops had half-block materials, and he actually wanted to do the same. After all, semi-gambled materials are more expensive and can also maximize profits. The so-called semi-gambling material is to cut a surface of the jadeite raw stone, which is often called opening a window. Keep opening until the jade flesh inside is revealed. This way it will look more intuitive and its value will be relatively higher. Wanting, sure. Why didn't I think of that? Let me reward you. Gao Yang pouted as she spoke. Yangzi, when will you come back? Oh, my eyes can't see clearly at night. I'd better take a shower and go to bed. Li Yumei knew that she had ruined her son's good fortune, so she quickly pretended not to see it. Just kidding, the lights upstairs and downstairs are so bright, especially in the main hall. There are several rows of fluorescent lights installed there, so even a pin dropped on the ground can be seen. It's all your fault. It's so embarrassing. When Wanting's pretty face turned red and she quickly pushed Gao Yang away. Then he did not forget to glare at Gao Yang fiercely. Gao Yang laughed twice, he was too thick-skinned to care. Hubby, it's almost time, why don't we go back? When Wanting looked at the time and it was already past 9 o'clock. I have to take a shower when I get back, and then check my homework and so on, which all takes time. Gao Yang looked at the time, said hello to his parents Su Li and left. After taking a shower and checking his homework, Gao Yang remembered something he had always wanted to ask. Wanting, is your grandfather alone in the capital? When Wanting nodded, then shook her head and said. My grandparents are both in Beijing. Actually, I originally wanted to bring them over, but my grandfather is in poor health. I have to go to the hospital for checkups and treatment every few days. After all, the medical conditions there are much better than here, so I usually go back every 2 or 3 months. By the way, last time I called my grandfather and told him about you, he wanted me to bring you back to see him when I have time. When do you think you have time? Gao Yang did not answer the question immediately, he was calculating the time. It is definitely not possible in the next few days. After all, the store here has just opened and there are still many stones to sort out. There is another thing that Tang Xiaomi needs to arrange. Well, I'll arrange it. We'll go there at the end of September and stay for a few days, just in time for the National Day. It's a good time for us to go and have some fun at that time. When that place is almost over, the public auction will start soon. I also have to go to Ruicheng. My next plan is to go to northern Myanmar after I finish with Ruicheng to see if there are any good developments there. As you said, it's really hard to do business in today's society. Basically, all the profitable businesses have been snatched away by others, so we have to find another way. When Wanting heard about going to northern Myanmar, she became nervous. Hubby, I heard that place is very dangerous. People are often tricked into going there for fraud and some are even cheated. Why don't we just not go? We are already very rich and we can't spend it all in several lifetimes. There's no need for us to take risks. After my grandparents have met you, we'll get the certificate. I don't want you to run around. I'm worried about you, too. And I'll miss you. After saying this, When Wanting buried her head in Gao Yang's arms, feeling a little embarrassed. Life is so dramatic. In fact, it has not been long since the two of them met. Because of that collision, it turned out like this. Wanting, you have to do something in your life, otherwise it will be meaningless when you get old. If you don't take risks when you are young, you won't have the drive when you are older. It's just like a couple doing homework together. If you slack off on your homework when you're young, you won't have the passion when you get older. When Wanting thought the first part of what he said made sense, but when she heard the second part, she bit Gao Yang's chest. This guy always speaks like this. He might be talking fine at first, but suddenly he starts speeding. Wanting, did you bite the wrong place? You should go a little lower. When Wanting was completely speechless. The topic of conversation tonight had definitely come to an end. She was sure of that. Because this guy's hands have started to get naughty. The next morning, Gao Yang first sent Wen Wanting to the company, and then came to the store. Because there will be one more employee in the store today, Tang Xiaomi. Whenever I think of Gao Yang, I get a headache and a pain in my balls. Sure enough, as soon as Gao Yang entered the store, he saw a lively Tang Xiaomi. Look here and touch, where does she look like a woman? It's clearly a female monkey. Hello, Mr. Gao. As soon as she saw Gao Yang coming, Tang Xiaomi deliberately bowed solemnly, with a big movement and revealing a lot. Work hard and you'll get 5,000 yuan a month. After Gao Yang said this, he ignored Tang Xiaomi. Instead, he came to Zhang Yi. Are you having trouble? That's right, Gao Yang wanted to ask this question yesterday. Although Zhang Yi was smiling, the smile seemed forced. Mr. Gao, no. Zhang Yi quickly shook his head. Gao Yang motioned to Su Li, who was sitting next to the cash register, to get up, then he sat down on it himself, and then looked at Zhang Yi again. Tell me what the difficulty is. You are my employee, and I will help you if I can. Zhang Yi bit her lip and stammered as she spoke about her situation. Zhang Yi got married 7 years ago and divorced her husband 5 years ago. Her daughter is 6 years old and has leukemia. I was worried about the high medical expenses every month. At first, the child's father paid for some of the expenses, but later, seeing that it was a bottomless pit, he just... In short, Zhang Yi is very short of money now, as she needs a huge amount of money for the bone marrow transplant surgery. How much will the surgery cost? Gao Yang decided to help. This kind of thing was a good deed. Not to mention that Zhang Yi was his employee, he would help even if he met an ordinary person. Because he has the ability now. It's almost 800,000, and I still have more than 100,000. Zhang Yi told the truth. In fact, she also hoped that Gao Yang could help her. Or if there is one person in this world who can help her, that person must be Gao Yang. Because the richest person she knew was Gao Yang. But why should Gao Yang help her? Is it because you are good looking or because you are valuable? At best, I am just a low to middle level manager. As for good looks, she can't compare with Wen Wanting at all, and she is already in her early 30s and has a daughter. Therefore, she had no reason at all to ask Gao Yang for help and couldn't even bring herself to ask. Chapter 120, 10 years salary in advance. Su Li, first pay Zhang Yi 10 years salary in advance, and then every month you will only give her bonuses and commissions, which will be deducted from her salary. When these words were spoken, not only Zhang Yi was shocked, but even Su Li was shocked. Gao Yang paid Zhang Yi a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, plus commissions, bonuses, 5 insurances and 1 fund. 10 years salary is 1.2 million. Su Li initially thought that Gao Yang would pay the money directly. After all, Gao Yang was rich and generous enough. Su Li believed this. After all, she had seen it during her time in Ruicheng. Unexpectedly, Gao Yang actually used the method of advance payment of wages, which was a little unexpected for her. In fact, Gao Yang also thought about providing direct assistance, but sometimes if you give money directly to others, they will feel guilty about it. Or others will think that you have intentions towards him. There is another way. You can make others owe you a favor, but you cannot make others owe you a favor that you may never be able to repay in your lifetime. Because this will make other people's lives very tiring, and some people may even become enemies because of it. This phenomenon does exist, and it is the so-called repaying kindness with enmity. When a person's kindness is too great, it will put enough pressure on him, and after a long time, this person's mentality will change. I can't pay it back anyway, so I might as well forget it and just don't have to pay it back. That's human nature. Then this method of advance salary payment is different. It will give others the impression that I am just helping you, but you have to repay this favor. And you have the ability to use humane methods. After deducting the salary, the remaining bonuses are enough to cover the family expenses, and there is even a little surplus. Besides, 1.2 million is enough after deducting the medical expenses and adding the subsequent treatment, nutrition, and other expenses. It can be said that Gao Yang has good intentions. Mr. Gao, Zhang Yi was so excited that tears came to her eyes, and her speech became incoherent and she stammered. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't moved. More than 1 million is definitely an astronomical figure, at least for Zhang Yi. People should be grateful. You don't necessarily have to repay it, but you have to remember it. Don't feel any psychological burden. I've said it before, because you are my employee, I have the ability and obligation to help you. You don't need to say thank you. Just do good things for me in the future. After all, the child's condition is the most important. Treat him as soon as possible. After Gao Yang finished speaking, the topic was over, and then he gestured to Zhang Yi to go do his work. Because there are guests already here. Gao Yang remembered what Wen Wanning said last night, and began to discuss with Su Li the issue of breaking through the middle wall. Sometimes Su Li thought about it and found herself very funny. At first, his live broadcast company was doing well, but then he heard that his sister Susan found a job as a manager of a jewelry store. So I went to Wen Wanning's company to take a look, and then I met Gao Yang. Then the two of them chatted and sold their company without thinking. If these were normal developments, then things went completely off track after they went to Ruiqing together. She had sex with Gao Yang for no apparent reason, and it happened more than once or twice. Then, in just half a month, Gao Yang gave her about 300 to 400 million yuan. This is not a small amount of money. If she didn't yearn for that kind of luxurious life, this money would be enough for her to spend for a lifetime. Things have come to this point, and it should have ended. If she comes back to run her own business and works with Gao Yang to make money together, she will have endless money in her life. However, Gao Yang actually sold the acquired company. Originally, Gao Yang invested 10 million yuan and held 60% of the shares. In the end, the company was sold for only 5 million and didn't even get back its original capital. In the end, she was the only one left, selling jade jewelry through live streaming every day. In other words, she has been involved in several industries during this period, doing live broadcasts, selling raw stones, and working part-time selling houses. He was originally the boss of a company, but Gao Yang forced him to become a job with no business, no qualifications, and no qualifications. Su Li sometimes found it funny. She felt that Gao Yang was a fanciful person who did things on impulse. At first she said she was going to sell the house, and yesterday she told her that the house would only be rented out, and today the plan changed again. As a result, Su Li herself still doesn't know what she is doing. The only thing that is certain is that she is making more and more money. People say that women like to make trouble, but I didn't expect that this man also likes to make trouble. Gao Yang, are you sure you have made your decision this time? Don't let me invite the workers back and then you change your mind again. Gao Yang didn't react to what Su Li meant for a moment. Just staring at her stupidly. Su Li rolled her eyes at Gao Yang, and then began to talk about their experiences from the time they met to the present. I'm right? I'm really afraid that after I tear down the wall in the middle, you'll ask me to find someone to put it back together again. Gao Yang felt a little embarrassed by what Su Li said, but it wasn't really his fault. Gao Yang didn't have much ambition to begin with. He was just an ordinary worker. If he hadn't had the ability of clairvoyance due to an accident, he might still be screwing screws in the factory. If you talk to him about planning, it's like talking to a cow. So Gao Yang basically does whatever he thinks of whenever he does something. Because he doesn't need to plan at all. In fact, it's a good way to do things because you don't have to use your brain. Su Li, I can't really say for sure, because I don't know what the future will be like, but for now, this is the best. You see, there are a lot of people here now, and housing is also a problem, so it wouldn't be a bad thing to break through this wall and connect it no matter what we do. Also, I will be going to Ruiqing again in October. There will be more materials coming by then. This shop won't be able to do much business. When Su Li heard that they were going to Ruiqing again, her eyes lit up. This was an opportunity. She longed for the days in the hotel, so she looked around privately to see if there was anyone around. Gao Yang, you can let me help you, but you have to take me with you to Ruiqing. Look, if I go with you, I can help you wash your clothes and warm your bed. Do you think you need someone like that? Gao Yang glared at Su Li. This woman was becoming more and more unscrupulous in her words. But it seems that this is indeed quite good. You can go, but first you have to find someone to do the live broadcast for you. After all, this business is quite profitable. Besides, my store still needs to rely on this live broadcast to drive sales. There are still nearly 2 months until National Day, so you can prepare for it. Su Li nodded. She understood what Gao Yang meant, because once they left, the live broadcast would be interrupted. However, it should be no problem to find someone to replace her in the next 2 months. At that time, she can use the assistant's identity and Su Li's account. What do you think of Jiang Yi?